Chapter 1. A gift of property at the start. Am I dead? Shihan tentatively extended his hand, striving to touch the surroundings. His hands were indeed his own, yet they possessed an ethereal quality. A kaleidoscope of black? Where's this place? Is this what the afterlife looks like? The colors around him were distorted, and Shihan could scarcely gauge the expanse of his environment. The boundaries of this realm seemed tantalizingly close, yet paradoxically distant, as if they were light years away. Yes, you have indeed passed away. Who? The suddenly manifest voice was somewhat wavering, startling Shihan, who swiftly turned to survey his surroundings. This system is a culinary system from another world. Congratulations on becoming the first host of this system. It will endeavor to assist you in promoting the culinary delights of Blue Planet in this alternate realm. The information was overwhelming, but Shihan quickly regained his composure. Are you my system? Indeed. But I'm already dead. What purpose do you serve? Shihan asked with a tinge of pessimism. You mentioned you're a culinary system from another world? Can you facilitate my reincarnation into this alternate realm? That is indeed possible. In fact, this step has already been accomplished by the system. Huh? It has been completed? Shihan's eyes widened in astonishment. So I'm not dead? Please be mindful of your wording. You have indeed passed away, but with the assistance of this system, you have traversed into another realm. Very well. A sense of joy blossomed within Shihan. As long as he wasn't truly dead, he was still young and had yet to fully experience life. Moreover, images flashed in Shihan's mind, causing a wistful expression to cross his face. To have perished from a falling flower pot without accomplishing anything was rather tragic. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had traversed realms. With that thought, Shihan's worries dissipated, and he eagerly turned to observe his surroundings. The previously distorted colors appeared much more palatable to him now. System, is this the world I have entered? It seems rather peculiar. Where are the other inhabitants of this realm? No, the host is currently within the system's space. The host in the real world has yet to awaken. I see. Shihan nodded in understanding, swiftly accepting this premise. A culinary system? How intriguing. On Blue Planet, he was a renowned food reviewer, well known for his insatiable appetite, yet lacking in culinary skill. She could only eat, not cook. Now that he had this culinary system, did it imply that he could prepare delicious dishes himself? The thought excited him greatly, and in an alternate world, no less. He wondered what kind of world it would be. System, when can I awaken? At any time. Then let it be now. Upon uttering these words, Shihan felt the distorted colors around him begin to swirl, gradually shattering and reassembling, ultimately transforming into a transparent, luminous world. Shihan awoke. Huff, gasp. Taking in a deep breath of the air from this alternate realm, Shihan finally felt the sensation of being alive. After a moment, he gathered his wits to focus on his surroundings. At present, he found himself lying on a rudimentary wooden bed, draped in a tattered black cloth that served as a blanket, which was covered in a layer of dust. This sight made Shihan, who had an inclination for cleanliness, furrow his brow as he cast the black cloth aside and jumped off the wooden bed. A beam of sunlight streamed through the cracks of the humble wooden cabin, illuminating Shihan's face and causing him to squint involuntarily. I should step outside and take a look. He quickly located the cabin door and pushed it open, stirring up a cloud of dust. The bright light greeted Shihan's face, revealing a glimpse of this alternate world. Surrounding him was a simple village, encircled by towering mountains, exuding a sense of seclusion. Figures flitted about in the village, and upon noticing Shihan's arrival, the villagers displayed minimal surprise. Only a few glanced in his direction before turning their attention elsewhere. Faintly, he could hear the villagers conversing in a language that was entirely foreign to him. Yet Shihan was astonished to find that he could easily comprehend their meanings. Excellent, this is quite reasonable. System? What is your request? Host? What about my starter gift package? Seemingly taken aback by the promptness of his first host, the system fell silent for a moment. After a considerable pause, the mechanical voice of the system finally resonated. Congratulations on your arrival in the alternate realm. I now present your starter gift package, a restaurant of your own. A property gifted at the outset? Chi-Han felt a surge of delight. He had anticipated preparing a location for his restaurant, but to receive it as a starter gift was unexpected. However, considering his current state of destitution in this world, it seemed unlikely he could have arranged a venue by himself. Chi-Han surveyed his surroundings. System, where's my restaurant? Ding. Mission triggered. A page appeared out of thin air before Chi-Han. Main quest 1. Open a restaurant. Please arrive at your restaurant within 3 days and complete the acceptance process. Mission description. The path of the culinary master lies at your feet. May you strive to conquer the beings of this alternate realm with your culinary skills. Mission rewards. Customizable restaurant decor. Random recipe X1. Mission item. Alternate realm map has been issued, and the restaurant's location has been marked. This mission has some substance. Chi-Han examined the mission closely before inquiring, System, what recipes can I randomly obtain? There is a possibility of acquiring recipes ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. The lower the star rating, the higher the drop probability. Is 5 stars the highest rating for recipes? Indeed, it appears we are once again engaged in a contest of luck. Gazing at the alternate realm map at the bottom of the mission page, Chi-Han concentrated and selected to receive it. An ancient scroll materialized in his hand, and with eager anticipation, Chi-Han unfurled it to discover what this alternate realm resembled. Yet, he soon found himself unable to maintain his amusement. A golden pentagram was prominently marked on the map, indicating the location of his restaurant within the starter gift package. And the city where the restaurant was situated was named Shrek City. Upon closer inspection, the largest green expanse on the map was labeled the Star Luo Forest. The 2 largest nations on the map were the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Dou Empire. System, what is your request? Why would I, a person who has traversed to the Douluo Continent, possess a culinary system? Shouldn't I receive an invincible system? Perhaps a system that allows me to enhance my skills with every breath? Or one that grants points to everything? Alternatively, a system that capitalizes on negative emotions would suffice. I excel at inciting annoyance, truly. The selection of the alternate realm is random and unrelated to the system's nature. Please be aware, host. Very well. Chi-Han relinquished his struggle and glanced at the distance between his current position and Shrek City. The distance was considerable. If he wished to arrive within 3 days, he needed to set forth immediately. Chapter 2. Future Neighbors. Since its establishment, Shrek Academy has a history spanning over 5,000 years. Under the leadership of the original triumvirate, the Golden Iron Triangle, its scale has continually expanded, and its influence has permeated the surrounding areas, gradually cultivating a distinctive atmosphere. Once, Shrek Academy was affiliated with the Heaven Dou Empire. However, as the reputation of Shrek Academy, the foremost institution on the continent, spread far and wide, a significant influx of soul masters from the Star Luo Empire sought to join. For the Star Luo Empire, this situation was akin to a brain drain. How could they tolerate it? In response, the Star Luo Empire lodged a formal protest against the Heaven Dou Empire, even threatening war. At that time, Shrek Academy had already established the Sea God Pavilion, with its elders being titled Douluo powerhouses. It was no longer merely an academy. It had assumed the semblance of a formidable force, deserving equal regard even from the Heaven Dou Empire. After negotiations among the 3 parties, a consensus was reached under the suggestion of the then Sea God Pavilion Master. The Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire each presented a portion of territory to Shrek Academy, naming it Shrek City, and Shrek Academy relocated there, becoming independent of any single nation. From that moment forth, Shrek City became a city existing outside the empires, governed solely by Shrek Academy. And today, Shrek City welcomed a new guest. Huff, huff. Chi-Han gasped for breath as he approached the gates of Shrek City. 3 days, do you have any idea how I managed to get here in those 3 days? Chi-Han felt an overwhelming urge to shout at the magnificent gates of Shrek City. Just 3 days prior, he had hastily liquidated all his possessions, totaling 4 silver soul coins and 3 copper soul coins. 1 silver soul coin equated to 10 copper soul coins, and copper soul coins were the lowest denomination of currency in the Douluo Continent. For an ordinary person, 43 copper soul coins would suffice for several months of living expenses. Yet, in order to reach a grand city like Shrek City, Such meager funds were utterly insufficient. Reluctantly, Chi-Han had to pick up odd jobs along the way to scrape together enough fare, ensuring he arrived in Shrek City within the 3-day time frame stipulated by the system. During these 3 days, Chi-Han had also gained a clearer understanding of his circumstances. Undoubtedly, this world indeed resembles the Douluo Continent, a fact sufficiently evidenced by the ordinary individuals encountered by Chi-Han along his journey, who seemingly conjured axes and hoes from thin air. Moreover, Chi-Han, not clad in any armor, naturally possesses his own martial soul. His martial soul is a kitchen knife. Chi-Han sensed a malevolent intent emanating from the system, even suspecting that this was a deliberate choice made by it. System, I have not, you are fabricating tales. As for soul power, Chi-Han has no expectations. He is merely an ordinary person, and the prospect of cultivating it on his own is utterly implausible. Nonetheless, Chi-Han did not succumb to despondency, for the system had already informed him that future mission rewards might include enhancements to soul power. While others grow stronger through cultivation, I, Chi-Han, shall strengthen myself by completing tasks through cooking. It is rather exhilarating. Shrek City is a grand metropolis, arguably the largest city on the Douluo Continent. Its magnificence even surpasses that of the capitals of the two great empires. Yet, this vast city imposes few barriers. Both soul masters and ordinary folk can enter and exit freely. This accessibility is a testament to the illustrious reputation of Shrek Academy over the past 5 millennia. No one dares to commit any wrongdoing here, whether soul master or an ordinary person devoid of soul power. There exists little distinction in the shadow of such a colossal institution as Shrek Academy. Upon entering Shrek City with great ease, Chi-Han followed the map provided by the system to locate the shop bestowed upon him. The shop was modest, resembling an unrenovated shell, roughly 100 square meters in size, divided into 2 levels. However, these details were inconsequential. Chi-Han cast a glance at the future neighbors of his establishment and couldn't help but retract his head slightly. System? What's the matter, host? Could the shop be relocated? The shop has been meticulously selected by the system, deemed most suitable for the host. Please do not reject the system's goodwill. No, I want to refuse. Chi-Han silently screamed within, his eyes filled with tears as he glanced across from his shop. Tang Sect's Shrek City branch. Then he looked to the left and right of the shop. Shrek City Grand Soul Arena, Shrek City Grand Auction House. Indeed, system, you're ruthless, placing the shop right in the midst of these 3 formidable giants. Friendly reminder, there are 4, as Shrek Academy's side entrance lies within 100 meters behind the shop. Silence. Chi-Han clutched his head in agony, acutely aware of the system's profound malice. The location is excellent. Establishing a shop here promises unparalleled foot traffic. However, I am merely an ordinary individual devoid of soul power. Although Shrek City boasts impeccable security, apprehension is still warranted. Please, host, promptly take possession of the shop and complete the task. Very well. No need to dwell on it, as the saying goes. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Chi-Han took a deep breath, standing in the center of the shop, and softly uttered, "Accept the shop." Ding. Task completion detected. Main Mission 1. Open a shop completed. Mission reward. Customizable shop renovation claimable. Randomly dropped recipe X1 claimable. Ding. Mission triggered. Main Mission 2. The first bucket of gold. The host is required to earn 100 gold soul coins utilizing their culinary skills. Mission description. The journey of a culinary god begins with this seemingly insignificant 100 gold soul coins. Mission rewards. Randomly dropped recipe X1. Soul power level 1. Chi-Han's gaze swiftly bypassed the reward for Mission 1, locking firmly onto the reward for Main Mission 2. Soul power level 1. His heart raced. He had not anticipated encountering such a rewarding task so soon. If his desire to become a soul master stemmed from a yearning for extraordinary power from his past life, having now truly witnessed such extraordinary strength, his longing to become a soul master has intensified beyond measure. Be brave, Chi-Han. Fear not the challenges ahead. Encouraging himself inwardly, Chi-Han directed his attention back to the rewards of Main Mission 1. Which one should he claim first? His gaze flitted between the two rewards. System. Any suggestions? It is advisable for the host to select the renovation style. First, the renovation will take 24 hours, during which the host can practice the acquired recipes in the system space. Culinary Arts Time Management Master System activated. Chi Han, receptive to guidance, claimed the renovation and perused the provided design options, ultimately opting for a fresh and airy aesthetic. Though he favored a minimalist vibe, such a style would clash too starkly with the architectural aesthetics of the Douluo Continent. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned that notion. It is noteworthy that the second level of the shop will be furnished by the system as living quarters for Chi Han. True real estate. A home, a business. Chapter 3. The First Recipe. After finalizing the renovation style, Chi Han entered the system space to claim the randomly dropped recipe. The system space remained unchanged, filled with a kaleidoscope of colors against a backdrop of inky blackness, seemingly boundless. Before Chi Han, an abrupt appearance of a spinning wheel materialized. The wheel featured segments of white, yellow, purple, black, and red, with the quantity and proportion decreasing sequentially from white to red. Each segment bore text, but due to their diminutive size, Chi Han could only glimpse dish names such as Buddha jumps over the wall and Kung Pao chicken. Yet merely these names were enough to ignite his enthusiasm. Stop! With a mere thought from Chi Han, the rapidly spinning wheel came to an abrupt halt, its pointer landing on a white segment on a one-star recipe. Damn! Chi Han's expression darkened, and he stared wide-eyed at the white segment. Eager to discern what he had drawn, the white segment expanded before him, revealing 3 bold characters alongside an accompanying image. Egg fried rice, JPG. A warning from the compass. Note: this explanation addresses the commonality of egg fried rice as a starting dish. The first recipe for opening a restaurant must naturally be a staple food. Some might argue that simply serving a dish with plain rice suffices, but cooking rice has its intricacies. It is not merely a large pot of rice slapped together, which would count as 2 recipes. Standard staple foods generally comprise fried rice, noodles, or pasta, and could also include steamed buns. Steamed buns are made through steaming, while noodles and pasta are typically boiled, with fried noodles and fried rice being somewhat less common. These do not significantly aid in culinary advancement and require considerable practice in kneading dough or crafting rice noodles. Only egg fried rice serves as a main dish for the restaurant, while simultaneously allowing the novice protagonist to hone fundamental skills such as knife techniques, heat control, tossing, and flipping, all with simple ingredients. As the outcome of the wheel was revealed, the form of the system space transformed instantaneously. The originally vibrant black morphed into a bright, polished kitchen, spanning over 100 square meters. What? Chi Han surveyed his surroundings, confused. System, what does this mean? Hard work will yield rewards. The random dish outcome is egg fried rice. The host must practice within the system space until capable of preparing a perfect egg fried rice to exit the system space. System, are you confining me? Chi Han's tone was filled with disbelief. To pursue the pinnacle of flavor, seclusion is essential. Please understand, host. How long must I practice? Chi Han's expression darkened slightly. The flow of time in the system space differs from the outside world. 30 days spent here equates to merely 1 day outside, and within the system space, the host will not feel fatigue or hunger. Are you implying I must toil for an entire month without rest? Chi Han felt trapped by the system, yet the thought of the reward from the main quest made him sigh in resignation. Let us do this. Within the kitchen, a phantom figure appeared, clad in a pristine white chef's coat. Its face obscured as the system narrated. The phantom commenced the preparation of egg fried rice at half speed. Chi Han stared intently at the figure's movements, striving to memorize each step with deft precision. A plate of light golden egg fried rice materialized before him, garnished with enticing scallions, the rich aroma wafting into Chi Han's nostrils, prompting him to involuntarily swallow. How I longed to eat. This was perhaps the most genuine reflection of Chi Han's desires at that moment. The demonstration concluded. Please savor the perfect egg fried rice, and then commence formal practice. Upon hearing this, Chi Han eagerly grabbed a spoon from the side and scooped a mouthful of egg fried rice into his mouth. Upon the first taste, a burst of eggy fragrance enveloped him, devoid of any fishy notes, instead revealing an extraordinary umami flavor that awakened his palate. Each grain of rice was enveloped in egg, its surface radiating a delicate golden hue. The rice had transformed into a fluffy texture through the frying process, each bite tender and fragrant. The crowning touch was the scallions, which infused the dish with soul. The harmonious blend of scallion and egg fragrances created a multi-layered aroma that left Chi-Han's appetite insatiable. This truly a perfect level of egg fried rice. Chi-Han suddenly felt that every egg fried rice he had ever tasted in his past life paled in comparison to the one before him. If only he could replicate such a dish. Earning 100 gold soul coins would not be a trivial feat. As Chi-Han devoured the rice with great fervor, the plate was soon devoid of remnants. Whether it was the influence of the system space or simply the deliciousness of the egg fried rice, Chi-Han now felt capable of devouring another plate. Tasting completed, please begin free practice. This system will point out errors in each practice session. Chi-Han set down the plate, wiped his mouth, and found all the necessary ingredients for fried rice neatly arranged on the table. Eggs, scallions, and rice. These constituted the entirety of the ingredients for egg fried rice. Chi-Han approached, inspecting each ingredient, and soon let out a soft gasp. System, what kind of egg is this? The rice and scallions bore little difference from those of his past life. But this egg, why does it have multicolored stripes? Moreover, it seemed larger than a typical egg. The egg is sourced from the Millennium Soul Beast, the colorful golden chicken. This soul beast is relatively weak, with a growth limit of a millennium, yet its meat is exceptionally delicious, and its eggs possess higher nutritional value, also serving to nourish soul power. Hiss. Does a one-star recipe require the use of an egg from a Millennium Soul Beast? One cannot deny the system's extravagance. Chi-Han picked up the scallion, ready to begin chopping, only to discover there were no utensils on the cutting board. System, where is the knife? Please employ your martial soul in the cooking process. Chi-Han nearly forgot that his martial soul was a kitchen knife. With a thought, a simple-looking kitchen knife materialized in his hand. This knife appeared no different from an ordinary kitchen knife. If anything, its quality seemed slightly superior, due to it being his martial soul. Chi-Han felt a sense of ease while wielding it. Though he had little experience with knives, it felt remarkably smooth in his grasp. Before long, the scallion segments on the cutting board mysteriously disappeared, only to be replaced by a fresh scallion, accompanied by the system's voice. Error detected. The scallions must be cut to half a finger's width and of uniform length. Please start over. Chi-Han. Exercising patience, Chi-Han resumed chopping. Yet after just a few slices, the scallions vanished again, and the same prompt echoed. This time, Chi-Han could no longer contain himself. System, they are just scallions. Can't we settle for something close enough? As the host of the system, please uphold strict standards. The perfect egg fried rice requires perfection in every aspect. I will endure. Chi-Han once again retrieved a scallion and commenced chopping. 5 times, 10 times, 100 times. Chi-Han had long lost track of how many scallions he had sliced. Within the system space, all fatigue dissipated, allowing him to remain in a state of boundless energy. Initially, he would only manage a few cuts before the system would reclaim the scallions and instruct him to restart, but gradually, Chi-Han's endurance increased, and he could successfully slice through a substantial portion of a scallion. Taking a deep breath, Chi-Han swung the knife once more, rapidly chopping the scallions on the cutting board. With each swift motion, the scallions were transformed into perfectly sized pieces, each half a finger wide. Without a hint of error, clang, the sound of the knife striking the board echoed, and Chi-Han stood momentarily entranced by the neatly chopped scallions before him. This time, the system did not signal an error. Had he finally met the standard? Gazing at the vibrant, orderly scallions on the board, Chi-Han experienced a fleeting moment of self-doubt. Is this truly the work of someone known as a kitchen disaster? Chapter 4. So delicious. With the successful chopping of the scallions, Chi-Han embarked on even more grueling practice. Error detected. The rice quantity is excessive. Please start over. Error detected. The timing for adding the eggs is incorrect. Please start over. Error detected. The frying is incomplete. Please start over. Error detected. The timing for removing from the heat is incorrect. Please start over. Each restart meant Chi-Han had to repeat all steps from chopping scallions. His expression gradually grew rigid, becoming increasingly strained, yet his skills were undeniably improving. Time passed unmeasured, and when Chi-Han finally completed the frying process, pouring the egg-fried rice onto a plate, he could not help but collapse onto the ground. With the system's presence, Chi-Han felt no physical fatigue, but the mental exhaustion was something even the system could not alleviate. The absence of error prompts indicated that Chi-Han's egg-fried rice had finally reached the so-called perfect level. Yet, the perfect egg-fried rice, which should have made Chi-Han salivate, now failed to hold his gaze. He was utterly spent, and yearned only for sleep. If sensing Chi Han's desires, everything around him swiftly faded. And he found himself back in the real world, landing directly on a bed that he hardly noticed where the bed had come from. In an instant, Chi Han slipped into slumber. When Chi Han awoke once more, it was already the following day. Finally awake, he began to take stock of his surroundings, surveying the familiar, refreshing decor. It seemed to be the style he had chosen yesterday. System, is the store renovation complete? Yes, it has been finished. Chi Han was momentarily taken aback as he recalled the relentless and frenzied practice he had undergone in the system's space. How long had I been training in the system's space? The host has trained for 27 days, accumulating 13,643 mistakes, and has successfully mastered the art of perfect egg fried rice, over 10,000 times. No, I must pull myself together. Chi Han rolled out of bed, briskly descended the stairs, and arrived at the shop on the ground floor. After a night's rest, Chi Han felt completely rejuvenated. At this moment, the singular thing he yearned to do was to test the egg fried rice he had produced after over 10,000 attempts. Between the kitchen and the dining area, there was only a simple partition, allowing a view of the kitchen from the dining space. The kitchen was modestly sized but sufficiently spacious for Chi Han to exhibit his skills. Thanks to a highly efficient interior layout that made this small establishment of merely 100 square meters appear quite expansive. Inside the shop, there were 8 tables, each adorned with 4 chairs, all harmoniously styled in a refreshing decor. At this early hour, Chi Han hurried into the kitchen, where he found eggs and scallions already prepared by the system in the cupboards, and a high-tech rice cooker that always contained freshly cooked rice, regardless of when it was opened. The system's pairing with advanced technology is quite reasonable. Having failed over 10,000 times in the system space, Chi Han could now be described as having reached an almost transcendent level in making egg fried rice. Within just a few minutes, a steaming plate of egg fried rice was ready to be served. It was indistinguishable from the perfect version etched in his memory. Taking a deep breath, Chi Han lifted the plate of his egg fried rice and took a hearty spoonful. It was truly delicious. As he savored his creation, he began to ponder the appropriate pricing for such a dish. As a novice chef, he had no authority to set prices, which were determined by the system. Set at 5 gold soul coins per serving. Due to the original text's chaotic currency system, from this chapter onward, the conversion is established at 1 gold soul coin, 1,000 units of purchasing power. Novice chef? Chi Han paused momentarily, realizing he had not previously heard the system mention any hierarchy among chefs. Sensing Chi Han's confusion, the system took the initiative to explain. The chef ranks are divided into 6 stages: novice, junior, intermediate, advanced, special, and divine. As the host chef rank increases, the system will grant more permissions, with the chef rank being determined by the system, taking into account the hostess abilities. Well, it makes sense that I am a novice chef if I can only make egg fried rice. Not wishing to dwell on this point any longer, Chi Han silently inquired, "System, do I have to pay for my own food? The host can eat for free, but hosting others requires payment, and no discounts can be applied to the dishes in any form. Free for oneself is sufficient. What more could one ask for?" Chi Han quietly prepared another serving for himself and devoured it ravenously. Were it not for his protesting stomach, he felt he could eat even more. In the Douluo Continent, there were no commercial regulations. The shop could open at any time. Chi Han strolled around the nearby neighborhood and, when lunchtime arrived, returned to his little shop to commence operations. The price sign for the egg fried rice was already prepared and hung on the wall of the shop. Egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coins per serving. The solitary dish appeared rather conspicuous. Yet Chi Han believed that as he mastered more recipes in the future, this would no longer be a significant issue. Although this pricing was determined by the system, Chi Han found it quite reasonable. Considering the use of eggs from a millennium-old soul beast, 5 gold soul coins did not seem excessively high. While it might represent several years' income for an ordinary person, in a society where extraordinary powers existed, the wealth gap would only widen. For soul masters, such a price was indeed acceptable. Thinking this way, it was undoubtedly wise to open the shop in Shrek City. Had it been located in a smaller village, it would likely struggle to attract customers. The only regret was that Chi Han had intended to add a sign at the entrance to inform others that this was a restaurant. But the system had mercilessly declined the suggestion. According to the system, a novice chef is not entitled to a sign. Please consider the matter again after becoming at least a junior chef. Chi Han could only mutter, "System, are you being polite?" Tang Zi was a member of the Tang Sect Strength Hall. Due to his commendable talents, he was regarded as a promising young figure within the sect. However, the Tang Sect's strict regulations meant that Tang Zi harbored none of the spoiled bad habits. Instead, he was profoundly grateful for the sect's nurturing, diligently completing the tasks assigned to him. One day, while visiting the Shrek City branch of the sect to hand over a task, he decided to treat himself to a meal at the gastronomic street of Shrek City. The culinary street was a veritable treasure trove of delicacies from across the continent. Any dish one could imagine could be found here, making it his favorite spot each time he visited the branch. Eating was one of the few pleasures he allowed himself amidst his arduous training. Just as he stepped out of the branch, intending to head straight to the food street, he suddenly halted. The keen senses of a soul master alerted Tang Zi to the presence of a new shop at the entrance of the Tang Sect. Chapter 5. Boss, I'll take 1 billion bowls. Tang Zi was certain that when he had visited the branch just 2 days prior, there had been no such establishment, indicating that it had opened recently. Observing the arrangement of tables and chairs inside, it bore some resemblance to a restaurant. This piqued the curiosity of the food-loving Tang Zi, prompting him to turn and approach the small shop. As the first customer to push through the door, Chi-Han quickly stood up, attempting to muster a smile, when he suddenly heard a warning from the system. The host is a man endowed with an otherworldly culinary system. Please maintain the requisite demeanor and suppress your ingratiating smile. This, ingratiating? Very well. Chi-Han's smile faltered and gradually turned to a blank expression. From this day forth, I shall be known as Yuan Han. Due to his martial spirit, Tang Zi was exceptionally tall, standing at nearly 2 meters. When he entered and stood before Chi-Han, it felt as though a mountain had descended upon him. Chi-Han felt a surge of nervousness, but maintained his expressionless faade. Looking up at Tang Zi and inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" So it truly is a restaurant. Tang Zi surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. The decor was unlike anything he had seen before. Yet it possessed a refreshing quality that made one feel instantly relaxed upon entering. He spoke in a booming voice. "Are you the owner? What delicious offerings do you have here?" His tone hinted at eager anticipation. Chi-Han pointed to a wall behind Tang Zi. "The menu is behind you." Upon hearing this, Tang Zi turned around, blinking in surprise. "Am I seeing things? Why is there only one dish? Wait a moment. What did he ask me when I entered? What would I like to eat? You ask me what I want to eat when there is only one dish," with a mind full of questions. Tang Zi clung to a glimmer of hope and asked, Boss, your shop can't possibly have only one dish, right? It must be that the menu isn't ready yet, so you only have one dish for now." Right? Then Chi-Han's response shattered Tang Zi's hope. "Yes, our shop currently has only one dish to avoid any misunderstanding." Chi-Han emphasized the word currently, hoping that this first customer would not be dissuaded. Tang Zi indeed understood, his expression relaxing considerably. "Currently? Does that mean there will be more dishes in the future? Well then, I shall give this dish a try. I'll have a serving of egg fried rice." "Please." Tang Zi chose a seat by the window, preparing to wait. By the way, what is egg fried rice? Tang Zi scratched his head, puzzled by the peculiar name, hoping it would be tasty. As for the price of 5 gold soul coins. It was hardly a concern for him. The Tang Sect's hidden weapons were highly sought after across the continent, and the sect was wealthy, naturally not stingy with its disciples. For someone like him, who had achieved 5th ring cultivation at just over 20 years of age, he was considered an exceptional disciple within the sect, and spending 5 gold soul coins on a meal was hardly a burden. Provided it was worth the price. Of course, this was contingent upon the quality of the food. Tang Zi had resolved that if the offerings of this shop were subpar, he would not hesitate to confront the owner. The wait was not as prolonged as Tang Zi had anticipated. Just a few minutes later, a steaming plate of egg fried rice was presented to him by Chi-Han. This, Tang Zi's eyes widened as he gazed upon the plate of egg fried rice. He ate rice daily, yet this looked distinctly different. Each grain of rice was enveloped in a light golden hue, associating it with its name. Tang Zi quickly deduced that the golden color was likely the egg mixture. A dish made with egg mixture and rice. This is a brand new version of the dish that Tang Zi has never encountered before. Within the pale golden fried rice, there are flecks of green and white scallions, which, unlike the limp scallions he had previously tasted, shimmer like emeralds. Taking a deep breath, the sweet aroma of scallions melds seamlessly with the rich fragrance of the fried rice, creating an unparalleled olfactory experience. It must be delicious. A sudden thought surged in Tang Zi's mind. Picking up a small spoon from the side, he opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. As the dish entered his mouth, its aroma intensified, enveloping him in a cocoon of delightful scent. It is challenging to articulate the exquisite taste, and for someone as unrefined as Tang Zi, All words ultimately distilled to two simple characters: delicious. Unable to contain his admiration, he began devouring the dish with fervor. The portion of fried rice was substantial, yet given Tang Zi's towering stature, he naturally consumed more, reluctantly setting down the empty plate. He couldn't help but glance toward the kitchen. "Boss, another bowl, please." As he finished the fried rice, Tang Zi distinctly sensed his spiritual power circulating more swiftly. Could it be that this fried rice was crafted from extraordinary ingredients? This realization startled him. While this enhancement paled in comparison to rare treasures, it was astonishing that such delectable fried rice was only 5 gold soul coins. Chi-Han nodded, suddenly realizing something. He quietly inquired. System, can the same customer make multiple purchases? As a chef, it was essential for customers to leave satisfied. They could indeed reorder, but if waste occurred, the host had the right to blacklist them from service. Fortunately, his culinary system was not affiliated with Yuan Zhou's system. "Do you know Meg Alex?" "No. Who is that?" "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry." After this aimless question, Chi-Han lowered his head and resumed happily chopping scallions. A customer could reorder, indicating that the completion of the second main task could proceed at an accelerated pace. He placed a second serving of fried rice before Tang Zi and sat down on a chair. Continuing to relax, this spot was considered one of the busiest in Shrek City, yet there was only a single customer at present. From Tang Zi's attire, it was evident he was a disciple of the Tang Sect. Likely having just left his sect and stumbled upon the small shop. Chi-Han, who might have been puzzled by the low customer turnout yesterday, now understood the reason after wandering nearby in the morning. Just next door was the renowned food street of Shrek City, filled with culinary delights from across Douluo Continent, bustling with patrons during mealtimes. In contrast, this street was not a dining destination for most people in Shrek City. Since the shop's location was chosen by the system, there must be a deeper significance behind it. Could it be that I am meant to compete with the entire food street using just one small shop? No way, could it? Congratulations, host. You guessed correctly. Sighing at the sudden appearance of the system, Chi-Han fell into contemplation. As suspected, this system with its bushy eyebrows and large eyes was not to be underestimated. Chapter 6. The satisfaction of recognition. Having wolfed down the second serving of fried rice, Tang Zi fully embodied the essence of a voracious eater. After placing the plate down, he smacked his lips. "I am about 60% full. I suppose I could manage one more serving." "Boss, I'll have another bowl." "Another one?" Chi-Han couldn't help but gaze at Tang Zi with renewed interest. His astonishment was justified. 2 servings of fried rice were already quite substantial, and had he not been ravenous that morning, he himself wouldn't have been able to consume 2 portions. Yet now this fellow was asking for a third? Observing Tang Zi's physique, Chi-Han began to comprehend. With such a tall stature, it was only natural for him to eat more. However, to be on the safe side, he kindly reminded, "If food is wasted, you will be blacklisted from this establishment and unable to return. Are you certain you still want to proceed?" "Oh." Tang Zi's eyes brightened, casting a more appreciative gaze toward Chi-Han. This boss is intriguing. Coming from a humble background, Tang Zi understood the value of food, having experienced poverty in his youth. Moreover, as an avid eater, wasting food was the greatest vice. Thus, he chuckled heartily and waved his hand. "Rest assured, boss, I can handle it." Chi-Han nodded and returned to the kitchen, preparing another serving to place before Tang Zi. This third portion was consumed much more slowly than the previous ones. On one hand, he was already about 60% full and couldn't eat too quickly. On the other, he discovered that savoring the dish allowed him to appreciate the fried rice's flavors even more. Each bite was rich with the essence of egg and scallions, leaving a delightful aftertaste. This flavor, divine. Due to his duties, Tang Zi traveled between Tiando City and Shrek City every 3 days, and at this moment, he silently resolved that each time he visited Shrek City in the future, he would patronize the boss's establishment. Unbeknownst to Chi-Han, the small shop already had its first loyal customer. Fried rice could only be savored so much. And despite the meticulous enjoyment, an end would inevitably come. Reluctantly placing down the plate, his somewhat distended stomach reminded him that a 4th serving was beyond his capacity. He had no choice but to concede. "Boss, I'd like to settle the bill. Thank you for your patronage. That will be 15 gold soul coins." Tang Zi nodded, retrieving 15 gold soul coins from his pocket and handing them to the boss. "I will return next time." With that, he turned and pushed open the door to leave. As the customer departed, a subtle smile crept onto Chi-Han's lips. In both his past and present lives, Having his culinary creations recognized and appreciated filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, he felt that the countless failures he endured within the system space had been worthwhile. Main Task 2. The first bucket of gold, please. Host. Utilize your culinary skills to earn 100 gold soul coins. Task description. The journey of a culinary master may very well begin with these unassuming 100 gold soul coins. Task reward. Randomly dropped recipe X1. Soul power level 1 task completion. 15100. Glancing at the task progress, Chi-Han smiled faintly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he completed the task. Although Chi-Han was full of enthusiasm, his current notoriety was still low. Throughout the entire afternoon, only Tang Zi had visited. As Chi-Han prepared to close up for the evening, the system's notification rang out once more. Ding! Task triggered. Time-limited task. Taste local cuisine, please. Host. Visit the Shrek City food street within 6 hours and sample at least 5 varieties of local Douluo cuisine, ensuring no waste occurs. Task description. As a culinary master, continuously absorbing new culinary techniques is of utmost importance. Please, host, strive diligently and commit to lifelong learning. Task reward. 2-star selectable recipe fragment X1. Chi-Han pondered as he reclined on a lounge chair. Deep in thought, when did he trigger this task? Could it be that a mature system autonomously initiates tasks? A time-limited task? Observing the 6-hour time frame, Chi-Han reflected. It seemed that aside from the main task, there were other types of tasks as well. Upon reviewing the task, it appeared straightforward enough. The food street was just next door, a mere few minutes' walk away. Unlike his own shop, it operated continuously from dawn to dusk, so he could certainly find something to eat. However, the crux of the matter lay in sampling more than 5 varieties without wasting any. For Chi-Han, this was not a significant challenge. He only needed to select 5 smaller portion snacks. Moreover, having just received 15 gold soul coins, he need not worry about affording it. This task posed no difficulty for him at all. Nevertheless, Chi-Han glanced at the task reward, feeling somewhat puzzled. System. What is a 2-star selectable recipe fragment? A selectable recipe fragment can be exchanged for any recipe within the 2-star category once the specified quantity is collected. Chi-Han's eyes brightened instantly. The star level was inconsequential. The key was the ability to choose. This was far superior to a random selection. How many fragments are needed? 4 pieces of a 2-star selectable recipe fragment can be exchanged for 1 recipe. Chi-Han discerned the system's implication. Different star levels required varying quantities of fragments. 1-star selectable recipe fragments needed just 1 for an exchange, whereas 2-star required 4. 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star recipes. The requirements escalated to 9, 16, and 25 fragments respectively. TSK. Chi-Han couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. To reach 5-star, one would need an astounding 25 fragments for a single recipe. That seemed exceedingly difficult to gather. However, a single fragment sufficed for a 1-star recipe. Chi-Han felt a stirring in his heart. The issues plaguing the small shop were glaringly evident. It lacked prominence and offered an insufficient variety of dishes. Therefore, the immediate priority was to expand the menu. If 2-star recipe fragments could be exchanged for 1-star fragments, it would instantly augment the selection of dishes available at the shop, ensuring that fried rice would no longer stand alone. But it never truly was alone, just as this thought echoed in his mind. The system's voice appeared at an opportune moment. Fragments of self-selected recipes of different star levels cannot be exchanged for one another. Please do not harbor unrealistic expectations. Chi-Han. Damn. Nevertheless, 2-star self-selected recipe fragments are still valuable assets. Once I accumulate 3 more, I can redeem a 2-star dish. Vaguely recalling that most meat dishes seem to belong to the 2-star category, Chi-Han felt a surge of anticipation, especially as a person who relished meat. Closing the door behind him, he stepped out with money in hand. Speaking of which, during his journey to Shrek City, he had been frugal to the point of merely purchasing a few items to satisfy his hunger. He had yet to truly experience the culinary delights of Douluo Continent. Although mealtime had passed, the food street in Shrek City was still bustling with crowds, the mingled aromas of various foods causing Chi-Han to shed unbidden tears. Having already digested the 2 servings of fried rice he had consumed that morning, after observing for a while, he soon spotted a stall with a long queue, evidently faring better than the others. As he drew closer, the rich aroma of the food became apparent. Judging by the portion sizes in the hands of customers, it seemed to be a type of snack rather than a staple dish. Perfect. It aligned perfectly with Chi-Han's desires. He would give it a try. Chapter 7. Local delicacies. Though the line at the stall was long, it moved swiftly, suggesting that the preparation of these snacks did not require much time. As Chi-Han approached, he finally caught sight of the stall's sign. Grilled trout balls. Grilled trout balls? This was clearly a dish Chi-Han had never heard of. Just as he pondered this, an introduction from the system appeared at the right moment. Grilled trout balls, a specialty of Lanbo City in the Star Luo Empire of Douluo Continent. Lanbo City, a coastal city, is known for a unique seafood called green trout. This fish can grow to over 3 meters in length and is inedible due to its tough flesh, but its roe is exceptionally delicious. Grilled trout balls are made primarily from green trout roe, seasoned and grilled to perfection, making it a local delicacy. Lanbo City. Chi-Han's curiosity was piqued by the peculiar nature of this fish, which was inedible yet boasted delectable ROE. As the queue progressed, it soon became his turn. The stall owner was a kindly-looking woman who smiled at Chi-Han before commencing the preparation. Chi-Han observed her actions closely. Her cooking utensils resembled a larger version of the iron plates used for making takoyaki in his previous life. The woman scooped a ladle of thick, white batter from a large container and poured it into each hemispherical cavity of her cooking apparatus. This batter appeared to be a mixture of flour and water, interspersed with chopped green onions and other ingredients, rapidly solidifying into bowl-like forms. Then, she delicately placed the green trout roe into each bowl, covering them with another layer of the white batter. The roe, a translucent red, was the size of longan fruit, fitting perfectly within the specially crafted utensils. As the second layer began to set, the woman deftly flipped the grilled trout balls over with a bamboo skewer. Chi-Han blinked, noting the striking resemblance of this technique to that of making takoyaki in his previous life. It seemed that culinary skills shared commonalities even in different worlds. With a soft sound, the grilled trout balls emitted a pleasant aroma as they released their enticing fragrance. Standing at the front of the queue, Chi-Han inhaled deeply, tears of longing escaping from the corners of his eyes. A sudden crisp sound erupted from within the grilled trout balls, turning them a more vibrant red. Was it the green trout roe bursting open, as if responding to the signal of its explosion? A series of popping noises followed, the trout balls transforming into a brilliant crimson hue. The sound was remarkably satisfying. As the roe within the grilled trout balls burst, a unique seafood aroma wafted through the air, infusing the dish with soul. Simultaneously, the woman skillfully placed one grilled trout ball into a paper box, sprinkled it with some unknown seasonings, and handed it over to Chi-Han. 2 silver soul coins for one grilled trout ball. Wishing to save room for other delights, Chi-Han prudently opted for just one, holding the grilled trout ball, roughly the size of half a fist. Chi-Han's face broke into a smile that only a true foodie could wear. He took a gentle bite, as if unlocking a seal, and the flavorful essence of the grilled trout ball surged forth, its rich aroma enveloping him. Instinctively, he took another bite, delving deeper into the hidden green trout roe within. The roe had transformed into a jam-like consistency, reminiscent of the explosive snacks from his previous life, its flavor surpassing even that of caviar. He wondered if he could use this green trout roe to create dishes in the future. With its crispy exterior and flavorful filling, Chi-Han quickly understood the reason behind the snack's immense popularity. Excellent. On to the next one. For a true foodie, time always flies. Mere hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. With a full belly, Chi-Han returned to his little shop, regret etched on his face. The cause of his regret was not the quality of the food, but rather the overwhelming number of delectable options available. Truly, the Shrek City food street, renowned for its diverse culinary offerings from across the Douluo Continent, had allowed Chi-Han to sample 7 or 8 delightful snacks within less than a tenth of his journey. Leaving him unable to eat any more, he resolved to return another day. The grilled trout ball was merely an appetizer. Each subsequent snack was equally delicious, in this world imbued with extraordinary powers. Perhaps the abundance of exquisite ingredients was unparalleled, and unlike his previous life, devoid of additives, Chi-Han felt that the culinary delights of Douluo Continent far exceeded anything he had ever tasted before. After claiming his task rewards, Chi-Han opened the door to his shop, preparing to commence the evening's business. With 85 gold soul coins remaining to complete the second main quest, Chi-Han sat in his chair, his eyes fixated on the passers-by, each one appearing as a potential gold soul coin. 2 young girls strolled past the entrance of the shop, pausing upon noticing it, igniting a flicker of excitement in Chi-Han's heart. After a brief exchange of whispers, they stepped inside. Both girls appeared quite young, around 14 or 15 years old, yet perhaps due to their status as soul masters, They already exhibited graceful figures, the most striking aspect. However, was their attire. In Shrek City, everyone recognized that the green uniform signified one thing. It belonged to Shrek Academy. Given their ages, they were likely first-year students. As Chi-Han observed the two girls, they too scrutinized him discreetly. The girl with red hair seemed bolder, inquiring, "Uncle, is this a restaurant?" "Uncle?" Chi-Han was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing she was addressing him. This body was already 25 years old. Although he had taken care of himself and donned a pristine chef's outfit that made him appear somewhat handsome, age was age, and it wasn't surprising that the young girl referred to him as uncle. Chi-Han pointed to the menu on the wall and asked, "What would you like to eat?" The two girls simultaneously looked up at the menu, then turned to glance at Chi-Han. An eerie silence hung in the air. The red-haired girl finally broke it, asking, "Do we have options?" Chi-Han cleared his throat, about to respond, when he noticed the quiet black-haired girl gently tugging at her companion's sleeve. Shuang, let's eat somewhere else. It's too expensive here." The red-haired girl patted the black-haired girl's hand, grinning. "Hey, we won 3 matches in a row today and earned plenty of gold soul coins, so don't worry. Today, I'll treat you." She then turned to Chi-Han, saying, "Boss uncle, we'll have 2 servings of fried rice." However, Shuang squinted her eyes, adding, "If it's this expensive and not delicious, don't blame me for being rude." As she spoke, 3 soul rings appeared around Shuang's body. Yellow, purple. This girl, no older than 14 or 15, was astonishingly a 3-ringed soul master. Chapter 8. A true aroma warning system. What should we do if someone vandalizes the shop? Rest assured, esteemed host, with this system in place, not even the formidable Extreme Douluo can disrupt this establishment. Splendid. That puts my mind at ease. Thus, faced with the threat posed by the crimson-haired maiden, Chi-Han calmly nodded. Subsequently, turning to return to the kitchen, Shuang merely revealed her soul rings for a fleeting moment before swiftly retracting them, pulling the dark-haired girl to sit beside her as they engaged in conversation. The quaint little shop was remarkably tranquil. Although Chi-Han had no intention of prying into others' privacy, the girl named Shuang had a rather loud voice, making their chatter quite audible to him. The 2 young ladies had triumphed in 3 consecutive matches in the Grand Soul Arena that day, securing a considerable amount of gold soul coins, and had thus resolved to celebrate together. Initially, they intended to visit the food street, but were captivated by the shop's charming decor as they passed by, prompting them to step inside for a closer look. Indeed, the fresh and vibrant style was particularly appealing to young women. Soon enough, Chi-Han emerged from the kitchen, bearing 2 plates of egg-fried rice, which he presented before the 2 maidens. The kitchen was equipped with the system's advanced range hood technology, ensuring that no aromas wafted into the dining area. However, the moment Chi-Han set the dishes down, the rich fragrance enveloped the entire dining space, causing the 2 girls' conversation to abruptly cease as they fixated intently on the plates before them. Even the dark-haired girl, who had previously opposed dining here, could not suppress a gulp of saliva, while the crimson-haired girl, named Shuang, was even less composed, tears of longing escaping the corners of her eyes. Chi-Han smiled faintly, having anticipated their reactions, and casually remarked, "Enjoy your meal," before gracefully departing. That it was impossible for them to resist the allure of the meal. Gold soul coins? Bring them forth. Gazing at the enticing egg-fried rice before them, Shuang swallowed hard, exchanging a glance with the dark-haired girl, and then both lowered their heads to begin tasting. With just one bite, the exquisite flavors exploded on their palates, utterly captivating the 2 maidens. Shuang, between mouthfuls, mumbled something about returning next time. The dark-haired girl sitting across from her, although silent, was equally swift in her movements. With a soft clatter, Shuang set her plate down, appearing somewhat unsatisfied, and turned her gaze towards the kitchen. "Boss, another serving, please." Chi-Han lifted his eyes to assess the 2 young ladies. Such petite figures. Would they truly be able to finish? This establishment does not condone waste. Any excess will result in being blacklisted, never to receive service again. Are you certain you wish to order another? You. Shuang's brows furrowed in indignation as she slammed her hand on the table, her 3 soul rings reappearing as she glared fiercely at Chi-Han. "There are no such rules at the food street. That is precisely why I am not at the food street." Chi-Han replied, his tone unwavering. Shuang was flustered, suspecting that the shopkeeper was deliberately targeting her. Having been pampered since childhood, She possessed no concept of frugality. She truly could not finish a second serving of egg fried rice. At most managing half, torn between anger and the fear of never tasting such delicious dishes again, she found herself in a dilemma when the dark-haired girl gently tugged at her sleeve. "Fuya," Ing Shuang pouted, yet Fuya smiled reassuringly that it's all right. Let's share a third serving. The two of us surely won't waste it. The plate in front of Fuya was already emptied though. Ing Shuang's eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously. She turned to Chi-Han, her prideful demeanor resurfacing. "Now, may I have another serving?" Chi-Han nodded and returned to the kitchen, shortly reappearing with a new plate of egg fried rice for the two maidens. They exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, used their small spoons to transfer the rice from the new plate to their own, resuming their delightful feast. After quite some time, Ing Shuang called out, "Boss, the check." Pleased that Chi-Han strolled over, accepting the 15 gold soul coins Ing Shuang extended toward him, turning back to the kitchen under her fierce gaze. "Humph." Ing Shuang huffed in dissatisfaction at the shopkeeper's disregard, then took Fuya's hand and stood to leave. Stepping out of the quaint little shop, the young lady still appeared somewhat displeased. "I shan't return again." Fuya smiled faintly, unfazed by her best friend's contradictory sentiments. "Then shall I come alone next time?" Fuya's family circumstances were not as affluent as Ing Shuang's. She was a working student at the academy, which had initially prompted her to try and steer Ing Shuang toward a different restaurant. However, after savoring the egg fried rice, that notion had long since vanished. The dishes at this little shop were indeed pricey, yet they were worth every bit of 5 gold soul coins. Frequent indulgence might be beyond her means. But treating oneself occasionally was certainly not an issue. But the menu is a tad limited, in a way. Ing Shuang sprang up like an agitated cat at the remark. "Even if I don't come, you can still bring me along." Fuya giggled, unable to contain her laughter at Ing Shuang's antics. Ing Shuang, a true temptation warning. After the two girls departed, Chi-Han lounged comfortably in his chair, swaying gently as he observed the words that appeared before him. Main Quest 2, the first bucket of gold. Please utilize your culinary skills to earn 100 gold soul coins. Quest description. The journey of a culinary master may very well begin with this seemingly insignificant 100 gold soul coins. Quest reward. Randomly drops a recipe X1. Soul power level 1. Quest completion rate. 3100. Not bad. At this pace, it seems I will only need 2 or 3 days to complete the task. Just then, as Chi-Han pondered, a sudden commotion erupted outside the shop. 6 men emerged from the Tang Sect branch across the street, striding directly towards Chi-Han's establishment. What on earth? Observing their uniform attire, Chi-Han sensed he might be in for something significant. Yet the 6 men from the Tang Sect seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, discussing animatedly as they approached the quaint little shop. "Is this the delectable cuisine that Brother Tangzi spoke of? The decor is quite intriguing, rather pleasing to the eye. What good is a pretty decor if the food isn't delicious? Why waste words? Let's head inside. Indeed, I'm so tired of the food street. If there's a tasty place right at our doorstep, that would be absolutely splendid." As they conversed, the 6 men had already stepped into Chi-Han's little shop. The leader calling out upon entry, "Boss, 6 servings of that egg fried rice. Good gracious, customers." Chi-Han's eyes lit up, instantly rising to his feet. As he prepared the egg fried rice, his mind raced with calculations. They were all grown men. Surely, consuming 2 servings each would be no problem. That amounted to 60 gold soul coins. Almost half of the main quest completed in one go. What splendid luck. But wait. They ordered egg fried rice without even glancing at the menu. Connecting the dots, Chi-Han surmised that the 6 men were indeed from the Tang Sect. Had the customer named Tang Zi mentioned something during lunch? Chapter 9. Completing the main quest ahead of schedule. As the discussions of the 6 diners reached Chi-Han's ears, he gradually pieced together the situation. It turned out that after finishing his meal, Tang Zi returned to the Tang Sect to gather his belongings in preparation for heading back to the headquarters in Tiando City. He fortuitously encountered a fellow disciple with whom he shared a good rapport. This disciple, named Zhou Long, was a regular resident at the Shrek City branch, spending most of his time there. As they parted, Tang Zi casually informed Zhou Long about the new little shop that had opened at the Tang Sect's entrance, where the dishes served were flavors he had never experienced before. It was likely due to Chi-Han's no-waste policy that Tang Zi had developed a favorable impression of him and decided to lend a hand. Zhou Long, a squad leader in the Tang Sect's elite team, overseeing 5 other disciples, felt an increased curiosity after Tang Zi's mention. He decided to treat his subordinates to a meal after their training. Eager to discover the exquisite flavors that had so captivated Tang Zi's thoughts. Having unraveled the sequence of events, Chi Han felt a surge of gratitude towards his very first customer. Perhaps the next time he visited, he could treat him to a meal. Though treats could not be free, he could always pay the system. The 6 servings of egg fried rice were soon prepared and presented to the table by Chi Han. This led him to contemplate whether he should eventually hire a server as business picked up. That sounds like a splendid idea. Zhou Long observed his 5 subordinates drooling in anticipation, discreetly wiping the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the uniquely aromatic egg fried rice before him. Unhesitatingly picking up a nearby small spoon, let's dig in. The disciples of the Yidong are predominantly endowed with defensive-type martial souls, typically characterized by large beast martial souls that emphasize protection. Those who possess these martial souls tend to exhibit a stature taller than the average individual. Zhou Long and his 6 subordinates all stand at a minimum height of 1.85 meters, each resembling formidable giants, in the span of merely half a stick of incense. They devoured their meal with ravenous enthusiasm. As they gazed at the now empty plates, they exchanged glances with one another. Are you full? Not really. And you? Neither am I. Observing the silent communication among his 5 subordinates, Zhou Long felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. It seemed he would have to dig deeper into his pockets this time. Boss, bring us another 6 servings. Chi Han turned towards the kitchen, his eyes gleaming with delight. He cherished these straightforward patrons who had no pretensions. Earning money was secondary. The primary concern was that he still needed 10 more gold soul coins to complete his main quest. Judging by the current situation, it seemed likely that even another 6 servings might not suffice for their appetites. And tonight he could very well fulfill his task. In reality, after finishing 6 servings of egg fried rice, Zhou Long was still inclined to order 6 more. Consequently, Chi Han promptly reminded him that wasting food would lead to the small establishment being blacklisted. Zhou Long, being a reasonable man, became considerably more cautious upon hearing this. After consulting with the other 5, he opted for 4 servings instead. The group left the small shop with 16 empty plates. And judging by their demeanor as they departed, it was highly probable they would become frequent visitors in the future. This was significant news for Chi Han, as these Tang Sect disciples were permanent residents of the Shrek City branch, which meant they would be around daily. Once the Tang Sect disciples had left, Chi Han hurriedly closed up shop, unable to contain his excitement any longer. System, have I completed my task? Ding. Task completion detected for the host. Main quest 2. First pot of gold, completed. Task reward. Randomly dropped recipe X1, collectible. Soul power level 1, collectible. Ding. Task triggered. Main quest 3. A modicum of fame allowed the small shop to have 100 returning customers. Task description. A qualified small shop should possess a flavor that lingers in people's minds. Task rewards. Randomly dropped recipe X1. Soul power level 5. 2-star selectable recipe fragment X1 as per tradition. Chi Han did not immediately claim the reward, but instead glanced at the new main quest. This time, the task reward seemed considerably more abundant. System. How do you define a returning customer? A customer who makes a second purchase in the shop is considered a returning customer. Chi Han nodded, gaining some understanding. It appeared that main quest 3 would not be so easily accomplished, which explained the more generous rewards. It was time to claim the rewards. Chi Han's hand trembled slightly. Yet he resolutely selected the soul power level 1. A warm current flowed through his limbs, ultimately converging beneath his navel. Though subtle, this sensation was an immense surprise for Chi Han. Is this what soul power feels like? Although it was only a level 1, the reality of this soul power was profoundly tangible. System, now that I possess soul power, can I practice on my own? The system remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. Given the host's current state, the maximum soul power cultivation speed is 2 levels per year. Clearly, completing system tasks is the best route to enhance soul power. Please refrain from wasting time on meaningless cultivation. Just listen to that. So pretentious. Meaningless cultivation. Chi Han had contemplated putting in the effort, truly. With a soft sigh, he opted to claim the other task reward, the randomly dropped recipe. With a mere thought, Chi Han found himself in the system space once more. Facing the familiar spinning wheel, excitedly rubbing his hands together, he thought, this time it can't be a 1-star dish, can it? He didn't ask for much, just a 2-star would suffice. Stop. After a series of prayers for blessings from the Buddha and God, Chi Han closed his eyes and shouted, stop. He then cautiously opened his eyes, and upon seeing the yellow section of the wheel, a smile broke across his face. 2-star. I am easily satisfied. The segment enlarged instantly. revealing its contents clearly before Chi-Han's eyes. Pig stomach chicken.jpg. Chi-Han raised an eyebrow. When it comes to meat dishes, this certainly qualifies. There is pork and chicken, but it is a soup dish. Nevertheless, it seems quite fitting to have a soup alongside the egg-fried rice. Chi-Han felt fairly content with this outcome. As the results of the draw were confirmed, the system space transformed once again into a kitchen setting. Gazing at the familiar chef's projection, Chi-Han scratched his head. System, does that mean I cannot leave until I create a perfect dish again? Indeed. Then what about my shop? The system fell silent for a moment before responding again. Ding. Considering the host's situation, the training space rules have been revised. The host may enter at will, but until a perfect dish is created, no recipes can be claimed. Chi-Han nodded, then with another thought, exited the system space. Having finally completed a task, he certainly deserved a good rest. As for the new recipe, that could wait until tomorrow. Chapter 10. Pig Stomach Chicken in the Douluo Continent. There are few entertainment options. For soul masters, perhaps cultivation is the best form of leisure, while for ordinary people, nighttime is likely meant for sleeping. Despite saying to leave it for tomorrow, Chi-Han still rose early, entering the system space before dawn. Pig stomach chicken is a renowned soup dish in Cantonese cuisine from his previous life, involving the preparation of pig stomach and chicken, which is significantly more complex than egg-fried rice. From this perspective, it is indeed fitting to categorize it as a two-star dish. The demonstration was once again conducted by the phantom chef within the training space, who skillfully handled the soft pig stomach and an entire chicken, chopping them into small pieces before seasoning and simmering them, the entire process flowing seamlessly. What would typically take several hours to prepare was condensed into a mere 5 minutes through the system's advanced technology. What ultimately presented itself before Chi-Han was a pot filled with creamy white broth, alongside tender chicken pieces and slightly curled pig stomach. Unlike stir-fried dishes, soup does not emit a strong aroma. The perfect pig stomach chicken has a subtle scent that tantalizes the senses, with its rich flavors making one's mouth water. Unable to restrain himself, Chi-Han took a small spoon and sampled the broth. The rich flavors of the pig stomach and chicken melded together, complemented by the warmth of ginger. The three elements harmoniously intertwined, elevating the pig stomach chicken to a sublime level. Just one sip of the broth captured the essence of the entire dish. After savoring it for a moment, Chi-Han took a deep breath and then lifted a piece of pig stomach with his chopsticks. The pig stomach was incredibly elastic, stretching out as it was lifted before quickly curling back up. A texture that was unlike that of a typical soup dish, resembling that of stir-fried pig stomach instead. It was tender yet not tough. Under the perfect preparation, the strips of pig stomach displayed no off-putting taste. Instead, they exuded the inherent fragrance of the pig stomach, enhanced by the absorbed flavors of the chicken, offering a delightful experience that was neither greasy nor heavy. Truly exceptional. He then picked up a piece of chicken, specifically the chicken breast, which is often the most fibrous part. However, as he bit into it, there was no hint of toughness. Instead, it was incredibly tender, soft, and full of soup essence. The original flavors of the chicken were released. Intoxicatingly fragrant and delightful. Is this what a two-star dish tastes like? I must master it. Suddenly, Chi-Han felt an overwhelming surge of motivation. A full morning within the system space equated to a substantial 8 days, during which Chi-Han endured the cold, unyielding voice of the system. Error detected. The pig stomach was not washed thoroughly. Please restart. Error detected. The chicken was not sliced along the grain. Please restart. Error detected. The pig stomach was blanched for too long. Please restart. Error detected. The order of ingredient addition was incorrect. Please restart. Although he faced continuous setbacks, Chi-Han could distinctly feel that his progress was markedly quicker than during his practice with egg-fried rice. Notably, when selecting the ingredients for pig stomach chicken, the system opted for a 10-year-old ironthorn pig and a 10-year-old colorful rooster as the primary materials, while the system provided the pig stomach directly. Chi-Han had to personally handle the preparation of the colorful rooster, starting from the moment of killing the chicken. In terms of strength, Chi-Han might not even stand a chance against the 10-year-old colorful rooster, given that he only possessed level 1 soul power. Therefore, the system kindly bound each colorful rooster securely. Finally, with the system's notification, Chi-Han exited the system space. It was noon. He needed to open the shop. Descending the stairs, as Chi-Han was about to push open the door, he was taken aback to find someone already waiting at the entrance of his shop. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of 2 tall men entering with cheerful smiles. Boss, we thought you weren't opening today. Not at all. Unless there's a special reason. I open the shop punctually every day, Chi-Han replied, shaking his head, and then recalled who these two men were. They were among the 2 of the 5 disciples under Zhou Long from the previous night, a pair of twin brothers named Zhang Ji and Zhang Mo. Such names evoke a sense of solitude. Ah, this marked their second visit. They could be considered returning customers, couldn't they? Chi-Han glanced at the task menu and noticed a change in the task description. Main Task 3. Gaining notoriety, acquire 100 returning customers for the small shop. Task description. A qualified small eatery should possess an unforgettable flavor. Task reward. Randomly drop a recipe X1. Soul power level 5. 2-star optional recipe fragment X1 task progress. 2,100. Let us start with 2 servings of egg fried rice. Zhang Ji cheerfully declared, pulling Zhang Mo to sit at a table on the first floor. Although he had just endured a grueling training session in the system space, Chi-Han's physical state remained unaffected, and his movements in preparing the fried rice were as swift as ever. Soon, he presented 2 plates of egg fried rice before the Zhang brothers. Zhang Ji looked at Chi-Han and couldn't help but inquire, "Boss, your culinary skills are exceptional. Why does your shop only offer 1 dish?" Chi-Han hesitated momentarily, but decided to tease the returning customers with a preview of new dishes that would be introduced in a couple of days. "Oh, in that case, I'll have Captain Zhou come back for another round in a few days," Zhang Ji replied, his eyes lighting up. While Zhang Mo had already started eating quietly, he listened intently to their conversation. Upon hearing about the new dishes, he couldn't help but perk up his ears. New dishes? How exciting! Having understood the rules of Chi-Han's small establishment, the brothers did not waste any food, ordering a total of 5 servings of egg fried rice. After finishing their meal, they departed with cheerful expressions. Chi-Han watched the brothers leave, tidied up the plates, and placed them into the high-tech dishwasher provided by the system. After pondering for a moment, he spoke up, "System, could you introduce both large and small portion sizes for the egg fried rice?" This thought had just occurred to Chi-Han, recognizing that certain soul masters in Douluo Continent had larger appetites due to their martial souls. Serving 1 plate at a time could be cumbersome, yet offering only large portions would leave smaller eaters unable to finish. Hence, he proposed introducing both large and small sizes, with a large portion equating to 2 small ones, thus making it more convenient for customers. However, after Chi-Han made his request, the system seemed to experience a sudden glitch, remaining silent for an extended period. After a lengthy pause, an emotionless mechanical voice finally responded. The host has proposed a reasonable improvement by suggesting the division of egg fried rice into small and large portions. The system has approved the introduction of large egg fried rice, with the quantity being double that of the normal portion, priced at 10 gold soul coins. The host actively modifying the menu has earned a reward. 1-star optional recipe fragment X1. Merely adding a large portion qualifies as a modification? Chi-Han mused, slightly bewildered, yet he felt compelled to accept the reward. 1-star optional recipe fragment could be exchanged for a 1-star recipe of his choosing, but this item couldn't be utilized at the moment as Chi-Han had yet to master the pig stomach chicken dish, which he needed to perfect before he could redeem new recipes. Chapter 11. Refusing to open a branch. The system's response was swift, and in the next moment, Chi-Han watched as the menu on the wall transformed. Small egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coins. Large egg fried rice, 10 gold soul coins. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chi-Han spoke again. "System, please add a rule against wasting food as well. After all, having to remind customers every time can be quite exhausting." The system acquiesced to Chi-Han's sensible request without hesitation. Not long after the menu was updated, a figure hurriedly entered the small shop. Moving with haste. Is this a restaurant? The stout man, dressed in a rather snug and well-tailored outfit, casually chose a table and glanced around before his gaze settled on the menu. Wasting food leads to being blacklisted? So many rules, he murmured under his breath. "Boss, how much is the large egg fried rice?" Chi-Han retrieved a new plate from the kitchen, showcasing it to the stout man. This was a newly added plate, precisely double the quantity of the ordinary egg fried rice, specifically designed for serving large portions. The stout man took a glance, gauged his appetite, and then confidently replied, "I'll have a small serving of egg fried rice. Please hurry. I'm in a rush." Chi-Han nodded and then entered the kitchen. A tea present. Chi-Han could prepare a serving of egg fried rice in less than 2 minutes. Before long, a steaming plate of egg fried rice was placed before the stout man. The stout man inhaled deeply, exclaiming in surprise, then took a spoonful of the fried rice into his mouth. After a few chews, his eyes brightened, and he devoured the rice with increasing speed until only a clean plate remained. His earlier anxiety faded, replaced with a smile as he approached Chi Han and handed over 5 gold soul coins. "Boss, have you considered opening a branch?" Chi Han accepted the coins, taken aback by the stout man's inquiry. Yet he sincerely replied, "I'm not considering it. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pan Kong, and I am the owner of Pan S Trading Company. Our trading company has branches throughout the entire Douluo Continent." With substantial financial resources in an apparent attempt to bolster his persuasion, Pan Kong puffed out his little belly. "We even have a branch in Shrek City, a place where every inch of land is precious, which attests to the financial strength of our company. How about partnering with me, boss? Your egg fried rice is so delicious. Opening branches across Douluo Continent would undoubtedly yield significant profits." Chi Han glanced at the passionately enthusiastic Pan Kong, his tone remaining calm as he stated, "Didn't you just say you were in a hurry?" Pan Kong waved his hand dismissively. "I was in a rush to discuss a business deal with a client. But now that I've found a better opportunity, I'm no longer in a hurry." "All right," Chi Han shrugged. "I think you should hurry to meet your client now." With that, he turned back to the kitchen. "I want to be opening a branch." This, Pan Kong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chi Han's reaction to be so bland. With his decades of business experience, he could easily tell that Chi Han was genuinely disinterested in opening a branch. Rather than merely feigning indifference, is there really someone who shuns money? Pan Kong found it hard to believe. With a soft sigh, he turned and hurriedly left. If business couldn't be discussed here, he would move on to the next opportunity. If not doing business, then on the way to do business was the guiding principle of Pan's Trading Company and Pan Kong's personal motto. Watching Pan Kong depart, Chi Han felt no ripple of emotion. Although it was only the second day of opening the shop, and someone had already recognized his worth, which brought him some joy. He was acutely aware of his own limitations at present. He was merely a chef who could prepare a single dish. Not to mention that, in the system's assessment, he was merely an apprentice chef. Open a branch. How could that possibly happen? As the noon business hours drew to a close with no further customers arriving, Chi Han closed the door and directly entered the system space. "Pig stomach chicken, here I come." According to Chi Han's estimation, he would be able to master the recipe by tomorrow at the latest, allowing the menu to feature a new dish by the time Chi Han emerged from the system space once more. It was already evening. He shook his head slightly to awaken himself from the foggy state of training, then opened the door to his small shop. That a group of men clad in Tang men attire wandered into the establishment in clusters of 3 or 5. Chi Han was momentarily taken aback, but soon spotted several familiar faces among the crowd that he had seen the day before. Each individual wore the Tang men uniform adorned with bright yellow stripes, a hallmark of the Yutong. Having spent 2 or 3 days in Shrek City, Chi Han had developed a general understanding of the distinctive features of Tang men garments. The uniforms were classified into 6 colors: white, yellow, purple, black, red, and gold, corresponding to various ranks within the sect. The 4 halls of Tang men were represented by different colored patterns on the clothing: black for the Litong, yellow for the Yutong, purple for the Mintong, and green for the Yaode. Among the newcomers, most sported white uniforms, while 3 were distinguished by their yellow attire. Among these 3 in yellow was Zhou Long. Upon noticing Chi Han's astonished expression, Zhou Long let out a hearty laugh. "Boss, I told them that your shop's egg fried rice is simply exceptional. They didn't believe me, so here they are to try it for themselves. Try. Let us make sure they all become regulars." Chi Han nodded, then proceeded to the kitchen. The members of Yutong were robust men with hearty appetites, and as soon as they sat down, each ordered a large serving of egg fried rice. They gathered in groups, engaging in lively conversation. This was the first time since the shop's opening that a vibrant atmosphere had filled the establishment, prompting Chi Han to nod in satisfaction as he swiftly served plate after plate of egg fried rice. The entire dining area was permeated with the enticing aroma of the dish, wafting even to the street outside and attracting passers-by. Many pedestrians, drawn by the alluring scent and the bustling atmosphere inside, eagerly entered the shop to sample the fare. Thanks to the patrons from Taimen, the shop achieved a full house for the first time. This created a positive cycle. Once newcomers tasted the food, they were likely to return, and with more customers inside, new passers-by were enticed to come in and by the time the shop closed for the night. Chi Han collapsed exhausted onto a lounge chair. Over the course of the evening, he had sold over 100 servings of egg fried rice. Cooking in the shop meant he could not benefit from the system's fatigue-relieving technology, and compounded with the mental exhaustion accumulated in the system space. Chi-Han was left yearning for a good night's sleep. The soul power flowing within him gradually alleviated his fatigue, though its quantity was regrettably insufficient, perhaps as his soul power level increased in the future. Such matters would improve significantly. This only intensified Chi-Han's eagerness to complete the third main quest. Chapter 12. New Dishes Boss. The egg fried rice is delicious, but it would be even better with more options, remarked the last customer of the afternoon, a girl named Zhao Ruo, who had already visited the shop the previous night and returned for lunch today. Meeting her gaze, Chi-Han smiled slightly, assuring her that new dishes would indeed be added by tonight. Really? Zhao Ruo's eyes brightened with anticipation. Yes, indeed, Chi-Han confirmed, watching her depart. With the door closed and the shop closed for the day, Chi-Han was not speaking empty words. Earlier that morning in the training space, he had been just one step away from perfecting the recipe for pig stomach chicken, but he was confident that he would achieve that breakthrough by the afternoon. With a thought, Chi-Han entered the system space once more. Glancing at the fresh ingredients laid out on the table in the training space, he began to work swiftly that he scrubbed and seasoned the pig's stomach, blanched it, slaughtered the chicken, plucked its feathers, and chopped it into pieces, all actions performed seamlessly. Honed through countless trials and errors, exhaling deeply, Chi-Han seemed to expel all of his pent-up frustrations, then lifted the clay pot and placed it on the table. Upon opening it, a faint yet tantalizing aroma wafted from the milky broth, prompting Chi-Han to greedily inhale its scent. Let us dig in. The absence of an error notification from the system confirmed that this pot of pig stomach chicken was indeed Chi-Han's objective, a perfect level dish. He took a spoonful of the rich broth, savoring the essence that filled his senses, reminiscent of the dish he had once tasted, crafted by the system's phantom. After delighting in his own culinary creation, Chi-Han suddenly recalled something. System, how much should I price the pig stomach chicken? The pig stomach chicken is priced at 12 gold soul coins per serving. 12 gold soul coins. Chi-Han stared at the now empty clay pot on the table, thinking the price was exceedingly reasonable. He couldn't help but wonder who had once struggled to gather even a single gold soul coin. Well, it certainly wasn't me, Chi-Han, not in a hurry to exit the system space. Chi-Han noted that with the successful preparation of the perfect level pig stomach chicken, the vibrant scenery around him returned to its kaleidoscopic hues. System, do I still have a one-star self-selected recipe fragment? Yes, you do. It can now be exchanged. All right, here is the complete one-star recipe book. The host possesses one one-star self-selected recipe fragment X1, which can be exchanged for any one-star recipe. Please make your selection. This was Chi-Han's first complete view of the one-star recipes, which was as thick as a dictionary, prompting him to exclaim in awe. Flipping through casually, Chi-Han quickly discovered that the one-star recipes primarily featured vegetables, pastries, and snacks, leaning heavily towards everyday fare. If you were to select each one individually, it would likely take an exceedingly long time to get through the entire book. Therefore, he decided to order a dish. Currently, the shop offered egg fried rice and pig stomach chicken. The egg fried rice served as a staple, while the pig stomach chicken was both a soup and a meat dish. How about adding a vegetable dish? With the idea in mind, Chi-Han spoke without hesitation. System, I'll have boiled cabbage. Chi-Han, relish a good challenge. The system appeared taken aback by Chi-Han's choice, pausing momentarily before responding slowly. Boiled cabbage is a 3-star recipe and is not within the selectable range. What? Isn't cabbage a vegetable? Chi-Han pouted, abandoning any hopes of luck. He was fully aware that this dish hardly qualified as a vegetable, but he simply wanted to test the waters. Please do not insult the professionalism of this system. Fine then, I'll go with smashed cucumber. Chi-Han pouted again and made his final choice. In his previous life, Chi-Han had always enjoyed smashed cucumber. It was a simple dish, tangy and spicy, appealing to people of all ages. The key point was its simplicity in preparation. If all went well, perhaps he could perfect the smashed cucumber before the shop opened for the evening, allowing him to unveil 2 new dishes at once. Wouldn't that be splendid? Host uses one one-star self-selected recipe fragment X1 to exchange for the one-star recipe for smashed cucumber. You confirm. As the words fell, the surroundings transformed back into a kitchen scene, and the phantom reappeared, holding a strangely shaped long green plant. Wait a moment. Chi-Han lost his composure and abruptly interrupted the phantom's actions. System, what is this? Don't try to deceive me. Is this a cucumber? This is a hybrid cultivated from Blue Star's cucumber and the spirit beast ghost vine from Douluo Continent, with a flavor that surpasses ordinary cucumbers in tenderness and juiciness. making it the ideal ingredient for smashed cucumber. All right, then Chi-Han raised an eyebrow, continuing to observe the phantom's actions. The phantom proceeded to smash the entire cucumber flat with the flat side of a knife, quickly chopping it into thumb-sized pieces. After preparing the scallions and garlic and adjusting the seasoning proportions, it mixed the ingredients swiftly, garnishing the dish with cilantro upon plating. Indeed, it's remarkably simple, compared to the previous dishes of pig stomach chicken and egg fried rice. The process for smashed cucumber was straightforward and unpretentious. As it was a cold dish, the smashed cucumber bore little aroma, but as Chi-Han leaned in closer, he was captivated by the distinctive tangy and spicy scent, causing involuntary tears to escape his eyes. It truly whetted his appetite. Even before tasting it, he felt hunger pangs. Let us eat. Chi-Han picked up a pair of chopsticks from the side, deftly grasped a piece of cucumber, and sent it to his mouth. The rich and tangy flavor exploded in his mouth. The sourness was genuinely sour, and the spiciness was undeniably hot, yet the two elements harmoniously blended, with neither overshadowing the other. Consuming it brought no discomfort. Instead, it stimulated the salivary glands in his mouth, prompting a flood of saliva. The system had not erred. This specially cultivated cucumber was even more delectable than the native varieties of Blue Star, refreshingly sweet and crisp, with a unique aroma that was not characteristic of cucumbers. This must be the new flavor resulting from hybridization. This hint of novelty not only enhanced Chi-Han's palate, but elevated the entire dish of smashed cucumber to a new level. The system truly excels. Having completely devoured a serving of smashed cucumber, Chi-Han wiped his mouth, feeling a pang of hunger in his belly. Thus, in the modest kitchen, another cook emerged. Error. Insufficient force applied in smashing cucumber. Please restart. Error. Incorrect ingredient proportions. Please restart. Error. Plating lacks refinement. Please restart. When Chi-Han emerged from the system space and glanced at the menu on the wall, he couldn't help but chuckle. Small portion of egg fried rice. 5 gold soul coins. Large portion of egg fried rice. 10 gold soul coins. Pig stomach chicken. Soup. 12 gold soul coins. Smashed cucumber. 2 gold soul coins. It was time to open for business. Chapter 13. Side quest. Pushing open the door, Chi-Han noticed several patrons waiting outside the small shop. Upon seeing him, they merely greeted him before bustling inside. Although only 3 days had passed since its opening, Chi-Han's little shop had already gained a modest reputation within specific circles. For instance, the Yutong of the Tang Sect had become well aware that Chi-Han's establishment served exceptionally delicious egg fried rice. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the news spread to other factions. Zhou Long had taken to arriving early every evening to dine at Chi-Han's shop. Lunchtime was not an option, as the Tang Sect had its own tasks, and as a squad leader, he remained quite busy. The Tang Sect's meals were decent enough. While they could not compare to Chi-Han's offerings, they were nutritionally abundant, making a couple of bites at noon quite manageable. However, by evening, Zhou Long found himself craving the taste of egg fried rice. Entering the shop, he initially intended to order a large portion of egg fried rice as usual. But upon glancing at the menu, he was taken aback. "Boss, are there new dishes?" Those who had arrived early were, of course, returning customers, all aware that the shop primarily offered egg fried rice, so they typically placed their orders directly. At Zhou Long's words, others turned to look at the menu on the wall. Indeed, there were 2 new items added at once. With new dishes on the menu, everyone was eager to sample them. Most patrons ordered a serving of smashed cucumber, while the pig stomach chicken, being slightly pricier, attracted fewer orders. Only half of the diners chose it, and Zhou Long was among them. Smashed cucumber was served first, as it was an appetizer that naturally preceded the main course. The preparation of smashed cucumber was remarkably swift, and before long, Chi-Han presented each table with their portions. At first glance, Zhou Long was captivated by the vibrant colors of the dish. Smashed cucumber did not possess high aesthetic value on its own, but with proper plating, it transformed entirely. In this exquisite rendition of smashed cucumber, sprigs of cilantro adorned the dish like a touch of embellishment, firmly capturing Zhou Long's gaze. The dark green cucumber skin, the pale green translucent flesh, drizzled with brown sauce and flecked with red chili and light yellow garlic, complemented by vibrant green scallions. All the colors intertwined to vividly express the essence of the dish. He felt an urge to taste it. As the faintly sour and spicy aroma wafted into his nostrils, Zhou Long discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth, reaching for the fork beside him. "Wait, what is this?" 2 small wooden sticks. They somewhat resembled bamboo skewers, but their ends were rounded. How was one to use them? Zhou Long scratched his head and called out, "Boss, could I have a fork?" Please. Yes, yes, I would like one too. Zhou Long's request resonated with many around him. Clearly, they all encountered the same dilemma. Chi-Han was momentarily taken aback. Aren't chopsticks provided? Why would you need a fork to eat smashed cucumber? Ding. Quest activated. Side quest 1. Cultural ambassador, please teach 100 guests from other worlds to use chopsticks. Quest description. Bridging cultural gaps is our solemn duty. Quest reward. Soul power level 5 system. Well done. Upon seeing the quest reward, Chi-Han promptly changed his tone. At that moment, he suddenly realized a critical point. The prevalent dining utensils in the Douluo Continent were forks, knives, and spoons, with no precedent for using chopsticks. As using chopsticks had become second nature to Chi-Han, he had overlooked this detail. Observing the guests requesting forks, Chi-Han smiled slightly. A fork, but how can I complete my quest? Soul power level 5. After all, clearing his throat, Chi-Han spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on. The utensils to your right are a new type called chopsticks. As many of the dishes in this establishment will require them. I shall now demonstrate how to use them. Holding a pristine pair of chopsticks, Chi-Han meticulously illustrated their usage. A mischievous smile graced his face as he recalled how foreign patrons from Blue Star had once struggled to master chopsticks. Their frustrated expressions a source of amusement. Would this play out again in the Douluo Continent? Oh, so that's how it's done. Quite convenient. Within a few breaths, Zhou Long confidently grasped the 2 small wooden sticks with his palm. Successfully picking up a piece of smashed cucumber and savoring it with delight, his mouth watering. The others quickly followed suit, soon mastering the technique. In no time, the dining area was filled with exclamations of praise for the chopsticks and smashed cucumber. Chi-Han's expression stiffened. Why had they learned so quickly? Whatever happened to the expected struggles? It was no wonder Chi-Han was astonished. Despite having soul power, he was still relatively inexperienced and had little understanding of soul masters. Soul masters, possessing extraordinary abilities, demonstrated a level of physical control far beyond that of foreign patrons from Blue Star. Thus, emulating the technique of using chopsticks was not a daunting task. Moreover, Shrek City was the foremost city on the continent, boasting a higher proportion of soul masters than anywhere else. Most of Chi-Han's patrons were indeed soul masters, and their skills were formidable. As he observed the task completion rate soar to 12,100. Chi-Han felt inexplicably disheartened. Forget it. Back to frying egg fried rice. Egg fried rice, the simplest yet most challenging dish, requiring each grain to be separated while still clinging to the egg. The portion of smashed cucumber was not substantial enough for Zhou Long. It merely served to whet his appetite. In fact, it hardly satisfied him, as after relishing the sour and spicy smashed cucumber, he found himself even hungrier. Fortunately, Chi-Han soon brought forth the egg fried rice and placed it before Zhou Long. Greedily inhaling the fragrant aroma of the egg fried rice, a ritual he had adopted before every meal, he then picked up his spoon and dug in. The large portion of egg fried rice was ample. But Zhou Long's speed of consumption was even greater, and before long, the plate was nearly empty. Having finished a large serving of egg fried rice, Zhou Long felt a slight sense of fullness wash over him. Perhaps about 60% full. However, the lingering hunger from the smashed cucumber kept his appetite piqued. With only one dish remaining, seemingly a soup, he wondered about its flavor. Soups were not commonly found on the Douluo Continent. Diners preferred to accompany their meals with wine or juice. However, having completed various sect tasks and traveled to numerous locales, Zhou Long was aware that some cities did offer soups. Unfortunately, those soups often bore peculiar tastes that he found difficult to enjoy. Zhou Long had ordered the pig stomach chicken purely out of curiosity. He had silently resolved that if the boss's soup also turned out to be one of those strange-tasting concoctions, he would simply stick to egg-fried rice in the future. Perhaps he could add a side of smashed cucumber. As Zhou Long found himself enveloped in a mild trepidation, Chi-Han approached him, presenting an oddly shaped vessel that he placed before him. Chapter 14. Main and side quests accomplished simultaneously. It was shorter than a pot and wider than a bowl, adorned with a lid. Zhou Long's eyes widened as he watched Chi-Han unveil the vessel, revealing a creamy, milky soup within. Contrary to his expectations of an odd flavor, a delicate aroma wafted forth instead. Gulp. Zhou Long could not resist swallowing hard. This faint fragrance was utterly enticing, prompting him to grasp a spoon and take a sip of the soup. As the broth touched his lips, an explosion of rich flavors erupted in his mouth, leaving Zhou Long astounded. Was this truly the soup crafted by the proprietor? So this is what soup is meant to be. His previous notions of soup were entirely transformed by the pig's stomach chicken. After savoring a few spoonfuls, Zhou Long soon discovered that the dish contained vegetables as well. With eager anticipation, he picked up a piece with his chopsticks and placed it into his mouth. Tender and juicy was this chicken, but how could chicken be so exquisitely succulent? Zhou Long found it perplexing. The chicken he had previously tasted was always roast chicken, fragrant yet with an average texture. Never this tender, as if each bite would release a burst of juices. The intense flavor dissolved in his mouth, captivating his senses and leaving him yearning for more. Like a treasure discovered, Zhou Long could not help but indulge in piece after piece. He quickly realized that besides the chicken, there seemed to be something else in the soup. Picking up a long strip of pig's stomach, Zhou Long glanced at it with curiosity. In Douluo Continent, there was hardly a tradition of consuming pig's stomach, or indeed, very few would dare to eat offal. Thus, for Zhou Long, these strips of pig's stomach represented an entirely new experience. Can it be eaten? In Zhou Long's mind, pig's stomach was supposed to be quite foul-smelling. However, at this moment, the slender strip bore no hint of odor. Rather, it radiated a unique fragrance. Give it a try, Zhou Long thought, gritting his teeth as he popped the pig's stomach into his mouth. The texture was crisp and springy, a stark contrast to the chicken, causing Zhou Long to widen his eyes in surprise. Lowering his head, he began to wield his chopsticks with increasing speed, quickly depleting the rich soup and meat within the pot until nothing remained. Gazing at the pot's clean bottom, Zhou Long let out a satisfied burp. So delicious. Oh, boss, you're here too. Is this a new dish? A voice called from beside Zhou Long. He looked up to see Zhang Ji and Zhang Imo had arrived. Zhou Long chuckled, giving a thumbs up. You too must try this. The new dish is simply extraordinary. Zhang Ji scratched his head and shouted towards Qi Han. Boss, 2 portions of smashed cucumber, 2 large servings of egg fried rice, and 1 pig's stomach chicken. Let us eat. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Qi Han's restaurant had been open for 5 days. The little establishment had gained substantial fame, attracting throngs of patrons during lunch and dinner alike, with some customers even queuing outside to dine. That afternoon, after Qi Han closed the door behind the last batch of customers, a sudden notification from the system rang out. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a task. Main Quest 3. Gain some fame completed. Reward. Random Recipe X1 claimable. Soul Power Level 5 claimable. 2-star Selectable Recipe Fragment X1 claimable. Side Quest 1. Cultural Ambassador completed. Reward. Soul Power Level 5 claimable. Ding. Task triggered. Main Quest 4. A small goal. The restaurant's cumulative income reaches 100,000 gold soul coins. Task description. Even for a culinary god, making money is equally important. Come earn your small goal. Task reward. 3-star Random Recipe X1. 2-star Selectable Recipe Fragment X1. Soul Power Level 5 Task Progress. 1362-110-0000 Ding. Task triggered. Side Quest 2. Hire a waiter. Please hire a waiter for the restaurant. Task description. For such a considerate system, please don't be too touched. Host. Task reward. 1-star Selectable Recipe Fragment X1. Hiss. Qi Han inhaled sharply, staring blankly at the sudden barrage of task notifications. The surprise was overwhelming. His hands trembled as he hurriedly claimed the soul power level rewards for both the main and side quests. The rich essence of heaven and earth enveloped Qi Han, swiftly coursing through his meridians and into his body. The soul power within him began to circulate automatically, multiplying in quantity tenfold in the span of mere moments. Is it now level 11? No, I haven't absorbed a soul ring yet. It should still be level 10 soul power, right? Just as he pondered, another notification from the system chimed in. The host has reached a bottleneck and requires a soul ring to continue improving soul power. Remaining soul power level rewards will be retained and used automatically upon breakthrough. Ding. Task triggered. Time-limited task. Ingredient acquisition. Please independently defeat a 100-year soul beast, the Iron Armored Bull, within 5 days in the Star Luo Forest. Task description. Personally participating in ingredient acquisition is also an essential step in becoming a culinary god. Task reward. System Soul Ring X1. 2-star recipe. Tomato beef brisket. Task item. Distribution map of Iron Armored Bulls in Star Luo Forest. Qi Han blinked, wearing a perplexed expression. The task was quite straightforward. He simply needed to locate an Iron Armored Bull in the Star Luo Forest, and to facilitate this, the system had kindly provided a distribution map. How thoughtful. System, I'm a level 10 novice chef with a kitchen knife as my martial spirit, and all I know is cooking. How can I independently defeat a 100-year soul beast? The system assessed that the task was not overly difficult, and thus provided a prompt. Guests. Guests? What does that mean? Never mind, I'll figure it out later. Qi Han set aside the time-limited task. He would embark on that journey tomorrow. For now, he decided to review the other tasks. Earlier, a series of task notifications had popped up, and he hadn't had a chance to examine them closely. First, he would claim all the rewards that Shihan first claimed the 2-star selectable recipe fragment X1. With this fragment, he now possessed 2-star selectable recipe fragments, and acquiring 2 more would allow him to exchange for a 2-star selectable recipe. Next, Shihan claimed the random recipe X1, entering the system space. Under Shihan's eager gaze, the spinner slowly yet resolutely pointed to the yellow zone. 2-star. All right, as long as it's not 1-star. Shihan calmly reassured himself, his eyes widening in anticipation of the random result. Dongpa pork. JPG hiss. Shihan gasped in surprise. It was that dish. With this recipe, his little restaurant could finally boast a signature meat dish. The previous pig's stomach chicken didn't count. However, Shihan had no intention of immediately diving into the training for Dongpa pork. Instead, he glanced at the 2 new tasks posted: 1 main quest and 1 side quest. The main quest was quite clear. He simply needed to surpass a total revenue of 100,000 gold soul coins. Currently, his restaurant earned around 3,000 gold soul coins daily, sometimes even more. At this rate, with a bit of patience, the task could be completed in about a month. It posed no significant challenge, merely requiring time. As for the side quest to hire a waiter, it happened to align perfectly with Shihan's thoughts, as the burgeoning business indeed left him somewhat overwhelmed. However, this matter would have to wait until after the time-limited task was completed. Chapter 15. Purchasing Hidden Weapons. Subsequently, Shihan shifted his focus to the rewards for the 2 tasks. When he saw the 3-star random recipe X1, his heart skipped a beat. System, does this 3-star random recipe only yield 3-star recipes? Yes, just as he suspected, the highest level recipe Shihan could currently prepare was merely a 2-star recipe, and upon completing main quest 4, his restaurant would finally have its first 3-star recipe. The mere thought was exhilarating. Although it wasn't a selectable recipe, for Shihan, who faced a scarcity of recipes, having any recipe would suffice. Who needs a bicycle? Surely, a 3-star recipe cannot be lacking in quality. Taking a deep breath, Shihan once more turned his attention to the time-limited task. After all, the main and side quests had no time constraints. Thus, the immediate priority was to complete the time-limited task first. Moreover, this task was of utmost importance concerning his ability to enhance his strength. System, can you provide some information about this iron-armored bull? Ding! The Douluo Continent ingredient encyclopedia has been placed in the host's room. Please consult it at your convenience. A chef endowed with a system. Familiarizing oneself with ingredients is also a requisite course. All right. Shihan shrugged and ascended to the room on the 2nd floor, where he indeed found a book on the bedside table that was thicker than a dictionary. He quickly searched for information regarding the armored bull and began to read it meticulously. However, the more he read, the grimmer his expression became. The armored bull was a formidable opponent among spirit beasts, possessing immense strength and a tough, armored hide that made it exceedingly difficult to defeat. If one were to identify a weakness, it would likely be the unarmored, soft underbelly, but it would be improbable for such a creature to expose its vulnerability so readily to an adversary. Even for a first-ring battle-hardened spirit master, such a spirit beast would pose a significant challenge, let alone one like Shihan, who had yet to acquire a spirit ring and wielded a kitchen knife as his martial spirit. Stay calm, stay calm. Since the system indicated that the difficulty was not insurmountable, there must surely be a means to resolve this. It seems the system also provided a hint. A guest. Could it be that his patrons might assist him? Yet the task required him to slay independently. If he was to act alone, what assistance could his patrons offer? His patrons were merely passers-by from the vicinity and members of the Tang Sect across the street. Wait, the Tang Sect? Hidden weapons? Shihan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he excitedly leaped from the bed. Indeed, how could he have forgotten about hidden weapons? Even without spirit abilities, as long as he could channel his spirit power into the hidden weapons, they could still manifest sufficient combat effectiveness. Coincidentally, Zhoulong was expected to visit the small eatery that evening. He would ask him about which type of hidden weapons would be suitable for him. With a solution in mind, Shihan felt a wave of calm wash over him. With hidden weapons in hand, dealing with a century-old spirit beast should not be a significant issue. Huh? Only then did Shihan notice that the task reward seemed somewhat peculiar, prompting him to inquire, System, what is a system spirit ring? Upon the demise of spirit beasts in Douluo Continent, a phenomenon known as a spirit ring is produced. Each time one's spirit power level increases to a multiple of 10. One must absorb a spirit ring to break through and continue to advance. Chi Han initially believed that the system's directive to slay the armored bull was to absorb its spirit ring for his own advancement. But it now appeared that was not the case. The goal of defeating the armored bull was to acquire a 2-star recipe, the main ingredient for tomato beef brisket, while the system's spirit ring was generated by the system according to the host's needs. With the spirit abilities being the most suitable for the host, and the age of the spirit ring could increase depending on the host's mastery of the spirit abilities, with a maximum limit of 100,000 years. This, Chi Han's eyes widened in astonishment. A maximum limit of 100,000 years for a spirit ring? He began to envision the impressive scene of 9 red spirit rings appearing when he reached the rank of title Douluo. The system is truly remarkable. No, I must find Zhou Long tonight to purchase hidden weapons and set off tomorrow. Unable to contain his excitement, Chi Han decided to enter the training space to practice Dompa Pork and calm his racing heart. In the training space, the emotionless voice of the system re-emerged. Error detected. The pig's trotters were not thoroughly dehaired. Please restart. Error detected. The blanching time for the pig's trotters was excessive. Please restart. Error detected. Insufficient time for caramelizing sugar. The sugar color is unqualified. Please restart. After spending an indeterminate number of days in the training space, Chi Han finally exited upon the system's reminder, glancing at the dimming sky and shaking his head. Well, I feel much calmer now. He opened the door and saw the queue of patrons outside, with Zhou Long predictably among them, and beside him stood an unexpected guest, Tang Sect, the very first patron of the small eatery. Chi Han had a vivid impression of Tang Sect. It was thanks to Tang Sect's recommendation that Zhou Long and others had come to dine at the small eatery, leading to its subsequent flourishing business. Who would have thought he would also come? Tang Sect appeared somewhat vexed. His task within the sect was to assist in transporting hidden weapons from the headquarters in Tiando City to the branch in Shrek City. This task occurred on average every 3 days, but due to an urgent order from a sect in Xinghua City, which required the transport of a batch of hidden weapons, it had been delayed until now. This meant Tang Sect had not savored Chi Han's egg fried rice for a full 5 days. Before he had tasted Chi Han's egg fried rice, this had not seemed significant to Tang Sect. In Tiando City, he could still eat and drink as he pleased. However, after experiencing Chi Han's egg fried rice, any other food simply paled in comparison, leaving him yearning for Chi Han's dish even more. Not to mention, upon arriving, Zhou Long had harangued him for an entire afternoon, boasting about 2 new dishes at the eatery and describing them in such extravagant terms that Tang Sect had endured an entire afternoon with an empty stomach. Thus, upon entering Chi Han's small eatery, Tang Sect exclaimed, "Boss, I'll have a cucumber salad, a large portion of egg fried rice, and a pig stomach chicken." Zhou Long shot Tang Sect a resentful glance. "What about mine?" "You order for yourself." Tang Sect rolled his eyes, irritated that Zhou Long had pestered him all afternoon. Did he expect him to treat him? In his dreams that Chi Han nodded and proceeded to the kitchen to begin cooking. There were many patrons placing orders, but as Tang Sect had arrived first, he was served promptly. As he gazed at the vibrant, tangy, and crunchy cucumber salad, Tang Sect shot another glare at Zhou Long before lowering his head to dig in. It was indeed delicious. The sour and spicy flavors were truly appetizing. Once the pig stomach chicken for both Tang Sect and Zhou Long was served, Chi Han lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Zhou, after we close the shop later, will you have time? I want to purchase some hidden weapons. Can you help with that?" "Huh?" Zhou Long and Tang Sect exchanged surprised glances, their eyes reflecting their astonishment. Tang Sect's lips moved, and his voice reached Chi Han's ears. "You'll need to consult me for that. They at Yutong 1T handle this matter. Coincidentally, a new batch of hidden weapons has just arrived today. I'll come by after you close the shop to recommend some good items for you." Chapter 16. Drizzle Needle and Flying Claw. This was a method of private communication, which Chi Han's current cultivation level was insufficient to employ. Hearing this, he nodded and refrained from saying more. When the small eatery was nearing closing time, Tang Sect returned, carrying a bulging backpack. After sending off the last batch of patrons, Chi Han led Tang Sect into the eatery and inquired, "Brother Tang, I'm currently at spirit power level 10 and wish to hunt spirit beasts in the forest, so I need some hidden weapons." Tang Sect scratched his head. "Boss, to be honest, with your current cultivation, it's best to go with other spirit masters or hire a high-level spirit master for protection." But Chi Han shook his head. "Due to certain reasons, I must go alone." "All right." Tang Sect did not pry further. Recognizing that everyone had their secrets, he placed his backpack on the table, opened it, and rummaged around until he produced a small hidden weapon, handing it to Chi Han. "Boss, take a look at this." It was a slender metallic tube resembling a flashlight, which Chi Han carefully accepted and examined. One end of the tube was dotted with numerous tiny holes, from which a cold glimmer flickered ominously. You know about the rainstorm pear blossom needle, one of the 3 great hidden weapons of our Tang Sect, right? Tang Zi grinned proudly. Chi Han was taken aback. Is this the rainstorm pear blossom needle? Huh. Tang Zi waved his hand dismissively. How could it be? However, this hidden weapon does share some relation to the rainstorm pear blossom needle. It's called the drizzle needle, created by a predecessor of our Tang Sect hundreds of years ago. Inspired by the rainstorm pear blossom needle and designed for use by lower-tier spirit masters, the rainstorm pear blossom needle requires at least an 8-ring spirit power level to purchase, with enough power to even slay a title Douluo. Naturally, the drizzle needle cannot match such power, but for you to slay 10-year or 100-year spirit beasts, it will suffice. Moreover, this needle is also poisoned. Even when encountering a 1,000-year spirit beast, the poison will give it a good fight, providing you ample time to escape. The hidden weapons we sell to outsiders are limited. Given your cultivation, the strongest weapon you can purchase is the drizzle needle for powerful weapons like the Zhuge divine crossbow. They want to be sold to spirit masters below the 3rd ring. Unfortunately, if a disciple of our Tang Sect uses this drizzle needle, they can retrieve it and use it repeatedly with our Tang Sect's secret technique, the Xian Yu hand. However, for outsiders, each use means it is 1 less available. This drizzle needle can be fired 3 times. After that, it can no longer be reused. After introducing the drizzle needle, Tang Zi rummaged through his backpack once more and produced another hidden weapon. Chi Han set down the drizzle needle and took the new weapon for inspection. It was a special hidden weapon resembling metallic claws, divided into 3 prongs, each side adorned with sharp barbs. This is a renowned hidden weapon of our Tang Sect, the flying claw. This concealed weapon is not intended for aggression. Rather, it serves as a means for swift navigation through intricate terrains. You are headed to the Soul Beast Forest, and this device is perfectly suited for both travel and escape. Furthermore, this concealed weapon is not a one-time use item. Although it is somewhat expensive, our Tang Sect offers a 1-year warranty. Goodness, the Tang Sect has even introduced after-sales service. Chi Han silently mused. He was quite familiar with the flying claw, as a similar piece of climbing equipment existed in his previous life. However, this flying claw can be activated using soul power, enabling significantly greater speed and longer distances. One of these weapons serves primarily for offense and is laced with poison, while the other grants Chi Han increased mobility within the Star Luo Great Forest, making it undeniably suitable for him. Without much hesitation, Chi Han nodded. Brother Tang, I will take both of these. Please provide me with 5 fine rain needles and 2 flying claws. So many, Tang Zi exclaimed, his eyes widening, then chuckled. All right. The fine rain needle is 200 gold soul coins each, and the flying claw is 500 gold soul coins each, totaling 2,000 gold soul coins. Given our relationship, I can offer you a 10% discount. It will be 1,800. Chi Han nodded and handed over a banknote worth 1,800 gold soul coins to Tang Zi. This banknote was issued by a bank jointly established by the Star Luo and Heaven Dou Empires, valid throughout the Douluo Continent. The smallest denomination of a banknote is 100 gold soul coins, while the largest is 10,000 gold soul coins. After Chi Han's funds exceeded 1,000 gold soul coins, he had exchanged them for banknotes. The small shop was protected by a system, so there was no concern about theft. It was primarily for convenience. After all, Chi Han from his previous life was already accustomed to using paper currency. Naturally, paper currency does not hold the same value as banknotes. Typically, only large transactions would employ banknotes. After counting the banknotes, Tang Zi cheerfully produced 5 brand new fine rain needles and 2 flying claws, instructing Chi Han on their usage and how to store the concealed weapons. Before departing, Tang Zi casually inquired, Boss, which Soul Beast Forest are you planning to visit? The Star Luo Great Forest? Tang Zi's steps halted, and his expression transformed dramatically. Boss, you are going there. It was no wonder Tang Zi was astonished. The Star Luo Great Forest is the largest soul beast forest on the Douluo Continent, teeming with a multitude of soul beasts, yet equally perilous, with legendary 100,000-year soul beasts residing in its core area. In Tang Zi's view, Chi Han was merely absorbing his first soul ring and had no need to venture there. An ordinary soul beast forest would suffice. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Zi sighed softly and produced a fist-sized metallic object from his pocket. Handing it to Chi Han with a mysterious air, Boss, This is called the Sky Thunder Bomb. Once the mechanism is activated, it will explode after 3 breaths, with a lethal radius of 10 meters. Consider it a gift. Chi-Han accepted it silently, then curiously inquired, "Is this for sale too?" "No." Tang Zi shook his head. "Our Li Tang's duty is to forge and produce various concealed weapons. This is something I made myself and cannot be purchased outside. Let's be friends. In the future, if you need concealed weapons, you can come to me." He gave Chi-Han a profound glance. "Stay safe." Chi-Han felt a warmth in his heart, nodded, and watched as Tang Zi departed. Cautiously organizing the concealed weapons, Chi-Han's mind sparked. "System, do you have any kind of spatial storage? The host can store items within the system's space. A fee of 100 gold soul coins will be charged per cubic meter per day." "System, you actually charge me money? And such an exorbitant rate? Because this system has observed that the host is now affluent." You. Why does a system need money? This system cultivates materials, and the consumption is quite substantial." This, Chi-Han pondered deeply, realizing he could not find a rebuttal. After all, the system had provided him with materials without charge previously. Fine, I'll rent it for 2 days." He produced 2 banknotes of 100 gold soul coins each, which vanished into thin air, and Chi-Han noticed a cubic meter of space had been freed up within the system's space, allowing him to freely store or retrieve items. After placing the concealed weapons into the system's space and tidying up some change of clothes from his room, Chi-Han collapsed onto his bed, ready to sleep. He would set off tomorrow morning. Chapter 17. Chinon Fruit, an eagle claw weasel. Shrek City is in close proximity to the Star Luo Great Forest. When Shrek City was established, considerations regarding the Soul Beast Forest were taken into account. Firstly, Shrek Academy encompasses nearly 80% of the continent's talented soul masters, leading to a significant demand for top-tier soul rings. A demand that can only be met by the Star Luo Great Forest. Secondly, the Star Luo Great Forest is not as tranquil as it appears on the surface. Historical records indicate that the Star Luo Great Forest has previously experienced several beast tides due to excessive hunting by soul masters. Within the core area of the Star Luo Great Forest, there resides more than 100,000-year soul beast, a creature possessing intellect comparable to that of humans, unwilling to passively accept slaughter. The extensive hunting of soul beasts by soul masters will inevitably lead to backlash. Since the establishment of Shrek City, it has served as a barrier against the Star Luo Great Forest. Over the past 5,000 years, Shrek City has twice mobilized its full strength to fend off surging beast tides, safeguarding human existence. This is also the reason Shrek City remains transcendent yet highly respected. Arrived, disembark here. A carriage came to a halt at the narrow path bordering the Star Luo Great Forest. A handsome young man stepped down, devoid of any luggage, and compared to the hurried pace of others, he appeared to be on a leisurely excursion, handing a gold soul coin to the coachman. Chi-Han smiled slightly. "Old man, your carriage ride was quite steady. No need to look for another." He waved his hand and turned to venture into the depths of the Star Luo Great Forest. "System, do you have any food?" Glancing up at the sun suspended overhead, Chi-Han rubbed his stomach and spoke helplessly. He had risen early that morning, posted a leave notice at the small shop, and hired a coachman to take him to the outskirts of the Star Luo Great Forest. It was now midday. Although the distance was not far, the speed of the carriage was indeed somewhat slow. He found himself missing the high-speed trains and airplanes of Blue Star. "Please resolve it yourself." "Fine." Although the conditions here did not allow for the preparation of dishes Chi-Han excelled at, with his current skill capable of producing 3 perfect-level dishes, his grasp of cooking would not be lacking. He had prepared seasonings in advance, and cooking meat in the Star Luo Great Forest seemed like a delightful option. "Host wishes to eat roasted meat. Can you defeat soul beasts?" "This, system, do not underestimate me," Chi-Han asserted. After all, he possessed concealed weapons, and hunting soul beasts for meat should not be a trivial matter. "Right? Oh wait, that seems incorrect. The fine rain needle is poisoned. I cannot use it." Chi-Han fell into contemplation. "I wonder if a 10-year soul beast can be defeated. If not, I could always fish in a small stream. Roasted fish would also suffice." As Chi-Han progressed deeper into the Star Luo Great Forest, he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to discover something edible. "Hey, that seems to be a fruit tree." Chi-Han took out the ingredient encyclopedia from the system space and began to search. Soon, he found an introduction to the fruit tree ahead. The Chinon fruit tree bears edible fruit, sweet in flavor and rich in juice. As long as it's edible. Chi-Han drew the flying claw from his waist, aimed at a sturdy branch, shot, and pulled himself onto the branch. With a grin, he casually picked a chinon fruit from the side, wiped it with the hem of his clothing, and took a hefty bite. The delicious juice instantly flooded his mouth, prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight. This fruit was as large as a fist, with a thin skin, and the flesh inside bore a resemblance in flavor to Blue Star's watermelon. It was even sweeter. This would surely make excellent juice. System, do you think chinon fruit juice can be listed on the menu? While eating, Chi-Han began to chat with the system, among one-star dishes. There are beverages. While chinon fruit juice is delightful, it does not qualify for a one-star rating. Listen to what is being said. Such sweet juice does not deserve even a single star. With a click of his tongue, Chi-Han continued to relish the chinon fruit. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from nearby. Chi-Han abruptly halted his actions, his gaze darting uncertainly around. The remnants of the chinon fruit in his hand were discarded beneath the tree, and he tightly gripped the fine rain-needled eye in his other hand. The manifestation of his kitchen knife martial spirit appeared. The potency of a martial spirit is directly proportional to the level of soul power. Although Chi-Han's martial spirit was merely a kitchen knife, the strength it possessed had long surpassed that of an ordinary iron knife, capable of slicing through hair. No, I cannot linger here. Chi-Han glanced around, noting that branches and leaves obscured most of his view. Turning around on the tree trunk was quite difficult, leaving him vulnerable to a surprise attack from a soul beast. He had been careless. He should have quickly descended after picking a few fruits. Remaining in the tree posed a significant risk of ambush, and he needed to descend swiftly. Chi-Han leaped down from the tree, stumbling slightly upon landing. Yet he quickly regained his balance. The enhancement of his physical capabilities from reaching level 10 soul power was considerable. Had it been before, such a height might have resulted in a fracture. But now it merely caused a brief stumble, having no lasting effect. Just as Chi-Han steadied himself, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind him. This is bad. In a moment of urgency, Chi-Han instinctively swung the kitchen knife forcefully behind him, propelling himself forward and using the momentum to pivot in midair, facing his assailant. The sensation of the knife piercing flesh was vividly transmitted to his hand, accompanied by a piercing scream from behind. Once Chi-Han regained his composure, he realized that the creature that had ambushed him was an oddly shaped small beast. The creature stood no taller than half a person, its face fierce and baring its teeth at Chi-Han, walking on two legs with another pair of claw-like hands resembling those of an eagle. Behind it trailed a long, bushy tail akin to that of a squirrel. At that moment, it lay helplessly on the ground, a deep gash across its chest nearly cleaving it in two. Clearly, such a grievous injury indicated that its life was nearing its end. Did I inflict this wound? It took Chi-Han a while to realize that the deep cut was indeed his handiwork. The creature's cries grew increasingly faint, and within moments, its eyes lost their luster. A white light began to materialize around its body, gradually coalescing into a halo above the creature's lifeless form. Is this a soul ring? This was Chi-Han's first encounter with the formation of a soul ring, and he observed it curiously. The halo emitted a soft white glow, reminiscent of the halo above an angel's head. Chi-Han's spirit lifted. The creature was not slain by the fine rain needle, but it was edible. He wondered if it was indeed safe to consume. Chi-Han pulled out a culinary encyclopedia and searched diligently. Eagle claw raccoon, a creature that feeds on chinon fruit, possesses a pair of claws resembling those of an eagle, while its internal organs are mildly toxic and inedible. However, its flesh is tender, akin to lamb, and it harbors hostility towards humans, often attacking soul masters. So, it feeds on chinon fruit. Chi-Han glanced up at the chinon fruit tree. No wonder it attacked me. It practically came to me. The presence of a 10-year soul beast indicated that he had officially entered the outer regions of the Star Luo forest. The scent of blood would attract other soul beasts. And Chi-Han did not linger, swiftly processing the eagle claw raccoon's carcass and storing it in the system space before quickly vacating the area. Chapter 18. I also want to eat. Soon, Chi-Han arrived at an open area nearby. Beside a clear stream. It was evidently an ideal spot for outdoor camping. The open grassland bore traces of previous human activity, perhaps indicating that other soul masters had camped here before. Chi-Han crouched by the stream, washing the eagle claw raccoon's carcass in the cool water. With a kitchen knife in hand, Chi-Han skillfully skinned the creature, removing its internal organs and then dismembering it into sections. The eagle claw raccoon, standing half a person tall, provided ample meat even after discarding the unwanted parts. The remaining flesh was sufficient for Chi-Han to enjoy 2 meals. After a brief contemplation, he divided the ribs in half and took one of the hind legs for his lunch. He gathered sturdy branches from nearby, cutting them into slender skewers, and then collected dry twigs to build a fire. Fortunately, Chi-Han had a keen interest in outdoor camping from his previous life, making the task of constructing a fire straightforward for him. The meat of the eagle claw raccoon was exceptional. Once cut into small pieces, the white fat interspersed within the red meat resembled delicate snowflakes, reminiscent of the snowflakes found in his former life. Such exquisite meat required no additional oil. Simply roasting it until cooked and sprinkling some cumin and chili powder transformed it into a delectable dish. Under the heat of the flames, the blood-red surface of the meat gradually darkened to a light brown, the fat within the muscle melting and sizzling. A pure, savory aroma wafted through the air, causing Chi-Han to salivate uncontrollably. Grilling meat does not demand extensive culinary skills. As long as the heat is managed adequately, the flavor will rarely disappoint. Sensing that the meat was nearly ready, Chi-Han sprinkled chili powder and cumin, waiting a few breaths before removing it from the fire and taking a generous bite. The meat of the eagle claw raccoon was rich yet not greasy. With just one bite, the juices burst forth in his mouth, mingling delightfully with the flavors of cumin and chili powder. Perhaps due to the creature's diet of chinon fruit, there lingered a subtle hint of its fragrance within the meat, harmonizing beautifully with the savory essence. Rapidly finishing one skewer, Chi-Han smacked his lips, then reached for another. What a delightful aroma! A childish voice drifted from a distance, causing Chi-Han to momentarily pause. Turning his gaze towards the source of the sound, he soon spotted an elderly man accompanied by a young girl approaching him. The elderly gentleman was clad in a flowing black robe, his face adorned with a warm smile, while the little girl, seemingly around 6 or 7 years old, wore an exquisite blue dress. Upon seeing Chi-Han, or more precisely, the skewer of meat in his hand, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight. "Grandpa, I also want to eat." This Chi-Han was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, the little girl had already bounced over to his side, her gaze fixated on the skewer. Observing the innocent expression on her face, Chi-Han instinctively extended the freshly grilled skewer towards her. The elderly man's smile faltered slightly as he noticed his granddaughter approaching Chi-Han. Beneath his ample robe, he had already gathered his soul power, prepared to act should Chi-Han harbor any ill intentions towards the girl. However, he quickly sensed Chi-Han's level of soul power and noted the absence of any malevolent intent, prompting him to restore his genial demeanor as he approached. "Lianer, do not act foolishly." Glancing at Chi-Han, the old man smiled gently. "This young friend, I am Yuhen, and this is my granddaughter, Yulian. Lianer has been a bit unruly. Please do not take offense. We shall not take your roasted meat for free. Consider it a purchase from me." Chi-Han turned to observe the little girl, who was blissfully enjoying the roasted meat, and smiled slightly. "Senior, there is no need for formality. It is merely a skewer of roasted meat, nothing of significance." Upon hearing this, the elderly man regarded Chi-Han with newfound appreciation. A fine young man indeed, with a commendable character. It was a pity his talent was lacking, as he had only reached level 10 soul power at over 20 years of age, since Chi-Han had declined to accept payment. Yuhen did not press the matter further, yet it was evident that Chi-Han had ventured into the Star Luo forest seeking his first soul ring. He decided to offer some guidance, thereby repaying the kindness of the roasted meat. With an additional 2 mouths to feed, half of the eagle claw raccoon's meat seemed insufficient, but Chi-Han, fond of the adorable little girl, willingly retrieved the other half of the eagle claw raccoon to share with the elderly man and the child. To avoid revealing the existence of the system space, Chi-Han stepped aside, hiding behind a tree of considerable girth, retrieving the eagle claw raccoon from the system space before circling back, feigning the act of concealing the meat behind the tree, which did not arouse Yuhen's suspicion. "Big brother, do you also possess level 10 soul power?" Yulian's eyes widened as she stared at Chi-Han. Chi-Han chuckled lightly. "Alas, my talent is lacking, and my cultivation speed is rather slow." He naturally could not provide any explanation, merely offering a vague excuse. In this world, natives awaken their martial souls at the age of 6, subsequently manifesting their own soul power. However, among 100 individuals, only 1 or 2 may possess their own soul power at the moment of awakening. The innate level of soul power indicates the cultivation talent of a soul master and foreshadows their future potential. The highest innate soul power is classified as level 10, known as the legendary full innate soul power, a rarity even among soul masters. Yulian possesses an innate soul power of level 8, marking her as a prodigy, exceptional among her peers. At less than 7 years of age, she has already reached level 10, on the verge of becoming a first-ring soul master. This prompted Chi-Han to let out a quiet sigh. Although he too would soon become a first-ring soul master, this level of cultivation appeared somewhat inadequate for his age. Even ordinary soul masters typically achieve an average of 2 to 3 rings by their 20s. It was imperative to undertake more missions to expedite the enhancement of his soul power level. The three enjoyed a hearty meal of barbecued meat. After a brief moment of rest, Chi-Han resolved to continue towards the nearest herd of iron-armored cattle. Yu-Hen and his granddaughter, Yu-Lien, searched for soul beasts without a strong sense of purpose, and since Chi-Han's direction naturally led him deeper into the Star Luo forest, they decided to accompany him. For Chi-Han, this was an unmissable opportunity. Yu-Hen was an immensely powerful soul emperor of the Sixth Ring. Although the system required him to independently slay an iron-armored cattle, the creatures were known to be social. And having such a formidable ally to distract the others would greatly ease Chi-Han's task. Chapter 19. Battle with the iron-armored cattle. The Star Luo forest spans a vast area. After traversing several dozen kilometers from the outer regions, Chi-Han and the others finally emerged from the outermost layer and entered the next tier of the forest. The outermost area primarily hosted 10-year soul beasts, with the occasional century-old beast, all of relatively low age. However, the next layer was quite different. Here, century-old soul beasts predominated, with occasional appearances of thousand-year beasts. Had Chi-Han ventured alone, he would have faced significant peril. But with Yu-Hen accompanying him, there was little need for concern regarding safety. Before long, the trio arrived at the gathering area of the iron-armored cattle, according to the system's guidance. This region was home to a dozen or so iron-armored cattle, and Chi-Han only needed to slay one to complete his task. He had already discussed his intentions with Yu-Hen along the way, requesting that he handle the other iron-armored cattle, leaving just one for Chi-Han to deal with on his own. For a soul emperor, a century-old soul beast posed no threat. To Yu-Hen, it was merely a trivial task. The iron-armored cattle exhibited a strong hostility towards soul masters, and upon spotting the trio, they all rose and lowered their heads slightly, pointing their sharp, knife-like horns at Chi-Han and his companions, entering a state of alertness. Humph! With a soft snort, Yu-Hen suddenly grew in stature, transforming from a somewhat stooped figure into a towering giant of nearly 3 meters. His once short, grizzled hair cascaded into long, silver locks, and a crescent moon appeared at his forehead. Simultaneously, 6 rings of light materialized around him: yellow, purple, purple, and black. Although not the optimal configuration, it was still formidable. Both Yu-Hen and Yu-Lien possessed a martial soul known as the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, and as Yu-Hen's martial soul enveloped him, he appeared to transform into a werewolf. The first soul ring suddenly ignited, and a 2-meter-long silver claw shadow surged towards the herd of iron-armored cattle, sending one of the thick-skinned beasts flying. Under Yu-Hen's careful control, only a slightly smaller iron-armored cattle remained, evidently left for Chi-Han. Chi-Han's eyes brightened as he charged towards the designated iron-armored cattle, already brandishing a fine rain needle. Please refrain from using toxic weapons to slay the iron-armored cattle, as those deemed inedible will not count towards the task. Such a requirement. Fortunately, I was prepared. Chi-Han swiftly swapped the original fine rain needle for another, which bore a special mark on its outer shell. He had purchased 5 fine rain needles in total, 4 of which were poisoned, and one that was toxin-free. The toxin-free needle was fortuitously suitable for completing the task at hand. The iron-armored cattle, targeted by Chi-Han, stood dazed, still recovering from the shock of Yu-Hen's strike. Suddenly realizing Chi-Han's approach, it let out a low growl, lowering its head and charging with its 1-meter-long horns, sharp as daggers, aimed directly at Chi-Han. The creature's body was covered in a scaly armor that reflected a chilling light, gleaming ominously in the sunlight. It was significantly larger than a typical cow from Earth, standing at 3 meters tall, and it charged with remarkable speed, closing the distance in mere moments. Chi-Han could distinctly see the powerful muscle lines on the iron-armored cattle's massive frame. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the flying heaven claw from his waist and launched it forth. The flying heaven claw flew horizontally towards the iron-armored cattle, barely a meter above the ground. The iron-armored cattle sprang into the air, deftly evading the attack, having accurately predicted Chi-Han's landing spot. It folded its legs, tracing a parabolic arc through the air, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Chi-Han, its glinting horns resembling a javelin aimed at him. Should this strike connect, Chi-Han would not only be pierced by the horns, but also crushed into a pulp by the beast's massive weight. With a soft thud, the sound of the flying heaven claw striking a nearby tree trunk echoed from behind the iron-armored cattle. In the next instant, Chi-Han propelled himself forward, utilizing the claw's retraction force to evade the creature's onslaught. He tilted his body backward, one hand gripping the flying heaven claw tightly, while the other swiftly aimed the fine rain needle at the iron-armored cattle's only weak point, its abdomen. The fine rain needle unleashed a flurry of projectiles, resembling a gentle rain, yet maintaining their cohesion, all concentrated on the iron-armored cattle's abdominal area. As the two figures swiftly crossed paths, Chi-Han steadied himself, retracting the flying heaven claw and turning to face the beast. Behind him, the iron-armored cattle collapsed helplessly to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It emitted a faint, pained roar, its body twitching slightly before falling still. Its eyes losing their light. The fine rain needle had penetrated its abdomen, nearly destroying all its internal organs. Such a grievous injury had claimed the beast's life. Shortly thereafter, a faint yellow glow enveloped the iron-armored cattle's body, coalescing into a yellow ring that hovered above its corpse. Please collect the iron-armored cattle's brisket as a material to submit to the system as proof of task completion. Chi-Han nodded, retrieving a kitchen knife to dissect the iron-armored cattle. The brisket, located near the abdomen and ribs, was tender and rich in marbling, ideal for stewing. As all the fine rain needles lay embedded within the beast's entrails, Chi-Han discarded the internal organs and carefully peeled away the iron-armored cattle's armor. He successfully separated the brisket and stored it in the system's space. In the next moment, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding. Task completion detected. Time task. Ingredient acquisition completed. Task reward. System Soul Ring X1. Available for collection. 2-star recipe. Tomato brisket. Temporarily unavailable for collection due to incomplete training of Dompa pork. I did it. Chi-Han smiled faintly. He naturally could not collect the system soul ring here. After all. Thud. Yuhen approached Chi-Han from behind, surprised by the soul ring floating in the air. Little Chi, aren't you going to absorb the soul ring? In Yuhen's view, Chi-Han's ability to slay such a century-old soul beast was commendable, and he should promptly absorb the soul ring. Chi-Han shook his head. The soul ring from the iron-armored cattle is not suitable for me. My primary intent in slaying it was to prepare culinary dishes. Observing Yuhen's puzzled expression, Chi-Han smiled slightly. After all, I am a chef, not a soul master. Chapter 20. System Soul Rings and First Soul Skills Delicious. Chi-Han took a hefty bite of the roasted armored cow meat, the succulent juices bursting forth within his mouth, while the rich aroma overflowed between his nostrils. Yuhen sat cross-legged opposite Chi-Han, exhibiting a far more graceful approach to his meal. After sampling a skewer, Yuhen couldn't help but nod in admiration, casting a fond glance at the young girl, Yulian, who was seated beside him. The little girl clutched a piece of meat larger than her own face, relishing every morsel. Little Chi, your culinary skills are truly commendable. I imagine the business at your establishment must be thriving. Yuhen remarked, savoring the lingering taste of the grilled meat, while secretly lamenting Chi-Han's soul power level, which had only reached level 10 by the age of 20. Each their own. He mused he had intended to assist Chi-Han in acquiring a suitable soul ring, yet Chi-Han had politely declined his offer. Perhaps, as Chi-Han suggested, he was more akin to a chef than a soul master. However, given Chi-Han's innate talent, choosing to distance himself from the perils of the soul master world and content himself with being a chef was indeed a wise choice. Chi-Han smiled slightly, mentioning that his small shop was located within Shrek City, inviting Yuhen to visit if the opportunity arose. Shrek City? Yuhen exclaimed in surprise, casting a curious glance at Chi-Han. If I ever have the chance, I shall certainly pay a visit. Big brother, when I go to Shrek Academy, I will also visit your little shop, Yulian exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. The roasted meat made by this big brother is incredibly delicious. Chi-Han chuckled, recognizing that with Yulian's innate soul power of level 8, her chances of being admitted to Shrek Academy were quite promising. Then do your best. I will be waiting for you in Shrek City. All good things must come to an end. After enjoying a hearty meal, Yuhen and Yulian continued their search for an appropriate soul ring for Yulian, while Chi-Han rose to depart along the path he had come from, leaving the Star Luo forest. After all, this was a forest teeming with soul beasts, and venturing in other directions posed sufficient threats given Chi-Han's current strength. Once he had distanced himself from the duo, Chi-Han surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no others nearby, and then summoned the system soul ring. His martial soul uncontrollably manifested in his hand, the blade of the kitchen knife now glimmering with a faint white light. This white light bore an uncanny resemblance to the light emitted upon the death of a 10-year soul beast. Under Chi-Han's gaze, it gradually coalesced into a white soul ring. The white soul ring pulsed gently, its hue deepening until it transformed into a soul ring of white tinged with yellow. System, what does this mean? Chi-Han inquired, Somewhat perplexed. Is this a 10-year soul ring or a 100-year soul ring? Host first soul skill, 1 cut, 2 breaks. This soul skill is bound to the host's knife techniques, which are categorized into 5 levels: novice, proficient, mastery, perfection, and transcendence, corresponding to 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul rings, respectively. As the host's knife technique level increases, the age of this soul ring will also rise accordingly. The host's current level is novice. As you are nearing the proficient level, this soul ring displays a white with yellow tint. Please continue to enhance your knife skills. I see. Chi-Han understood. It appeared that he was still some way from reaching the proficient level. Once he did, the soul ring would turn yellow. As he pondered this, the system's notification chimed again. Host absorbing system soul ring. Current soul power level. Level 11. Soul power cap unlocked. Reward soul power level 1 available for use. Would you like to use it? Yes. Chi-Han replied without hesitation. A warm current coursed through his meridians, and the soul power in his dantian increased once more. His soul power level had now reached 12. With this rise in soul power, he could gradually feel the enhancement within him more distinctly. With a single thought, the first soul ring, which pulsed atop the kitchen knife, suddenly radiated with brilliance, and a chilling silver blade aura appeared on the knife. Chi-Han swung the knife, and the aura swiftly struck the ground, cleaving a roughly 2-meter-long gash into the earth. The gash was not very deep, only about half a meter, but this demonstrated the power of a skill not yet reaching the 100-year mark. One could only imagine the terrifying might it would possess if further improved. However, this strike consumed a significant amount of soul power. Chi-Han had only just fully restored his soul power, and this attack had depleted half of it in an instant. Thus, in his current state, he could utilize this soul skill at most twice. Nevertheless, Chi-Han was quite satisfied, having effortlessly carved a 2-meter-long gash with a single swing. What more could he possibly desire? And this was merely the first ring. The return journey was exceedingly smooth. Chi-Han did not encounter any formidable soul beasts and managed to exit the outer regions of the Star Luo forest before nightfall. Finding lodgings in a small village outside the forest, the village was sparsely populated, primarily consisting of rooms left vacant for soul masters to rent. Such villages were plentiful beyond the outer perimeter of the Star Luo forest. The following day, Chi-Han arose early, hired a horse-drawn carriage, and retraced his route back to Shrek City. The round trip took only a day, leaving Chi-Han somewhat at a loss, as he had initially planned to take 2 days off. Gazing at the wooden sign hanging at the shop's entrance announcing his 2-day leave, Chi-Han fell into contemplation. Should I open for business, or should I not? Perhaps it is best to remain closed. He recalled the unclaimed 2-star recipe, braised dompa pork, and silently resolved to spend the day immersed in the training space. Dompa pork, commence. Error. Pig trotters not thoroughly dehaired. Please restart. Error. Pig trotters blanched for too long. Please restart. Error. Insufficient time for caramelizing sugar. Color unsatisfactory. Please restart. When Chi-Han finally emerged from the system space, night had already fallen, and he groggily collapsed onto his bed, still savoring the aromatic essence of dompa pork lingering in his mouth. The next day, Chi-Han rare treated himself to a day off, sleeping until noon. He flung open the doors of his shop, only to be met by a resentful face belonging to Zhou Long. Boss, do you have any idea how I managed these past 2 days while you were away? 2 whole days without tasting the delectable egg fried rice left Zhou Long feeling utterly demotivated in his training. Aware that Chi-Han would be opening today, Zhou Long had not even properly trained that morning, rushing over to queue just to be the first to indulge in the dish he had been longing for. Chi-Han smiled slightly. Today, we have a new dish. A new dish. Zhou Long's eyes brightened, immediately darting toward the wall where the menu hung. After a brief search, his gaze landed on the newly posted price list. Dompa pork, 100 gold soul coins per serving. 100 gold soul coins. Zhou Long gasped, unable to suppress his exclamation. Even for him, such a price was somewhat daunting. Chi-Han nodded without offering further explanation. The ingredients for dompa pork provided by the system were sourced from the front trotters of the 100-year soul beast, Gui Xiang pig. This particular pork possessed a subtle osmanthus fragrance, devoid of any gamey taste. With thick skin, abundant tendons, rich gelatin, and a lean yet non-greasy quality, making it ideal for crafting dompa pork, given that a pig only yielded 2 front trotters. Charging 100 gold soul coins was not exorbitant. Chapter 21. The stir caused by dompa pork. Zhou Long desperately tried to glean something more from Chi-Han's expression. The boss must be joking, right? What kind of dish could possibly warrant a price of 100 gold soul coins? At that rate, one could easily procure some lesser-grade treasures. However, Zhou Long was disappointed to find that Qi Han's expression remained as placid as ever, indicating that the price of 100 gold soul coins for the dompa pork was indeed legitimate. Gah! Zhou Long grimaced, feeling as though his little savings were rapidly depleting. Yet, the boss's new dish, he wanted to try it. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Long gritted his teeth. Boss, I'll have a cucumber salad, a small portion of egg-fried rice, and one serving of dompa pork that I want to see what makes this so outrageously priced. Qi Han nodded slightly, noting the orders of the guests before making his way to the kitchen. It seemed that the task of hiring waitstaff needed to be addressed promptly. Otherwise, it was becoming quite overwhelming. After the bustling lunch service, he planned to set up a notice board at the entrance. The cold cucumber dish was swiftly served before Zhou Long, and as he inhaled the long-missed tangy and spicy aroma, Zhou Long felt his taste buds, which had been sullen for 2 days, spring to life. Before long, Qi Han returned, presenting dompa pork and egg-fried rice. The preparation of dompa pork was time-consuming, so its timely arrival was undoubtedly attributed to the system's advanced technology. Zhou Long's gaze was instantly drawn to the dompa pork in Qi Han's hands, especially since it had cost him a hefty 100 gold soul coins. The dompa pork was presented on a platter with a tall lid that completely concealed the dish within. Zhou Long took a couple of deep breaths, but the lid seemed to be perfectly sealed, releasing only the familiar fragrance of egg-fried rice, with no hint of the much-anticipated dompa pork's aroma escaping. Qi Han, noticing Zhou Long's eager demeanor, couldn't help but smile. The aroma bomb he had experienced in the training space yesterday was now ready to be shared with them. He slowly lifted the lid, and as a crack formed, an enticing scent of meat surged forth, filling Zhou Long's nostrils. Before Zhou Long could fully register this, Qi Han had lifted the lid completely, the savory aroma spilling out and lingering throughout the dining area. Gurgled, the sudden sound echoed, reminiscent of a peculiar switch being flipped, as several guests' stomachs rumbled in unison within the dining area. Zhou Long, blushing, patted his stomach and gazed at the dompa pork with sparkling eyes. The perfect caramelized glaze enveloped the pork skin, rendering it plump and glistening like lard, enhanced by a few sprigs of cilantro that added a touch of vibrancy to the dish. Zhou Long expertly used his chopsticks to peel back the skin of the pork, discovering it was not as tough as he had imagined, but rather tender and gelatinous, quite different from the pig skin he was accustomed to. As he peeled away the soft skin, a more intense meat aroma wafted forth, as if the rich fragrance hidden within the dompa pork had been awakened. The tendons within the pork had taken on a rich brown hue, soft yet still retaining some chewiness. Zhou Long carefully lifted a piece, the skin slightly sticky, and then, with a combination of meat and skin, he brought the morsel to his mouth, soft, tender, and elastic. Zhou Long savored the pork, feeling the flavors burst between his lips and teeth. Unable to resist closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment. As Zhou Long consumed the pork, a warm sensation radiated from his stomach, coursing through his limbs and invigorating the flow of soul power within his meridians. Zhou Long practiced the Tongmen's Xiantian art, which inherently allowed for a swifter flow of soul power compared to ordinary methods. Following the consumption of the dompa pork, he felt his soul power circulate even faster, accelerating his cultivation speed by a remarkable 50%. Zhou Long's eyes flew open in astonishment. He could hardly savor the delectable dish as he hastily devoured the entire dompa pork, then settled cross-legged on the ground to enter a meditative state. Meditation should not be easily disturbed, and Zhou Long felt emboldened to do so, primarily because there were 5 or 6 fellow Tamen disciples present in the small establishment. A few of them noticed Zhou Long's unusual behavior, exchanging glances before rising to his side to provide protection. Should anyone attempt to interrupt Zhou Long's meditation, these Tamen disciples would not hesitate to intervene. The small shop soon became a flurry of activity. Qi Han, sensing the situation, refrained from speaking, quietly delaying the cooking of the dishes for those disciples while prioritizing the meals for other guests. Fortunately, Zhou Long's meditation did not last long. He soon opened his eyes, a wave of soul power emanating from his body, bringing a glimmer of joy to his gaze. Having been stuck at level 59 for a year, he had finally managed to break through, thanks to Qi Han's dompa pork. Now, his soul power level had reached 60, and he merely needed to absorb a 6th soul ring to become a soul emperor. Laughing heartily, Zhou Long quickly finished the remaining egg-fried rice and graciously thanked Qi Han, and his protective fellow disciples before departing with an air of buoyancy. That 100 gold soul coins had proven to be an excellent investment, solidifying his cultivation and preparing to absorb a soul ring. Zhou Long would likely be occupied for the next few days. Qi Han remained composed. He was well aware of the Dongpa pork's effects. The modified version of Dongpa pork from the Douluo Continent, made with rare ingredients, possessed extraordinary properties. Consuming the Dongpa pork would yield a 50% increase in cultivation speed for half an hour. Such effects were typically reserved for 3-star recipes. Yet due to the Dongpa pork's lower preparation difficulty, it had been classified as a 2-star recipe. Nonetheless, this recipe was indeed a rare gem among 2-star dishes. Upon realizing this, Qi Han couldn't help but marvel at his fortunate circumstances. A 2-star recipe that rivaled a 3-star one was indeed remarkable. The only regret was that the special effects of all recipes were ineffective for Qi Han himself. After this little commotion, the news of Qi Han's Dongpa pork, akin to a divine treasure capable of enhancing cultivation, spread rapidly among the regular clientele, even reaching many passers-by who had never visited Qi Han's small establishment. Passers-by were naturally skeptical, but the loyal patrons largely chose to believe the rumors. The reason was simple. Other dishes at Qi Han's shop already had a subtle effect on enhancing cultivation, albeit minuscule. Only recipes rated 3 stars or above would manifest significant effects, thus causing a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Chapter 22. The 4 branch leaders after Zhou Long's departure, perhaps due to word of mouth. Diners at the small shop quickly learned of the new dish that could enhance cultivation speed, although the price of 100 gold soul coins for a single dish was exorbitant. If it could indeed boost cultivation speed, it was no ordinary dish but one that could be regarded as a divine treasure. Viewed in this light, the cost of 100 gold soul coins seemed quite reasonable. Consequently, the steep price did not deter the enthusiasm of the diners. Upon hearing that Zhou Long had achieved a breakthrough to Soul Emperor status after consuming a serving of Dongpa pork, more than half of the patrons opted for this dish, eager to experience its effects. However, reality proved that Zhou Long's experience could not be replicated by everyone. The Dongpa pork merely served as a catalyst. The true foundation for Zhou Long's breakthrough lay in his own accumulated strength. Other diners praised the Dongpa pork after their meal, but none experienced a second breakthrough like Zhou Long did. Once the last customer was sent off, Qi Han gently closed the door and instructed the system to create a notice board. After contemplating for a moment, he began to write. Now hiring. 1 waitstaff working hours. Daily from 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. Evening from 5 p.m. to 7 o'clock p.m. Compensation negotiable. Having finished writing, Qi Han stepped back to admire his elegant handwriting before huffing and puffing as he placed the notice board at the entrance of the small shop. With a thought, Qi Han entered the training space. The Dongpa pork had been successfully completed, but that did not grant him the luxury of rest. Upon its completion, he had also claimed a new recipe that had previously eluded him. 2-star recipe, tomato beef brisket. This was the first time the system had explicitly rewarded him with a specific recipe. Although it lacked the thrilling spin of a roulette, the joy of acquiring a new recipe was just as fulfilling. Culinary skills were interconnected. As Qi Han continued to cook, his control over heat and knife skills improved. He could now clearly sense that the time he spent in the training space was gradually decreasing. As were the number of mistakes he made, he believed that as his culinary skills further advanced, the time spent practicing recipes would diminish significantly. An afternoon quickly passed, and when Qi Han was reminded by the system to exit the training space, he wore a look of excitement. The preparation of the tomato beef brisket had gone smoothly. This recipe was somewhat simpler than the Dongpa pork, and being another meat dish, it shared commonalities that significantly shortened his practice time. Tomorrow morning, he would enter the training space for further practice, and he was confident that this dish could be introduced by lunchtime the following day. How could Qi Han possibly contain his excitement? As he pushed open the door, he was unsurprised to find a multitude of patrons eagerly awaiting outside. However, this time, the atmosphere outside felt somewhat peculiar. Unlike before, none of the diners surged in the moment the door opened, scrambling to place their orders. What could be the reason for this? Qi Han glanced at the customers outside and quickly discerned the source of this unusual ambience. Beside the entrance of the small establishment stood 4 venerable elders. Their hair as white as snow. Among them, 2 possessed robust physiques, while the other 2 were characterized by one being tall and slender, and the other slightly hunched. All 4 elders were clad in the standard black robes of the Tang Sect. Adorning their black robes were intricate embroidery patterns in lustrous black, brilliant yellow, deep purple, and ink green threads that eye in the hierarchy of the Tang Sect. White robes denote ordinary disciples. Yellow robes signify team leaders. Purple robes are reserved for hall deacons, while black robes represent the leaders of the 4 sub-halls. Red robes are worn by the Grand Master of the 4 halls and the elders, and the sect master himself dons a golden robe. The sub-branches of the Tang Sect across various regions have their hall masters as titled Douluo of the 8 rings, with only the Grand Master holding the title of a 9-ringed Douluo. However, exceptions exist. Shrek City, being the foremost city on the Douluo Continent, has a close relationship with the Tang Sect, and thus, the Tang Sect's branch in Shrek City is second only to the headquarters in scale, with even the 4 sub-hall leaders being titled Douluo-level powerhouses, akin to those at headquarters. Although the rules dictate that sub-hall masters wear black robes, these 4 titled Douluo are not to be underestimated in status. Now, the unprecedented gathering of 4 hall masters at Shihan's modest establishment was indeed a remarkable sight. For title Douluo, the expressions of the 4 elders were not particularly grave. Rather, they engaged in light-hearted banter and laughter amongst themselves. Yet, the imposing presence of title Douluo still rendered the atmosphere around them oddly tense. Title Douluo, this was Shihan's first encounter with such formidable beings, inevitably causing a flicker of anxiety within him. However, upon reflection, he realized he had not offended anyone from the Tang Sect. On the contrary, many patrons were disciples of the Tang Sect, and he had even sold them Tang Sect's hidden weapons, making him a customer of theirs. Indeed, there seemed to be no cause for alarm. With this thought, Shihan regained his composure and addressed the 4 elders, inquiring, "What brings you esteemed hall masters here?" The hall master of the Strength Hall, adorned in a black robe with lustrous black embroidery, boomed with a voice like thunder, chuckling, "We have come, of course, to dine. I've heard your little establishment offers dishes that can enhance the speed of cultivation. Young one, do bring each of us in order." With that, he strode confidently into the small shop. Beside him, the hall master of the Healing Hall, similarly robust in stature, paused momentarily at Shihan's side. His voice, not as thunderous, was somewhat muted. "Young one, I've heard that nearly all the disciples of our Healing Hall are frequent patrons of yours." Shihan smiled with confidence, interpreting this as an affirmation of the quality of his dishes among the Healing Hall disciples. The Healing Hall master lowered his head, scrutinizing Shihan with a serious gaze before nodding. "An interesting young lad. Let me see what magic your little shop possesses." Following the Healing Hall master, the tall and slender elder of the Sensory Hall remained silent, modestly stroking his goatee as he leisurely entered the shop. The last to arrive was the slightly stooped master of the Medicine Hall, who seemed particularly intrigued by Shihan. He regarded Shihan with keen interest. "Young man, do you incorporate rare ingredients into your dishes?" "Rare ingredients?" Shihan pondered momentarily before shaking his head. "I do not use any rare ingredients in my dishes." "None?" The Medicine Hall master was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Shihan now filled with heightened curiosity. "You can enhance the effects of cultivation without rare ingredients. How intriguing." He chuckled as he followed the others inside. Naturally, the hall masters were not short on funds. The Strength Hall master merely glanced at the menu before turning to Shihan. "Young one, we'll take 4 portions of each dish on the menu." Upon hearing this, the Healing Hall master laughed heartily. "Today, the old monkey shall treat you all." The other 2 hall masters, of the Sensory and Medicine Halls, nodded in agreement, and soon the 4 were seated at a table together. Only then did the other patrons begin to enter the small shop one by one, and under the fragrant allure of the food, the previously awkward atmosphere melted away like snow in the sun. Chapter 23. The excited master of the Medicine Hall. Before long, the dishes destined for the 4 hall masters were served by Shihan. All 4 were titled Douluo-level powerhouses, having lived for decades and prided themselves on having tasted numerous delicacies from the Douluo Continent. Yet, before Shihan's culinary creations, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for composure. Even the most reserved, the master of the Sensory Hall, could not help but swallow hard. The master of the Healing Hall gazed at the dishes before him, swallowing again, eager to indulge, only to realize that the table lacked knives and forks, providing only spoons and a peculiar set of utensils. This what they call chopsticks. The Healing Hall master, having heard much about this small establishment opposite the Tang Sect, was aware that it employed a peculiar utensil known as chopsticks, which were said to be quite convenient. Many disciples in the sect's cafeteria had begun to complain about the inconvenience of knives and forks. At the level of title Douluo, one naturally maintained a sense of decorum. Thus, the Healing Hall master refrained from inquiring about their usage, instead observing the other patrons who were preparing to eat. Using chopsticks was not challenging. For a powerhouse of his caliber, understanding their use after a brief observation was a simple task, as he adeptly maneuvered the chopsticks. The other 3 hall masters were struck with realization and quickly followed suit. They were astonished that 2 wooden sticks could serve as utensils and were so convenient. The master of the sensory hall adjusted his goatee, a look of surprise gracing his features. I believe this item could be promoted within our sect's cafeteria. The master of the sensory hall, possessing a somewhat scholarly demeanor and a love for elegance, found these chopsticks far more refined than knives and forks, captivating his interest immensely. However, his remark did not elicit a response from the other 3 elders. Taken aback, he suddenly erupted in anger. "Old monkey, get your chopsticks off my pig knuckle. That's a pig knuckle, not your elbow." The master of the strength hall scoffed dismissively. "No worries, I'll just order another one later." "Don't be stingy, old sparrow. You." The master of the sensory hall was momentarily speechless, as the master of the medicine hall leisurely began to savor the Dongpa pork knuckle with his chopsticks, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Interesting. This is a century-old fragrant pig. It appears to have been prepared using some secret method. The essence of this century-old soul beast is completely locked within, with no trace of it escaping." The medicine hall, being the branch of the Tang Sect dedicated to researching various rare materials and poisons, had considerable knowledge about edible soul beasts, making it effortless for him to identify the quality of the Dongpa pork knuckle. However, after a few more bites, a look of uncertainty crossed his face. This fragrant pig seemed extraordinary, for why did it feel far richer in essence than a typical fragrant pig? Could it possibly be a millennium old? No, that's impossible. Not long after, he dismissed his own speculation, concluding that it must still be a century old. Perhaps its breeding method was somewhat unique. Was it specifically raised for consumption? The master of the medicine hall mumbled softly. But Han, who was passing by with more dishes, overheard him perfectly, causing his heart to leap. Truly, a powerhouse at the title Doa level could make such accurate deductions. This fragrant pig was indeed systemically raised, thus differing entirely from the ordinary fragrant pigs. "Young lad, do you cultivate your own ingredients?" The medicine hall master suddenly looked up, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge as he gazed at Han. Han nodded, just as he was about to speak, when the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. "When patrons inquire about the ingredients, the host is obliged to provide detailed explanations. What sort of rule is this?" Han's lips twitched, yet he patiently began to explain. "The Dongpa pork knuckle is made from fragrant pigs that have been artificially raised since birth. These pigs undergo daily long-distance training from weaning, receive bi-daily massages, and are fed bay laurel fruit sourced from millennium-old bay laurel trees. The entire breeding process is exceptionally meticulous, hence the essence contained within the ingredients far exceeds that of ordinary fragrant pigs." Upon hearing Han's explanation, an unexpected silence enveloped the dining area. Even the inquisitive medicine hall master found himself momentarily at a loss for words. All the patrons present suddenly recalled a phrase: "The pig lives better than a human." A collective sentiment struck. This Dongpa pork knuckle, priced at a mere 100 gold soul coins per serving, was undeniably a remarkable deal. "Boss, I'll have a serving of Dongpa pork knuckle, please." Yes, I'll have one too to try." Understanding the source of ingredients for Dongpa pork seems to have elevated its popularity significantly. The head of the apothecary sighed softly. Such a cultivation method would likely be difficult for even the Tang Sect to emulate. He was genuinely perplexed about how this seemingly inconspicuous boss, possessing merely the strength of a mere ring, managed to achieve such results. However, everyone harbors secrets, and he had no desire to pry into others' mysteries. The 5th tenet of the Xiantian Balu states, "All disciples of the Tang Sect must not provoke disputes lightly, but if faced with an aggressor, they are permitted to retaliate with thunderous force." The head of the apothecary soon finished a serving of pork. Turning his gaze towards the smashed cucumber, he picked up a piece, tasted it, and exclaimed in surprise, "The treasures of heaven and earth are primarily derived from plants." He was confident in his knowledge of all spiritual herbs and celestial flora, yet he could not identify the plant known as cucumber that it bore a hint of the ghost vine's flavor. Though the ghost vine does not bear fruit, seemingly enamored with the sour and spicy taste of the smashed cucumber, the head of the apothecary quickly devoured the small plate. He was astonished to find that, despite his earlier lack of appetite, he was miraculously experiencing hunger. The head of the apothecary, named Yu Hua, had been fascinated by spiritual herbs since childhood. After joining the Tang Sect, he apprenticed under the current head of the Tang Sect's apothecary division, immersing himself in the study of heavenly treasures. However, not all heavenly treasures are beneficial to the body. Improper usage could lead to harm. In his youth, Yu Hua, due to a failed experiment, inexplicably lost his appetite. And since then, no delicacy had ever rekindled his desire for food. For him, eating was merely a means of sustaining life. Even during his recent consumption of dompa pork, he approached it with a researcher's mindset, analyzing the ingredients and their effects, without a thought to whether it was delicious. The absence of appetite is a tormenting affliction. Yu Hua did not lack taste. He could discern the deliciousness of food, but found no impulse to continue sampling. Regardless of how delectable it might be, even if he were to take his last bite, he would feel no longing. Yet, at this moment, spurred by the stimulation of the smashed cucumber, Yu Hua experienced an appetite he had not felt in decades. It is noteworthy that after recognizing his issue, he had tried an array of heavenly treasures, all to no avail. Little boss, bring me another serving of dompa pork. Excitement sparkled in Yu Hua's eyes. Chapter 24. The Tang Sect cannot afford to miss out. As he awaited the arrival of more dompa pork, Yu Hua casually reached for a nearby plate of egg fried rice. Scooping a generous spoonful and shoving it into his mouth, it's cured, truly cured, he felt the fragrant aroma of the fried rice wafting through his nostrils, and his long-dormant digestive system began to stir, illuminating his world. Is this the egg of the colorful golden rooster? This rice seems somewhat different from ordinary grains. Years of professional habit allowed him to instantly analyze the ingredients of the fried rice. But in the next moment, he shook his head. Who cares about the ingredients? The most important thing is to savor the deliciousness. Suddenly, Yu Hua sensed something amiss. Upon raising his head, he found 3 old companions staring at him with wide eyes. They were well aware of Yu Hua's appetite issues after years of camaraderie. But now, Yu Hua was not only ordering dompa pork, but also relishing the fried rice. Was this truly Yu Hua, the one who claimed to eat merely to sustain life? For a brief moment, the 3 leaders wondered if Yu Hua had been possessed by another. Having known each other for years, Yu Hua understood what the 3 were thinking. He merely smiled slightly. This smashed cucumber is delightful. You should try it. Smashed cucumber? The 3 of them finally noticed the dish before them. The leaders of the Li and Yu halls were carnivorous, and after finishing the dompa pork, they naturally turned their gaze towards the pig's stomach chicken, scarcely glancing at the vibrant green vegetable for the head of the Min hall. He preferred the subtly colored, fragrant fried rice over the colorful smashed cucumber. Looking at the smashed cucumber before them, and then at the empty plate in front of Yu Hua, the 3 harbored an incredulous suspicion. Could it be that a mere plate of smashed cucumber has restored this old fellow's appetite? That's rather exaggerated. Despite their disbelief, their hands moved swiftly. 3 pairs of chopsticks instantly reached for 3. No, 2 plates of smashed cucumber. Old monkey, put your chopsticks away. The head of the Min hall shot a fierce glare at the leader of the Li hall, channeling his soul power through the chopsticks to deftly swat them away. The leader of the Li hall, Tai Lei, grinned, unbothered, and finally obediently picked a piece from his plate, shoving it into his mouth. Wow! After chewing a few times, the leader of the Li hall could not help but exclaim. Though he loved meat, constant consumption could become monotonous. The smashed cucumber, with its tangy and spicy flavor, instantly refreshed his palate. His digestive system began to churn even faster, and he felt as if the dompa pork and half a serving of pig's stomach chicken he had just consumed were rendered futile. Boss, another serving of pork, Tai Lei chuckled, and another serving of smashed cucumber. It seems it wasn't that I didn't like vegetables. It was simply that the previous chef wasn't skilled. Yes, that must be it. The Tang Sect's chefs. I'll have another serving of pork too. A low voice chimed in, and it was the head of the Yu hall speaking, the leader of the Li hall. Tai Lei possessed the martial spirit of the mighty gorilla, with the title of King Kong. The head of the Yu hall, Niu Yu, bore the martial spirit of the armored giant rhinoceros, known as Iron Guardian. Both these titled Douluo had large animal martial spirits, and under their influence, they towered over 2 meters tall, resembling 2 iron towers. Naturally, such stature allowed them to consume copiously, and with the smashed cucumber whetting their appetites, they soon felt ravenous again. Observing the uncouth eating habits of his 2 old companions, the head of the Min hall shook his head, elegantly picking up a piece of smashed cucumber and placing it in his mouth. Boss, Give me a small serving of fried rice as well. The Tang Sect's four halls trace their lineage back to the single attribute four clans of the Tang Sect 5,000 years ago. The Li clan with the martial spirit of the mighty gorilla, the Yu clan with the martial spirit of the armored giant rhinoceros, the Min clan with the martial spirit of the swift-tailed rain swallow, and the Pa clan with the martial spirit of the soul-breaking spear. Over 5 millennia, the Tang Sect has naturally undergone considerable changes, yet the single attribute four clans have endured, the Li, Yu, and Min clans, due to the synergy between their martial spirits and hall functions, remain the mainstays of the three halls. Though the Pa clan has long focused on herbal studies, their martial spirit lacks significant relevance to heavenly treasures, rendering them inferior to plant-type soul masters in this regard. Consequently, the current members of the Pa hall comprise only about half of the original Pa clan, with the rest being subsequently recruited plant-type soul masters skilled in herbal research. Among the four hall leaders of the Tang Sect's Shrek Academy branch, Tai Lei and Yo Yu are the direct descendants of the Li and Yu clans, possessing the most orthodox inherited martial spirits. Meanwhile, the head of the Min hall, Zhao Yunsheng, wields a top-tier agility-type martial spirit not inferior to the swift-tailed rain swallow, the Thunderlark, with the title of Extreme Lightning. The head of the apothecary hall, Yu Hua, possesses the plant-type martial spirit of the ancient tree of life, a rare healing type titled Douluo, known as Wood Spirit. These four titled Dou are renowned figures in the entirety of Shrek City. Yet at this moment, they gathered in a small establishment, conversing and laughing like ordinary patrons, creating an almost surreal atmosphere. The disciples of the Tang Sect expressed that they had never witnessed their leaders in such a manner. Truly a sight for sore eyes. Similarly, the first-time observer of titled Douluo, Qi Han, found the scene amusing. These four titled Douluo were indeed entertaining, akin to mischievous old children. Ultimately, the four titled Douluo departed with satisfaction. The stooped figure of the head of the apothecary even inquired whether Qi Han would like to join the Tang Sect's apothecary hall, extending an olive branch from the wood spirit Douluo. However, after a moment of silence, Qi Han chose to politely decline to refuse even the solicitation of a titled Douluo from the Tang Sect. In the eyes of the patrons, Qi Han, in this small establishment, suddenly gained an air of mystery. Coupled with the young boss's earlier disclosure of the breeding process for the fragrant pig, it seemed this youthful proprietor was perhaps not as simple as he appeared. Such thoughts surged in the minds of many patrons, leading them to reconsider the significance of this small establishment. One could have known that once business concluded and Qi Han closed the door to the establishment, gazing at the empty dining area. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "System, come out. What is it, host? Why can't I join the Tang Sect? This is an invitation from a titled Douluo. Wouldn't he entering the Tang Sect be delightful?" Indeed, everyone assumes that Qi Han is backed by some mysterious force, which is why they hesitate to join the Tang Sect, yet only Qi Han knows the truth. He has no such mysterious power behind him. There is a system, but alas, it is merely a culinary system. Everything is simply because the system forbids Qi Han from joining any faction. The host's task is to promote the culinary culture of Blue Star on the Douluo Continent. To conquer this foreign world with Blue Star's cuisine. As the system's host, no faction is qualified to recruit him, not even the Tang Sect. Qi Han is on the verge of tears, having come to the Douluo Continent. Shouldn't he be able to cling to Tang San's leg? Yet, it is not permissible. The system has truly narrowed the path for him. Chapter 25. The long queue. Finally, Qi Han could not contest against the system and reluctantly accepted the reality that he could not join any faction. Back in his room on the second floor, after a long day, Qi Han quickly forgot his grievances against the system and fell into a deep slumber. He suspected that the system had employed some unknown advanced technology on the bed. For every time he touched the mattress, he would fall asleep in an instant. System, I did not. I have not. You are fabricating stories. The next morning, when Qi Han rose from his bed, all traces of fatigue from the previous day had vanished, leaving him feeling invigorated. Without hesitation, he chose to enter the training space once more. He had completed more than half of the training for the tomato beef brisket, and if all went well, he anticipated finishing it by midday, allowing him to introduce new dishes by lunchtime. When Qi Han emerged from the training space again, it was nearly noon. As expected, the tomato beef brisket training was successfully completed, and it was time to open the shop. Upon entering the first floor, Qi Han instinctively glanced at the menu on the wall. Small fried rice, 5 gold soul coins. Large fried rice, 10 gold soul coins pig stomach chicken, soup 12 gold soul coins cucumber salad, 2 gold soul coins dompa pork, 100 gold soul coins tomato beef brisket, 20 gold soul coins. Although the ingredients for the tomato beef brisket also came from a century-old soul beast, the iron-armored cow was not as unique as the osmanthus pig, and thus the dish lacked the extraordinary effects of dompa pork, resulting in a more modest price that it seemed that today as patrons would be in for a treat. In the small eatery, the only pure meat dishes available were dompa pork and tomato beef brisket. Due to the special effect of enhancing cultivation, dompa pork was priced higher, attracting only soul masters with greater cultivation levels, which was not particularly friendly to ordinary diners who preferred meat dishes. Fortunately, with the introduction of the more affordable yet equally delectable tomato beef brisket, diners now had more options to choose from. Chihan glanced outside and was momentarily taken aback. When did the little shop's business become so prosperous? The glass window of the shop, a product of the system's advanced technology, allowed Chihan to see outside without being seen himself when the shop was closed. However, when open, both inside and outside were visible to each other at this moment. The shop had yet to open, rendering Chihan invisible to the outside world, but he could clearly see a long line forming outside. At the front of the queue stood the 4 hall masters of the Tang Sect. As the shop's reputation grew, it had indeed attracted numerous patrons who arrived early to wait for Chihan to open. However, it had not yet reached a scale that warranted a queue. They merely gathered in small groups, waiting for the shop to commence operations. For some unknown reason, diners had now formed a long line, and their numbers far exceeded those of previous days. Unbeknownst to Chihan, just yesterday, Zhou Long had broken through to Soul Emperor at the shop, and the 4 hall masters of the Tang Sect had gathered there for a meal, creating a wave of excitement that had swept through much of Shrek City. The little shop was no longer merely a local sensation. As news of its culinary delights spread, many passers-by from other areas had heard about this establishment across from the Tang Sect. Those who had dined there eagerly recommended the shop's cuisine to their friends and family. The accumulation of such a reputation had finally led to an explosive influx of patrons, though Chihan was still unaware of the sudden increase in customers. He took a deep breath and, as always, opened the door with a calm demeanor. "Little one, bring me 5 servings of dompa pork and another serving of cucumber salad." Tyre stepped into the shop with enthusiasm, clearly eager to indulge in a meat feast. "That I'll have a serving of pig stomach chicken, 2 servings of dompa pork, a serving of cucumber salad, and a large fried rice." In contrast to Tyre, Niuyu's order was more varied, opting for a selection of dishes: a small fried rice, a serving of pig stomach chicken, and a serving of cucumber salad. Zhao Yunxing's appetite was not as robust as the others. He preferred the more delicately presented dishes like fried rice and pig stomach chicken over the richer offerings like dompa pork. 1 serving of dompa pork, 2 servings of cucumber salad, and a small fried rice. Yuhua appeared quite pleased, looking markedly better than the day before. Yuhua's professional instinct led him to observe the surroundings more closely, and he soon noticed a change in the menu. New dishes? The other 3 simultaneously turned their gazes toward the menu. "Bring me a serving of tomato beef brisket," they all exclaimed in unison. With this little interlude, news of the new dish began to spread rapidly along the queue outside the shop. Each subsequent patron would inevitably glance at the menu, curious about the new dish and its price. Compared to dompa pork, the more accessible price of tomato beef brisket quickly drew the attention of diners. Before long, the tomato beef brisket was served to the 4 hall masters of the Tang Sect. Many curious diners craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the new dish, yet hesitated to disturb the 4 titled Douluo, ultimately retreating slightly, inhaling the unique aroma of the tomato beef brisket wafting through the air, and swallowing in anticipation for their own portions to be ready. The 4 hall masters, however, had no such reservations. Their eyes were fixed on the steaming plate of tomato beef brisket. Yuhua was the first to pick up a vibrant red tomato and popped it into his mouth. Tomatoes also existed on the Douluo Continent, so upon tasting it, Yuhua immediately recognized the fruit. Compared to the local varieties, this tomato seemed to possess a greater acidity and sweetness, with a much richer flavor. The tomatoes had been peeled and cut into neat little cubes, perfectly cooked. As soon as he placed one in his mouth, it melted away, leaving a rich sweet and sour taste. This sweet and sour flavor was complemented by the savory essence of the beef, merging harmoniously without any jarring contrast, instead enhancing the layers of flavor inherent in the tomato itself. A smile crept onto Yuhua's lips. Ever since the cucumber salad had resolved his appetite issues, He had developed a fondness for slightly sour foods, and the perfectly balanced acidity of the tomato beef brisket delighted him immensely. After savoring the tomato, Yuhua picked up a piece of the tender, braised beef brisket. The brisket, sourced from the beef's abdominal and rib areas, had become so tender through prolonged simmering that it practically melted in the mouth, yet still retained some of its elasticity. The tender texture absorbed the rich sauce of the tomato beef brisket, with hints of savory and sweet intertwining seamlessly. The sweet and sour flavor accentuated the freshness of the beef, elevating the brisket's savory profile to a whole new level. Chapter 26. The shocked Tang Yuhua savored his dish meticulously, but beside him, Niuyu was less discerning. Niuyu, being a man of simple tastes, dove into the tomato beef brisket with gusto. And as he ate, his pace quickened. Lacking a refined palate, he could only muster 2 words to describe the dish: delicious. Although he shared the same hearty appetite as Tairei, Niuyu was not particularly fond of meat dishes. He relished anything that was delicious, regardless of whether it was meat or vegetables. However, unlike Tairei, who could gorge on meat alone, Niuyu found that too much meat could become rather cloying. Thus, the tomato beef brisket was perfectly suited to his taste. The combination of savory beef and the sweet and sour tomato elevated the dish, avoiding the greasiness of purely meat dishes while adding layers of flavor that purely vegetable dishes lacked. However, for Tairei, this was an entirely different experience than a staunch carnivore. Tairei believed that meat should be enjoyed in its purest form, without the intrusion of vegetables in the cooking process. To him, such a dish was inherently impure. So, when the tomato beef brisket was served, a twinge of regret flickered in his heart. Had he acted impulsively? Could beef and tomato really be a palatable combination? He was well aware of the tomato's flavor, tart and sweet. Quite pleasant, but could the tender, chewy beef harmonize with it? However, this is the craftsmanship of the little boss. It shouldn't be too shabby, right? With this thought in mind, Tairei hesitated for a moment before picking up a piece of beef brisket and placing it in his mouth. As if struck by lightning, Tailei's movements suddenly froze. His eyes widened in astonishment as he experienced a flavor he had never encountered before. The sweet and sour taste of tomatoes combined with the tender juiciness of the beef created an extraordinary chemical reaction. The beef was far more succulent than any he had tasted before, making him yearn to swallow his own tongue. Could it be that the combination of tomatoes and beef could be so delectable? At that moment, Tairei felt as though his decades-long culinary beliefs had come crashing down. Tomato beef brisket, how delicious it is! I must order another small portion of egg-fried rice. Just as Tairei was still pondering the meaning of life, Zhao Yunxing's voice suddenly rang out. In the brief span of time, his egg-fried rice had already been devoured, and half of the tomato beef brisket was gone. A lover of egg-fried rice. He had fully developed the other characteristic of the tomato beef brisket, its ability to complement rice perfectly. Zhao Yunxing had few demands regarding meat and vegetables. To him, the sweet, sour, salty, and umami flavors of the tomato beef brisket paired exquisitely with the egg-fried rice. After savoring a couple of delightful spoonfuls of the pig stomach chicken broth, Zhao Yunxing couldn't help but display a contented expression. Life like this is worth cherishing. Ha ha ha, boss, your little establishment is thriving more than ever. Now there's even a queue. The door of the small shop swung open, and a towering man strode in, momentarily taken aback. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he gazed at the 4 elderly men in black robes seated nearby. What is going on? Am I seeing things? Aren't those the 4 hall masters? What are they doing here? Tang Zi expressed his confusion, realizing he hadn't visited the little shop in just 3 days. And it felt as if he could no longer comprehend its. No wonder Tang Zi was perplexed. He had just completed a task escorting concealed weapons and rushed to Chi Han's little shop. Eager to indulge in the delicacies that he had intended to bring along his good friend Zhou Long, but couldn't find him, so he assumed Zhou Long might have already arrived at the little shop and came directly. Unbeknownst to him, he was completely unaware of the events that had transpired yesterday, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What are you staring at? You little rascal. Sit down and eat. Tairei cast a glance at this naive junior and spoke irritably. All right, Uncle Sure. Tang Zi instinctively replied, catching Chi Han off guard as he overheard. Tang Zi is actually the disciple of Hall Master Tai. Tang Zi surveyed his surroundings and chose a spot close to Tairei to sit down. When he glanced at the menu, he was immediately astonished. 1 portion of dompa pork costs 100 gold soul coins. He unconsciously raised his voice. Tairei, enjoying his pork, turned around and playfully smacked Tang Z's head with his greasy hand. Chiding, "What are you shouting about, you ignorant little rascal? Just eat. It's good stuff. Oh." Tang Zi rubbed the back of his head, feeling aggrieved. "Why can't I speak loudly? 100 gold soul coins is a bit pricey." But Tang Zi could afford it. He trusted Chi Han, and, with his uncle's encouragement, naturally had no hesitation. "Boss, 1 dompa pork, 1 tomato beef brisket, 1 small portion of egg fried rice, and 1 smashed cucumber." Naturally, he wanted to sample all the new dishes. Since it was his first time, he cautiously ordered only a small portion of egg fried rice. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Tang Zi scanned the dining area. "Where is Zhou Long?" After searching for a while and failing to find his good brother, Tang Zi was momentarily stunned before walking over to the Zhang brothers, who were engrossed in their meal. "Where's your captain?" Zhang Ji looked up and recognized Tang Zi as the good brother of their captain. "Brother Tang, the captain had a portion of dompa pork at the little shop yesterday, and then leveled up to 60. He set off early this morning for the Star Luo forest." "What? He ate a portion of dompa pork and leveled up?" Tang Zi wore a face of disbelief, looking at the Zhang brothers as if they were fools. "Just a few dishes, and he is like this?" Zhang Ji maintained a stoic expression, utterly convinced. After a few moments, Tang Zi rubbed his temples. "Are you serious? I can't believe it. My head is spinning from all this information." Zhang Ji nodded affirmatively, saying that Hall Master you had personally tested it, confirming that the dompa pork could enhance the cultivation speed by about 50% for half an hour, relying on the essence of the dompa pork. The captain successfully leveled up to 60 with Hall Master US endorsement. Tang Zi found it hard to dismiss. No wonder it costs 100 gold soul coins a portion, if it truly has such an effect. Then 100 gold soul coins is merely a bargain. However, if this is the case, it makes perfect sense that the 4 Hall Masters were drawn here for a meal. Tang Zi cast a deep glance at Chi Han, who was busy in the kitchen, and with his discerning eyes, he could clearly see Chi Han's current soul power level. 12th level soul power. Even if he successfully absorbed a soul ring, he would only have about 11th level soul power. Right? In just a few days, he has reached 12th level. Moreover, as Tang Zi carefully recalled, he suddenly realized a troubling issue. It seemed that when he first came, Chi Han didn't possess even a hint of soul power. He was just an ordinary person, wasn't he? It hasn't been long at all. It feels as if not even half a month has passed, right? Chapter 27. Someone has applied for the job. As Tang Zi watched Chi Han approach with the dishes, he gave Chi Han a deep look, causing Chi Han to pause in surprise. "Brother Tang, what's wrong?" Confirming that he hadn't discovered anything amiss about Chi Han. Tang Zi withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Nothing. In that fleeting moment, he had briefly suspected Chi Han of being an evil soul master. An evil soul master is one who possesses a malevolent martial spirit and uses it to commit heinous acts, bringing calamity to the masses. Evil soul masters can utilize their malevolent attributes to elevate their soul power and cultivation levels rapidly, but this is not the righteous path. The cost of increasing one's strength often involves the mass slaughter of ordinary people. Such soul masters are not tolerated in the Douluo Continent. Other soul masters will ruthlessly eliminate them upon encounter. Due to Chi Han's rapid rise in power, Tang Zi harbored some suspicion. But evil soul masters typically exude a distinct aura of malevolence, which Chi Han lacked, dispelling Tang Z's worries. As long as he is an evil soul master, it doesn't matter. Everyone has their secrets, right? Chi Han, of course, was oblivious to Tang Z's thoughts, but the system seemed to vaguely sense something. Given the rapid increase in the host's soul power, it now offers a soul power concealment card X1 for free. After use, the host's soul power level will be undetectable by others. Would you like to use it? Pausing his chopping of scallions, Chi Han pondered why the system suddenly brought this up. But it was evidently not a suitable time to use it. I'll wait until noon when the shop closes to use it. The entirely new flavors left Tang Zi exhilarated, like Zhao Yunxing. He quickly discovered the rice-complementing nature of the tomato beef brisket. The smashed cucumber whetted the appetite, and the tomato beef brisket paired perfectly with the rice, leading to the inevitable conclusion. "Boss, I'd like another small portion of egg fried rice." Tang Zi declared, "I want more." Once Tang Zi was full and thoroughly enjoyed the dompa pork, he felt the soul power within him swiftly circulating through his meridians. Even though he had anticipated this moment, he was still thoroughly astonished. Just a single dish possessed effects comparable to rare resources. The boss truly was remarkable. Unfortunately, Tang Zi had not yet reached the bottleneck of his soul power level and could not break through. Nonetheless, the effects of the Dongpa pork had still significantly increased his soul power, effectively saving him several days of cultivation. Soon, Tang Zi set down the last empty plate, rubbed his round belly, and wore a satisfied smile. Now, he eagerly seized every escort task to Shrek City. His fellow brothers in Tiandou City must have thought he had gone mad for spending so much time shuttling back and forth. Haha, how can these mundane folks understand the allure of the little shop's delicacies? After greeting Chi Han, he respectfully bowed to the 4 hall masters before turning to leave the little shop. After completing the task handover, it was time for him to return to Tiandou City. Lunchtime swiftly passed, and after seeing off the last customer, Chi Han rubbed his wrist from the discussions among the patrons. Chi Han had gathered an inkling of why the little shop's popularity had surged. That a booming business is undoubtedly a good thing, but it also meant he was busier than before, that IT could be regarded as a sweet burden. Speaking of which, the notice hanging at the door had been up for a day. Why had no one come to apply for the waiter position? Chi Han felt as though he was about to spin like a top. Desperately in need of assistance. Main quest 4. A small goal: accumulate a total revenue of 100,000 gold soul coins for the little shop. Quest description: even for a food deity. Making money is equally important. Come and earn your own small goal. Task rewards: 1 3-star random recipe, 1 2-star selected recipe fragment, and a 5 soul power level. Task progress: 3024110000. Glancing at the task progress, Chi Han fell into silence. Initially estimated to take a month to complete the main quest 4, it seemed that with the popularity of Dongpa pork and the increase in customers, he was nearing completion. The price of Dongpa pork was already exorbitant. Now, Chi Han's small shop was earning over 10,000 gold soul coins daily. Without issued at this rate, perhaps it would only take a week. By the way, it seemed that the system had just given him a card. It was a soul power concealment card. Chi Han nodded and activated it. The layer of grayish light enveloped him, quickly vanishing, leaving no trace of abnormality on the surface. Should anyone attempt to probe his cultivation with spiritual power, they would be astonished to find they could not accurately detect Chi Han's soul power level. Originally, detecting Chi Han's soul power level was as simple as looking through a glass window. Now, it was akin to peering through frosted glass. One could discern the presence of a person, but could not make out their specific form. Oh no, one could only sense the existence of soul power, but the exact amount remained obscured. After resting for a while, Chi Han rose and approached the door, preparing to close it for some rest, only to discover a familiar silhouette standing at the entrance. Chi Han paused slightly, then recalled the source of this familiarity. This girl had visited the shop before. Her name seemed to be Fuya. Chi Han did not have a deep impression of her. Rather, it was another girl named Shuang Shuang who left a significant mark on his memory. After all, she was the first to threaten Chi Han with smashing his shop. Chi Han remembered that Shuang Shuang had come to the shop a few times afterward, each time wearing a large hat in a bid to avoid recognition, which made Chi Han unable to suppress a chuckle. Just as Chi Han intended to walk over and inform Fuya that the shop was closed, he suddenly noticed her gaze fixed intently on the notice board outside. Could it be? Excuse me. Are you hiring waitstaff here? Realizing that Chi Han had approached her, Fuya hesitated for a moment before softly inquiring. So, she really was here to apply for a position. To be honest, Fuya was quite attractive, perhaps even surpassing the pampered Shuang Shuang in beauty, with her long black hair perfectly aligning with Chi Han's aesthetic. Having her as a waitress seemed quite agreeable. However, the pressing concern was, Chi Han glanced at Fuya's stature, hesitating slightly. A girl around 14 or 15 years old. Although child labor was not an issue in this world, Chi Han still felt somewhat conflicted. Sensing Chi Han's hesitation, Fuya bit her lip and spoke stubbornly. I can help wash dishes and serve plates. Chi Han was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. A waitress only needed to clear tables after customers finished dining, serve dishes, and assist in taking orders. As for washing dishes, I have a dishwasher. Dishwasher? Fuya blinked, unsure of what that was, but she quickly replied, everything you mentioned, I can do. Chi Han scratched his head, but isn't your age a bit young for this? Age? Fuya widened her eyes, evidently not expecting Chi Han's concern to lie here. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth, and suddenly, for soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, floated behind her. I have a 4-ring cultivation level. My strength is no less than that of an adult. And I will turn 18 in a year. Chapter 28. The Unfeeling Chi Han. The two worlds are indeed different. In the Douluo Continent, one is considered an adult at 16, and Fuya, being 15, is quite near that age. Moreover, Fuya possesses the formidable strength of a four-ring soul master, which is quite terrifying. A four-ring soul master is already a pillar in some smaller sects, and reaching such a level at 15 speaks volumes of Fuya's talent. She would not be an obscure figure even within Shrek Academy. Unable to find other reasons to refuse her, Shihan chose to accept her application with delight. All right then, when can you start? If possible, Shihan hoped she could begin tonight. Fuya blinked. Wait a moment, boss, haven't you mentioned the salary yet? Wasn't it supposed to be negotiable? Why hasn't it been brought up at all? Is this boss reliable? Ah, right. Shihan slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting the most crucial detail. But how should the salary be determined? Shihan fell into contemplation. Serving plates and cleaning was not particularly arduous work, and considering the working hours were merely 4 hours a day, such a job elsewhere might yield only a few silver soul coins monthly. Even in Shrek City, the most prestigious city on the continent, 2 or 3 gold soul coins would be the upper limit. Yet, as Shihan glanced at his menu, the cheapest dish, smashed cucumber, was already priced at 2 gold soul coins, earning the equivalent of a waitress's monthly salary from just one smashed cucumber. Exploiting this young girl like that would make him feel quite uncomfortable. Sigh. It's all because the dishes in the shop are too expensive. Please do not shift the blame casually. The high prices of the dishes are due to the costly ingredients. All right. Shihan raised his head to look at Fuya. Offering 300 gold soul coins for a month. How does that sound? This price was derived from Shihan's comprehensive consideration of the shop's customer flow and revenue, alongside Fuya's own strength as a four-ring soul master. After some thought, Shihan concluded that the shop's staff must be soul masters, as the clientele consisted of soul masters, and it would be difficult for an ordinary girl to manage the duties of a waitress. The disparity in status between soul masters and common folk was significant. An ordinary girl might struggle to articulate her thoughts in the presence of titled Douluo, like the 4 hall masters of Tangmen. Shihan felt that 300 gold soul coins was somewhat insufficient, given that he could earn nearly 10,000 gold soul coins in a day. Meanwhile, Fuya was left in a daze. Her mind blank. Her family was not well off. Due to her high cultivation talent, they had sacrificed greatly to send her to participate in Shrek Academy's entrance examination. Fuya had proven herself to be diligent, not only gaining admission to Shrek, but also excelling within the academy to lessen her family's burden. Fuya applied to be a work-study student, needing to work at the school to earn her tuition, leading to a rather frugal lifestyle, subsisting on the school's free meals. The cafeteria at Shrek Academy was excellent, and the free meals were delicious, but soul masters required substantial nutrition, which the free meals could not provide. Nevertheless, Fuya paid little mind to it. Relying on her talent, she managed to break through to soul master status before the age of 15, becoming an outstanding student in the academy. Everything had been going smoothly until a few days ago, when she suddenly received a letter from home. Her mother was ill and required a sum of money, while her father, unable to help, could only hope that his daughter, as a soul master, could find a solution. Fuya had saved some money over the years, but it was insufficient to cover her mother's medical expenses, and reluctantly, she had to work to gather the remaining funds. In reality, Fuya had alternatives, whether borrowing money from her wealthy friend Shuang or seeking help from a few affluent suitors. The issue could be resolved with ease. However, she was unwilling to do so if it came down to it. She might consider borrowing from Shuang, but that was not an option at present. As for the suitors, she had never entertained such thoughts. Yet, working was far from as easy as Fuya had imagined. Ordinary jobs consumed a lot of time, interfering with her studies, and the pay was meager. To make up for the remaining funds would take considerable time. Just when she felt somewhat desperate, she unexpectedly learned of Shihan's shop hiring waitstaff. The working hours at the shop aligned perfectly with her schedule, allowing her to manage her studies and cultivation without conflict. As for the salary, remembering the impressive 5 gold soul coins fried rice from the shop, Fuya decided to take a gamble. After all, it was reasonable to expect to earn enough to cover a month's worth of fried rice, right? It would be ideal if she could receive in advance, considering she needed only 3 more gold soul coins for her mother's treatment. Even with such conditions, Fuya felt she was asking too much. Serving plates at a restaurant could hardly warrant a monthly salary of 5 gold soul coins, and yet this handsome young boss had offered her 300 gold soul coins a month. Fuya wondered if she was hearing things. Meanwhile, Shihan's thoughts were entirely different. Observing Fuya's dazed expression upon hearing the salary, he frowned slightly. Dai was indeed too low, considering she was a soul master. How about this? 300 gold soul coins a month, plus 2 meals a day, with the shop's dishes available for her to eat freely, as long as there is no waste. This should suffice. Upon careful calculation, with 60 working meals each month, and considering Fuya's appetite at an average of 30 gold soul coins per meal, that amounts to 1,800 gold soul coins. Adding in her salary, it nearly totals 2,000 gold soul coins, reflecting on the era of the Spirit Hall 5,000 years ago, where soul masters received a stipend of 100 gold soul coins monthly without any labor. It seems reasonable that the compensation for a 4-ringed soul sect would be tenfold. That be why this standard, assigning a soul sect master to serve meals, should indeed amount to around 2,000. Correct? Quite reasonable. Hearing this, Fuya appeared even more dazed. Although she had not returned to the small shop since that one time, her close friend Ing Shuang would often return from her secretive visits, boasting of how the owner had not recognized her, while lamenting the exorbitant prices of the delectable items. Thanks to Ing Shuang, Fuya had long been envious of the various delicacies within the small shop. Now, the owner unexpectedly mentioned 2 meals a day, freely available. This, Fuya felt an unreal sensation, as if gold soul coins were falling from the sky. However, Chihan's perspective was entirely different. Observing the girl's increasingly vacant expression, he scratched his head, wondering if the offer was still too low. No. Fuya suddenly snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chihan. I can start this afternoon. Yet, Fuya's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt quite embarrassed to broach the topic of an advance on her salary, but her mother's illness could not be postponed any longer. Could I possibly have a little advance on my salary? Just 10 gold soul coins would suffice. After a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly amended, 5 would do. If she could save a bit, she could still manage this month in advance. Chihan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Just a moment. With that, he entered the kitchen, retrieved 3 pristine gold notes, and handed them to Fuya. I'll just advance you a month's salary. Remember to come by at 4:30 this afternoon for your meal before starting work. Chapter 29. System. Are you serious? Even upon returning to her dormitory, Fuya remained somewhat disoriented. How was it? As soon as she opened the door, a fiery red figure dashed toward her, embracing Fuya and inquiring with concern. The student dormitories of Shrek Academy are shared rooms, and Fuya had been rooming with Ing Shuang since her first year. This arrangement had also served as the catalyst for their close friendship. Fuya had not concealed her family situation from Ing Shuang, yet she had persistently refused to accept her friend's assistance. Ing Shuang, with her impatient temperament, found it utterly impossible to sway this stubborn girl and could only assist Fuya in finding work. She even secretly directed her family's business to offer Fuya a high-paying job, but Fuya saw through it and refused. Fortunately, hope was not lost. Upon hearing that a disciple from the Tang Sect had broken through to Soul Emperor after consuming a new dish at Chihan's shop, attracting 4 titled Douluos from the Tang Sect, Ing Shuang decided to check it out today and indulge in the delicious offerings she had been craving for days. However, before she could enter, she spotted the notice board at the small shop. Concerned for her friend, Ing Shuang abandoned her meal and dashed back to the academy to share the news with Fuya. Naturally, Fuya was intrigued by this seemingly perfect job opportunity, and she hurried to the small shop to apply before Chihan closed for the day. After embracing Ing Shuang, Fuya smiled faintly and recounted her conversation with Chihan in its entirety. 2 meals a day, freely available? After all that, Ing Shuang's focus remained solely on that one statement. He's still hiring waitstaff. I want to go too. Ing Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to apply alongside her dear friend. Whether it was work or meals mattered little. She simply wished to accompany Fuya. Fuya tilted her head in contemplation, before recalling, I saw the owner take down the notice board before I left. They probably aren't hiring anymore, right? Boo-hoo-hoo. Ing Shuang threw herself into Fuya's soft embrace, throwing a tantrum reminiscent of a spoiled noble girl. Amused, Fuya gently patted Ing Shuang's head. I'm starting work this afternoon. I want to go too. Ing Shuang huffed. That owner treats you so well. I suspect he has ulterior motives. Fuya paused, shaking her head. Surely not. He can't overpower me. Who knows? Ing Shuang muttered softly, her mind already plotting what to order from the small shop that evening. She had yet to try the Dongpa elbow, which was said to enhance one's cultivation. Originally, she had planned to have it for lunch, but she was determined to savor it that evening. Oh, before leaving at noon. I think I heard the small shop has a new dish. What was it called again? Tomato beef brisket. Eat, eat, eat. I must have it tonight. Ing Shuang covered her increasingly thin wallet and let out a wail befitting a food lover. Having successfully hired a waitress, Chi-Han felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. From now on, Fuya would be responsible for clearing tables, serving dishes, and recording customer orders, while he would only need to focus on cooking in the kitchen. Quite splendid indeed. Ding! Task completion notification detected. Side quest 2. Hire a waitress. Completed. Task reward. 1-star optional recipe fragment X1. Ready for collection. The long-awaited task completion notification rang out. Well, perhaps not that long. Merely 8 chapters had passed. Without hesitation, Chi-Han chose to collect the reward, as there were currently no recipes requiring training. Selecting a 1-star recipe would seamlessly continue the process. It's you, scoundrel Chi-Han. With no new side quests triggered, Chi-Han currently had only the main quest 4 remaining. After claiming the 1-star optional recipe fragment, Chi-Han fell into deep contemplation. What new dish should I choose? It seems the small shop lacks beverages. Then let's go with a 1-star drink. Opening the 1-star recipe section, Chi-Han skipped over a plethora of elaborate dish names and directly flipped to the beverage category. Scrutinizing it. After a while, Chi-Han voiced his confusion. System, where's the alcohol? Why are all the 1-star beverages in the recipe just drinks? The alcoholic beverages cataloged by the system are of too high a grade. Starting from 2-star recipes. Thus, the 1-star recipes primarily consist of other drinks than 2-star recipes for alcohol. Chi-Han couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He was curious to see what kind of alcohol that entailed. Beverages are fine. The Chi-Han continued to browse, finally locking his gaze on one particular drink. System, did you not say that Chinon fruit juice was too lowly and that you wouldn't catalog it? Upon this drink, the words Chinon fruit juice were boldly inscribed. This system's raw material, Chinon fruit, has been specially selected over hundreds of generations and grafted using unique techniques. Speak plainly. After this system's cultivation, it is no longer considered lowly. Very well. You are the system, so I shall defer to your judgment. Chi-Han shrugged and selected this option. The taste of Chinon fruit is somewhat akin to watermelon, which he rather enjoys. Of course, if watermelon juice were available, he would choose that instead. However, among the 1-star fruit juices, none were fruits he recognized. What are the fruits from Blue Star unworthy? Blue Star is an ordinary realm, so it is only natural that its fruits cannot compare to those from extraordinary realms. That does sound somewhat reasonable. Chi-Han mused, and no wonder the ingredients for my cooking require the system's cultivation. Even ingredients from Blue Star must be crossbred with those from this realm to enhance their flavor. Host has used 1-star optional recipe fragment X1 to exchange for 1-star recipe, Chinon fruit juice. Confirm? Confirmed. As Chi-Han responded, the system space transformed back into the training environment, but Chi-Han felt that something was amiss. When he saw the chef's phantom reappear in the system space, he finally understood the source of this oddity. Does making juice really require a training space? The system offered no response to Chi-Han's inquiries. Instead, it was met by a phantasm within the training space. The phantasm swiftly wielded a knife, expertly slicing each Chinon fruit in half without allowing a single drop of juice to escape. One could liken the scenario to slicing a watermelon without spilling its juice, thus illustrating the considerable challenge involved. The Chinon fruits provided by the system were indeed remarkable, cultivated over hundreds of generations, and were significantly larger than the usual specimens, each about the size of 2 fists. Once halved, the phantasm deftly extracted the central portion, no larger than a ping-pong ball, using a small spoon, depositing it into the system's advanced juicer, while carelessly discarding the remnants. This left Chi-Han utterly astounded, yet the phantasm's performance was far from over. Next, the phantasm produced an ornate goblet, embellished with intricate reliefs, and using ice tongs, it placed a long, rectangular block of ice into the cup, then swirled the ice with a muddler for several rotations before removing it, capturing the juice from the juicer into the goblet. Finally, it adorned the rim with mint leaves and inserted a glass straw, elegantly curved at the tip. Completion. Chi-Han's eyes widened. He thought, with such elaborate maneuvers, is this really just a glass of juice? Upon receiving the juice, he took a hearty sip. The goblet, chilled by the ice, made the juice feel refreshingly cool as it flowed down his throat. The juice was delightfully sweet. Indeed, The system had not lied. It was much sweeter than the original Chinan juice. This sweetness was far from cloying, instead infused with a rich, fruity aroma that invigorated the senses. Savoring it sip by sip, Shihan soon finished the entire serving. System, what about the remaining Chinan fruits? The system is responsible for their reclamation, repurposing them to nourish other livestock. Recycling, is it? And what is the cost of such a glass of Chinan juice? 1 gold soul coin per cup. The prices at the small shop had just been undercut. I am no longer the cheapest. Rising to his feet, Shihan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let the training commence. The crafting of Chinan juice was not particularly arduous. The sole challenge lay in the initial process of slicing the fruit in half, without any juice escaping. Shihan had initially assumed such a requirement was to prevent waste. But the system's explanation took him by surprise. The juice that escaped during the slicing came from the compression of the fruit's pulp at the severed edge, since the pulp at the cut was not entirely composed of the essence. It could taint the pure portion, thereby preventing the Chinan juice from achieving perfection. The essence was primarily that diminutive central part, while the remainder was mercilessly categorized as non-essence pulp, even deemed polluted. Such fastidiousness was typical of the system. Fortunately, Shihan's knife skills had recently reached a proficient level, and although the phantasm's actions appeared exceedingly elaborate, he quickly discovered that the task was easier than he had anticipated. It merely required swifter cuts while maintaining the blade's alignment with the cutting direction, without any deviation. After spending approximately 5 days in the training space, Shihan had mastered the technique. This marked the fastest escape from the training space in his history. Yet even so, he had made 3,000 errors in his cutting. Upon noticing the additional line of text on the menu, Shihan smiled. For him, the greatest joy was witnessing a new entry on the menu every time he exited the training space. After a brief rest upstairs, it was soon 4-30 as he opened the shop's door. Fuya was already standing gracefully at the entrance, although the shop did not officially open for another half hour. A line of patrons had already formed outside. Upon seeing Shihan open the door, customers assumed he had opened early and eagerly attempted to enter, only to find Shihan ushering a young girl inside before gently closing the door again. Inside the shop, Shihan observed Fuya clad in the Shrek Academy uniform and raised an eyebrow. Wearing the Shrek Academy uniform as a server might not be appropriate. He pondered the potential trouble it could cause if the Academy found out. Wait here a moment. I'll fetch you a work outfit. You can think about what you'd like to eat in the meantime. With that, Shihan ascended the stairs. System, can you customize the server's work attire? Yes, please select a style. The system replied, presenting dozens of different made outfit designs before Shihan. This low-cut one looks nice. He was taken aback by the ultra-short skirt version, and there's even a bikini-style made outfit. You're quite the connoisseur, system. After much deliberation, Shihan ultimately chose the 2 most modest options, considering the need for laundering as well. How considerate of him as a boss. Thank you for your patronage. The cost for each custom outfit is 1,000 gold soul coins. What? Is the system trying to rob me? What piece of clothing costs such a fortune? I assumed the host was aware. Aware of what? If I'd known it was this expensive, I would never have requested customization. Shihan rolled his eyes in frustration. So, do you still want them? Shihan retrieved 2 1,000 coin notes and declared, take them. As the notes vanished into thin air, 2 pristine made outfits materialized before him. He turned and descended the stairs. Handing the made outfits to Fuya, Shihan explained, these are your work uniforms. There are 2 for you to alternate between. Remember to wear them while working. Made outfits were non-existent in the Douluo Continent, so Fuya found nothing amiss about the skirts. She opened one of the outfits to examine it closely. What a beautiful dress. Her eyes sparkled. The fabric appeared to be of exceptionally high quality, even more so than the most expensive dress owned by Ing Shuang. This must be quite costly. Is it really for work? Fuya couldn't help but glance at Chian. It fits perfectly. How did the boss know my size? She felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks and quickly lowered her head. Misinterpreting her embarrassment, Shihan pointed towards the staircase. There's a guest room upstairs to your left where you can change. Okay. Fuya replied softly, dashing upstairs. By the way, what do you want to eat? Shihan called after her as she hurried up the stairs. A small portion of egg fried rice will be fine. A small portion of egg fried rice. The young girl was rather modest. Even after being told to eat anything, she only ordered an egg fried rice. Let's add some pig stomach chicken to that. You need to eat more while you're growing. With a casual stride to the kitchen, Shihan ignited the stove and began cooking. Not only Fuya, but he too was in need of a meal. When Fuya finally descended the stairs, having changed into the maid outfit with a hint of youthful shyness, Jihan found himself momentarily entranced. Soul masters often developed at a faster rate than ordinary individuals. Though only 15, Fuya stood at a height of 165 centimeters, her figure curvaceous, already hinting at the blossoming grace of womanhood. Her stunning visage, complemented by long, straight black hair, and accentuated by the fitted maid outfit, left Jihan with only one word to describe her: breathtaking. 300 gold soul coins for a month. What a lucrative deal. Let us see how it tastes. Jihan gestured towards a small table where a serving of pig stomach chicken and a small portion of egg fried rice awaited. Fuya blinked. Boss, one serving of egg fried rice is enough for me. Feeling a bit shy about indulging in something so extravagant, she had opted for the modest order when Jihan inquired earlier. Jihan shook his head. You're at a stage of growth. Eat a bit more, as long as you don't waste it. This, Fuya felt a wave of gratitude and nodded obediently, picking up her spoon to savor the egg fried rice. The dish was quickly devoured, and she couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. It had been quite some time since her last visit, yet the memory of Jihan's egg fried rice lingered in her mind. And now she relished it once more. Imagining the prospect of enjoying such delicious egg fried rice every day, Fuya considered herself perhaps the happiest girl in the world. Chapter 31. The betrayal of a close friend after finishing the egg fried rice. A warm sensation began to spread from her stomach throughout Fuya's body. She recalled experiencing a similar phenomenon the last time she had egg fried rice. Only high-quality nutritional meals could invoke such a response. She had once tasted a meal of this caliber in the cafeteria at Shrek Academy, and it had left a lasting impression. These nutrients would gradually be absorbed during her subsequent training, significantly enhancing her progress. An immense advantage for a soul master. Is this pig stomach chicken? As Fuya's gaze shifted towards another dish nearby, she quickly recognized the pig stomach chicken that Ing Shuang had frequently mentioned. However, upon noticing the chopsticks beside the dish, she felt somewhat flustered. Although Ing Shuang had informed her about a special utensil called chopsticks, she had never used them before. Sensing Fuya's predicament, Jihan smiled slightly, retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen, and demonstrated their use until Fuya had mastered the technique. That he thought that if new customers arrived at the shop and were unfamiliar with chopsticks, it would be Fuya's responsibility to teach them. With a vigorous nod, Fuya, now proficient in using chopsticks, sparkled with excitement in her bright eyes. The pig stomach was delightfully crunchy, the chicken tender, and the broth exceptionally flavorful. As Fuya savored the pig stomach chicken for the first time, she felt as though she had discovered another unforgettable dish. Yet, despite the deliciousness of the meal, Fuya had no time to indulge. She was there to work, not to dine. After she finished eating, Jihan nodded and began instructing her on the equipment in the shop. This is the dishwasher. You simply place the dishes inside, and it will clean them automatically. Fuya's eyes widened in awe, having never encountered such an invention before. How impressive! If only we had one at home. My mother wouldn't have to wash the dishes. The young girl couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Jihan pointed towards the dining area, explaining, once we open the shop, your task will be to record each customer's orders and relay them to me. After I prepare the dishes, you will serve them to the customers. Once they leave, promptly tidy up the dishes they have used and wipe down the table. Suddenly, Jihan remembered something and added, let me get you a cleaning cloth. The cloth Jihan used was also a product of advanced technology, effortlessly wiping away grease without the need for any detergent. No. Fuya replied with a gentle smile, lightly touching the table where she had just dined. Instantly, a layer of ice crystals enveloped the surface, which shattered and vanished, leaving the table smooth and spotless. Jihan was taken aback by Fuya's unexpected display of skill. An my martial soul allows me to control ice elements, so I can use ice to clean the table, Fuya explained, leaving Jihan astonished. Fuya could clean the table with a mere touch. Was that not more convenient than advanced technology? Does the system feel ashamed? This technology doesn't require soul power, yet it cleans faster. Jihan chose to abandon the argument. It's nearly time to open, he said, rising and gesturing towards the closed door. Fuya, please go ahead and open it. With a nod, Fuya pushed open the shop's doors, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight before her. She had completely overlooked the scene outside, and was now taken aback by the long line of customers. So many people. Yu Hua, leaning on a cane, was the first to enter the shop. He glanced at Fuya and remarked, Girl, Where's the owner of this establishment? Why are you the one opening the door? Ah, it's Lord Mu Ling Douluo from Tangmen. Fuya replied, lowering her head. I'm the newly hired waitress. The owner is in the kitchen. If you wish to place an order, just let me know. A waitress. Yuhua raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling seeing a notice for hiring waitstaff a few days prior at the shop's entrance. Considering the bustling state of the shop, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. This little shop indeed needs a waitress. I'll have a smashed cucumber, a dompa pork, and a small portion of fried rice. Oh, there's something new. I'll also have a serving of chin and fruit juice. Fuya quickly took out paper and pen from her maid outfit's pocket and recorded the order before leading Yuhua to an empty table. As a competent waitress, memorizing the dishes and prices of the shop was essential. Fuya had already committed all the items on the menu to memory before opening. That evening, none of the 4 hall masters from Tangmen arrived together, as they were all preoccupied with their respective responsibilities. Perhaps only Yuhua, who was engrossed in researching medicinal herbs, had the leisure to dine at the shop regularly. A striking figure dressed in fiery red pushed the door open and immediately spotted Fuya, who was bustling about in her maid outfit. Seeing her best friend transformed, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Ying Shuang had decided to forego her usual disguise, as she considered the shop's waitress to be her dear friend, and she had come to support her if the owner of the shop dared to mistreat Fuya. Ying Shuang vowed to turn him to ashes. Dressed in a dazzling red gown, Ying Shuang quickly drew Fuya's attention, who rushed over to grasp her hand and guide her to an empty seat. I'm a bit busy right now, but I'll talk to you later. What would you like to eat? Observing Fuya, who had suddenly become so composed in just a few hours, Ying Shuang replied, a small portion of fried rice, a dompa pork, and some tomato beef stew. The shop has introduced a new item, chin and fruit juice. Since you love juices, why not give it a try? Ah, all right. Ying Shuang nodded, feeling a pang of betrayal from her friend. It was only her first day on the job. Why was she already actively bringing in business for the owner? It was all the owner's fault. She shot a resentful glance towards the busy figure in the kitchen. Lu, I want my caring best friend back. Achoo. Chihan in the kitchen couldn't help but sneeze. System, is your range hood broken? Why on earth did I suddenly sneeze? Is it the grease smoke? Please do not slander this system. The range hood is perfectly fine. It's just that someone is bad-mouthing the host. Someone's bad-mouthing me? Chihan expressed disbelief. I'm as handsome as any reader. Who wouldn't love me? He glanced regretfully at the beef stew in front of him, realizing he could no longer use it after sneezing over it. System, dispose of it and get me a new one. Chapter 32. The opportunity to advance to junior chef boss. I'll be heading back now. All right, come back tomorrow at 10:30. Chihan waved his hand, watching as the girl turned to leave. Okay, boss, I'll be there on time. After changing back into her Shrek Academy uniform, Fuya carefully stowed the 2 maid outfits in her embrace and made her way towards the side entrance of Shrek Academy. Such beautiful dresses, I must cherish them. The side entrance of Shrek Academy was not far from Chihan's shop, and the dormitory area was located nearby as well. In fact, this side entrance was designed for the convenience of students coming and going. The guard merely glanced at Fuya's Shrek Academy uniform before promptly opening the gate for her. No one dared to impersonate a Shrek student to sneak in. Upon returning to her dormitory, Fuya finally felt a wave of relief wash over her as she collapsed onto her bed. Even though she was a soul master, 2 hours of continuous serving and recording orders was quite exhausting. After all, the business at the shop was exceptionally thriving. Lu, Fuya, are you abandoning your best friend? A burst of white light suddenly illuminated the room, making Ying Shuang's face appear ghostly pale. Ah, Fuya shrieked, jumping up from her bed in terror. She was most afraid of ghosts. Soon, she realized it wasn't a ghost, but rather her plastic friend, and in her frustration, she lunged at Ying Shuang, and they began to tickle each other. After a playful scuffle, the 2 girls lay side by side on the bed, utterly exhausted. Isn't being a waitress tiring? Ying Shuang asked, turning her head to glance at her friend's delicate profile. Not really. Besides, the food at the shop is really delicious. Fuya's eyes sparkled. For her, the busyness of the shop was insignificant. As a student of Shrek Academy, she had endured far more strenuous challenges, reflecting on the delectable pig stomach chicken and fried rice. Fuya felt that such a busy day was hardly worthy of the exquisite food she had enjoyed. Why do I feel inexplicably guilty? Oh, that's right. Upon contemplating the delectable delights she had consumed, Fuya suddenly sprang from her bed, gracefully assuming a meditative posture. It is imperative not to waste. Such abundant nutrition must be diligently absorbed through cultivation. Ying Shuang, with a resigned glance at her dear friend. Let out a sigh. Ever since they had met, her friend's dedication to cultivation had remained unwavering. Shuang, too, had engaged in her own practice, hastily seizing the opportunity to cultivate upon returning to the dormitory. Eager to harness the lingering effects of Dompa pork. However, once the effects faded, her motivation for cultivation waned. Their talents were comparable, yet Shuang, despite her more affluent background and superior nutrition, remained at the 38th level of soul respect. While Fuya had already ascended to the 42nd level of soul master, the stark contrast was a testament to Shuang's lackadaisical nature and Fuya's relentless diligence. Curiously, these two girls, with such disparate personalities and backgrounds, had forged a close bond of friendship. Nevertheless, it was time to focus on their cultivation. Initially yearning for a restful slumber, Shuang, upon witnessing Fuya's industriousness, sighed softly and rose to sit cross-legged, commencing her own meditation. As Fuya departed the small establishment, Chihan's gaze shifted toward the system's task panel. Main Quest 4. A small gold cumulative revenue of the small shop reaches 100,000 gold soul coins. Task description. Even for a culinary deity, earning money is equally vital. Come and achieve your modest goal. Task rewards. 1 3-star random recipe, 1 2-star selected recipe fragment. Soul power level 5. Task progress. 38. 213, 100, 000. In a single night, profits had soared to 8,000 gold soul coins, an increase from merely 5,000 at noon. Clearly, the additional 3,000 could be attributed to having Fuya serve as a waitress. Previously, Chihan had spent considerable time clearing tables and serving dishes, resulting in a rather inefficient operation. Now, with those tasks delegated to Fuya, he could focus solely on cooking, thus significantly enhancing efficiency. Chihan understood the rationale behind this. Yet he suddenly pondered whether the wages he offered Fuya were somewhat insufficient. Alas, it seems that conscientious entrepreneurs like himself are a rarity indeed. Please refrain from embellishing your own merits. You are not an entrepreneur, merely an apprentice chef. Silence. As Chihan glanced at the menu affixed to the wall, he realized he had already mastered several 2-star recipes. System. When will I become a junior chef? System. Where are you? The host has instructed me to be quiet. Then you may speak now. That if the host permits me to speak, am I not losing face by doing so? Oh, how unexpectedly prideful that Chihan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. But you are speaking now. Seeing the system at a loss for words filled Chihan with immense joy. This was the first time he had bested the system in a verbal spar. Engaging in repartee with the system was undeniably delightful. After completing Main Quest 4, a new promotion task would emerge, the completion of which would elevate him to the rank of junior chef. Despite the banter, the system was largely diligent and reliable. System, is there a task for promotion? Indeed, the host must complete a promotion task to advance. Failure to do so will result in remaining an apprentice chef. What benefits accompany becoming a junior chef? Upon becoming a junior chef, the host will gain the privilege to name the small shop, and random recipe drops will no longer include 1-star recipes. Naming the shop is a minor concern, especially since it has already garnered a reputation, albeit nameless, with patrons referring to it as the small shop opposite Taemin. For Chihan, the more significant aspect was the second point. The discontinuation of 1-star recipes and random drops. Does this mean that future random drops will commence at 2-star? Yes, that is correct. Hiss. This is truly fortuitous news. It is worth noting that approximately 70% of the random drop will consist of 1-star recipes, while 25% comprises 2-star recipes, with the remaining 0.5% featuring 3-star and above recipes. Previously, the probability of obtaining a 3-star recipe was exceedingly low, with 2-star recipes considered fortunate finds. Now, the absence of 1-star recipes signifies a substantial increase in the likelihood of acquiring all other recipes. How could Chihan not be exhilarated? He was determined to complete Main Quest 4. With Fuya's arrival, their earning potential had significantly improved, and it seemed likely they would complete the task in just 4 days. The rewards for completing Main Quest 4 included a 3-star random recipe, a 2-star selected recipe fragment, and an enhancement in soul power level, which made Chihan even more impatient. Now, with the system informing him that completion of Main Quest 4 would grant him the opportunity for promotion to junior chef, and given the numerous advantages that status entailed, his anticipation reached a fever pitch. What is our motto? Work hard to earn money, and earn money to work hard. Chapter 33. Promotion task. 4 days passed swiftly. Fuya had gradually acclimatized to the atmosphere of the small shop. her work becoming increasingly adept, while the patrons had grown quite familiar with the beautiful young lady, with the diligent assistance of this industrious girl. The shop's business became ever more organized, and it appeared that the anticipated 4 days to complete Main Quest 4 might be surpassed. Ding! The system detects that the host has completed a task. Main Quest 4. A small goal completed. Cumulative revenue of the small shop reaches 100,000 gold soul coins. Task description. Even for a culinary deity, earning money is equally vital. Come and achieve your modest goal. Task rewards. 1 3-star random recipe, available for claim. 1 2-star selected recipe fragment, available for claim. Soul power level 5, available for claim. Ding! Task triggered. Main Quest 5. Fame and recognition ensure the original residents of Shrek City know of the small shop's existence. Task description. It is time to conquer a city with your exquisite culinary skills. Task rewards. 3 random recipe drops, 1 3-star random recipe, soul power level 5. Task progress, 895. Ding. According to the system's assessment, the host is now qualified for promotion to junior chef, and a promotion task is being issued. Here it comes. Chihan's knife paused mid-cutting. Promotion task. The light of innovation as a competent chef. Merely mastering existing recipes is insufficient. Innovation is the driving force behind culinary advancement. The host is required to venture into the soul beast gathering area, Kale Forest, to freely seek ingredients and create entirely new recipes. The recipe must achieve at least a 1-star rating through the system's assessment to complete the task. Note: this promotion task has no time limit. The host retains pricing rights for original recipes based on the system's star rating assessment. Rewards for the promotion task vary according to the evaluation results of the host's original recipes. Chi-Han did not delve deeply into the task details. The small shop had yet to close. And although he was filled with excitement, he composed himself to continue cooking. Only after the lunch service concluded and Fuya departed did he eagerly close the shop's door and meticulously examine the task. As the foremost city on the continent, Shrek City boasted an impressively large population. It was said that a century ago, Shrek Academy conducted a census, revealing a fixed population of 6 million, including transient residents. The current population of Shrek City likely approached 8 million. According to the requirements of Main Quest 5, Chi-Han needed to ensure that at least 760,000 residents of Shrek City were aware of the small shop's existence to fulfill the task. However, Chi-Han paid little heed to this. His attention was captivated by the task progress displayed at the end. Lost in contemplation. 895. This indicated that the small shop had already been acknowledged by approximately 600,000 of Shrek City's original residents. Was his little shop truly so renowned? In recent days, the influx of customers has indeed surged, and Fuya has frequently reported that many patrons are unable to dine due to long queues. According to Chi-Han's rough estimation, whether during lunch or dinner, over 1,000 diners flocked to his establishment. Yet, when juxtaposed with the staggering figure of 600,000, 1,000 remains but a modest number. Chi-Han is unaware that the reasons behind the fame of his little shop are manifold. The inhabitants of Douluo Continent, unlike those of Blue Star, have fewer entertainment options, which heightens their fascination with various gossip. The air of mystery surrounding Chi-Han's small eatery has piqued their curiosity, rendering it a topic of conversation during their leisure hours. Initially, Chi-Han's establishment was merely noted for its exorbitant prices, drawing the attention of a few intrigued diners, but it hardly achieved any renown. The true catalyst for Chi-Han's burgeoning reputation was the simultaneous visit of the 4 masters from the Tang Sect. For these 4 masters, their presence was merely a casual endeavor, driven by curiosity after hearing that their disciples had experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation after dining at the small shop. However, for the rest of the populace, the significance was profound. Whether for ordinary folk or soul masters, the existence of a title de law is something to be revered. The legends of countless title de law, long after their passing, continue to be recounted, let alone the 4 currently alive. Moreover, these 4 are the masters of the world's foremost sect, the Tang Sect. Every move they make is scrutinized by countless onlookers, as they repeatedly appear at Chi-Han's shop. The focus of discussion naturally shifts from the 4 title de law to the little eatery itself. The spread of its notoriety is exponential, although the total number of diners who have visited his establishment remains a mere 10,000. With many not being regulars, Chi-Han's shop has undoubtedly become well known, with numerous individuals resolutely determined to sample its offerings should the opportunity arise. Having set aside concerns about the shop's fame, Chi-Han swiftly redirected his eager gaze towards the promotion task. The system's description was exceedingly detailed, yet the one unexpected aspect was that the task rewards were not fixed. This implied that if he crafted a recipe of higher quality, the rewards would likewise be greater. If I were to create a 2-star recipe directly, what would happen? Chi-Han was acutely aware of his limitations regarding higher star recipes, yet perhaps a 2-star recipe was within reach. If the host were to create a 2-star recipe directly, they would ascend to the rank of intermediate chef. However, given the host's current skill level, the system does not believe the host possesses such capability. Feeling somewhat underestimated, Chi-Han voiced his dissatisfaction, stating, "I have been practicing 2-star recipes in the training space, and my error count has surely dropped below 10,000 by now. Why is it deemed impossible to create a 2-star recipe?" The disparity between creating and learning is monumental. The host requires thousands of attempts to learn others' recipes, so what right does one have to create their own 2-star recipe? This assertion seemed to hold some merit. Then, if I can only create a 1-star recipe, does the evaluation outcome differ in any way? Even within the same star rating, the evaluation results can vary greatly. Consider the differences between pig's stomach chicken and dompa elbow. The system's explanation was straightforward, and Chi-Han quickly grasped its meaning. This task merely necessitated the creation of a recipe that could be rated as 1-star by the system, thus fulfilling the task and promoting him to junior chef. Although the specific rewards would differ, should he be unsatisfied with the evaluation outcome, he could continue to create new recipes as a basis for obtaining task rewards. Naturally, this task could not be indefinitely postponed. For failure to submit a recipe to the system would mean that the promotion to junior chef would not be considered complete, adversely affecting all subsequent tasks. Upon the task's conclusion, all recipes created by Chi-Han could be listed on the menu for sale, and he would retain the pricing authority for his original recipes. Considering that the reward for Main Quest 5 includes 3 randomly dropped recipes, it is evident that completing the promotion task before Main Quest 5 would maximize his benefits. Chapter 34. The Appearance of Iya, the Lamb Hidden in the Fish Belly. The Karai Forest is a modest soul beast forest located in the southern region of the Heaven Dou Empire. Compared to the vast Star Luo Forest, Karai Forest is significantly smaller. Upon completing Main Quest 1, the system provided Chi-Han with a map of the entire Douluo Continent, which was not reclaimed after the task's completion. At this moment, Chi-Han retrieved the map and easily identified the green area known as Karai Forest. According to the map, this primitive forest, occupying less than 1% of the area of the Star Luo Forest, is home to soul beasts with lifespans of up to 1,000 years, making it an ideal place for low-ranking soul masters to select soul rings. The absence of 10,000-year soul beasts implies that the danger level for Chi-Han is relatively low. However, it is somewhat distant. The city of Shrek is situated on the western border of the Heaven Dou Empire, which means that to travel south, Chi-Han must traverse at least half the distance across the empire. System, can we change to a soul beast gathering area that is closer? The map indicates that there are indeed several gathering areas nearer to his location. The location for the promotion task cannot be altered. The system's cold, emotionless voice decisively quashed Chi-Han's hopes. Very well. Chi-Han shrugged. The system has always been inflexible regarding negotiations on tasks. After retracting the map, he temporarily set aside the promotion task. Now, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Main Quest 4. A small goal, completed, task rewards. 3-star random recipe X1, claimable. 2-star selected recipe fragment X1, claimable. Soul power level 5, claimable. After toiling for so long. Well, it hasn't been that long. The long-awaited Main Quest 4 has finally been completed, and it is time to reap the rewards. Let me see. Both the 3-star random recipe and the 2-star selected recipe fragment are valuable, so I shall claim. Without hesitation, Chi-Han's finger pressed on the soul power level 5 option. Indeed, strength is of paramount importance. Surrounding Chi-Han's body, several invisible whirlpools emerged, resembling bottomless black holes that voraciously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, infusing it into Chi-Han's meridians. Waves of warmth surged through his veins, automatically circulating in a complete cycle, and his soul power level soared at a visibly rapid pace. Soul power, level 17. Chi-Han clenched his fist, a smile spreading across his face. At this moment, his soul power was more than double what it had been at level 12. Now, he could utilize his first soul skill 4 or 5 times in one breath. At this rate, with each task granting an increase of 5 levels in soul power, it wouldn't be long before he could achieve title Douluo status, would it? You're thinking too small. Chi-Han, what is title Douluo? With a few more levels, becoming a deity would be effortless. Please do not indulge in fanciful dreams, as the current low level of the host's soul power is the reason for the substantial rewards. As the host's soul power level increases, the rewards will diminish. Before Chi Han could even fantasize about what title he might adopt, the system doused his dreams with cold water. So. It's because I'm currently weak that the soul power rewards are so generous? Indeed. Very well. Chi Han rolled his eyes before claiming the 2-star selected recipe fragment X1 and the 3-star random recipe X1. He had already accumulated 3 2-star selected recipe fragments. Just one more would allow him to exchange for any 2-star recipe. Chi Han's gaze quickly fixated on the 3-star random recipe. Randomly acquire a 3-star recipe. This will be the first 3-star recipe for the small shop, and 3-star recipes are sure to possess special effects, which fills Chi Han with indescribable excitement. Upon claiming the 3-star random recipe, Chi Han was instantly transported into the system space. Before him appeared a spinning wheel. This wheel resembled the one used for randomly dropping recipes. Yet every segment was purple. Just as the system had mentioned, the purple wheel spun rapidly, and with a heart full of excitement and anticipation, Chi Han shut his eyes and shouted, "Stop!" when he opened his eyes. The purple section before him clearly displayed 4 large characters, accompanied by an image. Fish belly hiding lamb.jpg. Hiss. Chi Han couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As the system space instantaneously transformed back into the training space. One must admit, luck seems to be on my side this time. Among the 3 offerings of pigs, cattle, and sheep, the menu of the small shop notably lacked lamb. Flying in the sky, roaming on land, swimming in water, only the latter was missing from the menu. Now, with the dish fish belly hiding lamb, I can rectify both of these omissions in one fell swoop. Is fish belly hiding lamb difficult? Certainly, it presents a significant challenge, as thoroughly deboning a whole fish is a feat that has confounded countless chefs. Chi Han has a premonition that his time spent in the training space this time will likely be prolonged. However, regardless of how long he must remain there, mastering this dish will be worth the effort. After all, it is renowned as the freshest dish. One must understand the freshness of fish and lamb. Once upon a time on the Blue Star, Chi Han had indulged in the dish of fish belly stuffed with lamb a few times. Some of those experiences had been exaggerated and poorly executed. Yet one particular occasion left a profound impression on him. It was at an inconspicuous little eatery where he savored a flavor unlike any he had ever encountered before. Surely, the system's version of fish belly stuffed with lamb would surpass that humble establishment. He was not in a hurry to learn. At that moment, he simply wished for the illusion to prepare the dish for him, so he could savor it as a diner and discover the exquisite taste of a 3-star recipe from the system. However, this time, Chi Han suddenly realized that the figure appearing in the training space was no longer the original illusion, that it was a somewhat short and frail apparition, clad in an ancient robe. With a slightly hunched posture, though ethereal, its bright eyes seemed almost tangible as they gazed quietly at Chi Han. What was happening, system? Chi Han was somewhat bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. The apparition seemed to genuinely perceive him, its gaze laden with a hint of profundity, a demeanor never exhibited by the previous illusion. The former illusion resembled a programmed robot, merely demonstrating the cooking steps before presenting the dish to Chi Han, only to vanish thereafter. This time, Chi Han sensed that it was not as straightforward as before. The 3-star recipe encapsulated the entire essence of its creator, making it extraordinarily precious. Thus, recipes above 3 stars would be imparted by the lingering soul of the recipe's creator. The 3-star recipe of fish belly stuffed with lamb was originally crafted by the imperial chef Iya during the spring and autumn period, combining fish and lamb into a culinary delight that has been passed down through the ages. Becoming the very essence of freshness, the character for fresh originally consisted of 3 fish characters. Fish is the epitome of freshness, and 3 fish signify an enhancement of that freshness. The dish of fish belly stuffed with lamb, invented by Iya, is even more delectable than fish meat itself, leading to a transformation in the character for fresh, which has persisted to this day. The special effect of fish belly stuffed with lamb, upon consumption, one may enter a state of deep meditation for 24 hours, as the system concluded. Chi Han's gaze toward the apparition shifted dramatically. So, standing before him was indeed the imperial chef Iya from the spring and autumn period. Chapter 35. The 10-day period. The figure of Iya appeared quite aged, yet upon witnessing his deft hand with the knife, which effortlessly deboned an entire fish without any residue left behind, Chi Han's mind was consumed by 4 words: sheer artistry. This truly was a divine skill. All of Chi Han's previous impressions of knife work were utterly shattered beneath Ya's swift and graceful blade. Ya's knife moved with incredible speed, yet the lively fish underwent scaling, gutting, and deboning. Even the skin remained unscathed. The residual soul exhibited a greater degree of freedom than the illusion. Ya's cooking process unfolded right beside Chi Han, allowing him to easily observe every detail. Such learning proved to be far more efficient than before. The marination of the fish and lamb, the blanching of diced bamboo shoots and mushrooms, sautéing the lamb with the mushroom and bamboo shoot cubes, stuffing them into the fish's belly, wrapping it in pork lard, and encasing it in foil for baking, all transpired before Chi Han's eyes. At every critical moment, Yi would slow his movements, performing the actions from the most discernible angle for Chi Han. Soon, a plate of fish belly stuffed with lamb was presented before him. A vibrant green lotus leaf adorned the platter, and nestled in its center lay a fish, its surface perfectly roasted to a delicate golden hue. Quietly reclining, the lotus leaf not only served as a visual embellishment, but also imparted a subtle fragrance that mingled with the enticing aroma of the dish, creating a harmonious blend of fish and lamb scents. Enriched by the earthy aroma of mushrooms, striking a delightful balance. Chi Han carefully used chopsticks to lift the section of the fish belly. As he did, the fragrance of the lamb nestled within erupted, filling the entire kitchen with an irresistible aroma that lingered in the air. Taking a greedy breath, Chi Han lifted a morsel of fish and lamb to his mouth. Upon tasting, the sweetness of the fish intertwined with the rich aroma of the lamb, each flavor distinctly layered, while the pork lard contributed a delightful crispness, rendering the fish tender yet resilient. The lamb carried its inherent gamey flavor, yet it was not overwhelming. The subtle gaminess melded with the lamb's freshness, imparting a unique taste that distinguished it from beef or pork. Truly, the system's rendition of fish belly stuffed with lamb delivered a freshness that Chi Han had never experienced before. In no time, the entire serving was devoured, leaving no trace behind. Regrettably, the special effect of the dish still bore no impact on Chi Han. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to experience deep meditation. For a soul master, deep meditation seemed a rare and coveted chance, did it not? System, what is the price of fish belly stuffed with lamb? 1,000 golden soul coins per serving. My goodness. The most expensive dish at the previous little shop was the Dompa pork knuckle at 100 golden soul coins. And now the price of fish belly stuffed with lamb had skyrocketed tenfold. Is this what a 3-star recipe entails? Chi Han was enamored. Yet, considering the exquisite flavors of the fish belly stuffed with lamb and its unique effects for soul masters, he deemed the price entirely justified. As the preparation of the dish concluded, Ya's residual soul gradually began to dissipate. Unlike the chef's illusion, this soul lingered for a moment longer, casting a deep, encouraging glance at Chi Han, igniting a warmth in his heart. Instinctively, Chi Han bowed deeply to the vanishing Ya, and when he lifted his head, he fancied he saw the nearly invisible remnants of Ya's soul curving into a faint smile. After a brief silence, Chi Han spoke softly. System, what happens when the residual soul dissipates? After imparting knowledge to the host, the soul contained within the recipe will disperse and return to the heavens. Return to the heavens. Chi Han exhaled softly as he approached the now solitary cooking area. Training for fish belly stuffed with lamb. Commence. Error detected. The whole fish was deboned improperly, damaging the flesh. Please restart. Host. Error detected. The whole fish was deboned improperly, damaging the flesh. Please restart. Host. Error detected. The whole fish was deboned improperly, damaging the flesh. Please restart. Host. Until evening, when the establishment opened for business, Chi Han emerged from the training space, still unable to achieve the system's requirement for a perfect deboning of the fish without injuring its skin or flesh, as expected of a 3-star recipe. Chi Han sighed softly before turning to the already arrived Fuya. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Fuya had changed into her maid outfit upon arrival, her cheeks flushed at the inquiry. Fried rice and tomato beef stewed. Fuya had grown less reserved than before. Yet she still felt a tinge of shyness whenever placing an order. She truly wished for just a portion of fried rice, but every time she attempted to do so, Chi Han would insist on adding another dish for her. Eventually, Fuya realized that her boss genuinely did not mind the extra expense, and she surrendered her struggle. After several days of indulging in the delectable meals prepared by her boss, Fuya felt she might be experiencing a nutritional surplus, prompting her to devote her evenings to training, striving to convert all that nourishment into soul power. In just a few days, Fuya sensed that she was nearing level 40, perhaps it would not be long before she achieved a breakthrough. Thanks to her, evening Shuang began to feel a sense of urgency, markedly increasing her training frequency. The competition was on, with Fuya rising to the challenge. Fuya cleared her bowl and plates, skillfully placing them into the dishwasher before using her ice attribute soul power to tidy the table, patiently awaiting the opening of the shop. Observing this, Chi-Han suddenly spoke. Fuya, you need not come in for the next few days. Huh. Fuya momentarily appeared dazed, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. Boss, did I do something wrong? Huh. Chi-Han stared at Fuya, who had unexpectedly welled up with tears, feeling somewhat taken aback. However, he soon grasped the situation and chuckled helplessly. No, Fuya, you misunderstood. I am not dismissing you. Rather, I have matters to attend to outside of Shrek City for the next few days, so you need not come in. Only then did Fuya realize her overreaction, and her eyes dried, though her cheeks remained slightly flushed. How embarrassing. Fuya, you nearly cried. After a moment's pause, she inquired, Boss, when will you return? That question stumped Chi-Han. His intention was to venture into the Karai forest to complete his promotion task before returning. However, specifying an exact return date was indeed challenging. Noticing Chi-Han's expression, Fuya felt troubled. Her boss seemed unable to communicate with her. What should she do? Suddenly, a bright idea struck her. Boss, how about I come by every noon to check if you have returned? Chi-Han stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Though it would be somewhat arduous for Fuya, he had no better alternatives. In the Douluo Continent, there were no mobile phones, and communication relied on the most rudimentary means of letters. Contacting Fuya upon his return would indeed pose a challenge. In more than 10 days, I shall be back. Chi-Han glanced at Fuya and spoke with determination. If 10 days were insufficient to develop a new one-star recipe, it would indicate that he lacked the necessary capability, and it would be wiser to return to running his shop and bide his time for future opportunities. There was no need to linger in the Karai forest. Wouldn't it be more rewarding to earn money during this time? Chapter 36. Accompanying the escort early the next morning, Chi-Han hung a leave notice on the door of his small shop and then proceeded to the Tang Sect hall, a hub for the sale of hidden weapons. The last time he purchased hidden weapons from Tang Zi, he acquired only a modest quantity. This time, as he was heading to the Karai forest and would be staying there for several days, the risk to Chi-Han, given his current cultivation level, was considerably high. Thus, it was essential to procure additional hidden weapons for self-defense. Although he was not buying from Tang Zi this time, Chi-Han was well acquainted with the disciples of the Tang Sect's Shrek City branch, as many had dined at his shop. Moreover, the hall master of Li Hall had a particular fondness for his culinary creations, so the disciple in charge readily offered Chi-Han a discounted price. Before leaving the Tang Sect, Chi-Han also stopped by the apothecary hall to purchase some elixirs for recovering soul power or healing injuries, while the Tang Sect also sold such elixirs. The apothecary hall primarily catered to its disciples, making the Tang Sect renowned for its hidden weapons. Given Chi-Han's current soul power level, he did not require high-grade elixirs. The most basic ones sufficed. And since the disciples at the apothecary hall were familiar with him, his expenses were minimal. Upon exiting the Tang Sect, Chi-Han couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation. This truly felt like VIP treatment. The journey from Shrek City to the southern region of the Dou Empire was quite extensive, making the idea of renting a horse-drawn carriage impractical, as he had done previously. In such circumstances, those of lesser strength often opted to accompany an escort. Within Shrek City, there was a well-known escort agency named the Feng Family Escort Company, renowned for its significant scale on the Douluo Continent. Even if it wasn't the largest, it was among the top-tier. Chi-Han had learned the previous night that this agency dispatched numerous escorts daily to various locations across the continent, and the soul masters guarding the cargo were at least of 4-ring strength. For a fee, one could travel alongside them, benefiting from their speed and convenience. He had heard that they were set to depart today for the city of Luois, located in the southern Dou Empire, which would conveniently pass through the Karai forest, a chance Chi-Han did not want to miss. The reception area of the Feng Family Escort Company was lavishly decorated. Upon entering, Chi-Han glanced around, and soon a maid dressed in a flowing gown approached him, ushering him into a quiet room. After ascertaining his purpose, she poured him tea and informed him that the manager would arrive shortly, then bowed and departed. Before long, there was a knock at the door of the quiet room, and a graceful figure clad in a light green gown entered. Upon seeing Chi-Han's face, she gasped in surprise. She approached and sat down before him, smiling gently. I did not expect to find you, Boss Chi. Recognizing her, Chi-Han was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling that she was a familiar patron from his shop. The young woman seemed to anticipate his lack of recognition and introduced herself. My name is Feng Lingwei, the manager of the Feng Family Escort Company. I visited your shop a few days ago, and your culinary skills are truly remarkable. That tomato beef stew left a lasting impression on me. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Feng Lingwei quickly transitioned to the matter at hand. That I understand you wish to join the escort to Luai's. Passing through the Karai forest, upon Chi-Han's affirmative nod, she continued, however, I must inform you that while there is indeed a team heading to Luai's today, the goods they carry are quite precious. The escort has arranged for 2 Soul Kings and 1 Soul Emperor to ensure its safety, thus the accompanying fee will be somewhat higher. This revelation caused Chi-Han to furrow his brow. Although he was currently financially secure, he instinctively wished to economize. Are there other escort teams heading to Karai City? Yes, Feng Lingwei pondered before speaking again. The escort company has another team departing for the city of Luolan in the southern Dou Empire, which will also pass through the Karai forest. If you are willing, you could join that group. As they are escorting ordinary goods, the personnel assigned will only be of 4-ring level, so the cost won't be too steep. When does the Luolan escort depart? Chi-Han inquired eagerly. 7 days from now. 7 days? Chi-Han frowned, feeling impatient as he could not afford to wait that long. Then I will choose to accompany the escort to Luai's. Feng Lingwei nodded, explaining that the original price for the escort was 100 gold soul coins per person, but due to the presence of a Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings, it had increased to 800 gold soul coins. Chi-Han, without much hesitation, produced 8 100-coin notes and handed them over. To this amount was but a trivial expense. Feng Lingwei accepted the notes with both hands, her smile widening. You may wait here in the quiet room or explore. The escort will depart in half an hour, so please do not be late. I will wait here in the quiet room. Chi-Han replied, lifting his teacup for a sip. Feng Lingwei turned and gently closed the door behind her, after some time spent perusing a comprehensive guide on ingredients in the quiet room. The door was knocked upon once more, and the maid returned to remind Chi-Han that it was time to prepare for departure. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had swiftly passed, and the escort was ready to set off. Chi-Han tucked the ingredient guide into his coat, feeling a newfound understanding of the resources in the Karai forest, and he was eager to verify his ideas in person. The escort was equipped with horse-drawn carriages, but these were not designed for passengers. They were meant for transporting goods. It was unrealistic to expect comfort while traveling with the escort, so Chi-Han was assigned a chestnut-colored horse. This horse bore some resemblance to those on Blue Star, yet was sturdier, adorned with naturally occurring crimson markings and a prominent bump on its forehead, reminiscent of a unicorn's horn. This was no ordinary steed. As the maid explained, it was a hybrid of a common horse and the blood-red unicorn spirit beast. Aptly named the blood-red steed, the blood-red steed possessed several times the stamina of an ordinary horse and could run at remarkable speeds, while the best horses on Blue Star were said to be able to cover 1,000 miles a day. The blood-red steed could easily manage 3,000. Such magnificent creatures were naturally of considerable value. A single blood-red steed was worth 200 to 300 gold soul coins, while a good ordinary horse cost merely 1 or 2. Although Chi-Han did not know how to ride, his 17th level soul power endowed him with physical qualities far superior to those of an average person. With the maid's assistance, he quickly learned to adeptly manage the blood-red steed. This was also due to the fact that the escort's blood-red steeds had been well-trained and had gentle temperaments. With the blood-red steed at his disposal, the travel time was significantly reduced. The journey from Shrek City to the Karai Forest would take less than 2 days, and if all went smoothly, he could arrive by the following evening. Chapter 37. The Fortunate Badger Pig. The Feng Family Escort Company held considerable influence. It was said that within this agency resided more than one titled Douluo level expert. To provoke the Feng Family Escort Company would invite relentless pursuit. Thus, when the escorts set out, displaying the distinctive banner of the Feng family, they traversed the route without obstruction, as no thief dared to challenge them. As dusk approached on the second day, the escort reached Karai City, a settlement established at the foot of the Karai Forest, from which the city derived its name. Upon arrival, Chi-Han had reached his destination. The escort rested at an inn, preparing for their onward journey to Luai's city the following day, while Chi-Han parted ways with them and left the inn alone. The evening was upon him, and he chose a pleasant inn to stay in, awaiting the next day's expedition into the Karai Forest. The night in a soul beast forest was far more perilous than during the day. Though Chi-Han eagerly wished to enter the Karai Forest as soon as possible, he wisely decided to exercise patience. Wait. You there, stop. Morning light filtered through the densely layered leaves, casting a sparse glow upon the forest path. When a shadow darted through the woods, shattering the tranquil scene, in a desperate bid to evade the man pursuing him, the figure exerted every ounce of strength, weaving through the trees. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through. Followed closely by the dull thud of metal striking the tree trunk, the flying claw retracted, instantly pulling Chi-Han's body into the air. A chilling flash of blade erupted from the kitchen knife clenched in Chi-Han's hand. Slashing toward the position in front of the shadow, from a divine perspective, the shadow appeared to collide directly with the blade's gleam emitted by Chi-Han, letting out a single shriek before falling silent. It was a small, four-legged creature, as long as a human, resembling a honey badger but cloaked entirely in black fur, with nostrils considerably larger than those of a honey badger, giving it a somewhat porcine appearance. This was a unique soul beast of the Kale Forest, known as the badger pig. Due to its relatively weak lineage and lack of formidable soul abilities, the badger pig species has a low potential ceiling, with the strongest being no more than a century-old soul beast, primarily consisting of 10-year soul beasts. Few would deem them worthy of being hunted for soul rings. For the badger pig, this was, in a sense, fortunate. However, with Chi-Han's arrival, their blissful existence was likely numbered. According to the Culinary Encyclopedia of Douluo Continent, badger pigs feast on honey, supplemented by various fruits, which imbue their meat with a subtle fruity aroma. Due to their prolonged activity in the forest, the saturation of fatty acids in their muscle tissues is minimal, resulting in tender and juicy meat. Thus, the badger pig was honored to be among the preliminary selections for Chi-Han's self-created recipe. Are you polite? Finally caught one. Chi-Han released the hook of the flying claw, landing deftly on the ground. He glanced at the corpse now severed in two and the white soul ring gradually emerging from it. Grinning as he approached and grasped one of its legs, ensuring there were no onlookers, and the next moment, Chi-Han vanished from the spot with the badger pig's carcass in tow. With a forceful toss, he flung the badger pig's body onto the cutting board and took out the kitchen knife, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At this moment, he was indeed within a training space. As the 3-star recipe for the fish belly concealment lamb was far from completion. The training space remained open, and Chi-Han had unexpectedly discovered a system bug. Even when not practicing fish belly concealment lamb within the training space, the flow of time remained unchanged, maintaining a 30-to-1 ratio of internal to external time. This meant Chi-Han could experiment with his self-created recipes in the training space, saving him considerable time. There was an additional advantage. Given the rudimentary conditions of the forest and the inability to take cooking utensils from the small shop, Chi-Han had prepared various kitchen tools in advance for the smooth experimentation of his recipes. However, how could the cooking utensils from Douluo Continent compare to the system's advanced technological kitchenware? The utensils in the training space were all designed according to the system's high-tech specifications, rendering Chi-Han's purchased pots and pans utterly redundant. A daily money-saving tip. Truly splendid. As the knife danced through the air, Chi-Han commenced the dissection of the badger pig. Although the Culinary Encyclopedia contained diagrams of the badger pig's anatomy, the illustrations were ultimately too simplistic. Only by personally engaging with the creature could Chi-Han fully comprehend this ingredient. Perhaps due to the presence of the word pig in its name, the anatomical structure of the badger pig bore some resemblance to that of a pig. Soon, Chi-Han had successfully peeled away the entire hide of the badger pig. Adorned with short black fur, the badger pig's hide was similar to pigskin but thicker and more elastic, likely yielding a satisfying chew when stir-fried over high heat. However, upon observing the dense layer of short black fur on the surface, a look of dismay crossed Chi-Han's face. The depilation would undoubtedly be a troublesome task. Perhaps he would address it later. Once the outer skin was removed, a thin layer of subcutaneous fat lay exposed before Chi-Han. In the perpetually spring-like Kale Forest, the badger pig did not require substantial fat for warmth, and the thinness of the subcutaneous fat was anticipated. He carefully excised this layer with his knife and collected it in a small bowl. This was indeed a valuable resource, not only suitable for oil extraction but also for frying crispy remnants. The tantalizing thought of spicy oil residue, Chi-Han could not help but swallow in anticipation. He wondered how the oil residue from this badger pig would taste. After removing the subcutaneous fat, Chi-Han extracted the badger pig's internal organs. According to the encyclopedia, the internal organs were also non-toxic. But as for their flavor, that remained to be determined by Chi-Han himself. However, considering the badger pig's diet of various fruits and honey, Surely its internal organs could rival those of a pig. They ought to be worth looking forward to. Now, after Chi-Han's preliminary processing, the badger pig was left with only bones and meat, as all other parts had been meticulously separated. The dissection of muscle was an art in itself. Chi-Han moved the knife across the muscle with great care. Lacking extensive experience, he could only proceed cautiously to avoid damaging the meat quality. After all, even within the training space, if this badger pig were to be ruined, the system would not conjure up a new one for him. Ultimately, he would have to venture out to capture another. Fortunately, Chi-Han had handled numerous meat dishes within the training space before. Granting him a degree of experience, he meticulously sliced along the grain of the badger pig's flesh, categorizing the various cuts: intercostal meat, abdominal meat, thigh meat, back meat, shoulder, and neck meat. Different types of meat were separated and placed aside, leaving only a skeletal frame and a relatively intact head upon the cutting board. Such cruelty! With the body as skeleton set aside, Chi-Han carefully removed the flesh from the head of the badger pig and then opened the skull, extracting the brain. The brain was roughly the same size as that of a pig and looked quite appealing. Perhaps he could try wrapping it in foil and roasting it, while the brain could also be added to a hot pot. Chi-Han believed that roasting it separately would enhance its flavor. Oh, by the way, what star rating does hot pot belong to? System. Is hot pot included in the recipes? This system has cataloged 18 classic hot pot base ingredients, collectively forming a 2-star recipe. The complete guide to hot pot base ingredients. If the host obtains this recipe, they will receive all corresponding basic ingredients. In other words, acquiring this 2-star recipe would essentially mean receiving everything related to hot pot. What a fantastic deal, system. You shouldn't have told me that. Chi-Han sighed lightly, a teasing smile gracing his face. Can you guess what I'm thinking right now? For all inquiries from the host, this system must respond truthfully. It is the rule. After a brief pause, the system continued. Based on my understanding of the host, you are currently contemplating how to obtain the last fragment of the 2-star self-selected recipe. Chi-Han chuckled. You truly know me well, system. Indeed, Chi-Han was just one fragment away from exchanging for any 2-star recipe. Previously, he had not taken the time to ponder which 2-star recipe to choose, as he had yet to review the compilation of 2-star recipes. But now, regardless of what the 2-star recipes contained, nothing could deter him from exchanging for hot pot. This system does not believe that the host can complete the fish belly concealment lamb in the short term. Without completing it, the host will be unable to obtain new recipes. Please prioritize accordingly. It seems that is indeed the case. Oh well, the fish belly concealment lamb will take a while. I might as well focus on the promotion task at hand. Chi-Han shook his head, discarding the now thoroughly processed bones of the badger pig, leaving only the spine beside the meat. In Shandong cuisine, lamb spine is utilized, and since lamb spines can be cooked, Chi-Han thought perhaps the badger pig's spine could be tested as well. Regrettably, the badger pig lacked a tail. Had it possessed a small tail akin to that of a pig, it could have been cut into segments and braised for a delightful appetizer. Please, have some mercy. The badger's lard, the rich subcutaneous fat of the badger, the various cuts of its meat, its entrails, spine, and brain matter. These comprise the entirety of the ingredients that Chi-Han could conceive for his culinary endeavors. After a brief contemplation, Chi-Han's gaze first settled upon the badger's fat. Perhaps he could render oil from it, which might prove useful in cooking the other parts. He diced the lard into small chunks, rinsed them in warm water to remove the blood, and then placed them into a pot with a modest amount of water. Adjusting the heat to a low flame, he began to gently stir the lard with a spatula. Before long, the water evaporated, and a delicate yellow hue began to coat the fat, its surface glistening with oil as bright droplets began to form, gradually coalescing into a visible layer of oil that emitted faint bubbles. The pot filled with a crisp, bubbling sound as the moisture in the fat heated to a boil, sending tiny droplets of oil splattering. With the emergence of this sound, the lard underwent even more pronounced changes. It visibly shrank, the initial pale yellow deepening in color. The oil increased from a mere thin layer at the bottom of the pot to nearly filling half of it. The lard floated on the surface, producing a delightful, crisp sound, constantly releasing bubbles of various sizes, shrinking at an accelerating pace, its color transforming to a rich gold. The aromatic vapors were entirely captured by the system's advanced range hood. Yet the intoxicating scent of the badger fat remained intact. That Chi-Han inhaled greedily, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of a true food enthusiast as he observed the crispy remnants floating in the oil. With the cooking nearing completion, he carefully extracted the crispy bits using a sieve, allowing the excess oil to drain before placing them on a plate. The golden morsels shimmered under the light, their rich fragrance wafting through the air, hinting at a subtle note of honey, which lent an air of freshness that rendered them far from greasy. Unable to resist, Chi-Han seized a small piece and popped it into his mouth. Crunched at it seemed his timing had been impeccable. The freshly fried morsels were delightfully crisp, yielding a satisfying crackle without being overly hard as they crumbled in his mouth. Their intense aroma exploded, filling his senses. Truly exquisite, he couldn't help but prepare a small plate, sprinkling it with the chili powder he had previously set aside, giving the plate a gentle shake to ensure the spices adhered to the golden bits before sampling another piece. Without the chili powder and salt, the crispy bits lacked significant flavor, presenting merely a pure aromatic essence. However, once combined with the chili powder, the flavor transformed into a rich and spicy delight. System, could this be rated as a one-star recipe? It would surely make a splendid snack. As Chi-Han savored his treat, he pondered aloud to the system, considering the matter. I've even thought of a name, Chi-style crispy bits. This system perceives that the host is engaging in whimsical fantasies. Very well. Chi-Han shrugged, not harboring overly high hopes. After all, if one-star recipes were so easily attainable, they wouldn't hold such distinction. After relishing a small portion of the spicy crispy bits, Chi-Han rubbed his stomach, gazing at the abundant ingredients before him, feeling a twinge of concern. System, I need to continuously sample the dishes. I can't possibly consume all this. To craft a one-star recipe from the badger, I would conservatively estimate needing at least 100 badgers. Wouldn't I? It would be impossible for Chi-Han to finish such a quantity of badger meat in one sitting. Within the training space, the host would never feel full. The system would assist in digesting the food consumed. In this instance, the system proved unexpectedly reliable, quickly devising a solution. Hearing this, Chi-Han nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This means he could indulge in the crispy bits without worry. The crispy morsels had significantly reduced in size compared to the badger's lard. Ultimately, the entire badger's lard yielded merely one plate of crispy bits. Chi-Han carefully stored the rendered badger oil before indulging heartily. Burp. He had inadvertently polished off an entire plate of crispy bits. Strangely enough, while consuming the bits directly would have felt somewhat greasy, the addition of chili powder eliminated that sensation entirely. So, chili powder truly is exceptional. System, if you assist me with digestion, I shouldn't gain weight. Right? He touched his handsome face, succumbing to a moment of vanity. Not at all. That's reassuring. Chi-Han felt satisfied and turned his gaze back to the remaining ingredients. What shall I enjoy next? Chapter 39. The first self-created recipe. The badger is indeed a treasure trove of culinary delights. Chi-Han sampled the other parts of the badger one by one. Aside from the pigskin, which was somewhat different than he had anticipated, turning tough and acquiring an odd flavor when heated, other parts exceeded his expectations in terms of flavor. After a series of trials, Chi-Han ultimately focused on the badger's large intestine, ribs, and brain matter. The badger's large intestine was distinct from that of a typical pig, having subsisted primarily on fruits and honey. While it retained a unique flavor akin to pig intestines, it also bore hints of fruity and honeyed notes, which softened its original taste, making it more palatable to the average diner. After all, not every patron appreciates the distinctive flavor of fatty intestines. The badger's meat was inherently tender, and the ribs were arguably the most succulent part of the animal, adorned with a network of marbled fat that required only simple pan-searing to achieve a tender, juicy texture. The subtle fruitiness mingled with the rich meat juices, creating a flavor so unforgettable that a single taste would linger in memory for a lifetime. As for the badger's brain matter, it provided the greatest surprise for Chi-Han. It possessed a rich aroma, meltingly soft texture, and was flavorful without being heavy, oily yet not greasy. The badger's brain matter epitomized this perfect balance, and with merely a few added seasonings, Chi-Han crafted a dish of foil-baked brain matter that offered a completely new culinary experience. Of course, should he choose this part as the ingredient for a one-star recipe, Chi-Han had to consider another dilemma. The indigenous people of Douluo Continent had never encountered brain matter. In their eyes, such consumption was deemed profoundly immoral. If he could not dispel their prejudice, this dish would likely spark considerable protest should it be served in a small eatery. However, these concerns were quickly dismissed by Chi-Han. He believed that the exquisite flavor of the brain matter was sufficient to sway even the most obstinate citizens of Douluo Continent. They asked for which part to use in crafting his recipe. Chi-Han felt that only children would limit themselves to choices. Chi-Han want them all. After all, during the task, he could create multiple recipes, selecting the highest-rated one to present as a reward to the system. What difference would it make to create several? Having made his decision, Chi-Han concentrated and exited the system space. After spending nearly a day within the system, his various experiments had only taken about an hour in the outside world. At this rate, Chi-Han was confident he could develop a one-star recipe within 6 days. Given the round trip of 4 days, that would amount to precisely 10 days. However, the immediate priority was to capture another badger. Badger. Danger. The badger pig possesses little combat prowess, and thus, Chi-Han faces minimal danger when dealing with them. However, their agility as they dart through the forest, coupled with their propensity to climb trees at the slightest provocation, complicates the task of hunting. It took Chi-Han a full 10 minutes of relentless pursuit before he seized the opportunity to slay the first badger pig with a swift strike. Upon returning to the system space, he cast the carcass onto the chopping board and noticed he had acquired a substantial bundle in his hands. Opening the bundle on the board revealed a treasure trove of wild vegetables, mushrooms, and fruits. With a comprehensive guide to ingredients at his disposal, he was spared the embarrassment of an empty larder, bereft of provisions for friends and family alike. The items he had foraged were all marked as non-toxic and highly rated for flavor in the guide. On one hand, he was eager to sample these unfamiliar mountain delicacies, while on the other, he sought to discover potential culinary companions for the badger pig. He meticulously portioned the ingredients, experimenting with gradual cooking techniques. This process was considerably slower and more refined than his previous hasty attempts. Fortunately, Chi-Han had always possessed a remarkably acute sense of taste in his past life, a gift that seemed to have persisted in the Douluo Continent. He effortlessly discerned the subtle flavor nuances among the ingredients, enabling him to determine the most delectable combinations. For readers like you, it might be akin to saying, "This is delicious, that is also delicious. Everything is delightful." Ultimately, Chi-Han resolved the badger pig conundrum with newfound confidence etched across his face. He had discovered the perfect pairing and needed only to practice continuously to refine his technique further. This journey was bound to be arduous. Even mastering a one-star recipe would require him to practice hundreds of times, let alone create one from scratch, a process that would undoubtedly extend over time. After leaving the system space, Chi-Han no longer embarked on a blind quest for ingredients. After hunting another badger pig, he identified several necessary components and re-entered the system space. Although he had chosen large intestines, ribs, and brain matter from the badger pig as the foundational elements for his one-star recipe, he understood that it was unrealistic to simultaneously study 3 distinct one-star recipes. Thus, he first opted for the ribs, as they were the most reliable of the 3 options. The cycle of exiting the system space to hunt badger pigs and re-entering to create recipes continued repetitively. Each time he processed a badger pig, Chi-Han retained the large intestines and brain matter, allowing the system to preserve them. Thanks to the system's advanced technology, these ingredients remained fresh and unspoiled indefinitely. This also implied that when he later attempted to prepare dishes using the brain matter and intestines, he would not need to procure fresh materials as frequently, thereby saving considerable time. As night descended, the soul beast forest turned treacherous, prompting Chi-Han to practice his culinary skills within the system space while awaiting the dawn. Time passed gradually. System, how about this time? This was a question Chi-Han had posed countless times. Since 2 days prior, he had sensed that his culinary creations had reached the standard of a one-star recipe, and with great enthusiasm, he had implored the system for evaluation, only to be met with rejection. The system's reasoning was simple. The recipe still had room for improvement and could not be recorded, hence it would not be graded. Yet, while the system indicated potential for further advancement, it offered no guidance on how to achieve it. Leaving Chi-Han to experiment endlessly, this time, when he inquired, he held little hope. Yet, to his surprise, the system did not rebuff him as before but instead fell into silence. After a protracted pause, a cold, mechanical voice resonated through the training space. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully created a self-developed recipe. This recipe has been rated as a one-star recipe by the system, scoring 63 points. Please name the recipe." Naming it? Chi-Han emerged from his astonished reverie with a smile. Honey glazed ribs. One-star recipe. Honey glazed ribs, successfully recorded. Chapter 40. Honey glazed ribs. After investing so much thought and dedicating 4 full days, Chi-Han finally crafted a one-star recipe that met the system's criteria, filling him with immense pride. Thus, he decided to make it again. He selected a small piece of solidified badger pig fat and scooped out the flesh of an entire honey wax fruit from the kale forest. Placing both into a heated frying pan, the honey wax fruit, resembling an avocado from Blue Star in its shape, possesses a waxy flesh, yet its flavor is distinctly different, blending fruity and honeyed sweetness into a unique taste. As the hot oil sizzled, the solidified badger pig fat quickly melted into a thin film, coating the bottom of the pan. With the badger pig fat serving as a medium, the flesh of the honey wax fruit began to gradually liquefy, transforming into a pale yellow, slightly viscous liquid. A rich aroma of fruit and honey melded with the scent of badger pig fat, wafting from the frying pan. As the heat intensified, the Chihan sliced off a palm-sized piece of rib, carefully patting it dry with kitchen paper before gently placing it into the pan, where it immediately produced a crisp, delightful sizzle. He took a few sprigs of rosemary and replaced garlic cloves with a fern from the kale forest known for its odor-neutralizing properties. Placing both alongside the ribs, he intermittently spooned the aromatic hot oil, infused with rosemary and fern flavors, over the top of the ribs, waiting for the underside to undergo the Maillard reaction and turn a light brown, rich with fragrance. Once the bottom achieved the desired color, Chihan swiftly flipped the rib over, and the pleasing sizzle resumed. After several turns, the ribs exhibited an enticing deep brown hue, marking the successful completion of the Maillard reaction. At this point, the meat's aroma peaked, a complex and layered scent intertwined with the sweetness of the fruit, captivating Chihan's senses. At this juncture, Chihan propped the ribs upright in the pan, occasionally adjusting their position to ensure the sides were evenly seared to the same deep brown as the top and bottom. This was the sealing step. The ribs he had cut were nearly an inch thick. Making this step essential, it would create a tightly wrapped outer layer, enhancing the texture while locking in heat and juices within the ribs. Once the sealing was complete, Chihan placed the ribs on a nearby metal rack, a sense of contemplation gracing his features. Resting the meat was a critical step he had previously overlooked. Chihan had modeled his rib cooking process after that of steak preparation, yet lacking culinary expertise. He had neglected this essential phase. Steaks require high heat to form a crust, but they are often cooked from a frozen state. This hardens the exterior while the interior remains cold. Continuing to cook could allow heat to penetrate, but it also risks overcooking the exterior, rendering it inedible. Hence, resting meat was born out of necessity. Allowing the fully seared ribs to sit for a few minutes would enable the hardened surface to trap heat, gradually dispersing it inward, achieving a uniform temperature throughout. The center's juices would seep out through the meat's fibers and crevices during this process. The rested ribs would retain a tender pink hue, juicy and succulent without the raw meat's unpleasant taste. While ribs differ from steaks, their preparation methods are similar, necessitating a resting period to ensure a uniform texture. After approximately 5 minutes, the resting ribs had released a significant amount of juices, which dripped onto the small plate beneath the rack, while the surface took on a deeper red hue, a blend of blood and the dark brown meat's exterior. Estimating the resting time, Chihan used tongs to return the ribs to the pan, quickly searing both sides to eliminate any residual bloodiness before plating them. He drizzled the hot oil from the pan over the ribs, removed the rosemary and fern, delicately placing them atop the ribs as garnishes, and sprinkled black pepper on top. Thus, the dish, honey-glazed ribs, was complete. The preparation of this dish followed a pure Western culinary method, thus necessitating the use of knife and fork, with fork in left hand and knife in right. Chihan sliced off a small piece of rib and brought it to his mouth. The surface of the rib, seared to a crisp, showcased a deep brown hue mingled with the pale yellow of the hot oil. The aroma of fruit and meat intertwined, while the center remained tender and juicy. A single bite released succulent juices, offering a complex and richly layered tasting experience. He could hardly contain his excitement. Utterly astounded, soon, the ribs on the plate dwindled to almost nothing, vanishing entirely. Chihan, feeling satisfied, patted his belly, only then recalling something. System, what was the score for this recipe again? 63 points. That's rather low, isn't it? Chihan furrowed his brow slightly. Is the full score 100? Indeed, but I distinctly feel it's much better than a 2-star recipe. The host's subjective enjoyment enhances the evaluation, thus it may not be entirely objective. The assessment criteria for the pan-seared honey ribs are as follows. Flavor, full score 40 points, 37 points. Originality of ingredients, full score 20 points, 15 points. Originality of preparation, full score 20 points, 4 points. Cooking difficulty, full score 20 points, 7 points. Total, 63 points. This upon seeing the system's meticulous breakdown. Chi-Han was momentarily speechless. The flavor of this dish was indeed excellent, justifying the near-perfect score, yet the deductions were rather numerous. The cooking method for pan-seared honey ribs bore little difference from the searing of beefsteaks on Blue Star. Thus receiving only 4 points for originality and preparation was already quite generous. As for the cooking difficulty, the effort required for pan-seared honey ribs was even less than that for fried rice, which necessitated constant stirring, while the former merely required a mastery of heat. Anything else was minor. To award 7 points was truly an act of goodwill from the system. Regarding the originality of ingredients, aside from rosemary, all other components were sourced from the kale forest, naturally earning a respectable score of 15 points. Very well. Chi-Han scratched his head. This score was evidently unsatisfactory. Hence he would need to put in even greater effort for the next 2 recipes he was to create with brain matter and intestines. Although the preparation of pan-seared honey ribs consumed 4 full days, most of that time was spent exiting the system space to hunt badger pigs. For the upcoming 2 recipes, the ingredients had already been conveniently prepared, eliminating the need to leave the system space. With the time flow accelerated 30-fold, Chi-Han was confident he could complete the next 2 recipes within 2 days without issue. Chapter 41. The amusing explosive intestines. Chi-Han skillfully picked up a piece of intestine, cutting it to half the length of his forearm. After rinsing it clean, he added flour and kneaded it, then rinsed it again, repeating the process 3 times. At this stage, the intestine had developed a tender pink hue, appearing quite appealing. However, if one were to draw closer, a faint odor could still be detected. Placing the intestine into a pot, he submerged it in water, swiftly wielding a knife to chop the prepared scallions and ginger into segments, which he then added to the pot, turning on a low flame to blanch it slowly. Although he had lost count of how many times he had cooked intestines, it had definitely surpassed 100. Chi-Han had become thoroughly proficient, and his handling of the intestines was increasingly adept. If all went well, this time he should finally receive a favorable evaluation from the system. He reached for a peculiar-looking fruit nearby, deftly slicing it in half with a gentle twist of the blade. This was a miraculous fruit known as Sano fruit. However, to call it a fruit would be somewhat misleading, as Chi-Han preferred to classify it as a vegetable. Its remarkable characteristic was that when cooked, it presented a completely different flavor compared to when consumed raw. Once opened, the flesh of the Sano fruit was fully exposed to Chi-Han's gaze. It was a white, translucent pulp that somewhat resembled coconut flesh, though it lacked sweetness, offering only a subtle, refreshing aroma, with a texture akin to jelly. However, once the flesh of the Sano fruit was heated, it would naturally transform into a milky, liquid form, offering a richer mouthfeel resembling the texture of aged tofu. What Chi-Han sought was precisely that cooked fruit flesh, which bore a resemblance to the aged tofu. Carefully extracting the flesh, he mashed it into a puree and set it aside. Chi-Han then lifted the pot lid, revealing that the intestines had been cooked to a tender consistency. This was undoubtedly thanks to the system's advanced technology. Otherwise, achieving such tenderness would be quite challenging. To remove the intestines, drain the water, and immerse them directly into a basin filled with ice cubes. Suddenly encountering the ice water, the intestines shrank significantly due to thermal contraction, their surface tightening while remaining soft inside. Once the intestines had contracted sufficiently, Chi-Han retrieved them, slicing them into segments 4 fingers wide, and set them aside, taking the prepared Sano fruit flesh. Typically, intestines are cut to 2 or 3 fingers in width, but Chi-Han's choice of 4 fingers was evidently intentional. Donning gloves, he placed a spoonful of Sano fruit flesh inside the intestine, quickly rolling the 4-finger-wide intestine into a shape reminiscent of a donut. The bulging ring, filled to the brim with Sano fruit flesh, transformed the previously wrinkled surface of the intestine, making it more plump and significantly enhancing its visual appeal. 1 Sano fruit's worth of flesh was just right to fill an entire portion of the intestine. After preparing the intestines, Chi-Han arranged the stuffed rings neatly on a plate. He then turned to the stove, adding a spoonful of sesame oil and several spoonfuls of sugar, swiftly sauteed them to a golden hue. After tossing the intestine rings into the pot and stirring a few times, he easily accomplished the coloring of the intestine rings, subsequently adding various seasonings before covering the pot and simmering for 10 minutes. Upon lifting the lid, he stirred a bit more before covering it again, allowing it to simmer until the sauce thickened. Only then did Chi-Han leisurely sprinkle chopped scallions over the dish, giving it a quick toss before plating it. A visually appealing and aromatic dish was thus completed. Grabbing a pair of chopsticks, Chi-Han picked up an intestine ring and brought it to his mouth. The rich texture of the intestines filled his palate. With a gentle bite, the ring burst open, releasing the cooked sano fruit flesh within. The same richness, yet with an entirely different flavor. The sano fruit perfectly absorbed the essence of the enclosing intestines, merging with its own refreshing aroma to create a harmonious blend that delicately alleviated the slight greasiness of the intestines. The taste was truly exquisite. System, what do you say? Congratulations, host, on successfully creating a new recipe. This recipe has been rated by the system as a 1-star recipe, scoring 82 points. Please name the recipe. 82 points. Shihan's eyes brightened at this unexpected score. Without needing to inquire further, the system automatically provided the scoring criteria. The evaluation criteria were as follows. Flavor, full score 40 points, 38 points, 5 points. Due to the somewhat controversial nature of the flavor of intestines, 5 points were deducted. Originality of ingredients, full score 20 points, 18 points. Originality of preparation, full score 20 points, 20 points. Cooking difficulty, full score 20 points, 11 points. Total, 82 points. This, Shihan gazed at the scoring details. Genuinely perplexed, the system awarded a high score of 38 points for flavor, which was beyond his expectations. The pairing of intestines and sano fruit was indeed a perfect match. Their fusion elevated the dish to a new level, making a score of 38 points unsurprising. However, what was with the 5-point deduction? System, what does controversial flavor mean? Due to the fact that intestines are not universally accepted as an ingredient, the use of such ingredients will automatically incur flavor point deductions based on specific circumstances. I see. In his past life on Blue Star, this was indeed the case. Not everyone relished intestines, as they tended to have a rather strong flavor. Very well. Shihan shook his head. Although losing 5 points was a pity, it was hardly anyone's fault. For the originality of ingredients, since the main components of this recipe were entirely sourced from the kale forest, a high score of 18 points was awarded, nearing perfection. Unless Shihan refrained from using any Blue Star ingredients throughout, achieving a full score would be impossible. As for the originality of preparation, it was due to Shihan's innovative technique in creating the stuffed intestine rings, which was an entirely new approach. A 1-star recipe does not demand the creation of a completely new cooking method. Having some innovative points is already commendable, and Shihan's highlight this time earned him a perfect score. Lastly, regarding cooking difficulty, this dish was slightly more challenging than the pan-seared honey ribs, yet still only of moderate difficulty. Thus receiving a score of 11 points was quite standard. In summary, Shihan achieved a commendable score of 82 points. Regardless of the outcome of the subsequent brain matter recipe, he now had a solid basis for rewards. Please name the recipe. The system's voice resounded once more, reminding Shihan that he had yet to name his new dish. After contemplating for a moment, a mischievous glint appeared on his face. Let us call it Explosive Intestines. 1-star recipe. Explosive Intestines, successfully recorded. The reason for labeling it as a perverse taste is quite simple. On the blue planet, many foods possess a unique sheen, such as the gleaming tofu and the glistening fried dough sticks. Yet, why has no one considered applying this technique to fatty intestines? Simply put, it is fatty intestines we are discussing. As the terminal component of the digestive system, one must ponder what the fatty intestines have come into contact with. A dish featuring exploding fatty intestines may instinctively evoke some unpleasant associations. Reflect upon that, if you will. Chapter 42. This is quite systematic. How long have I been in the training space? It has been 10 days since the successful recording of the pan-seared honey ribs. 10 days, indeed. Shihan pondered deeply. In terms of external time, this equates to a mere 8 hours, and within such a brief span, he has managed to complete the recipe for exploding fatty intestines. It appears my previous estimation was erroneous. Accomplishing these 2 recipes does not require 2 days. 1 day suffices. Even if the brain flour takes double the time for the exploding fatty intestines, it would only amount to 16 hours. Retrieving a fresh badger pig brain flour, Shihan embarked on a new endeavor. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a new recipe, which the system has rated as a 1-star recipe. Scoring 60 points. Please name the recipe. 60 points. Glancing at the brain flour he had consumed entirely, Shihan wore an expression of lingering desire. Let us call it foil grilled brain flour. 1-star recipe. Foil grilled brain flour. Successfully recorded. This recipe indeed consumed a considerable amount of Shihan's time, and the reason is straightforward. He became fixated. He was determined to utilize new ingredients and novel cooking methods to enhance his score. However, new does not necessarily equate to suitable. An excessive obsession with innovation is not always beneficial. Despite experimenting with various ingredients and imaginative techniques, nothing could surpass the simplicity of foil-grilled brain flour. System: what are the grading criteria? The evaluation criteria are as follows. Flavor: full score 40 points, 40 points. Ingredient originality: full score 20 points, 10 points. Method originality: full score 20 points, 5 points. Cooking difficulty: full score 20 points, 5 points. Total 60 points. A perfect score for flavor. The foil-grilled brain flour is indeed formidable, since all the ingredients used are familiar to him from the Blue Planet. The ingredient originality received only 10 points, while the 5 points for method originality were solely due to his minor modifications to the traditional preparation of brain flour. The foil-grilled brain flour, requiring merely the right seasoning and attention to cooking time, naturally could not score high on cooking difficulty. These factors collectively contributed to the low score of this recipe. Nevertheless, this does not obscure the fact that the dish is genuinely delectable. This serves as an unforgettable lesson for Chi-Han. True innovation is elusive. All recipes ultimately aim to enhance the flavor of food. Does the host wish to continue creating new recipes? Current recipes available for submission: 1-star recipe pan-seared honey ribs, 1-star recipe exploding fatty intestines, 1-star recipe foil-grilled brain flour. The host may choose one as the basis for rewards. Chi-Han fell silent for a moment. With only 1 day remaining, the time to create a new 1-star recipe was insufficient. If he did not submit the exploding fatty intestines, he would likely have to wait for another opportunity in the kale forest. System: what rewards can be obtained for a score of 82? 1-star recipe with a score of 82 points yields the following rewards: Soul Power Level 4, 1 2-star selectable recipe fragment, promotion title, junior chef, and corresponding privileges. Are there higher rewards? For 1-star recipe scores of 90 to 99 points, the rewards are Soul Power Level 5, 2 2-star selectable recipe fragments, promotion title, junior chef, and corresponding privileges. For a perfect score of 100 points, Soul Power Level 8, 3 2-star selectable recipe fragments, 2 3-star selectable recipe fragments, promotion title, junior chef, and corresponding privileges. Chi-Han chuckled wryly. Understanding the system's scoring principles, he realized the difficulty of achieving a score of 100. Let alone 90. Perhaps with additional time, he could gradually reach above 90 points, but attaining 100 seemed nearly impossible. However, comparing the rewards for a score above 90 with his current rewards, it was merely an additional level of soul power and one more 2-star recipe fragment. I will submit it. 1-star recipe: exploding fatty intestines. Ultimately, Chi-Han made his choice. Rather than lingering in the kale forest for such minimal rewards, he preferred to submit directly, although the rewards were less. The thought of adding 3 of his self-created 1-star recipes to his small shop did not seem like a significant loss. Submission successful. Promotion task: Light of Innovation, completed. Task rewards: Soul Power Level 4, available for collection. 1 2-star selectable recipe fragment, available for collection. Promotion title: Junior Chef, and corresponding privileges, available for collection. Without hesitation, Chi-Han chose to collect the soul power first, with his soul power already at level 17. Adding 4 levels would allow him to directly break through to level 20, which was of utmost importance to him. Upon exiting the system space, a surge of natural energy rushed towards Chi-Han, his body resembling a black hole, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energy. His soul power began to circulate automatically, converting the gathered energy into soul power, visibly enhancing his soul power level. Level 20 achieved. The host has entered a bottleneck and must obtain a soul ring to continue increasing soul power. Remaining soul power level rewards will be retained and automatically used upon breakthrough. Ding! Task triggered. Time-limited task. Ingredient acquisition. 2. Please venture to the Sunset Forest within 5 days and independently defeat the 100-year soul beast. Mo Yunk. Task description: it is time to liberate the colorful golden pheasant from its plight. Mo Yunk. Prepare to meet your demise. Task rewards: System Soul Ring X1, 2-star recipe, Kung Pao chicken. Task item: Sunset Forest Mo Yunk Soul Beast distribution map. Chi-Han fell into a moment of silence. System: have you been increasingly unrestrained lately? Not at all. Then what is this ridiculous task description? This system was unsure of what to write and felt awkward about directly copying the previous text. So please do not mind it, to Chi-Han. The system soul ring was within Chi-Han's expectations. However, his primary focus lay on another task reward: 2-star recipe, Kung Pao chicken. This is a remarkable item. as it is a renowned dish that can grace both the tables of common folk and the grand banquets of the nation. Chi Han had already spent 5 days in the kale forest. And considering the travel time, it had been 7 days. The Sunset Forest lies just beyond Tiandou City, relatively close by. A detour from Kale City to Tiandou City and then back to Shrek Academy should take 3 days. With this thought in mind, Chi Han hastily departed towards Kale City, just outside the Kale Forest, and conveniently collected the remaining 2 rewards from the promotion task. He had already gathered 4 2-star, selectable recipe fragments, allowing him to exchange for 1 2-star recipe. According to his previous plan, he intended to exchange for a complete hot pot base, but that matter was not urgent at present. He had yet to learn the recipe for fish belly lamb, and all other recipes remained unavailable for collection and exchange. Congratulations to the host for successfully promoting to junior chef, receiving the following privileges. 1. That the host possesses the right to name the small shop. 2. Randomly dropped recipes will no longer include 1-star recipes. 3. The time flow rate within the training space has become 60. 1. Click. Chi Han paused, somewhat astonished. System, why did you not mention this 3rd item before? This system simply forgot. Quite audacious, isn't it? Very well, this is indeed quite systematic. Chapter 43. Mo Yunk. Although the system did not explicitly state it, Chi Han felt elated knowing that the time flow rate within the training space had further accelerated. This means that his practice of recipes in the training space would proceed at an even swifter pace, allowing him to master the fish belly lamb more quickly. As the system's tasks continued to be completed, the rewards in terms of recipes increased, and given Chi Han's current training speed of 31, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. The 2-star recipes now available for exchange include the complete hot pot base, as well as the 2-star recipe for Kung Pao chicken as a reward for completing the ingredient acquisition task. 2. There are still several recipes queued up behind these. Alas, having too many rewards can also be a source of vexation. Chi Han, the epitome of modesty, has arrived. Finding a convoy traveling from a bustling metropolis to a smaller city is no simple task. However, the opposite journey, from a small town to a grand city, sees convoys departing almost daily. Chi Han ultimately opted for the Feng Clan Escort Agency. In an imperial capital such as Tiandou City, caravans from various regions set out daily, allowing him to effortlessly locate a convoy escorted by 4-ring powerhouses, heading towards Tiandou City. Given the distance between Tiandou City and Calais City, the entire journey would take a day. Fortunately, the journey remained relatively tranquil, and by noon the following day, Chi Han arrived within the vicinity of Tiandou City. Although he wished to immerse himself in the cultural nuances of Tiandou City, time constraints compelled him to proceed directly to the nearby Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest is not merely a minor gathering area for soul beasts. Due to the presence of 10,000-year soul beasts, it has been classified as a medium-sized soul beast zone. Compared to smaller zones, the variety and age of soul beasts here are significantly superior. Naturally, such an area near Tiandou City is heavily guarded, and any anomalies within the Sunset Forest would prompt immediate countermeasures. After his identity was verified by the guards of the Tiandou Empire, Chi Han was granted entry. Before him appeared an ethereal map of the Moya Sparrow gathering area, provided by the system. The Moya Sparrow is a formidable soul beast, unlike the iron-armored bull and badger boar he had encountered previously. The Moya Sparrow theoretically possesses a racial upper limit that can reach 10,000 years, making it an unparalleled predator among soul beasts of the same tier. Fortunately, the map indicated that no 10,000-year Moya Sparrows resided within the Sunset Forest. Only a few large groups containing 1,000-year Moya Sparrows and several smaller groups of merely 100-year beasts existed. Chi Han's target was the nearest small group. Ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts posed a challenge for Chi Han, let alone the 1,000-year Moya Sparrows that he certainly would not seek his own humiliation. Concealing his presence, he cautiously approached the direction where the Moya Sparrows resided, and soon enough, he caught sight of them. For Chi Han, the greatest challenge in defeating a Moya Sparrow was not its strength, but its ability to fly. Typically, soul masters cannot fly unless they possess a flying-type martial soul. Only those who have attained the 7th ring soul sage level can briefly hover in the air, achieving a semblance of flight, albeit at a considerable cost to their soul power. To truly soar effortlessly through the skies, one would need to reach the rank of title Douluo. Thus, most individuals find themselves at a loss when confronted with flying soul beasts. But is Chi Han an ordinary individual? He hardly adheres to human norms. Observing the Moya Sparrows soaring out to hunt, Chi Han stealthily climbed up to their nest and extended his wicked hand. To steal a Moya sparrow egg. His reasoning was straightforward. Should the Moya sparrow realize it was outmatched, it would undoubtedly ascend into the sky, at which point he would be left powerless against it. Although the rain needle is formidable, its effective range is limited. If the target flies too high, it would be equally ineffective. Thus, the truth. Oh no, the solution was singular, that is to provoke the Moya sparrow into pursuing him. Then seize the opportunity to deploy his hidden weapons for a lethal strike. Having spent 10 days in Kale Forest without utilizing the hidden weapons he had acquired, Chi-Han found the badger boars too weak to warrant their use. His soul skills sufficed. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. What do we call this? Caution. You see, although he hadn't employed them previously, they were now invaluable against the Moya sparrow. Were they not? No problem at all. What do we call this? Prudence. Though Moya sparrows are social creatures, their communal behavior differs from that of other soul beasts. They do not nest in close proximity but maintain considerable distances between their nests. Often several tree crowns apart, quietly ascending a tree, Chi-Han located the Moya sparrow nest, swiftly collected the egg, and nimbly landed on the ground. The Moya sparrow egg was as large as a human head, even exceeding the size of an ostrich egg from Blue Star, causing Chi-Han to smack his lips in anticipation. If only it were edible. Unfortunately, while the Moya sparrow itself is non-toxic, its eggs are highly poisonous. This may be a result of natural evolution, designed to protect their offspring from potential threats. Regrettably, despite this, a certain unscrupulous chef had nonetheless targeted the progeny of the Moya sparrow as the nest was invaded. The Moya sparrow, having just departed, quickly sensed the disturbance and returned in a furious flurry. Hearing the enraged cry of the Moya sparrow, Chi-Han's body tensed in anxiety, and it was only when the bird spotted him that he began to sprint. Channeling his soul power into his legs, Chi-Han's speed surpassed that of the fastest sprinters on Blue Star, yet even such velocity proved insufficient against the Moya sparrow. In the sky, a dark figure plummeted. Its wings unfurling like clouds descending from the heavens, spanning 5 to 6 meters in length, its sharp claws glinting ominously. Without a doubt, beneath such terrifying talons, survival for any creature would be nearly impossible. Swoosh! Anticipating the Moya sparrow's reaction, Chi-Han swiftly deployed his celestial claw, grasping the trunk of a nearby tree, retracting his claws, and launching himself several meters upward, narrowly evading the Moya sparrow's lethal assault. Mid-air, he abruptly twisted his body, unleashing a rain needle directly at the unsuspecting Moya sparrow. The needles fell like a gentle rain, aimed at the Moya sparrow's head. Yet, alas, the shot missed, leaving the Moya sparrow momentarily bewildered. However, it quickly recovered, lowering its head in response. The feathers on its back shifted from brown to gold, a manifestation of its innate skill, the Moya golden feather. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed. As the rain needles lodged themselves between the Moya sparrow's feathers, unable to advance any further, with a surge of soul power, the Moya sparrow expelled the needles embedded in its plumage. When it raised its head again, its eyes were a furious crimson, clearly incensed by Chi-Han's audacity. This was the first time the rain needles had failed to achieve their purpose, underscoring the Moya sparrow's might. Fortunately, the Moya sparrow is not an exceedingly cohesive species. They rarely unite against threats unless their survival is at stake. Although they dwell in close proximity, Moya sparrows often act independently. Furthermore, Chi-Han had deliberately targeted the individual residing on the periphery of the group. And now he was fleeing towards a direction far from the Moya sparrow gathering area. Thus, the commotion caused by one human and one bird was significant, yet no other Moya sparrows came to its aid. Chapter 44. The kill faced with the infuriated yet unscathed Moya sparrow. Chi-Han, having just gathered his celestial claw, felt a sudden surge of dread. Damn, this Moya sparrow is proving to be quite the formidable opponent. The comprehensive guide to ingredients had indeed mentioned the Moya sparrow's ability to harden its feathers through its innate skill, yet Chi-Han never anticipated that this skill would render the rain needles incapable of penetrating its defenses. Before he could fully process this, the Moya sparrow flapped its wings, generating a tempest that propelled it towards Chi-Han like a cannonball. The sky was the Moya sparrow's battlefield. No, he could not evade it. In an instant, Chi-Han reached this conclusion, and with a thought, he vanished from sight, entering the training space. However, Chi-Han did not linger in the training space. After narrowly escaping the Moya sparrow's fierce lunge, he re-emerged on a branch before the bird could react. As soon as he steadied himself, he leaped down without hesitation. Perched on the branch, he was nothing more than a live target. the enraged Moya Sparrow. Having missed its strike, swiftly turned in midair, charging towards Chi Han, who was now free-falling and about to land. Judging by its speed, the Moya Sparrow's sharp claws would shred Chi Han to pieces before he could touch the ground. A cold glint flashed in Chi Han's eyes as countless icy shards reappeared in his hands. The rain needles were fired once more, aimed directly at the descending Moya Sparrow. Yet again, the Moya Sparrow was caught off guard by the human's unexpected counterattack. Letting out a terrified cry, the previous shot had been aimed from above, striking the bird's back, but this time, Chi Han was in free fall, while the Moya Sparrow was diving downwards, exposing its unguarded abdomen to the oncoming rain needles. In a panic, the Moya Sparrow quickly folded its wings, shielding its abdomen, burying its head in its chest as its innate skill activated, transforming its body into a ball-like form. Indeed, the Moya Sparrow boasted high combat prowess, making the correct choice even in such a perilous situation. Yet, the rain needles were incredibly swift. Despite the Moya Sparrow's rapid reaction, a number of needles still found their mark, piercing deeply into its body. A cry of anguish escaped the Moya Sparrow. The lamentation in its cries was evidently tinged with a measure of suffering. Although not fatal, it had sustained considerable injury, despite having folded its wings. The inertia remained, and the ball-like form of the Mo Yun K collided directly with Chi Han's chest in the next instant. Bang! Both Chi Han and the Mo Yun K crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Although sharp pangs of pain coursed through Chi Han's chest, causing his vision to darken and his breath to quicken, he was acutely aware that this moment presented the optimal opportunity to slay the Mo Yun Quebec. Summoning every ounce of strength, a kitchen knife materialized in his hand, the first soul ring illuminating as he aimed a decisive strike at the Mo Yun K, which had just unfurled its body after releasing its innate skill. Before the Mo Yun K could recover from the agony inflicted by the fine rain needles, it was beheaded by Chi Han in the next moment. Only upon witnessing the Mo Yun K's demise did Chi Han collapse to the ground. Gasping for breath, with his chest throbbing painfully as the soul power circulated through his chest, he felt somewhat alleviated and gradually sat up to assess his injuries. There were no fractures, though slight cracks had formed in his sternum and ribs. Retrieving some healing elixirs purchased from the pharmacy, Chi Han poured a few into his mouth. With dangers lurking in the soul beast forest, there was no time for healing. With a thought, he entered the training space. In the training space, he sat cross-legged in meditation, beginning to absorb the medicinal properties of the elixirs to mend his chest wounds. As the saying goes, injuries to tendons and bones take 100 days to heal. But on the wondrous Douluo Continent, a bone crack was merely a minor injury, naturally not requiring such a prolonged recovery time. After about an hour, Chi Han slowly opened his eyes, finding that the cracks in his chest had healed significantly due to the elixirs. The low-grade healing elixirs had proven remarkably effective. Chi Han now experienced minimal pain. The remaining wounds did not hinder his movement and would gradually heal over the next few days. Having spent an hour in the training space, merely a minute had passed outside. Exiting the system space, he discovered that the deceased Mo Yun K had produced a century-old soul ring, which hovered above its carcass. If Chi Han did not absorb it, it would naturally dissipate in an hour. Unsurprisingly, Chi Han chose not to absorb the Mo Yun K's soul ring. Carefully using his kitchen knife, he extracted the breast meat of the Mo Yun K and submitted it to the system, which soon chimed in response. Ding! Task completion detected for the host. Time task. Ingredient acquisition 2 completed. Task rewards. System Soul Ring X1. Available for collection. 2-star recipe. Kung Pao chicken. Currently unavailable for collection as the fish belly lamb has not yet completed training. With no one around, Chi Han unhesitatingly opted to claim the system's soul ring. That a soft white light began to emanate from the kitchen knife martial spirit, quickly coalescing into a second soul ring. Appearing adjacent to the now yellowed first soul ring, which faintly bore a hint of purple, this soul ring was again white, and upon its formation, it did not continue to increase in age. System? Chi Han quietly awaited an explanation from the system. The host's second soul skill, Knife Shadow Thousandfold. This soul skill is bound to the host's carving proficiency, which is divided into 5 levels: Beginner, Proficient, Mastery, Perfection, and Divine Craftsmanship, corresponding to 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul rings, respectively. As the host's carving proficiency increases, the age of the soul ring will correspondingly elevate. The host has not yet engaged in carving. hence currently at a tenuous beginner level. The host is encouraged to continue improving carving skills. Carving, indeed. Shihan furrowed his brow slightly, as this was a realm he had never encountered. System, where can I learn carving? Given the host's complete lack of carving foundation, a complimentary carving instructional book, Ghost Carving, is provided. Mastering this book will elevate carving skills to perfection. Wait a moment. System, how does one achieve divine craftsmanship? Whether through extraordinary knife techniques or the finesse of carving. Such levels cannot be attained through mere study. Naturally, the highest levels of skill achievable through learning and practice are limited to perfection, while transcending perfection requires the host to comprehend the breakthrough independently. This, Shihan had not anticipated that not only was carving unattainable at the level of divine craftsmanship, but even the knife techniques he had practiced for a considerable duration could not reach extraordinary heights. It was not that they could not be achieved, but rather that comprehension was necessary. Yet, given the system's tendencies, it seemed this comprehension would be exceedingly difficult. With a soft sigh, he realized that 100,000-year soul ring was so rare that acquiring it would not be an easy feat. Glancing at the sky, after all the commotion, he noticed the sun was setting. He needed to hurry back to Heaven Dou City, rest for the night, and return to Shrek City the following day. At last, he was heading home. Chapter 45. The boss returns. Shuang. I'm leaving. After checking herself in the mirror, smoothing her somewhat disheveled hair and adjusting her skirt, Fuya turned to glance at her slovenly friend, who lay on the bed like a salted fish, and smiled faintly. Hey, Fuya, how many days has it been? When will that pesky boss return? Shuang's face puffed up, displaying a touch of grievance. It's been so many days since I've tasted the dishes from that little shop. I miss my dompa pork, tomato beef brisket, fried rice, smashed cucumber, pig stomach chicken, and chinon juice. That wretched boss still hasn't opened. It had already been the 10th day, and I believe the boss should be returning soon. Reflecting back, Fuya softly spoke, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Before the boss left, he mentioned he would be back in no more than 10 days. Ding Shuang's eyes twinkled mischievously as she eyed Fuya's curvaceous figure. And you? Why do you keep wandering over to the little shop every noon and afternoon? It's such a hassle. What's wrong with that? Fuya shot Shuang an amused glare, turning her back to avoid her gaze. The little shop isn't far. I just check in twice a day. That's all. Fine. I can't argue with you. Without legs and Nizi around, Shuang rolled her eyes in exasperation and returned to her lazy state. Go on. I hope that wretched boss opens soon. With that, Fuya stepped out of the dormitory with a light gait. Left alone, Shuang stared blankly at the ceiling, her gaze gradually becoming hollow. Sigh, I miss fried rice. Zhou Long smacked his lips a couple of times, picking up his chopsticks to grab a piece of roasted meat and placing it in his mouth. Once his favorite roasted meat, served with rice, could have filled him with 3 bowls. Now, however, it had lost its appeal, thanks to the vigorous promotion by the Tang Sect's leader, Zhao Yunxing. Chopsticks had unexpectedly replaced forks as the new dining utensils in the Tang Sect cafeteria. Although the utensils were now the same as those at the little shop, the chef's skills, best not to mention. Indeed, I long for it as well. A burly figure with a bushy beard, Tile, sat across from Zhou Long. His table piled high with empty plates, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Tile appeared to relish his food, but his joy was merely a facade, his laughter a protective disguise. Who among them would willingly dine on this pig fodder of a cafeteria when they could feast at Shihan's establishment? Tang Sect chefs, MMP. Rumor has it that Old Wood has once again lost his appetite these past few days, not due to a relapse of an old ailment, but rather because of the delectable dishes from Shihan's little shop, rendering the cafeteria's offerings nearly inedible. This old codger is no match for me. I wouldn't touch pig slop. This is merely a temporary measure. I have long suspected that the young lad Shihan is an enemy of our Tang Sect, deliberately closing shop for 10 days to starve us and seize control of our foundation. I, old Tile, have seen through everything. Humph. As he chewed his food, mumbling incoherently, Tile's hands did not slow down, shoveling rice into his mouth. Zhou Long glanced at the leader of the strength hall, his expression twitching. He couldn't help but wonder why he had chosen to sit across from this old man. Oh, wait, he had sat here first. And then Tile had taken a seat opposite him. What a calamity! After breaking through to the Soul Emperor, he had secluded himself for quite some time, emerging to absorb his soul ring, eager to visit Shihan's little shop to express his gratitude and savor the long-desired fried rice. However, to his dismay, upon his arrival, Shihan had already departed for the Kale forest. Counting the days, It had been half a month since Zhou Long had last tasted Qi Han's culinary prowess. Half a month? Do you know how I have survived these past 15 days? What a calamity. Home Master Tile. What is it? Your chopsticks. Why are they in my plate? Huh? One moment's distraction. What's wrong with me taking a couple of pieces of your meat? No worries. Please continue. Standing in front of the familiar little shop, Fuya's gaze was tinged with a hint of confusion. The entrance of the shop still bore the notice posted by Qi Han 10 days prior. Out for 10 days. Gathering ingredients and creating new recipes. New dishes will be available upon my return. Thankfully, Qi Han had the foresight to add that final line, without the allure of new dishes to tantalize the eager diners. It was likely that his patrons would have gone mad by now that it was already the 10th day. Surely the owner would return soon. Fuya took a deep breath and stepped forward to gently knock on the door. This action had been repeated countless times over the past few days, and with each knock, her feelings shifted from anxious anticipation to gradual disappointment. After a few breaths, the door remained firmly shut. Could it be he hasn't returned today either? The brightness in Fuya's eyes dimmed slightly, but then she seemed to recall something, and her spirits lifted once more. No, that can't be. Today is the 10th day. The owner promised he would be back within 10 days, so he must surely return today. Perhaps he simply didn't hear me. Should I knock once more? Then I shall knock again. Taking a deep breath, Fuya extended her hand and knocked on the door once more, this time with a bit more force, even channeling her soul power to amplify the sound. Surely, if the owner was inside, he would hear it. Another few breaths passed, yet the silence from within the shop persisted. Indeed, he hasn't come back. Fuya's gaze darkened a little. Now, it was already midday on the 10th day. Could it be that the owner would only return in the afternoon? Well then, I shall come back in the afternoon. This afternoon, he will definitely be back. Huh? Fuya, what are you doing here? A familiar voice came from behind. It's just my imagination. Fuya, not an illusion. It's the owner. Fuya's eyes instantly brightened, and she quickly turned around, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Owner, you're back? Although Qi Han didn't quite understand why Fuya was so elated, seeing the beautiful girl smile upon his return was undoubtedly a refreshing sight. He smiled back, affirming, yes, just got back. The shop will reopen tomorrow. Unlocking the door, Qi Han turned to look at Fuya, who was still standing at the entrance. Come in. It's time for a working meal. Fuya's cheeks flushed slightly. But owner, the shop isn't open today. Now that you're here, you might as well try my new dishes. New dishes? Fuya hadn't intended for the owner to go to such lengths. Yet her mouth began to betray her intentions. Then, let me help you taste them. Qi Han nodded, turning to head into the kitchen in a corner where Fuya couldn't see. A sly smile crept across his lips. Let Fuya be the little guinea pig to sample the explosive fatty intestines and the tin-foil grilled brain, since Qi Han had yet to determine the pricing for the 3 new dishes. The system had not updated the menu. Gazing at the unchanged menu on the wall, Fuya's heart brimmed with eager speculation about what the owner's new dishes could be. Whatever they may be, they must be delicious. With that thought, Fuya couldn't help but reveal a blissful smile. Chapter 46. As red as a monkey's bottom. Recipes recorded by the system would have their ingredients provided by the system. As for how the system managed to procure the badger pig, Qi Han decided he was too lazy to care. After all, the system was omnipotent. Oh, wait, no, it can't have children. TSK, system, you're lacking in that regard. Neither can the host. This seems to be the case. Qi Han fell into a moment of contemplation. System, you can't stand and pee. Soon, Qi Han devised a plan, a triumphant expression gracing his face. Host, are you being polite? Regardless of politeness, Qi Han felt a sense of joy for having once again outsmarted the system, even enhancing the aroma of the honey-seared ribs he prepared. No. It was because the specially cultivated badger pig was superior to the indigenous badger pigs from the Picard forest. You can say what you want. As the victor, Qi Han believed he should be more indulgent and forgiving towards the system's stubbornness. To make it easier for Fuya to embrace the new dishes. Qi Han thoughtfully prepared 2 servings of honey-seared ribs, allowing them to share a meal together, enhancing Fuya's sense of involvement while tasting. All right, I can't keep this up. Primarily, it was because he was hungry himself after the journey home. Soon, the 2 servings of honey-seared ribs were placed before Fuya on the table, one in each of Qi Han's hands. He placed the knife and fork carefully in front of Fuya and gestured for her to taste. Then took his own portion and began to devour it. Fuya greedily inhaled the aroma of the meat mingled with fruity notes. a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Indeed, the owner's new dish was still as delectable as ever. Making it impossible to resist a taste, don't we need chopsticks for this dish? Fuya quickly noticed the knife and fork at the edge of her plate. The common utensils of the Douluo Continent were forks and spoons. But using both knife and fork was often a sign of nobility, resembling the dining etiquette of the Blue Star. Although Fuya was not of noble birth, she was familiar with how to use a knife and fork. She gently sliced a small piece off, the surface of the rib slightly charred, leading her to believe cutting it would be difficult. However, the knife glided effortlessly into the meat. The system's specially designed knife was exceptionally sharp. But more importantly, Shihan's preparation of the honey-seared ribs was extraordinarily unique. Beneath the deep brown exterior lay tender, succulent meat. She pierced the small piece with her fork and brought it closer to her mouth. The rich aroma enveloped her senses, enticing her further. Fuya could even see with her own eyes the juicy meat at the center of the rib, glistening with moisture, and the tantalizing juices seeping from it. Just imagining taking a bite, Fuya couldn't bear the thought any longer. It was a form of torment for her. She couldn't resist and directly popped the meat into her mouth. After chewing a few times, Fuya instinctively covered her mouth. Then, she realized her action was unnecessary. The juices hadn't spilled out, which only made her cheeks flush even more. It's truly exquisite. Fuya felt at a loss for words to describe her current sensation. If she had to find a single word, it would likely be happiness. The juices and tender rib meat melded within her mouth, providing an intoxicating stimulation to her taste buds, the rich flavors of meat and fruit intertwining without any greasy aftertaste, leaving a hint of sweetness in the aftertaste. Could this truly be meat? What kind of meat would taste this divine? No, it wasn't the meat that was remarkable. It must be the owner's magical hands that bestowed such an extraordinary flavor to the dish. Unconsciously glancing at Shihan's hands, Fuya was entirely oblivious to the fact that her face had turned crimson. Shihan continued to slice the ribs, savoring each bite. Indeed, the texture of the ribs had improved significantly compared to before. Reaching such a level surely wasn't solely due to his own efforts, but rather the superior quality of the system-cultivated badger pigs compared to the native ones. However, he couldn't let the system know this. Otherwise, that little system would surely puff up with pride. The host seems to have forgotten that I can hear your innermost thoughts. Douluo, complaining about being eavesdropped on by the system? Shihan, my apologies. That was careless of me to— No worries, system. I'll deny it, and you have no evidence that I've recorded it. You can record thoughts too? This system is truly omnipotent. You can't have children. You can't stand and pee. The system fell silent, and Shihan felt a sense of relief. How delightful. After a round of playful banter with the system, Shihan glanced up at the little guinea pig. Oh no, Fuya's reaction. After all, it was for a guest, and Fuya's tasting would provide a fair evaluation. After just a glance, Shihan suddenly fell into deep thought. Fuya, why is your face so red? Fuya was momentarily stunned. Lost in the deliciousness of the honey-seared ribs, not realizing her unusual state, she touched her face and asked, Owner, is my face very red? Shihan nodded, seemingly feeling that this assertion lacked sufficient persuasiveness, and added, as red as a monkey's bottom. Fuya blinked her large eyes, and the flush on her face instantly spread to the back of her neck. She suddenly lowered her head. What is the owner talking about? As red as a monkey's bottom. Unable to help herself, Fuya's mind began to conjure images of a bright red monkey's rear. Then she horrifiedly realized that this red monkey's bottom was slowly aligning with her own face. Aligning. No. Fuya abruptly clasped her head, shaking it in a fit of exasperation. It's all the boss's fault. That straight man. How can he describe a girl like that? Shihan blinked, observing Fuya's sudden outburst due to his comment, and felt a twinge of unease in his heart. System, are you certain that the badger pig is non-toxic? Why do I feel like Fuya has been poisoned? Is there some hidden toxin you have overlooked? Perhaps something hallucinogenic? She must have fallen victim to your straight man toxicity. Straight man toxicity. What on earth is that? Shihan glanced around the small shop. Where are the straight men here? I'm referring to you. The host, me? A straight man? Shihan wore a proud expression. I am Chi Scoundrel Han, seamlessly integrating recipes. How could I possibly be a straight man? If you say so. In that moment, the system suddenly felt the need to exhibit a more indulgent tolerance towards the host. Despite a few minor interruptions, after finishing the pan-seared honey ribs, Faya candidly shared her thoughts. As long as I provide feedback, I'm not eating for free. I'm sincerely experimenting with the new dishes for the boss. Well, it wasn't exactly feedback, as she had merely hummed for a while before finally saying, "It's exceptionally delicious." This was within Chi-Han's expectations, as the most conventional of the three new dishes. It was only natural that it would win Faya's favor. Who could resist the allure of meat? However, the next question loomed. Faya, are you ready? Chapter 47. Finish eating first. Then I will tell you. It wasn't until Faya finished the pan-seared honey ribs that she realized Chi-Han had prepared not just one new dish, but three. There exists a delightful surprise called Chi-Han's new dishes, and now Faya was graced with threefold astonishment. Well, whether this would turn into a fright later was a matter for another time. At least she was currently filled with excitement. Faya now knew the name of the first dish, pan-seared honey ribs. If one dish was already this delectable, how could the remaining two possibly be inferior? Faya expressed her anticipation. Soon, Chi-Han brought forth 2 plates of explosive fatty intestines. This dish was also prepared in 2 portions, but this time he truly considered Faya, the little guinea pig. If he didn't taste it in front of her, she might genuinely hesitate to try it. Faya eagerly leaned forward, sniffing the explosive fatty intestines like an adorable little hamster. The new dish cooked by the boss looked fantastic and surely smelled delightful. What is that scent? Her expression of anticipation suddenly froze as she leaned back, eyes wide with terror at the sight of the explosive fatty intestines. As expected, Chi-Han sighed inwardly, striving to maintain a neutral expression, appearing entirely nonchalant as he picked up a piece of the explosive fatty intestine from his plate and popped it into his mouth. Give it a try. It's truly delicious, despite his words. The moment the fatty intestine burst in his mouth, Chi-Han couldn't help but twitch slightly. He loved eating fatty intestines, and the flavor alone wouldn't provoke such a reaction. It was primarily due to an unshakable association that arose. The pinnacle of unkindness is to deceive oneself. Faya, being a formidable soul master, noticed this slight change in Chi-Han's expression instantly, her eyes brimming with even more fear. Did the boss just flinch? He did, didn't he? Is he trying to deceive me? Is he attempting to trick me into eating this oddly flavored new dish, thereby feigning that it tastes good? Would the boss really do such a thing? At that moment, Faya's mind was filled with countless question marks. However, Chi-Han had merely experienced a momentary bad association, and by the time he continued eating, it had long been cast aside. Not only the pan-seared honey ribs, but even the flavor of this fatty intestine was significantly more delicious than before. Eat, eat, eat. Watching Chi-Han relish the dish more and more, Faya plunged into deep self-doubt. Could it be that I was just seeing things earlier? The boss didn't flinch. This dish is genuinely scrumptious. I seem to have heard that some dishes don't smell appealing but taste fantastic. Could the boss's dish be one of those? Then, perhaps I should give it a try after all. After all, as a server in this little shop, it is my duty to assist the boss in testing the dishes. Reflecting on the generous treatment Chi-Han had afforded her, Faya suddenly felt a weighty sense of responsibility settle upon her. A surge of courage filled her heart, compelling her to make a decision. Eat. The boss enjoys it so much. This dish must be delicious. Resolutely, Faya picked up a piece of the fatty intestine and stuffed it into her mouth. The surface of the fatty intestine was coated in rich, savory broth, and upon touching her taste buds, it made her eyes widen in astonishment. It was indeed delicious. The boss had not deceived her after all. Immediately, Faya gently bit into the fatty intestine, which was tender enough to yield to the slightest pressure, causing the rich broth to burst forth in her mouth. Startled, Faya instinctively pressed her lips tightly together. For someone who had never tasted a dish with such rich broth, this was undoubtedly a brand new experience. However, after the initial shock, Faya quickly began to appreciate the exquisite flavor of the broth mingling with the fatty intestine. The greasiness was quietly dispelled, and the intense aroma enveloped her senses, as the liquid broth blended seamlessly throughout the fatty intestine with each chew. The perfect richness was utterly refreshing. Unable to resist, she picked up another piece, and despite the same peculiar scent, Faya was astonished to find that she no longer felt repulsed. Perhaps it was the association with the deliciousness of the fatty intestine that made her anticipation grow rather than diminish. This is truly delicious. This peculiar dish instantly captured Faya's heart. Boss, what ingredients are used to make this? As she savored the flavors, Faya couldn't help but inquire. While she had discerned that the pan-seared honey ribs were some kind of meat, This dish resembled a meat dish but was difficult to identify. Chi-Han glanced at the substantial amount of fatty intestine still remaining on Faya's plate, lost in thought. If he told her now, would she continue eating? If not, it would be a waste of food, right? Perhaps he should wait until she finishes before revealing it. Yes, that sounds like a plan. Having made his decision, Chi-Han displayed a warm smile. Finish eating first, then I will tell you. Huh, why do I have to finish eating before you tell me? Faya blinked in confusion, but soon redirected her focus back to the explosive fatty intestines. This little ring is simply delectable. Although Faya struggled to articulate this deliciousness, she felt that this dish was even more scrumptious than the previous one. Indeed, the boss possessed magical hands. Any food in the boss's hands would possess enchanting flavors. Before long, Faya polished off the explosive fatty intestines, her curiosity intensifying. Boss, can you tell me now what ingredients were used to cook this? Well, Faya, do you know about the badger pig from the Kale forest? Faya nodded. Yes, I know. We covered it in our soul beast knowledge class. It is said that this soul beast is quite weak but has a strong reproductive capacity, and the meat is reputed to be quite good, making it a favorite among locals. The studious Faya was on point. The pan-seared honey ribs earlier were made from the rib meat of the badger pig. Chi-Han paused, deciding to lay the groundwork. I see. No wonder it's far more delicious than ordinary meat. Faya's eyes lit up, but she quickly realized. What about this dish? This dish also comes from the badger pig, but Chi-Han hesitated before continuing. It is made using the badger pig's large intestine. Faya clapped her hands in sudden understanding. No wonder this dish is so delicious. It turns out it's made from the badger pigs. Wait, what? Faya's words, along with her movements, froze in place, as if turned to stone. After a long moment, Chi-Han could not help but glance at Faya, who remained motionless and expressionless. Faya, are you all right? Are you okay? The atmosphere grew tense, suddenly bursting forth as Faya's back erupted with 4 soul rings, the second ring illuminating as dozens of ice spikes materialized behind her, their glimmering tips directed menacingly at Chi-Han. Suddenly lifting her head, hidden beneath her flowing black hair were hollow eyes, and an eerie smile adorned Faya's stunning face. Boss, you have deceived me terribly. Oh no, this is bad. The little guinea pig has darkened. She's turned into a little black mouse. Faya, please calm down. You need to calm. Help. Chapter 48. The next dish is soothing in the end. Faya did not take action. Having regained her composure, Faya waved away the surrounding ice spikes and sat down, pouting and looking at Chi-Han with a sense of grievance. Chi-Han did one thing remarkably well. He prepared 2 servings of the explosive pig intestines and personally tasted it in front of Faya. The little black mouse, oh no, the reason why the darkened Faya calmed down was largely due to this. Had she been the sole consumer, Faya would have had to question whether Chi-Han was deliberately trying to harm her by using such ingredients. However, Chi-Han also partook in the dish and relished it, which significantly alleviated her mental turmoil. Despite finding some balance, the more Faya thought about it, the more uncomfortable she became. She recalled the delectable explosive pig intestines. Since the intestines were made from the large intestine of a badger pig, what about the explosion inside? This was not a thought to dwell on. Were those who abstained from pig intestines truly averse to their taste? No, most who refrained were simply hindered by excessive associations that prevented them from ever trying it. Faya was somewhat different from these individuals, as she had unknowingly tasted it before. Let us all exclaim, Chi-Han is truly a rascal. This left her heart in turmoil, her mind incessantly repeating that this dish was inedible, far too, while her taste buds insisted that it was truly delectable and even yearned for another helping. That thought of having it again needs to roll out of my head. The 2 little figures in Faya's mind engaged in a fierce battle, with the one choosing not to eat barely gaining the upper hand. She watched as the defeated figure shouted in tears, I will return, while the victorious figure sneered haughtily. Faya, it is impossible for me to ever eat this dish again in this lifetime. To fortify her resolve, Faya resolutely raised her head to look at Chi-Han. Boss, please do not serve me this dish for my work meals in the future. All right. Chi-Han, who had nearly been pricked by Faya's ire, dared not provoke her any further and hastily nodded in agreement. They asked for what she might choose to eat in the future. That would have nothing to do with him, Chi-Han. Well then, shall I prepare the 3rd new dish? Chi-Han tilted his head towards the kitchen. Faya bit her lip. To be honest, after the previous experience, she felt an inexplicable sense of fear. What kind of emotion is a combination of anticipation and fear? We can summarize it in 2 words, complex. What is this called? Listening to your words feels like hearing a lecture. The last time she heard such a phrase was quite some time ago. Boss, what are the ingredients for this dish? After a moment of hesitation, Fuya finally asked. Prepared for this, Chihan replied without a second thought. I assure you, this dish will have no strange flavors and will not include any innards. Does the brain count as an organ? It seems it shouldn't, considering it isn't housed within the stomach. Chihan said everything yet nothing at all, so Fuya chose to believe him, her eyes rekindling with anticipation. Then I will continue to sample the dish. To further allay Fuya's suspicions, Chihan smiled gently. Rest assured, the next dish will be very soothing. Soothing? Does he mean to mend the wounds of her heart from earlier? Is there truly such a miraculous food? A warmth spread through Fuya's heart, and she decided to retract her assessment of Chihan as a mere straightforward man. Clearly, the boss is a warm-hearted individual. Turning towards the kitchen, a few minutes later, Chihan returned with 2 palm-sized porcelain plates. On the plates lay a piece of folded tin foil, the top sealed, preventing any glimpse into its contents or even a whiff of its aroma. What is this? Fuya's eyes widened in curiosity at the peculiar dish. This is a special cooking method. Watch how I eat it. Chihan anticipated her confusion and took the initiative to demonstrate. He twisted the sealed top of the foil, pulled it apart, and the foil opened like petals to reveal the brain flower within. A rich aroma instantly burst forth from the opening, enveloping the entire dining area. Fuya mimicked him, cautiously peeling back the foil to inspect the contents. A piece of brain flour, about the size of a fist, lay quietly within the foil, soaking in a thin layer of broth, its surface adorned with finely chopped garlic, scallions, cilantro, and small chili peppers. The faint garlicky fragrance wafted through the tiny openings, continuously invading Fuya's senses. Fuya could not help but swallow hard. The aroma of the foil-roasted brain flour was simply too enticing. It appeared that the boss had indeed spoken the truth, this time. The dish lacked any off-putting flavors. Surely, the ingredients for this dish must be perfectly normal. She cautiously pushed aside the garlic and other seasonings atop the brain flour, about to indulge, when her movements suddenly froze. The layer of garlic was pushed aside, revealing shallow grooves on the surface of the brain flour. This thing seemed somewhat familiar. Let me think. Where have I seen it before? Perhaps in the dissection class during the Soul Beast Knowledge course at the Academy. So this is a brain. Wait. A brain. Fuya abruptly lifted her head to look at Chihan, feeling as if she had stumbled into some sinister organization. Chihan gracefully scooped a small piece of the brain flour with a tiny spoon and brought it to his mouth. So fragrant. Unfortunately, the flavor of the brain flour had not been enhanced. It was much the same as before. Muscle and organ flavors can be improved through careful nurturing, but the brain cannot. Chihan unusually refrained from retorting to the system, instead nodding in agreement. No wonder this dish was the only one among the 3 with a perfect flavor score. It turned out there was no room for improvement. However, at that moment, the image of Chihan delightfully consuming the brain flour appeared exceptionally terrifying to Fuya. In her eyes, Chihan's figure suddenly transformed from that of a noble and grand boss into a demon feasting on cerebral matter. When she was a child and could not sleep, her mother would scare her with tales of demons that feasted on brains. Woo-woo, I want to go home. The boss is so frightening. Is this what the boss meant by soothing? It clearly feels more like a descent into despair. What happened? She glanced up at the little white mouse, only to find Fuya huddling in fear, her eyes wide as she stared at him. Fuya, you needn't react so strongly. This is the brain flour of a badger pig. It tastes quite good. Why not give it a try? Indeed, this is conclusive evidence. This is truly a brain. Fuya shook her head vigorously. Boss, I don't want it. Chihan blinked, revealing an impish grin. It's too late to say you don't want it now. He stood up and approached Fuya. Holding her portion of roasted brain flour, he scooped a spoonful and brought it close to her face. Fuya shook her head violently, tears of humiliation welling in her eyes. No. As Fuya opened her mouth to refuse, Chihan swiftly slipped the tiny spoon inside, then casually set down her roasted brain flour. A brain in my mouth. Fuya's eyes widened in horror as she shook her head frantically. After a couple of chews, Fuya suddenly froze. How could it taste so good? Chapter 49. A toxic recommendation from Fuya Burp. Fuya let out a satisfied belch, covering her mouth as her cheeks flushed, stealing a glance at Chihan, who was busy tidying up in the kitchen and seemingly oblivious to her unusual behavior. She finally sighed in relief. Looking at the empty foil before her, despair crept back into Fuya's heart. It's over. I've eaten the brain of a badger pig. Am I destined to become a sinister soul master? Luo. Having finished cleaning the kitchen, Shihan glanced at Fuya, who looked utterly despondent, and smiled slightly. From Fuya's reaction. It seems the people of Douluo Continent have a relatively high acceptance level for brain flour and pig intestines. Host, are you certain this is what you call a high acceptance level? Shihan shrugged. It's already good enough. Much better than I anticipated. Ding. Task triggered. Time-limited task. New dish promotion. Please sell 1,000 servings of each of the 3 new dishes within 5 days. Task description. Since the host believes there is no issue, let the performance begin. This system is quite looking forward to it. Task reward. 1-star custom recipe fragment X2. 5 days, 1,000 servings. System, may I retract what I just said? It is already too late. Damn, Shihan lamented, rubbing his head in distress. Selling 1,000 servings of the pan-seared honey ribs isn't a daunting task. However, the explosive pig intestines and foil-roasted brain flour. Convincing the people of Douluo Continent to accept such dishes within just 5 days. The difficulty level is nothing short of hellish. I can't take it anymore. I need to employ the beauty strategy. Fuya, boss. The call of Shihan instantly roused the despondent Fuya into action. What is it? Over the next 5 days, you could recommend the new dishes to the guests more frequently. Recommend new dishes. Faced with this request from her boss, Fuya hesitated for an unusual moment. Observing her indecision, Shihan, with a resolve, sweetened the deal. For every serving of the explosive fatty intestines or the tin-foil grilled brain, you'll earn a gold soul coin as commission. Dingling. Fuya's eyes sparkled with the allure of gold soul coins. All right, boss. After tidying up the bowls and utensils and placing them into the dishwasher, Fuya exchanged pleasantries with Shihan before returning to Shrek Academy. Yes, she watched Fuya leave. Shihan slowly closed the door and entered the system space. The method of cooking fish belly hidden lamb had yet to conquer the challenge of deboning the whole fish, having made over 10,000 mistakes just on this step alone. Thanks to this, Shihan's knife skills had reached a level of near proficiency, and his first soul ring had thus transformed into a hue of yellow tinged with purple. It remained uncertain whether he would successfully deb-one the fish or attain a 1,000-year soul ring first. As for Shihan's second soul ring, it still lingered at the 10-year mark. This prompted Shihan to resolve to invest more effort into his carving skills. The ghostly carving tool had already been placed by the bed in his room by the system. Yet Shihan had not found the time to explore it. Once he finished this busy period, practice in carving would take precedence. The culinary challenge of fish belly hidden lamb did not solely reside in the deboning of the whole fish. While that step remained arduous, the subsequent phases were equally demanding. Achieving perfection would require extensive practice. Fortunately, after advancing to a junior chef, the flow of time within the training space had further accelerated. With 2 months inside equating to merely a day outside at this pace, mastering this dish could be significantly expedited. If he pushed himself, a week should suffice, right? The system had previously mentioned that a 3-star recipe not only possessed unique effects, but when appearing in the extraordinary realm of Douluo Continent, it would also manifest peculiar phenomena, which could not be observed in the training space. Shihan was quite curious about these so-called phenomena. Could it be akin to glowing fried rice? Grasping a live fish from the sink, Shihan deftly maneuvered his knife along the fish's body. Fish belly hidden lamb, here I come. Error. Deboning the whole fish damaged the flesh. Please restart. Error. Deboning the whole fish damaged the flesh. Please restart. Error. Deboning the whole fish damaged the flesh. Please restart. I'm back. Cautiously pushing open the dormitory door, Fuya sighed in relief upon seeing Ing Shuang still awake. Her voice growing a bit louder. Ing Shuang turned her head, looking at Fuya with eager anticipation. You seem to have been gone for quite a while. Did the boss return? Fuya nodded. Witnessing Ing Shuang bounce off the bed. Yay, I can finally taste the boss's fried rice. Ing Shuang's eyes sparkled with the shape of fried rice dough. I just recalled the content on the boss's leave notice. It seems there will be new dishes when he returns. Do you know what they are? New dishes. Fuya's smile suddenly faltered, but quickly returned to normal. Ing Shuang, oblivious to the change, looked at Fuya with curiosity. Eager to hear the first-hand news about the new dishes. Fuya pondered for a moment before speaking. This time, the boss should have 3 new dishes. 3. Ing Shuang's eyes lit up. Do you know what they are? Not only do I know, but I've also tasted them. Fuya silently criticized herself, her expression taking on a slightly peculiar shade. Speaking of which, the boss mentioned that after opening tomorrow, for every serving of tin-foil grilled brain or explosive fatty intestines recommended, He would give me a gold soul coin as a bonus? Shuang Shuang is so adorable. She must be easy to persuade, right? Recalling the girl's past antics, Fuya quietly affirmed this in her heart. Let's start with Shuang Shuang. With this thought, Fuya quickly donned a bright smile. The reason I returned late was to help the boss test the new dishes. Oh, you've tasted all 3 new dishes? Shuang Shuang's eyes widened, filled with envy. Yes, Fuya nodded, glancing around before leaning closer to Shuang Shuang's ear to whisper. One of the new dishes is called explosive fatty intestines. The aroma is peculiar, but the taste is absolutely amazing. Trust me, you'll know tomorrow when you try it. A strange aroma but a fantastic taste. Shuang Shuang's eyes brightened. I understand. There's a food called stinky sea fish where I come from, and it's just like that. I can't believe Boss Chi can cook such a dish. I must try it tomorrow. Seeing Shuang Shuang so receptive, Fuya nodded in satisfaction. A promising pupil indeed. There's also a dish called tinfoil grilled brain. It looks odd, but the flavor is exquisite. Oh, I know this. Before Fuya could delve further into her persuasive tactics, Shuang Shuang interrupted her. Her eyes sparkled again. That fruit we have in the cafeteria called ugly orange is just like that. It looks hideous, but is incredibly sweet. Fuya fell silent, realizing that her friend could no longer be described as merely easy to persuade. This is a case of self-sabotage. However, this was also beneficial, 2 gold soul coins for her. She couldn't help but wonder how Shuang Shuang would feel once she realized she'd been sold out by her friend for 2 gold soul coins. Chapter 50. Naming the little shop in a fervent effort to master fish belly hidden lamb. Chi-Han had utterly transformed into a dedicated workhorse. He spent a full 30 days within the training space, nearly moved to tears by his own diligence, though he had yet to succeed in deboning the whole fish. His knife skills had successfully advanced to a proficient level, elevating the age of his first soul ring to 1,000 years. Stepping out of the training space, he found that 12 hours had already passed in the outside world. Exhausted, Chi-Han collapsed onto the soft bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, the sun was already high in the sky. System, what time is it? Dazedly glancing around, Chi-Han had yet to fully shake off the remnants of sleep. In half an hour, the little white mouse will arrive at the shop. Little white mouse. Oh, that's Fuya. So, it must be 10 o'clock in the morning now. It seemed he hadn't slept this late in ages. Occasionally allowing oneself a lie-in felt quite delightful. It would be even better if I could complete fish belly hidden lamb sooner. However, before Chi-Han could continue his musings, a notification from the system cruelly interrupted him. The host has yet to name the shop. Would you like to name it now? Naming? Chi-Han suddenly remembered that after becoming a junior chef, he had acquired this new privilege. He had been so busy lately that he completely forgot about it. But if the shop needed a name, what should it be? After a brief contemplation, he calmly analyzed the situation and soon had an idea. System, how about Chef Goddess Little Shop? Not good. My carefully considered shop name receives such a dismissal. Chi-Han felt somewhat insulted. Then, Food Goddess Little Shop? May I ask what the difference is between this and Chef Goddess Little Shop? It's merely a different character. Chi-Han pouted. The system is subpar. Then, Delicious Little Shop? The system could no longer contain itself. Please, host, retrieve the cultural education of 9 years of compulsory schooling for this system. After a lengthy debate between the two, they finally settled on the name for the shop, Cold Food. This name not only resonated with Chi-Han's own name but also evoked a sense of nostalgia unique to this world. The name change was complete, and the sign style would align with the shop's interior decor. The system prompted Chi-Han to select the calligraphic style for the sign, but as he spoke, hundreds of options appeared before him. The language and grammatical structure of Douluo Continent were similar to that of Huaxia. Yet the characters, both in form and sound, differed entirely. Gazing at the now familiar Douluo script, Chi-Han began to carefully select among the various styles of the characters' cold food presented by the system. Although he had previously thought that a name was inconsequential, the sign would serve as the shop's face, so Chi-Han took his time in making a selection. Ultimately, he settled on a calligraphic style reminiscent of the wild, cursive script from his past life. Nodding in satisfaction, this one is nice, it looks very pleasing. System, let's go with this. The sign was completed and hung up, ready for the host to descend and witness the result. The efficiency of the system is alarmingly terrifying. After tidying himself up, Chi-Han exuberantly descended the stairs, pushing open the door to glance at a shop sign. The characters Han Shi were elegantly inscribed in silver hooks and iron strokes. Prominently displayed above the entrance of the quaint little establishment, the frame of the sign harmonized beautifully with the shop's decor, exuding a refreshing aesthetic that appeared exceptionally cohesive and unified. Upon entering the shop, Chi-Han glanced up at the menu. The offerings were as follows: small portion of fried rice with egg, 5 gold soul coins; large portion of fried rice with egg, 10 gold soul coins; pig stomach chicken, soup 12 gold soul coins; smashed cucumber, 2 gold soul coins; dompa pork, 100 gold soul coins; tomato beef brisket, 20 gold soul coins; chenin fruit juice, 1 gold soul coin. Chihan raised an eyebrow. Realizing a significant oversight, system, where are my 3 dishes? Why are they not on the menu? The system fell silent for a moment before responding in a subdued tone. Have you perhaps forgotten, host, that you have yet to assign prices for the new dishes? Oh right. Chihan slapped his forehead in realization, understanding now why he felt as though he had overlooked something important. However, how should he determine the pricing for the new dishes? How about pricing the pan-seared honey ribs at 20 gold soul coins per portion? Chihan believed that the pan-seared honey ribs were no less exquisite than the tomato beef brisket, and setting the same price seemed like a splendid idea. That won't do, he exclaimed. Wait, system, don't I have the authority to set prices? Why can't I set them arbitrarily? Please note, host, that different star-rated recipes have upper and lower price limits. You do possess pricing authority, but it cannot exceed the price restrictions set by the recipes. For 1-star recipes, the price range must be below or equal to 10 gold soul coins. For 2-star recipes, the range must be between 11 and 100 gold soul coins. For 3-star recipes, the range must be between 101 and 2,000 gold soul coins. So, I can only choose within 10 gold soul coins. Indeed, then let's set it at 10 gold soul coins per portion. Calculating carefully, even at the maximum price for a 1-star recipe, this would still be the most affordable option among the meat dishes. Especially considering the generous portion of the pan-seared honey ribs. Overall, it seemed rather reasonable. Host's original 1-star recipe, pan-seared honey ribs, priced successfully. Marked selling price: 10 gold soul coins per portion. As for the explosive fatty intestines, let's set it at 10. No, perhaps 8 gold soul coins per portion. Chihan felt a twinge of guilt considering the peculiar nature of fatty intestines. Let us apply a 20 discount. Host's original 1-star recipe, explosive fatty intestines, priced successfully. Marked selling price: 8 gold soul coins per portion. For the tinfoil grilled brain, he decided on a price of 5 gold soul coins per portion. Soon, Chihan settled on a pricing strategy for the final dish. Since grilled brain could only be considered a snack rather than a meat dish, it warranted a slightly lower price. Host's original 1-star recipe, tinfoil grilled brain, priced successfully. Marked selling price: 5 gold soul coins per portion. With Chihan's pricing established, the menu on the wall subtly transformed. Small portion of fried rice with egg, 5 gold soul coins. Omitted for brevity, pan-seared honey ribs, 10 gold soul coins. Explosive fatty intestines, 8 gold soul coins. Tinfoil grilled brain, 5 gold soul coins. 10 price tags adorned half of the wall, filling Chihan with a profound sense of accomplishment. Compared to the initial state where only fried rice occupied the entire wall, the offerings of the little shop had finally diversified. System, there is still half a wall left. When that half is filled too, where will the price tags for new dishes be placed? There are a total of 20 price tag hanging positions on the pricing wall. Once you possess over 20 recipes, you will unlock the menu book, with one for each table. You may select 20 of them to hang on the wall, with updates permitted only once a week. I understand. This is what they call a recommendation spot. Chihan's eyes lit up, envisioning countless struggling authors pleading with their editors for a recommendation spot. Oh, the recipes one tea speak, so that's fine. Not long after, Fuyu arrived at the shop punctually. Upon hearing the knock, Chihan opened the door, only to find Fuyu not alone. She was accompanied by a number of other patrons. Ing Shuang Shuang, Zhou Long, Yu Hua, all were regular customers of the little shop. Many diners had arrived early, eagerly awaiting the opening of the establishment. Seeing the living, breathing owner before them, despite having learned of Chihan's return yesterday, the crowd's excitement swelled. Today's lunch is surely going to be delightful. If not for their cultured demeanor and basic etiquette, they might have rushed into the shop. After greeting his loyal customers, Chihan closed the door once Fuyu entered. The diners outside exchanged glances. Suddenly caught in a slight commotion, Zhou Long unceremoniously shoved Ing Shuang Shuang aside, grinning. "Hey, little girl, let me stand in front of you." Ing Shuang Shuang widened her eyes, glaring at Zhou Long. "I was here first." Zhou Long scratched his head. "I haven't been here for over half a month. Cut me some slack, and I'll treat you to a portion of fried rice later." A portion of fried rice? That sounds pretty good. Ing Shuang Shuang suddenly felt tempted, her earlier intent to argue vanishing as she moved behind Zhou Long. A light cough interrupted, causing Zhou Long to freeze and turn around, offering an awkward smile. Master Yu. Next time I run into that old rhinoceros, I must tell him that his disciple resorted to such an uncouth act as cutting in line for a meal. Yu Hua remarked with a bemused arch of his brow as he leisurely approached Zhou Long, leaning on his wooden cane. Aren't you also cutting in line? Double standards. Of course, Zhou Long only dared to voice his grievances internally, maintaining a composed exterior. Xiao Zhou, I see you still have funds to treat. So why not treat me as well? Zhou Long's expression stiffened. Master Yu, that might not be appropriate. Well then, it's settled. Yu Hua ignored Zhou Long's protest, nodding to himself. I can finally eat as much as I want a day. Zhou Long's face darkened, his thoughts consumed by a singular notion. The 4 hall masters are indeed all old rascals. Oh dear, my wallet. Unbeknownst to the small commotion outside, the 2 within the shop were oblivious. Fu Yu quickly decided on her order, a small portion of fried rice and a portion of tin-foil grilled brain. After a night of internal conflict, Fu Yu ultimately resolved to continue down the path of the evil soul master. Oh, the grilled brain is simply delectable. Making a gesture to indicate she understood, Chi Han entered the kitchen, casually pointing to the wall menu where the prices of the new dishes were listed. Please take note. Okay. Fu Yu nodded, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the menu. What prices would the boss assign to these 3 new dishes? Scanning from the bottom up, Fu Yu quickly located the prices of the new items. Hey, all 3 dishes are priced under 10 gold soul coins. They don't seem too expensive. The little white mouse evidently forgot that her first visit to the shop nearly ended with her being dissuaded by the 5 gold soul coin fried rice. Before long, Chi Han brought out Fu Yu's fried rice and grilled brain. Upon seeing the steaming grilled brain, Fu Yu's heart skipped a beat. She scooped a small spoonful and tasted it, the rich aroma and the succulent, non-greasy texture flooding her palate. So delicious. The grilled brain isn't evil at all. And the fried rice. Having already filled up during the taste testing yesterday, Fu Yu hadn't had fried rice then. So it had been nearly 10 days since her last serving. Oh dear, why is the boss's fried rice so irresistible? Fu Yu's happiness soared, adding a remarkable 10,086 to her joy meter. After finishing her meal, she expertly cleaned her bowl and utensils, placing them in the dishwasher. Checking the time, she moved to the entrance and opened the door. The diners, already informed of the news, had formed a longer queue than usual outside, and with Fu Yu's opening of the door, they eagerly filed in. Knowing that Chi Han's shop now featured new dishes, the customers entered with a synchronized eagerness. Check the menu. Once they perused the offerings, the atmosphere within the little shop grew lively. 3 new dishes all at once. Yu Hua glanced at the apprehensive Zhou Long, stroking his beard. I'd like a portion of smashed cucumber, a portion of dompa pork, and one of each of the 3 new dishes. Goodness. Yu Hua clearly had no intention of sparing Zhou Long a single coin. Zhou Long's face soured. He could only harbor his resentment. This old rascal, the wooden spirit Douluo. I had hoped to at least order a portion of dompa pork to make up for my long-suffering stomach. But now, feeling my wallet grow hollow, I just want to save some money. I'll take one of each new dish, plus a small portion of fried rice. How poor I've become. Oh, wait, I still need to treat that little girl to a portion of fried rice. Make that 2 small portions of fried rice for that little girl. A real man sticks to his word. Faya gazed at her dear friend in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Zhou Long had invited her to dinner. Ying Shuang chuckled. Big guy, you are quite trustworthy. As she said this, she cast Zhou Long a sympathetic glance. The culinary prowess of the Tang Sect's Mu Ling Mian was indeed formidable. Zhou Long had a difficult road ahead. Well, it's certainly the fault of that dreadful boss. It's all because his dishes are too expensive. Chi Han interjected. I want to take the blame. The system will. The system retorted. You're talking nonsense. Fortunately, the 3 new dishes that Faya mentioned were reasonably priced. With bright eyes scanning the menu, Ying Shuang decisively placed her order. I'll have a serving of the bursting intestines and a portion of the foil-roasted brain, alongside the small serving of fried rice Zhou Long had offered. This should suffice for her meal. She would have to save the fragrant honey ribs for her next visit. However, today she was determined to taste the 2 extraordinary dishes that Faya had mentioned. Though she had yet to sample the food, just hearing the names of these dishes filled Ying Shuang with anticipation, as she was certain they would be delectable. The term bursting intestines suggested it might be some kind of sausage. Right? Some sausages indeed possess peculiar flavors. Sausage that bursts. That sounds fantastic. And what about the foil-roasted brain? Such an odd name. What is a brain flour? I've never heard of it, but given the mention of roasting, it must be barbecued, right? Ying Shuang adored barbecue. In fact, this was the same association many diners experienced upon encountering the new dishes. As Chi Han's menu featured preparations entirely distinct from those native to Douluo Continent. The names of these dishes seemed rather peculiar to its inhabitants, and thus they felt no qualms about them. They had grown accustomed to it. After all, it was the boss's little eatery. The stranger the dish names, the more delightful the flavors. Moreover, terms like intestines and brain were indeed more refined and mystifying. Imagine if they were replaced with large intestines and brain, bursting large intestines, foil roasted brain. Appetite-10086. Chapter 52. Competent food streamer Ing Shuang Yuhua's cucumber dish was swiftly brought to the table by Faya. Soon followed by plate after plate of fragrant honey ribs. The aroma of the honey ribs was utterly breathtaking. Just the scent alone had the diners in the small establishment salivating uncontrollably. Zhou Long leaned in greedily towards the honey ribs, inhaling the rich meat fragrance, which was complemented by hints of rosemary and a subtle, elusive fruitiness. So delightful, he couldn't help but exclaim, instinctively reaching for his chopsticks to sample the palm-sized honey ribs. Wasn't it more appropriate to use a knife and fork for such a sizable piece? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Long noticed the silver knife and fork placed on either side of the dish. Indeed, this dish was meant to be enjoyed with utensils. Though knives and forks were common dining tools in Douluo Continent, after using chopsticks for so long, it felt somewhat peculiar to use them for the first time in Chi Han's little eatery. Zhou Long's movements were not particularly graceful. He was not one to be overly particular. He deftly carved a grid pattern with the knife on the rib, dividing it into 9 roughly equal pieces before picking up the fork to dig in. As he cut the meat, Zhou Long sensed a peculiar texture. As he lifted a piece of the honey rib to his mouth, he couldn't suppress a gasp of surprise. He had consumed many grilled meats before, but this rib was unlike any he had ever encountered. Its deep brown surface bore a slight char, emanating the most authentic barbecue aroma, while the meat within was far more tender than he had anticipated. The tender, rosy hue practically glistened with juices, making its deliciousness almost visible. Gulp. Zhou Long's face flushed as his stomach audibly protested at the sight of such succulent meat. To have a piece of meat with such layers of flavor. What incredible culinary skill the boss possessed. As he took a bite, the slightly firm exterior gave way to an explosion of tender juiciness, flooding his mouth with a flavor that was uniquely that of badger pig meat, causing Zhou Long's eyes to widen in astonishment. While the eatery offered a variety of meat dishes, the honey ribs represented the purest experience he had ever encountered, a carnivore's feast. The natural herbal aromas fully awakened the essence of the meat. Presenting the most unadulterated flavor, it was a true indulgence for any meat lover. Despite the generous portion of meat, Zhou Long devoured it swiftly. For someone of his stature, the honey ribs were far from sufficient. At this moment, he had forgotten all about saving money and began contemplating whether he should order another serving of honey ribs. However, there was no need to rush. He could first finish the remaining 2 new dishes. What if those dishes were more plentiful? Setting down his fork, Zhou Long eagerly eyed the light brown sauce on the white plate. Had it not been somewhat undignified, he would have licked the plate clean. But soon he dismissed this notion as the second new dish arrived. Faya brought forth a platter of bursting intestines, gently placing it before the diners. Zhou Long's eyes widened as he gazed at the food. What kind of sausage is this? Why does it appear in rings? Before he could sort through his thoughts, an unusual aroma wafted into his nostrils. Huh? Zhou Long instinctively inhaled, only to have his expression shift dramatically. What is this smell? Why does it seem so bizarre? To avoid disturbing other diners who had ordered the bursting intestines, Chi Han and the system had conspired beforehand to imbue this dish with a touch of high-tech magic. Its scent would not escape the confines of the table, ensuring that only those who had ordered it could detect its peculiar aroma, while others remained blissfully unaware. The diners who had ordered this dish displayed expressions of shock and revulsion. Others were left puzzled, wondering what was amiss. What is happening? Just as Yuhua finished savoring his cucumber dish and prepared to relish the honey ribs, the aroma of the bursting intestines reached his nose, causing his countenance to twitch involuntarily. Having spent years dealing with various rare ingredients, Yuhua possessed a high tolerance for unpleasant odors, as many such ingredients exuded foul scents. In comparison, the smell of bursting intestines was hardly anything to him. His curiosity piqued. Yuhua set aside the honey ribs to sample the bursting intestines first. The little eatery descended into an odd atmosphere. A voice suddenly broke through. Wow, this is so delicious. Huh? Everyone's attention immediately shifted toward the source of the voice, where a girl with red hair eagerly devoured the rings of intestines, her face alight with delight. This Ing Shuang had been eagerly anticipating the dish that smelled foul yet tasted divine, especially after the first dish of honey ribs had just been served. Although she had not ordered the honey ribs, the overwhelming, unusual aroma of the meat made her clutch her stomach in agony. Hoping her own dish would arrive promptly, Fortunately, her persistence paid off, as her dish did not keep her waiting long, eager to experience the peculiar odor that Faya had mentioned. Shuang was surprised to find that the strange scent was not as exaggerated as she had imagined. The others, unaware of the situation, held on to the belief that Shihan's dishes must be delicious. Upon catching a whiff of the intestines, they naturally felt a significant psychological contrast, struggling to accept it. However, Shuang had long anticipated such an experience and found the aroma less off-putting than she expected. Though the intestines were entirely different from any sausage she had previously tasted, she still perceived them as a unique type of sausage. With no psychological burden, she unhesitatingly popped a ring of intestines into her mouth. With a gentle bite, the liquid filling encased within the ring burst forth, melding with the unique flavor of the intestines as she chewed, creating an exquisite symphony of taste that left her enchanted. Shuang couldn't help but squint her eyes, relishing this unprecedented delicacy. Were she on Blue Star, she would undoubtedly be a competent food streamer. Merely observing her enjoyment would compel those around her to believe that the bursting intestines were a culinary masterpiece. The other diners who had ordered the bursting intestines, witnessing Shuang's ecstatic expression, glanced down at their own plates, which emitted an unusual aroma, and found themselves lost in contemplation. Could it be that we are not eating the same dish? Faya recognized the moment had come and quickly explained. This dish is rather unique. While its scent may be peculiar, it is truly delicious. I encourage everyone to give it a try. Faya was certainly dedicated for the sake of gold soul coins. Upon hearing Faya's explanation, those who had not ordered the dish understood why the diners who had partaken in it reacted so strongly, while those who had ordered it grasped why Shuang was enjoying herself so much. So, it turns out this was a miraculous dish that smelled foul yet tasted exquisite. Chapter 53 Faya, I must sever our friendship. It must be said that Faya's words, alongside Shuang's demeanor, are indeed quite convincing. Had Shihan been the one to step forward to clarify the matter, the patrons would likely have scoffed, thinking, I believe you not, you vile proprietor. However, Faya's appearance changes everything. Who does not adore beauty? With such a stunning visage, Faya embodies the notion that beauty is justice. How could she harbor malice? Surely, she speaks the truth. Coupled with the testimony of the competent food vlogger Shuang, who savors every bite. The diners are encouraged to partake, and many muster the courage to try the dish. Once they do, they are astonished to discover that the peculiar flavor, which once repulsed them, now melds seamlessly with the rich explosion of flavors in the dish, becoming its unique essence. Nonetheless, not every patron can embrace the dish of explosive intestines. Don is one such diner. His martial spirit is a beast spirit known as the Windhound, renowned for its acute sense of smell. Capable of identifying everything within a kilometer radius even amidst howling winds, this extraordinary ability has granted Don an olfactory perception that is decidedly unique for him. Gourmet food is not merely a dance of flavors upon the palate, but also a feast for the nose. In his eyes, the aroma of a dish is as crucial as its taste. As a fourth-ring soulmaster, although he lacks the financial means to dine at Shihan's establishment daily. Upon discovering the exceptionally vibrant flavors of this little eatery, he became a regular, visiting at least 2 to 3 times a week, lest he feel life devoid of flavor. Shihan's 10-day absence was a torturous ordeal for him, forcing him to meander through the food street, relying on the now less enticing scents to quell his cravings. Upon his return, the proprietor surprised all patrons with an unexpected unveiling of 3 new dishes. Given their reasonable prices, Don clenched his teeth and ordered one of each. The previously enjoyed pan-seared honey ribs had left him utterly satisfied, a pure and fragrant meaty delight that was simply exquisite. However, as the dish of explosive intestines was presented, his expression darkened immediately. What is this flavor? Don, cannot accept this. Even though Faya had explained that while the dish might have a peculiar aroma, it is delicious when tasted. For someone like Don, who believes that food should possess a rich fragrance, this dish seemed utterly heretical. Were it not for the fear of being blacklisted by Shihan for wasting food, Don might have stormed out in indignation. Unbeknownst to Don, the individual seated across from him, a well-dressed, portly man, was curiously observing the plate of explosive intestines before him. Yes, this description has appeared earlier. It is indeed the same person. Pan Kong frequently travels between Shrek City and various other cities. Since his discreet discovery of this delightful little eatery, the taste of the fried rice has been an incessant itch in his mind, compelling him to return each time he visits Shrek City. To his astonishment, the variety of delectable offerings has only grown. Regrettably, the proprietor does not open branches, otherwise, it would surely be a lucrative venture. At this moment, he was seated across from Don, intrigued by the latter's despondent countenance. Out of the three new dishes, he had deliberately chosen to forego the explosive intestines, as he had no particular interest in sausages. However, seeing the disheartened diner before him, he began to reconsider. After all, this did not appear to be a typical sausage. Originally, Pan Kong intended to order a serving of explosive intestines, but observing Don's distress, he was struck with a new idea. Clearing his throat, Pan Kong inquired, "My friend, do you intend to eat that plate of explosive intestines?" "Eat? Such an abomination?" Don instinctively shook his head. "Just as I thought." Pan Kong's heart leapt with joy. "Then, may I take it off your hands for 4 gold soul coins?" This. Don hesitated momentarily. As a forthright individual, he lacked Pan Kong's business acumen. He certainly would not consume the explosive intestines. Selling it to another seemed reasonable. However, would he regret such a decision? Suddenly, an idea struck Don's not-so-bright mind. "How about this? You treat me to a serving of fried rice, and I'll give you this." With a clap of his hands, Pan Kong readily agreed, declaring, "Deal." Not merely engaged in commerce, but perpetually on the path of trading. This was the guiding principle of the Pan family business and Pan Kong's personal motto. "Today, I, Pan Kong, have earned 3 gold soul coins. My ancestors must surely be proud of me." Ing Shuang Shuang, lingering over the last piece of explosive intestine on her plate, relished its rich flavor. How unfortunate that it has come to an end. She longed for another serving. Alas, perhaps it was time to await the grilled brain flour wrapped in foil. Just then, as Faya passed by with a dish for another patron, Ing Shuang Shuang pulled her close and whispered, "Faya, do you know what ingredients were used to prepare this dish?" Her curiosity piqued. If she could procure such ingredients, could her family chef recreate this exquisite flavor? No, that would be too much to ask of the family chef. She would not be so greedy. A mere fraction of the dish's deliciousness would suffice. Faya paused, glancing at the now empty plate before Ing Shuang Shuang. Well, she has already finished. Surely, informing her now would not result in any food waste. So she decided to share. A gleam of mischief sparkled in Faya's eyes as she spoke. "Shuang Shuang, do you know about the badger pig?" "Badger pig?" Ing Shuang Shuang tilted her head, pondering for a moment before nodding. "I have some recollection. I believe it was mentioned in class as a unique soul beast found in the southern region of the Heaven Dou Empire, possibly from that forest called, what was it? Perhaps the Forest of Lies?" In a moment of academic struggle, she stumbled through her recollection. "This dish is made from the large intestine of the badger pig Douluo, so it was the large intestine. Not a sausage. No wonder it tastes so peculiar." Suddenly, Ing Shuang Shuang's expression froze. Large intestine? Images flashed in her mind unbidden, and her face contorted into one of despair. "I, the young lady of the Ing family, a noble daughter of the heavens, have eaten the large intestine of a badger pig today? Oh, and I enjoyed it immensely. I may have even praised the explosive intestines as delicious. Wait a moment. Explosive? If this is indeed a large intestine, is this explosion legitimate?" Ing Shuang Shuang's tumultuous thoughts coalesced into a singular declaration. "Faya, I must sever our friendship." Chapter 54. Old Sparrow. Wait for me. Severing ties, of course, was not a genuine consideration. Ing Shuang Shuang acknowledged that she could not bear to part with Faya, who was soft, fragrant, and occasionally provided her with face wash. As there were still customers to attend to. Faya shot Ing Shuang Shuang an exaggerated eye roll before returning to her bustling duties. The two young women remained oblivious to the fact that, at the moment, Faya discreetly revealed the secret ingredient of the explosive intestines to Ing Shuang Shuang. Another patron quietly set down the piece of explosive intestine he had just picked up. "No wonder I couldn't discern what it was," Yu Hua muttered softly, placing his chopsticks down with a complex expression. Under the scrutiny of a titled Douluo's level of cultivation, Faya's discreet revelation was utterly transparent. Yu Hua was the second patron to sample the explosive intestines. The peculiar texture of the dish ignited his curiosity, and he quickly discerned the secret behind the explosion, the flavor of the heated sano fruit infused within. Though the essence of the intestines lingered, however, he could not ascertain the nature of the outermost layer. From the texture, it was evident this was a meat dish. Yet Yu Hua had never encountered such an extraordinary meat dish before. The conversation between the two friends unraveled the enigma for him. No wonder he couldn't guess. Who in their right mind would consume an animal's large intestine, let alone the large intestine? Even other entrails are seldom sampled on the Douluo Continent. Casting a glance at the individual seated across from him, Zhou Long, who, after savoring his first bite of explosive intestines, was utterly enraptured, indulging with fervor, clearing his throat loudly, Yu Hua startled Zhou Long, who looked up in surprise. "Elder Yu, what is it? This explosive intestine. What do you think of it?" Yu Hua paused momentarily, his tone laced with an odd curiosity. Delicious. Zhou Long's eyes brightened suddenly as he raised his thumb in approval. If it's delicious, do indulge a bit more. Saying this, Yu Hua pushed the remaining half of his plate of succulent intestines towards Zhou Long. A flicker of joy appeared on Zhou Long's face as he hurriedly grabbed Yu Hua's plate, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Yu. No need for thanks. After all, you're the one treating Um. I suppose that is true. Zhou Long found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After smacking his lips, he suddenly felt the intestines were not quite as appetizing anymore. Well, at least this way, food won't go to waste. Watching Zhou Long take his plate, Yu Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning his attention to the pan-seared honey ribs that he had yet to savor, all the while contemplating. The old monkey had yet to try the new dishes from the little restaurant. He would have to coax him into having a few more servings of the succulent intestines. That rascal had yet to face the consequences for breaking his beloved flower pot last time. Achoo, achoo. Tai Lei suddenly sneezed twice, the sound startling the birds in the forest as if thunder had struck. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Why am I sneezing out of the blue? I've heard that sneezing twice means someone is cursing you. Having sneezed twice, perhaps someone is indeed scolding you. Old monkey, you might want to ponder who you've offended lately." Zhao Yunxing leisurely leaned against the side of the cart, teasing Tai Lei. "Sneezing means someone is thinking of you? That's a first for me." Tai Lei's eyes lit up with realization. That's why I sneezed twice. Someone must have thought of me, old Tai, twice." Zhao Yunxing rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging with this old fellow. "Who would think of a big monkey like you? Twice, you say? If anyone is thinking, it must surely be of me, old Zhao." He pinched his goat beard, a hint of self-satisfaction gracing his features. In my youth, I was the pride of Shrek Academy. Glancing at the sky, Tai Lei scratched his head. "Old sparrow, at this pace, when shall we return to Shrek City? A few more hours. I'd estimate we'll be back by evening." Zhao Yunxing mused lightly. Evening still. A hint of dissatisfaction crept onto Tai Lei's face. "Can we not hasten our pace? Wanna hurry?" "That's simple enough," Zhao Yunxing retorted with a roll of his eyes. "Just get off and run back yourself. With the speed of a tidal Douluo, the cart is no match for you." But Tai Lei scratched his head, looking conflicted. It's so far. Running back would be exhausting. Riding in the cart is much more comfortable. Yet today, little Chihan's new restaurant has opened, and with new dishes, I fear I might miss out if we return too late, Tai Lei declared. Having eaten pig feed for 10 days, no one could stop him from enjoying his meal. Tangmin chef. MMP, why are you in such a hurry today? Have you found an old flame? Zhao Yunxing eyed Tai Lei suspiciously. Given this old fellow's lazy nature, he wouldn't typically rush for such trivial matters. Returning early or late makes no difference to him, right? Huh. Tai Lei waved his hand dismissively. What old flame? Don't speak of such nonsense in front of your sister-in-law. I just crave little Chihan's culinary skill. Zhao Yunxing paused slightly. Little Chi is back. Yes, I heard there are new dishes. Zhao Yunxing nodded, suddenly sensing a pair of wings about 4 meters wide sprouting behind him. What the hell? Tai Lei sensed something amiss. Old sparrow, what are you planning? Zhao Yunxing revealed a warm smile. Old monkey, remember to bring back the goods from the cart. That's non-negotiable. As for me, I'll be off first. With a hearty laugh, 9 rings of light appeared behind Zhao Yunxing. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The 4th ring gleamed instantly, and Zhao Yunxing took off, soaring 1,000 meters away in an instant. What the hell? Tai Lei's eyes widened, watching the distant figure vanish into the sky. Old sparrow, wait for me. As he gazed at the indifferent silhouette growing increasingly distant, despair welled up in Tai Lei's heart. How careless of me. I've been left behind. Tonight, I fear I shall go hungry. No, there's still a way. Remembering Zhao Yunxing's suggestion, a spark of inspiration ignited in Tai Lei's mind that he glared at the 2 red steeds in front of the cart. You 2 are so slow. What good are you? He reached out, hoisting the 2 majestic steeds onto the cart. The frightened horses neighed wildly but were firmly tied down by Tai Lei. Old Tai. Will pull the cart myself. You 2 beasts can rest. As he spoke, Tai Lei leaped down from the cart, seized the reins, and yanked them fiercely. Without much effort, a deep crater formed in the ground, and his speed surpassed that of the red steeds by more than double. Yet still unsatisfied, after a short distance, he grunted and, leaving the reins, lifted the entire cart effortlessly. With a mighty shout, Tai Lei took off like an arrow from a bow, charging towards Shrek City. Old sparrow, tonight, I'll make you treat me. Just you wait. Chapter 55. Evil Soul Master. Naturally, Chihan was unaware that to savor his own culinary creations, A titled Douluo was willing to unleash his martial soul and employ soul skills to hasten his journey, while another was sprinting with the cart and the horses. Had he known, he might have thought, damn, what an idiot. The lingering excitement from the succulent intestines had yet to fully dissipate when another stir arose within the little restaurant. This time stemming from the third dish freshly served by Fuya, foil-wrapped brain matter. This dish appeared somewhat peculiar, entirely enveloped in a layer of silver foil, leaving the patrons unsure of how to consume it. Fortunately, Fuya had anticipated this and patiently guided each one on how to unwrap it. As the foil was peeled away, the true visage of the brain matter was revealed, causing quite a stir among the diners. Ing Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the tender, pale brain matter, uniformly sprinkled with scallions, garlic, and chili peppers, looking incredibly enticing. Yet, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fuya had given her a warning, but she had assumed this dish might not be particularly appealing. It now seemed she was mistaken. In terms of appearance, this dish was not lacking, but what truly sent chills down one's spine was its ingredient. A brain. This was indeed a brain, wasn't it? Did not even mention Ing Shuang. Even the unflappable Yu Hua could not help but show a slight change in expression upon witnessing the true nature of this dish. This boss Chi is indeed audacious, daring to use the brains of soul beasts for culinary purposes. One must understand that the brains of soul beasts bear a striking resemblance to human brains, thus easily evoking associations with evil soul masters, a subset of whom derive pleasure from killing and feasting on brain matter. Consequently, every diner who laid eyes on the dish's true form exhibited a noticeable change in countenance, with one patron even unable to restrain himself from rising in outrage. Yi Haoran, a student of Shrek Academy and a regular at Chi Han's quaint establishment, harbored a little secret. He secretly admired a senior girl 1 year above him. This enchanting senior had once welcomed him when he first entered Shrek Academy, a mere part-time job for her, yet it left an indelible impression on him. Although she had many suitors, she remained indifferent to all, which rendered Yi Haoran hesitant to reveal his feelings, fearing he would be just another face in the crowd, facing her coldness. Thus, when he inadvertently discovered that this senior worked as a waitress at a small shop outside the school, his heart ached for her. He was aware of her modest background as a working student but never imagined she would fall to the point of serving in such a small establishment. Filled with youthful determination, he sought out the shop, yearning to tell her, "I will take care of you," so that she would no longer endure such hardships. However, upon entering, he was first taken aback by the exorbitant prices, only to be quickly won over by Chi Han's exquisite cuisine. From that day forth, savoring the delectable dishes at Chi Han's establishment while witnessing his beloved senior's diligent figure became Yi Haoran's greatest joy amidst his training. During the 10 days that Chi Han was away from Shrek City, Yi Haoran found himself despondent, unable to train properly, deprived of the culinary delights and the proximity to his senior, leaving him devoid of motivation even for meditation. Thus, upon learning of Chi Han's return and the reopening of the shop, Yi Haoran wasted no time in coming back. Naturally, he was eager to sample the new dishes, and the first, the pan-seared honey ribs, left him thoroughly satisfied. The Yi family, though not particularly populous, held considerable prestige within the realm of soul masters due to their possession of the legendary martial soul, Sacred Angel. This supreme martial soul endowed the Yi family with exceptional talents and formidable strength. Within his household resided 2 individuals at the titled Douluo level. Having grown up in such an environment, Yi Haoran lived a life akin to that of nobility, learning the etiquette befitting the elite. The pan-seared honey ribs, with its refined style perfectly aligned with the aristocratic essence of Douluo Continent, instantly captivated him. But as for the second dish, Yi Haoran initially had no intention of trying it. The taste of the explosive fatty intestines was rather difficult for him to accept. However, upon hearing Fuya's enthusiastic praise for the dish, he reconsidered. Surely, it must be extraordinary if it garnered such admiration from the girl he cherished. With this mindset, he pinched his nose and took his first bite, only to find himself stepping into a newfound realm of flavor. It was astonishingly delicious. He had not expected such rich taste from something that initially seemed peculiar. "Senior, you do not deceive me." With eager anticipation, Yi Haoran moved on to the third dish, before he could fully recover from the thrill of having his senior personally instruct him on how to unwrap the foil. He beheld the contents within. Brains, soul masters with the sacred angel martial soul, share a notable trait: an unwavering sense of justice and a deep-seated aversion to evil. Evil soul masters are their greatest nemesis, and those with the sacred angel martial soul often find themselves on the front lines against such malevolence. Upon seeing the pale, delicate brain matter in the foil, Yi Haoran's righteous spirit ignited. This chef must be an evil soul master. Otherwise, why would he use such nefarious ingredients for cooking? In an instant, his imagination conjured a terrifying tale of his senior being coerced by an evil soul master. Forced to work in the restaurant against her will, the young Yi Haoran, filled with grand ideals of justice, slammed his hand on the table and bellowed towards the kitchen, "Prepare to meet your doom." Evil soul master, a pair of pure white wings unfurled behind him, and a radiant white sword manifested in his grip, 3 soul rings slowly materializing behind him, yellow, purple. The commotion he caused was considerable. Chi-Han, busy in the kitchen, could not help but turn around, only to see a bird-like figure wielding a sword charging towards him, eyes ablaze with fervor. What the hell? He had anticipated some disturbance upon the unveiling of the foil-wrapped brain dish. But not to this extent. To draw a sword over a mere dish, and to proclaim such dramatic lines. Was this person afflicted with social anxiety? Glancing at the green uniform he wore, Chi-Han realized. Ah, Shrek Academy, that explains it. Unfazed, he turned back to his cooking. The system had already informed him that, under its protective measures, even a limit Douluo could not breach the kitchen. Moreover, he noticed several patrons getting restless. Just as Yi Haoran closed in on the kitchen, soul rings glowing, ready to unleash his soul skill against Chi-Han, a wooden staff silently tapped against Yi Haoran's side, instantly locking his soul power within. Rendering him immobile, his momentum halted, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Youthful vigor is commendable, but such impulsiveness is ill-advised. The wooden staff floated back into Yu Hua's hand. As Yi Haoran's soul power resumed its flow. A cool hand rested upon his forehead. "Junior, collect yourself." Yi Haoran looked up, meeting the reproachful gaze of the girl he admired, his mind going blank. Chapter 56. The dominance of foil-wrapped brain matter. Fuya's ice attribute soul power cooled Yi Haoran's head. Allowing his thoughts to settle, rising sheepishly from the ground, he reflected on his earlier actions and wished he could simply vanish into the earth. How mortifying. "Fuya, is the ingredient for this dish truly brains?" asked Yu Hua, who had intervened to stop the reckless youth. However, this did not imply his support for Chi-Han. He too found the idea of a dish made from brains difficult to accept. Fuya nodded, assuring everyone, "Rest assured, I have personally tasted this dish. Though it is crafted using the brains of a badger pig, it is an exquisite delicacy, so you may eat with confidence." The diners exchanged glances, none daring to be the first to try it. Not even Ing Shuang, who hesitated after her previous misadventure. Yu Hua scrutinized the dish before him, scooping a small amount with a spoon and bringing it slowly to his mouth and nose. Anyone who studies medicinal ingredients possesses a spirit reminiscent of Shinong tasting herbs. Yu Hua was genuinely curious about the flavor of this dish made from badger pig brains. As the spoon drew near, the aroma he had previously overlooked due to the ingredient's nature suddenly captivated him. Rich and slightly refreshing, mingling with the scents of garlic and cilantro, the robust flavor was so compelling that Yu Hua could not help but twitch his nose. This aroma, is it truly emanating from a dish made of brains? The mere act of inhaling the aroma allowed Yu Hua to grasp a certain level of appreciation for the exquisite dish before him. At this moment, he found himself inclined to trust Fuya's words. Setting aside the ingredients, one could be assured that the flavor of this dish would not disappoint. In this instant, a heightened sense of urgency welled within Yu Hua as he unhesitatingly placed the delicacy in his mouth. With just a single taste, the creamy brain instantly melted upon his palate, transforming into a rich and robust flavor. The inherent taste of the brain was not overpowering, yet it was beautifully accentuated by the vibrant notes of garlic and chili peppers, creating a harmonious blend that elevated the dish to new heights. Its aroma was sumptuous, the texture velvety, fragrant yet not greasy, oily yet not heavy. What a delightful creation of brain wrapped in foil. Yu Hua's eyes widened in revelation, and without a moment's hesitation, he scooped up another spoonful. Boss Chi-Han truly possessed remarkable culinary skills. Who would have thought that such an overlooked ingredient could yield such deliciousness? The allure of a title bestowed upon the Douluo was far greater than that of the enchanting Ing Shuang. While Ing Shuang's food broadcasts had captivated many diners, there remained a portion who were reluctant to sample the dish. However, after Yu Hua's initial taste, all eyes turned toward him. As he savored a second spoonful, a wave of curiosity washed over the onlookers. If even the esteemed wood spirit Douluo found such delight in this dish, it must indeed be exquisite. Such thoughts raced through the minds of all the diners. What? You claim this dish is wicked? In that moment, such notions dissipated, though the wood spirit Douluo's temperament was somewhat eccentric. His heart was undeniably kind. It was only through a benevolent nature that he could have honed his healing spirit to such extraordinary levels. The moment this revered figure indulged in the brain wrapped in foil, it bestowed upon the dish a label of innocence. Among the 4 branch masters of the Tang Sect, the wood spirit Douluo, despite his relatively modest combat prowess, was renowned throughout the entirety of Shrek City, not for his strength, but for his unparalleled healing abilities. As an exceedingly rare healing type Douluo, it could be said that as long as one still drew breath, the wood spirit Douluo held the potential to bring them back from the brink. Such an entity would never be easily offended, for who could guarantee they would not face injury in the future? Even if one were to remain unscathed, what of their relatives or friends? Thus, witnessing such a respected Douluo partake in the dish left no room for hesitation among the others. This dish lacked the peculiar flavor of the explosive fatty intestines, if one were to disregard the ingredients themselves. The brain wrapped in foil was a delightful snack that encompassed color, aroma, and taste. Consequently, after Yuhua's tasting, patrons eagerly raised their small spoons to partake in the creamy delight. At the first bite was tinged with hesitation and conflict. By the second, all reservations had vanished. The brain wrapped in foil had received a perfect score from the system's flavor assessment, and its taste alone was sufficient to captivate the diners. Some achieved full marks through sheer effort, while others attained perfection simply because the maximum score was 100. The brain wrapped in foil belonged to the latter category. This recipe, which led Chi-Han to forsake innovation in favor of a mere 60 points, stood out among the myriad of culinary delights from Blue Star, finally asserting its dominance on the Douluo Continent. Once tasted, one would be utterly captivated. Another serving of brain wrapped in foil, an unknown diner exclaimed, prompting a chorus of similar calls. Clearly, given the dish's modest portion, many found themselves yearning for more. In that moment, all notions of wickedness were cast aside. You think it's wicked? Then I shall gladly accept your brain. Hand it over. Notably, the upright Yihaoran also requested a second serving. The peculiar glint in Fuya's gaze as she looked at him did not go unnoticed, feeling a flush of embarrassment at her scrutiny. Yihaoran replied with unwavering conviction, "This brain is simply too delicious. Wicked? That must have been my misconception." As the atmosphere within the small establishment grew harmonious once more, Chi-Han breathed a sigh of relief in the kitchen. Moments ago, he had been tempted to step out and explain the dish to the patrons, only to be restrained by the system. Regardless of the diner's preferences, the brain wrapped in foil remained steadfast, unwavering in its appeal. "Please, spare me the lyrics." Chi-Han fumed, unsure where to begin his grievances. Fortunately, the commotion outside was expertly quelled by Fuya. Some dishes are inevitably met with skepticism upon their debut. Yet once accepted by the first tasters, word of mouth makes subsequent acceptance much easier. With today's developments, he was confident that future endeavors would proceed more smoothly. The time-limited task issued by the system now appeared less daunting than he had initially presumed. As the midday rush came to a close, Chi-Han watched Fuya leave and opened the task details. Time-limited task. Promotion of new dishes. Please sell 1,000 portions of each of the 3 new dishes within 5 days. Task description. Since the host believes there are no issues, let the performance commence. This system eagerly anticipates your success. Task rewards. 1-star optional recipe fragments x2 task progress. Pan-seared honey ribs. 1,000 completed. Explosive fatty intestines for 571,000 incomplete. Brain wrapped in foil 721,1000 incomplete. A faint smile appeared on Chi-Han's face. If this pace continued, he might well complete the task tonight. Upon completion, he would receive 2 1-star recipe fragments, prompting thoughts about which new dish to select. The host might as well focus on mastering the fish belly hidden sheep before considering that question. Indeed, that makes sense, he mused. With a thought, Chi-Han entered the training space, continuing his intellectual duel with the fish belly hidden sheep. Chapter 57. The senior sister emerges. Shrek Academy, see God Lake. When Shrek Academy relocated from the ruins of Tiando City to this breathtaking lake, it immediately recognized the beauty of the location, establishing a new academy centered around the lake and naming it after the divine status of Tang Sect, the sole leader of the original Shrek 7 monsters. The waters of Sea God Lake were crystal clear, resembling a colossal sapphire embedded in the earth, and the lake's surface, akin to a mirror, rippled gently in the breeze, sparkling brilliantly under the sunlight. This was the most picturesque scene of Shrek Academy, as well as the site of its mysterious inner courtyard. The heart of the lake lay an island known as Sea God Island, adorned with distinctively tiered pavilions that served as residences for the inner courtyard disciples and teachers. However, the most striking feature of the island was not the exquisite pavilions, but rather the towering golden tree that rose majestically at its center. The branches of the golden tree spread outwards, casting shade over half of Sea God Lake. At the junction of its trunk and roots, a small door stood slightly ajar. Upon entering through this door, one would discover a hidden world within the trunk of the golden tree. This was the Sea God Pavilion, the pinnacle of power within Shrek Academy. though the entrance to the Sea God Pavilion was merely a modest door. Any individual daring enough to intrude without permission would undoubtedly face the wrath of its guardians, within the residences of the inner courtyard disciples. A powerful surge of soul power suddenly erupted from a delicately crafted pavilion closest to the golden tree. This wave of soul power was palpable, visible to the naked eye, and when it reached the golden tree, it was quietly dissipated, yet it continued to radiate until it reached the shores of Sea God Lake. Stirring gentle ripples upon its surface, such a surge of soul power could not escape the notice of the other inner courtyard disciples. In that moment, countless disciples stirred from their meditative states, emerging from their pavilions to gaze in the direction of the source of the soul power. That the pavilion of the senior sister, soon, as the door to the small room was gently pushed open, a graceful figure emerged, her lotus-like feet lightly treading as she stepped out of the pavilion and made her way toward the Sea God Pavilion. The senior sister has emerged from seclusion. A sudden ripple surged through the hearts of the disciples in the inner courtyard. Yu Lianxin, the senior sister of Shrek Academy's inner courtyard, is a legendary figure. She possesses an unparalleled innate talent with full soul power and is extraordinarily rare in having dual martial souls. One of her martial souls is a formidable attack-type soul known as Moon Wheel, while the other is a food-type soul. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly uncommon, as per the theories discovered 5 millennia ago by a master from the Golden Iron Triangle, which posited that the two martial souls of a dual soul wielder should be of comparable levels. Otherwise, the weaker one could not coexist with the stronger. The mere possession of dual martial souls indicates that her food-type soul must also be remarkably powerful, potentially rivaling the food god Oscar, one of the original Shrek 7 from 5,000 years ago. What astonishes everyone is that Yu Lianxin has unhesitatingly chosen her food-type martial soul as her primary soul, serving for an extended period in Shrek Academy as a food-type support soul master rather than a fierce attack-type battle soul master. It was only upon reaching the rank of soul sage at the 7th ring that she began to augment her second martial soul, Moon Wheel, with soul rings, swiftly elevating her status to one of the foremost powers in the inner courtyard. Following the graduation of the previous senior sister, Yu Lianxin became the undisputed new senior sister of Shrek Academy's inner courtyard. Adding to the envy, this exceptionally gifted prodigy, who effortlessly overshadows her peers, is equally blessed with striking beauty. While Yu Lianxin stood quietly before the gates of the Sea God Pavilion, soon, the slightly ajar door swung open, revealing a somewhat stooped figure gazing at the young maiden before her. It was an elderly woman, her once breathtaking beauty still faintly visible in her features, now softened by affection in her eyes. "Child, come in," she beckoned warmly. Upon seeing the aged figure, Yu Lianxin's eyes glimmered with emotion. She smiled gently, a radiant expression that could outshine even the Sea God Lake itself. "Teacher, I have emerged from seclusion." Following the elderly woman into the golden tree, Yu Lianxin's bright gaze lingered on her teacher's back, tinged with concern. After months of seclusion, her teacher appeared to have aged further. Do not worry about me. I still have a few years left in me. The elderly woman sensed Yu Lianxin's unease and spoke softly, glancing back at her proud disciple. "I wish to see you married." "Teacher." Yu Lianxin's lips pursed slightly, her cheeks flushing unexpectedly. The cool demeanor she usually maintained vanished in her teacher's presence, revealing a more playful, youthful side. The elderly woman had watched Yu Lianxin grow since childhood. Their bond was akin to that of mother and daughter. Her inquiries about Yu Lianxin's life choices were not a first. "You never attend the Sea God Lake Sea God Fate events," claiming there are no suitable male students in the inner courtyard. "Why not give them a chance?" "Absolutely not. They can't even cook," Yu Lianxin pouted, her mood dampened. "I had forgotten that you were a little foodie. I recall you once said you wanted to marry a chef." The elderly woman reminisced, a hint of teasing in her gaze. You still wish to marry a chef? Well, that could be possible," Yu Lianxin retorted defiantly, then rolled her eyes. "But he must be able to best me in cooking." "A chef who can outcook you?" The elderly woman chuckled softly, shaking her head in amusement. "I fear I may never witness you find your other half in this lifetime." As they conversed, their footsteps paused slightly as they approached a room. Pushing the door open, a rich floral fragrance wafted towards them. While Yu Lianxin inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Teacher, every time I enter this room, the scent of flowers is different. If you enjoy it, come often. It will give me company." "I have little to do but tend to these flowers for joy," the elderly woman replied, picking up a watering can to nourish the vibrant blooms on the balcony. "Please, make yourself comfortable. Of course." Yu Lianxin settled comfortably on the sofa, hugging a nearby pillow, leaving a gentle imprint on its softness. "Teacher, I've reached level 80. I sensed it long ago," the elderly woman remarked, her eyes shimmering with pride. "At 24, a soul Douluo. Such talent rivals that of the original Shrek 7. Let us set out tomorrow." My body could use some movement, the elderly woman declared. Huh. Yu Lianxin lifted her head, blinking in surprise. Where to? What else do you think, child? Is there anything in your mind besides food? The elderly woman teased out. Of course. We are going to the Star Luo forest to help you hunt for your 8th soul ring. All right then, Yu Lianxin sighed, realizing her plans to explore the food street that evening would have to be postponed. She wondered what new delicacies awaited her after months away. Chapter 58. Breakthrough in Knife Skills. Faya. Have you heard? The senior sister has emerged from seclusion, just returning from a small shop. Faya was excitedly pulled along by Ying Shuang, who is eager to share the latest gossip that it is said that the senior sister has reached level 80 this time. A soul Douluo at just 24. How impressive. Senior sister. Faya momentarily paused, quickly realizing who Ying Shuang was referring to. The senior sister of the inner courtyard, Yu Lianxin, was admired even by those in the outer courtyard. Such a pity. I've never seen her in person. They say she is the most beautiful in Shrek. Ying Shuang chuckled, embracing the fragrant and soft Faya. But I think our Faya is the true beauty. Rolling her eyes at her overly affectionate friend, Faya shook her head. Forget it. I just tricked her into eating brain and intestines, so I'll let her have this one. Senior sister is far more beautiful than I am. Don't say such things. Faya had only heard of Yu Lianxin but had seen her once by chance, making her acutely aware of the vast difference in beauty. Nonetheless, Faya couldn't help but indulge in her imagination. I heard that senior sister, due to her food-type martial soul, has a particular fondness for cuisine, and her greatest joy lies in sampling various delights at the food street. Would she visit the owner's little shop? If she did, could I perhaps see her again? She is my idol. Lost in her thoughts, Faya suddenly felt an unusual sensation on her body, leading her to silence. Shuang. Hey, remove your hand. Hee, Faya. It feels like you've grown quite a bit recently. Get your hands off me. Don't move your hands. I won't touch anymore. Stepping out of the training space, Jihan wore a smile on his face. Hard work pays off. After much effort, he had finally mastered the skill of deboning a whole fish. Though he had only completed this step, which was still a distance from successfully preparing the dish fish belly hidden lamb, the progress was undeniably evident. The most notable improvement was in his knife skills, which had advanced from a proficient level to a mastery level. With a flick of his wrist, he grasped the kitchen knife firmly. His 2nd soul ring remained white, devoid of any movement, as he had yet to practice carving. His carving skills were still at a novice level. However, at that moment, Jihan's 1st soul ring had transformed into a brilliant purple. As his knife skills advanced, the age of his 1st soul ring had also increased, now reaching the level of a 1,000-year soul ring. This meant that although Jihan had only 2 rings, he could now unleash a 1,000-year soul skill. After absorbing his 2nd soul ring and benefiting from the soul power reward from his promotion task, Jihan's soul power had reached level 20-2. To elevate his cultivation further, he could only rely on Main Quest 5. Speaking of which, Jihan opened Main Quest 5 to take a look. Main Quest 5. Fame and fortune make the original residents of Shrek City aware of the existence of the little shop. Quest description. It's time to conquer a city with your exquisite culinary skills. Quest rewards. Randomly drop recipes x3, 3-star random recipe x1. Soul power level 5 quest progress. 3595. Wait, did I misread? Jihan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. System. Why has the quest progress jumped from 8 to 35 after I've been closed for 10 days? What kind of speed is this? The host has refrained from opening the shop for 10 days, leaving patrons to indulge once more in their previous culinary favorites. In the stark contrast of this experience, they have come to appreciate the rarity of the delicacies offered by the small eatery, consequently deepening their longing for it. As a result, the establishment has gained considerable renown, reaching a wider audience. Is there such a strategy? Jihan has come to understand. What is this called? It is known as a delicate balance of presence and absence. A true rogue, Jihan comprehends this well. System. What do you think would happen if I were to close the shop for a few more days now? A balance of presence and absence, indeed. Once we learn, we must apply it. Who knows, perhaps by closing the shop for a few more days, the task could be accomplished. The system fell silent for a moment before responding contemplatively. The host has already been closed for 10 days, and now after merely half a day of operation, you intend to shut it again. This system is indifferent. But are you certain you won't be met with the wrath of your patrons? How could that be? My patrons are all amiable, with pleasant words. How could they ever bear to harm me? Thus, Jihan shrank his neck and decisively declared that since his patrons treat him so well, yet not to disappoint their expectations, the system fell silent once more, seemingly gaining a fresh perspective on the audacity of its host. Outside Shrek City, a figure swiftly descended onto an open space. Glancing around to ensure no one witnessed his disheveled appearance, Zhao Yunxing quickly adjusted his attire, then contentedly strolled towards the gates of Shrek City, observing the sky. He noted that there were approximately 30 minutes until Chi-Han's shop would open, just enough time. He planned to inquire with Lao Mudo about the new culinary offerings, as he had been stationed at the branch and likely visited the shop at noon. Knowing what new dishes awaited would certainly heighten his anticipation. With this thought, Zhao Yunxing quickened his pace. Is someone calling me? Zhao Yunxing raised an eyebrow, faintly hearing a familiar voice shouting, Old Sparrow, wait for me. Am I imagining things? How could the old monkey have arrived? Unbelievable. Yet, the voice grew increasingly distinct. Zhao Yunxing glanced at the bustling gates of Shrek City, then turned to observe a figure in the distance that appeared somewhat peculiar, his face twitching. With the prowess of a tidal Douluo and the keen vision granted by his avian martial spirit, Zhao Yunxing recognized Tai Lei's current appearance. I must leave quickly. I cannot let anyone know I am acquainted with this fellow. With several agile movements, Zhao Yunxing vanished into the city. A few breaths after Zhao Yunxing disappeared, a colossal figure appeared at the gates of Shrek City. With a thud, Tai Lei set down the cart he had been hauling, untying the ropes from the two spirited steeds and leading them down. The horses, bleary-eyed and frothing at the mouth, stood unsteadily on their legs, clearly suffering from motion sickness. Can you believe it? The horses pulling the cart are experiencing travel sickness, the spirited steeds protested. If you think you can handle it, go ahead. After all, it's a tidal Douluo carrying you. Anyone would feel nauseous. Tai Lei casually reattached the reins to the steeds, and as he stroked them, the primal fear and haunting memories surged within him, causing them to tremble in terror. After patting the backs of the two horses, Tai Lei chuckled. Giddy up. The horses neighed and obediently pulled the cart into the city, leaving a trail of shattered eyeballs in their wake. Soon, the tale of the ironclad Douluo Tai Lei sprinting back to Shrek City with the two spirited steeds and a cartload of goods became the latest gossip among the inhabitants. Chapter 59. Tai Lei's Joy Returns. While the commotion unfolded outside Shrek City, within Chi-Han's quaint establishment, all was tranquil. Here comes the small serving of fried rice and the tinfoil roasted brain. Chi-Han presented Faya with her work meal, his face alight with the joy of mastering a new culinary technique. Faya observed Chi-Han, who appeared considerably more cheerful than usual, and could not help but inquire. Boss, is there something delightful happening today? Delightful? Chi-Han's smile broadened. Indeed, there are numerous reasons for joy. I am quite curious about the boss's joyful tidings. Faya's eyes widened in anticipation. Could you share them with me? After uttering this, she seemed to reconsider. If it's inconvenient, then perhaps it's best left unspoken. Not at all. Not at all. Chi-Han waved his hand. Sitting down across from Faya. It seems our little shop's reputation has significantly increased. Have you noticed? Reputation? Faya pondered for a moment before nodding. Now that you mention it, I have noticed quite a few new faces among the patrons today. Is the boss's happiness due to this? That's just one of the reasons. With a subtle smile, Chi-Han decided to deliver a monumental announcement that in just a few days, our shop will introduce a new dish. Another new dish, Faya gasped, seemingly astounded by Chi-Han's rapid pace of introducing new culinary delights. Boss, please tell me this next dish won't be one of those peculiar creations again. Thanks to Chi-Han, Faya had developed a small psychological shadow regarding the term new dish. Chuckling softly, Chi-Han shook his head vigorously. This time, it will certainly not be. Tentatively placing her trust in Chi-Han's words, Faya asked, then what will this dish be? Chi-Han smiled mysteriously. That will remain a secret for now, but it will be a rather expensive dish. More expensive than dompa pork. Indeed. Faya was taken aback, having thought that dompa pork was already quite costly, never imagining there could be an even pricier delicacy. Yet, no matter how much she pressed, Chi-Han only responded with a mysterious smile. Revealing nothing further, with no other option, Faya pouted slightly and began to enjoy her work meal. The new dish Chi-Han had mentioned was, in fact, fish belly with lamb, and following his successful breakthrough in deboning the whole fish, the subsequent steps, while challenging, would be merely a matter of practice. Nevertheless, the preparation of fish belly with lamb would still require at least 3 more days to complete, as each step demanded a level of precision far beyond that of a 2-star recipe. Perhaps it is precisely due to such stringent culinary processes that a 3-star recipe possesses its remarkable special effects. According to the system's description, the emergence of a 3-star recipe in an extraordinary realm, such as Douluo Continent, would also invoke peculiar phenomena, which could not be witnessed within the training space, leaving one to wonder what they might entail. Chi-Han held a sense of anticipation regarding this. Soon, after Faya finished her meal and tidied up the dishes, She approached the entrance of the shop to open the door. As she swung it wide, the sight of 4 figures clad in black robes caused her breath to catch. The 4 branch leaders of Tamin had arrived once more. However, the atmosphere outside the shop seemed slightly strange, with Tai Lei glaring fiercely at Zhao Yunsheng, who remained calm and subtly distanced himself from Tai Lei. He was not the only one. Even Yu Hua stood far from Tai Lei, as if fearing to catch his foolishness. Only Niu Yu remained confused, standing beside Tai Lei in bewilderment. The patrons behind them, while hesitant to openly mock a title Douluo, cast peculiar glances at Tai Lei. As Faya opened the shop door, Tai Lei strode forward. "Boss, I hear there's a new dish. Bring me one of those, and 2 servings of dompa pork," turning his head to glance at Zhao Yunsheng. He huffed, instructing him to pay. Zhao Yunsheng simply smiled and followed suit. "I'll have a serving of honey-glazed ribs, a small serving of fried rice, and a tinfoil roasted brain, all to be covered by the old monkey's tap." Whether or not to host a gathering is a trivial matter. Having learned in advance from Yu Hua about the extraordinary dish known as bursting intestines, Zhao Yunsheng eagerly anticipates the sight of Tai Lei indulging in it. Tai Lei remains completely unaware of the new offerings at the small eatery. After exerting his soul power for several hours and returning to Tamin, his first order of business is to recuperate. Once he is rested, he hurriedly rushes to join the queue, having only vaguely heard that Chi Han's establishment features 3 new dishes. With little time to inquire further, the number of diners at the small eatery has swelled beyond that of lunchtime. Likely because not all patrons were aware of its opening earlier in the day. By evening, those who ought to know have generally caught wind of it. The 3 new dishes have garnered considerable acclaim through word of mouth, and nearly every patron has ordered a serving of the pan-seared honey ribs, as vegetarians are virtually non-existent in the realm of Douluo Dalyu. As the quintessential meat dish, the pan-seared honey ribs have become a favorite among diners. In contrast, the bursting intestines and foil-wrapped brain dish are decidedly less popular. At this juncture, it is rare for diners to blindly order all the new dishes for a taste test. Most are already aware that while the bursting intestines are delicious, they possess a peculiar flavor that may deter those with sensitive palates. As for the foil-wrapped brain dish, its flavor is reportedly delightful, yet the fact that its primary ingredient is the brain of a badger pig is enough to dissuade many from trying it. Those who do order it are typically drawn by their curiosity to sample these unique culinary offerings. Zhao Yunsheng, having learned about the ingredient of the foil-wrapped brain dish, instinctively feels disinclined to try it, yet cannot resist Yu Hua's persistent recommendations and ultimately decides to order a portion. After all, if Yu Hua enjoys it so much, he can always pass it on if he finds it unbearable. At this moment, Zhao Yunsheng has even devised a plan to avoid wastefulness. The cooking time for the pan-seared honey ribs is the shortest among the 3 new dishes, and it is quickly prepared by Chi Han, subsequently served by Fu Yu to the diners' tables. Tai Lei's eyes light up. This dish, which clearly suits his palate, ignites his appetite immediately. The entire plate is filled with meat. Moreover, the rich aroma of the meat is complemented by a subtle hint of fruitiness, which alleviates some of the greasiness and adds a touch of sweetness to the dish. The tantalizing aroma wafts into Tai Lei's nostrils, compelling him to swallow involuntarily. Tai Lei's dining style is devoid of pretension. The use of fork and knife is irrelevant to him. He simply grasps the fork and plunges it deep into the center of the honey rib, lifting an entire piece in just a few bites. The fragrant, pan-seared honey rib disappears into his mouth. As he chews heartily, savoring the burst of juices, the mingling flavors of fruit and meat fill his palate, and he cannot help but close his eyes in blissful enjoyment. In this moment, he feels his joy returning. "Boss, another order of pan-seared honey ribs," Tai Lei declares, relishing the succulent juices and tender meat as he decisively requests another helping. Zhao Yunsheng's expression darkens slightly. Why are you eating so fast? Though he, too, is enjoying the pan-seared honey ribs, his demeanor is far more refined than Tai Lei's, as he delicately employs his knife and fork, having consumed scarcely a tenth of his portion thus far. "Humph, someone is treating us." Tai Lei rolls his eyes. While he is not particularly concerned about the mere 10 gold soul coins, Zhao Yunsheng grits his teeth at Tai Lei's carefree attitude. No need to fret. I'll wait until he finishes the bursting intestines, he assures himself inwardly, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Before the second serving of pan-seared honey ribs arrives, it is the bursting intestines that make their appearance first. Here it comes. Zhao Yunsheng and Yu Hua exchange glances, their actions momentarily halted as they focus on Tai Lei's reaction. Is this the foil-wrapped brain dish, or the bursting intestines? Tai Lei squints at the newly arrived dish, curiosity flickering in his eyes. During the wait, he had memorized the names of the 3 new dishes, yet at this moment, he is unable to match them with their respective appearances. This is bursting intestines. Fui interjects, still present. Senior King Kong, this dish may have a strange aroma, but it is genuinely delicious. Really, there is such a dish. Tai Lei, having caught a whiff of the bursting intestines, remarks, let me try it. With that, he picks up his chopsticks and pops a piece of the intestine into his mouth. After a brief chew, Tai Lei's eyes widen in surprise. Oh, this is indeed delightful. It rivals the pan-seared honey ribs. He exclaims, now enthusiastically sampling the bursting intestines. Observing Tai Lei's enjoyment, Zhao Yunxing cannot help but feel a twinge of skepticism. Sitting so close to Tai Lei, he can faintly detect the peculiar aroma of the bursting intestines, which aligns with Yu Hua's description. Given its ingredients, such a flavor is to be expected. Yet, what could explain Tai Lei's evident pleasure? Unable to stifle his curiosity, Zhao Yunxing leans closer, whispering to Yu Hua. Old wooden head, you wouldn't be pulling my leg, would you? Why is it that the old monkey finds this so delectable? Yu Hua's expression shifts slightly, and he responds through thought transmission. That little girl wasn't he mistaken. This dish truly tastes wonderful. If one overlooks the ingredients and its peculiar flavor post-cooking, it is indeed a top-tier delicacy. How do you know this? Zhao Yunxing raises an eyebrow, casting a disapproving glance at Yu Hua. Have you tasted it too? I didn't know what it was at first. What's wrong with trying it? So many people are eating it. One more won't make a difference, Yu Hua retorts, his expression slightly pained. Tai Lei devours the dish with fervor, having already polished off a significant portion of the bursting intestines while Zhao Yunxing and Yu Hua engage in their silent exchange. Zhao Yunxing decides to tease Tai Lei further. Grinning as he transmits to him, old monkey, do you even know what you're eating? Tai Lei scratches his head. You know what? I've never had this before. It doesn't taste like sausage, but it's packed with flavor and incredibly aromatic. Casting a sidelong glance at the seemingly mischievous Zhao Yunxing, Tai Lei snorts, don't tell me. I don't want to know. Zhao Yunxing is momentarily taken aback. Why is this old fellow not following the expected script? Tai Lei grunts and continues to enjoy the bursting intestines, savoring each bite. Surprisingly, the combination of the filling and the outer casing creates an exquisite flavor, although he remains oblivious to the origins of this peculiar dish. The unusual taste does not deter his enjoyment. What's the issue? There's no problem. As long as I, Tai Lei, am unaware of the ingredients, I can relish it to my heart's content. This is akin to turning a blind eye to the truth. The old mountain sparrow smirks slyly, clearly up to no good, likely hoping to enjoy my misfortune. Have I, Tai Lei, been clever since childhood? Will I fall for your tricks? Muttering to himself, Tai Lei sets aside the empty plate and accepts another serving of pan-seared honey ribs from Fuya. Continuing to feast, Zhao Yunxing finishes his own pan-seared honey ribs, yet finds himself feeling somewhat unsatisfied that something's missing. How has Tai Lei suddenly become so discerning, not witnessing the anticipated look of distress upon learning the ingredients? Zhao Yunxing feels as though some of life's vibrancy has faded. Before long, the foil-wrapped brain dish is presented. Unwrapping the foil, Zhao Yunxing uses his chopsticks to push aside the accompaniments, revealing the convolutions characteristic of a brain. Yet, in this moment, he feels an unusual tranquility. What was that saying? Since life has lost its luster, one must embrace a certain level of eccentricity. What of the brain? I, Zhao Yunxing, relish such delicacies, scooping a spoonful of the brain dish with its accompaniments. He unhesitatingly brings it to his lips. This is surprisingly delicious. With a gentle sip, the brain melts in his mouth, its rich texture mingling with the flavors of the various ingredients, grounding the previously ethereal tastes. The experience is layered and complex, offering Zhao Yunxing a flavor he has never encountered before, compelling him to squint in delight. While the portion of the foil-wrapped brain dish is modest, Zhao Yunxing's slow and savoring nature allows him to relish it for quite some time. In contrast, Tai Lei, sitting opposite him, swiftly finishes his second serving of pan-seared honey ribs and turns his gaze toward Zhao Yunxing's brain dish. Is this the foil-wrapped brain dish? Tai Lei blinks, murmuring softly as he grabs a small spoon and, before Zhao Yunxing can react, scoops up half of the brain dish in one swift motion. Zhao Yunxing regained his senses, trembling with rage, his soul power fluctuating uncontrollably. Stop right there. Witnessing his beloved roasted brain flour being half devoured by Tai Lei, Zhao Yunxing felt as though his own heart had been hollowed out. That old scoundrel, Tai Lei, oblivious, popped the morsel into his mouth, blinking in a delayed reaction. Huh? What did you say? My apologies. It's an old habit. You know how it is, old sparrow. Glancing at the now empty spoon in his hand, he scratched his head in embarrassment. At that moment, Fuya brought over Tai Lei's foil-wrapped roasted brain flour. After a moment of hesitation, Tai Lei scooped out a quarter-sized piece from his portion, then, after a brief internal struggle, he halved it again and returned the remaining eighth back to Zhao Yunqing's bowl. Here you go, old sparrow, don't be stingy. Stingy? Zhao Yunqing gazed at the minuscule piece of garnish in his bowl, stripped clean by Tai Lei and still glistening with his saliva, feeling darkness encroach upon his vision. Nearly collapsing from fury at this old rascal, this is outrageous. Chapter 61. Prerequisites for advancing to intermediate level. All right, enough of this. Let us not make fools of ourselves, Niu Yu interjected sternly, swapping his unopened foil-wrapped roasted brain flour with Zhao Yunqing's. Shooting an irritated glance at Tai Lei. Intriguingly, after Niu Yu, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, Zhao Yunqing and Tai Lei both fell into an unusual silence, exchanging fierce glares before bowing their heads to indulge in their meals. The four had known each other since childhood, with Niu Yu being a few years older than the rest, leading them to regard him as their elder brother, even as the years rolled on and the age gap became negligible. This dynamic never changed, and to this day, the other three still held him in a measure of respect. Among the four, Tai Lei boasted the greatest strength and innate talent, possessing a soul power level of 94. And now teetering on the threshold of 95, the realm of Super Douluo, following closely was Zhao Yunqing, with a soul power level of 90-3. Do not underestimate this mere one-level difference at the rank of title Douluo. Such a gap is monumental, and engaging in battles across levels is akin to scaling a mountain. Yu Hua, engrossed in his research, had not dedicated much effort to cultivation, and thus his strength was relatively modest, barely reaching level 91. However, this was also tied to the inherent difficulties of advancing as a healing-type soul master. Yu Hua was likely the youngest among them, yet due to prolonged consumption of various medicinal pills, he had accumulated considerable pill toxicity, rendering him the most aged in appearance among the four. Niu Yu, with a soul power level of only 92, fell short compared to Zhao Yunqing and Tai Lei. Yet none of them ever held this against him, continuing to regard him as their elder brother in their hearts. However, these childhood memories were scarcely known to others. To outsiders, the four were simply the renowned branch leaders of the Tang Sect. With Niu Yu having successfully curbed Zhao Yunqing and Tai Lei's antics, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and resumed savoring the new delicacies from Chi Han's small shop. Having missed lunch, Niu Yu had long been salivating over this moment, and now he was finally indulging his appetite. Once all the dishes were tidied away and placed into the dishwasher, Fuya picked up her discarded maid uniform and turned to bid farewell to Chi Han. After seeing the girl off, Chi Han heard the system's notification chime in his ear. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a task. Time task, new dish promotion completed, task reward, 1-star select recipe fragment X2. Available for collection. Upon watching the 2 white 1-star select recipe fragments deposited into the system's storage space, Chi Han couldn't help but let out a sigh. The items were indeed valuable, but unfortunately, they could not be utilized at present. Until he completed the task of fish belly hiding sheep, Chi Han was unable to exchange or claim any recipe rewards. Speaking of which, system, is there no way to lift this restriction? Once the host reaches the rank of intermediate chef, the second training space will unlock, allowing for simultaneous learning of 2 recipes. Oh, such a delightful prospect? Chi Han's interest in becoming an intermediate chef was piqued. Then tell me more, system. What other privileges does an intermediate chef possess? The privileges of an intermediate chef are as follows. 1. The right to expand and renovate the shop. 2. Randomly dropped recipes will no longer include 2-star recipes. 3. The flow rate of time in the training space will change to 120. 1.4. The second training space will unlock. Hiss. Chi Han couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. While the renovation rights of the first privilege seemed inconsequential at the moment, the expansion rights were undeniably advantageous. The shop's business had already skyrocketed, and the limited dining area was becoming inadequate. Chi Han had previously reported this issue to the system, but had been told his permissions were insufficient. So that was where the problem lay. The fact that randomly dropped recipes would no longer include 2-star options meant that once he became an intermediate chef, any future drops would consist solely of 3-star recipes or higher. This sparked an idea in Chi Han's mind for a potential loophole. However, before he could voice it, the system's cold voice rang in his ear. Before each promotion task is issued, all unclaimed rewards and completed tasks with uncollected random drops must be cleared. Well, that was swift. He was preemptively thwarted by the system. Truly, system, you are relentless. Chi Han had initially considered hoarding random recipe drops, planning to use them when his chef level was higher, but it seemed the system had other plans. As for the third privilege, having already experienced the benefits of a 60-fold time flow, Chi-Han was well aware of how convenient 120-fold would be. 0.4 months in the training space equated to merely a day outside. How blissful, the fourth privilege, unlocking the second training space, meant that should he encounter an issue akin to this one, where a high-star recipe stalled his progress, he could still learn other recipes in the second space, preventing any standstill. Chi-Han was almost eager to undertake the promotion task to become an intermediate chef right then and there. Please refrain from daydreaming, host. Having just completed the promotion to junior chef, it is impossible for you to pass the intermediate chef assessment, and moreover, you have yet to meet any of the prerequisites for the intermediate chef promotion task, making immediate qualification unattainable. All right, I was merely contemplating. Chi-Han pouted. A 3-star recipe had stymied him for so long. Clearly, he was far from being an intermediate chef. However, what are the prerequisites? The prerequisites are the criteria by which this system determines the host's capability to pass the promotion task. Once all prerequisites are met, the host may obtain promotion eligibility and attempt to complete the promotion task issued by this system. I see. Chi-Han nodded in understanding. So, what are the prerequisites for advancing to intermediate chef? The prerequisites for junior chef promotion are as follows. 1. Complete main quest. 4.2. Master at least 3 2-star recipes. 3. Soul power level reaches 10. No wonder the system immediately announced his promotion eligibility after he completed main quest 4. Mastering 3 2-star recipes naturally referred to pig stomach chicken, dompa pork, and tomato beef brisket, and he had already reached the soul power level requirement at that time. Then what are the prerequisites for intermediate chef? The prerequisites for intermediate chef promotion are as follows. 1. Complete main quest. 7.2. Master at least 5 3-star recipes. 3. Soul power level reaches 40, gazing at the first requirement for promotion while recalling his unfinished main quest 5. Chi-Han fell into deep thought, not to mention the second prerequisite of mastering 5 3-star recipes. Even if he mastered fish belly hiding sheep, that would only account for 1, leaving him with no clear path for the remaining 4. In comparison, it seemed the third requirement was the easiest to achieve. Friendly reminder, once the host's soul power reaches 30, the maximum soul power reward for a single task will be adjusted from 5 to 2. Well then, I shall say nothing. Chapter 62. 100,000 mistakes. The system had said much, yet it felt as if it had conveyed nothing at all. At least Chi-Han felt that the system had painted a grand vision, one that was vast and enticing, yet entirely out of reach in the immediate future. System, why are you presenting me with such tantalizing illusions? Chi-Han felt compelled to chastise the system for its misleading behavior, likening it to the despicable actions of certain unscrupulous individuals. This system adheres to the principle of responding to the host's inquiries without proactively disclosing information. Please, host, reflect on how our conversation began. Where to begin? I recall now, it all started when I posed a question to myself about whether there was a way to lift the restrictions on claiming the recipe for the dish fish belly with lamb before completing it. That prompted the ensuing dialogue. So, have I inadvertently set myself up for disappointment? Indeed. System, could you not respond with a bit more leniency, perhaps by withholding some information? Chi-Han felt a surge of embarrassment and began to act rather unreasonably. Are you certain you wish for this system to conceal part of the truth? Never mind. Chi-Han pondered the potential consequences of such a course and decisively retreated. Well, upon reflection, having a little hope is not such a bad thing. It serves as motivation, after all. Yes, just like that. You see, I am now brimming with motivation. System, I shall devote the night to mastering fish belly with lamb. The host's enthusiasm is commendable. Yet this system believes that maintaining a good rest and mental state would be more conducive to welcoming tomorrow's patrons. Motivation-10086. Very well, then, good night. Chi-Han readily acquiesced. Good night, host. After a moment of stunned silence, the system finally reacted. So, this fellow never intended to put in the effort, did he? 3 days passed swiftly yet slowly. For Chi-Han, training within the space felt like 6 months, while for a certain pair of masters and disciples in the Star Luo forest, it seemed to have flown by in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The moon will transformed into a streak of light, slicing the colossal beast before it in half amidst a sharp whoosh. As the beast crashed to the ground, the moon wheel returned to its master's hand. Those hands were exquisite, reminiscent of mutton fat jade, each finger delicately tapering to a point and shimmering softly. Observing the surface of the fallen beast, a black luminescence gradually coalesced into a soul ring as dark as ink. The young woman clad in a light blue outfit could not help but smile faintly. A slightly stooped old woman surveyed the corpse with satisfaction. A 50,000-year Earth King, well done, and its innate soul skill was quite compatible with your moon wheel. Teacher, shall I absorb it now? Yu Lianxin smiled gently, clearly pleased with her decision. That I shall guard you. Once you have absorbed it, we shall return together. All right. With the teacher by her side, Yu Lianxin felt immensely reassured. She sat cross-legged, summoning her martial soul, drawing the 10,000-year soul ring floating in the air toward herself, and began to meditate and absorb it. The old woman observed her disciple, who sat in place, cautiously surveying the surroundings. They were now near the core region of the Star Luo forest, and even with the old woman's formidable cultivation at level 97, she dared not let her guard down. With the rich history of Shrek Academy, they were privy to far too many secrets. Among the original Shrek 7 from 5,000 years ago, the soft-bone rabbit, Xiao Wu, was transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast known as the soft-bone rabbit. Beyond the soft-bone rabbit, there were two other 100,000-year kings in the Star Luo forest, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape.it. Was said that both sacrificed themselves for Tang Sect, becoming his soul rings and ascending to the divine realm, where they were resurrected by him. Yet, could there be only these 300,000-year soul beasts in the Star Luo forest? Certainly not. The area where those three soul beasts resided could only be considered a peripheral core region, not the true heart of the forest. The actual core region of the Star Luo forest harbors dangers and lethal threats that generations of Shrek Academy's predecessors uncovered at the cost of their lives. Achieving a 100,000-year lifespan is not the limit for soul beasts. If they can endure the heavenly tribulation, they can once again attain a 100,000-year lifespan, undergoing such tribulations every 100,000 years thereafter. Survive the trial, and they live. Fail, and they perish, their souls dissipated. Soul beasts exceeding 200,000 years are referred to as fierce beasts by the strong of Shrek Academy, comparable to human beings above level 95. There are indeed 7 such fierce beasts dwelling in the deepest parts of the Star Luo forest. Among them, the strongest surpasses even a human titled Douluo at level 99, with the core region merely a step away. The old woman could not afford to be careless. The time required for absorbing a soul ring varies, depending on the difficulty of the process. Sometimes, failure can even occur. However, a soul beast defeated by Yu Lianxin would not pose any challenge to her. And soon, she had successfully completed the absorption of her soul ring. This brought a sigh of relief from the anxious old woman. This marked the second soul ring Yu Lianxin had absorbed within 3 days. After all, as a twin martial soul wielder, she required twice the number of soul rings as others. Now that she had finished absorbing the soul ring, it was time to depart. On the morning 3 days later, Chi-Han emerged from the system space, a broad smile gracing his face. System, please tally the time I spent training for fish belly with lamb. Congratulations, host, for mastering fish belly with lamb. The total time spent training was 243 days. With a total of 103,278 errors. A staggering 100,000 mistakes. Fish belly with lamb is indeed formidable. Fortunately, I have finally completed the preparation of this dish. Descending the stairs with haste, Chi-Han could hardly contain his excitement. Upon reaching the bottom, his gaze immediately fixed upon the menu adorning the wall. The left half of the wall was filled with previous menus, while at the top of the right half, elegant silver characters adorned a deep purple wooden plaque. Fish belly with lamb, 1,000 gold soul coins per serving. Unlike other recipes, the price tag for this dish was not engraved on the usual wooden board, but rather on a deep purple plaque, exuding an air of nobility and solemnity. System, does the 3-star recipe have a more distinctive price tag? Indeed, the price tag for 3-star recipes is purple, 4-star is black, and 5-star is red. Goodness, even the price tag sets it apart as something exceptional. Truly a display of luxury. Oh, right? I hastily came down for what purpose? I remember now. Chi-Han hurried into the kitchen. He wished to personally prepare fish belly with lamb, to savor the most exquisite taste in the world, and also to witness the extraordinary phenomenon said to accompany a 3-star recipe. Chapter 63, Phenomenon. The carp leaps the dragon gate. At the moment when Chi-Han completed the dish of fish stuffed lamb, the system promptly began providing him with the corresponding ingredients. Upon entering the kitchen, Chi-Han's gaze swiftly fixed upon the primary ingredient of the dish, the dragon scale fish. Being chosen by the system as a component of a 3-star recipe, the dragon scale fish was undoubtedly extraordinary. This fish possessed a trace of draconic lineage, which rendered its scales akin to those of a dragon. Hence the name. The dragon scale fish enjoys an exceptionally long lifespan, living up to 1,001 years. The first millennium is when its essence is most vibrant, during which its length diminishes by more than half, as the essence of heaven and earth becomes intensely concentrated. Following this period, it ages rapidly and dies, returning its essence to the cosmos. Naturally, the system selects only the finest ingredients, and each fish is precisely 1,000 years old. Such stringent requirements could likely only be met by a system capable of adjusting the flow of time. However, this was merely a portion of the fish-stuffed lamb. One must not forget that the primary ingredient also includes lamb. The lamb in the fish-stuffed lamb comes from the gracefully grazed by Wapan sheep, nurtured in a pasture irrigated by natural spiritual springs. This breed of soul beast is gentle in temperament and possesses exceptionally flavorful meat. Due to its free-range upbringing and the costly use of spiritual springs for its feed, the meat is tender and lean, with significantly reduced gamey flavor while maintaining an exquisite freshness that surpasses the ordinary. Moreover, the other ingredients in this dish are equally remarkable. For instance, the mushrooms are substituted with the extraordinarily rare Ching mushroom from the Douluo Continent, and the winter bamboo shoots are replaced with the tender shoots of the millennial plant-based soul beast. Longjie bamboo, utilizing only the tips. The pork lard chosen is from specially fed badger pigs. The 1,000-year-old dragon scale fish falls into the category of heavenly materials rather than soul beasts, despite its rich essence. It has yet to evolve into a creature of formidable power, making it manageable for Chi-Han, who wields the strength of the second ring. Skillfully, he extracted a dragon scale fish from a tank filled with spiritual spring water. And with a gentle tap of the blades back against its head, he instantly rendered it unconscious. Following this, Chi-Han's hands moved with remarkable speed, the tip of the knife dancing across the fish's body, swiftly removing all the scales. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that as the golden scales resembling dragon scales fell away, the fish's surface remained unscathed, exhibiting a light golden skin. This is almost unimaginable. Typically, during the scaling process, the skin would inevitably be damaged by the blade. Yet Chi-Han's knife seemed to possess a consciousness, removing only the scales without harming the skin in the slightest. This was a technique demonstrated to Chi-Han by the residual spirit of Iya during his training, now flawlessly replicated on the Douluo Continent. Mastery of the blade, exemplary level. He then proceeded to swiftly remove the gills and internal organs, followed by deboning the entire fish. The entire process was seamless, with the only sign of alteration being a smooth, mirror-like incision along the belly, while the rest of the fish appeared unchanged. Even the extracted bones were impeccably clean, devoid of any adhering flesh. Who would have imagined that such a seemingly lively fish had already been entirely deboned, leaving only the head intact? After marinating the thoroughly deboned dragon scale fish in cooking wine and other seasonings, Chi-Han turned to prepare the lamb. He diced the exquisite by Wapan sheep meat, Ching mushrooms, and the tender shoots of Longjie bamboo. Sought ing them until they exuded an enticing aroma before stuffing them into the belly of the marinated dragon scale fish. Next, Chi-Han retrieved the badger pig lard and swiftly scored dozens of cuts into it, transforming it into a fishing net the size of a plate upon unfolding. Each hole in the net was the size of a finger, and upon closer inspection, they were all perfectly uniform. The ability to achieve such precision with the soft pig lard was truly astonishing. Carefully, he wrapped the stuffed dragon scale fish tightly in the pig lard, then encased it in a large leaf, followed by a layer of aluminum foil, before placing it in the oven. Under the influence of the advanced oven technology, the cooking was completed in less than a minute. Upon unveiling the foil, an extraordinary aroma surged into Chi-Han's nostrils. This fragrance carried the subtle gamey essence of lamb, the sweet freshness of fish, the unique fungal aroma of Ching mushrooms, the refreshing scent of tender bamboo shoots, the delicate fragrance of the leaf, and the savory essence of the badger pig lard. Such a multitude of aromas blended harmoniously, merging seamlessly without any discord. Merely inhaling the scent made Chi-Han involuntarily swallow several times. He carefully placed the fish-stuffed lamb onto a plate, unveiling the wrapped leaf and adding a pristine leaf as a garnish. With this final touch, the dish was entirely complete. The moment the fish-stuffed lamb was finished, the surrounding elemental forces of heaven and earth began to stir vigorously, converging madly towards the dish. The density of the gathered elemental energy was so rich that it manifested visibly as a milky mist. Elemental energy is formless. To be perceivable by the naked eye, it must reach at least 1,000 times the usual concentration. At that instant, the Tang Sect, the arena in Shrek City, the Shrek City auction house, and half of the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy all sensed a depletion of elemental energy in their vicinity. All titled Douluo-level powerhouses within the affected area immediately directed their spiritual energy towards the direction of Chi-Han's small shop. Upon reaching the title Douluo level, their mastery over the forces of heaven and earth heightened, making such widespread fluctuations in elemental energy impossible to conceal. However, all attempts to probe the source with their spiritual energy would be futile. Under the system's protection, no one could breach the shop's defenses. Inside the shop, Chi-Han anxiously focused on the space above the fish-stuffed lamb, where the elemental energy coalesced into a grand archway. Countless dragon motifs were carved into the stone pillars flanking the arch, and the words Dragon Gate were inscribed above in a bold, powerful script that evoked a sense of reverence, as though gazing upon a true dragon. Beneath the arch, a waterfall cascaded, and beneath the waterfall was a golden dragon-scale fish. Swimming upward against the current, with a splash, the fish leaped energetically over the arch, and in that moment of descent, its form elongated, dragon horns sprouted from its head, and five-clawed dragon talons emerged from its abdomen, transforming into a five-clawed golden dragon that soared into the skies, casting a penetrating glance at Chi-Han before unleashing a resounding dragon roar and ascending into the clouds. The carp leaped over the dragon gate. In an instant, everything faded away, leaving Chi-Han standing in stunned silence. Good heavens! This phenomenon. Is it not more impressive than glowing fried rice? Chapter 64. The Dean of Shrek's Outer Academy, as the strange phenomenon faded away. Chi-Han, coming back to his senses, eagerly picked up a pair of chopsticks and, without hesitation, seized a piece of fish from the belly. The fish had been deboned, and with a gentle pinch, he managed to lift it along with the lamb nestled within the fish's belly. As a gap appeared in the fish's abdomen, a more intense aroma, hidden within, surged into Chi-Han's nostrils, compelling him to greedily inhale its robust fragrance before placing the morsel of fish and lamb into his mouth. The surface of the fish was slightly charred, a result of absorbing the melted lard, creating a beautiful golden hue. Upon tasting the fish, he was immediately met with its fresh and savory flavor. The millennium-old dragon scale fish was exceptionally tender, its juiciness almost bursting, perfectly harmonizing with the absorbed badger lard to create an ultimate culinary experience. Following this was the lamb enveloped within the fish. Its unique gaminess was not overwhelming but distinctly present, the exquisite flavor of the lamb mingling with the earthy aroma of the longling mushroom and the refreshing taste of the dragon bamboo shoots. The pure and layered fragrances exploding in an instant, causing Chi-Han to involuntarily close his eyes. The combination of fish and lamb, now that was the true essence of fish and lamb. Though a considerable time had passed since the remnants of Iya's soul had vanished, this bite of fish belly with lamb had rekindled the hauntingly exquisite flavors within Chi-Han's memory. The three-star recipe was indeed terrifyingly remarkable. After what felt like an eternity, Chi-Han reluctantly set down his now empty plate, the unique flavor of the fish and lamb still lingering in his mouth. Although the establishment had yet to officially open, he could already foresee the considerable stir this dish would create. Little did Chi-Han know. The commotion that the fish belly with lamb would bring to the small restaurant would surpass even his wildest imagination. As usual, Fuya arrived at the door of the small restaurant, where a long queue had already formed. Among the patrons were both unfamiliar faces and familiar regulars. Fuya greeted the returning customers with a smile. But as she approached the front of the line, she sensed something amiss. Standing quietly at the forefront of the queue were 7 individuals, their demeanor distinctly different from the other diners. Upon closer inspection, Fuya recognized 5 of them, the 4 branch leaders of the Tang Sect, along with Dean Chao. What brings you here? Fuya couldn't help but exclaim softly upon spotting the last figure. A middle-aged man, slightly plump, turned at the sound of Fuya's voice. His gaze immediately locked onto the green Shrek Academy uniform she wore. He studied her intently for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. If my memory serves me right, you must be Fuya from the 4th year, correct? Yes. Standing before the esteemed dean of Shrek's Outer Academy, Fuya appeared as obedient as a diligent student. The reputation of the smiling Douluo, Chao Yang, was such that even the mere mention of his name sent shivers down one's spine, and Fuya had only encountered him a handful of times. Don't be nervous. Are you here for a meal as well? Chao Yang's smile widened, and his voice seemed to possess a magical quality that eased her apprehension. No. I mean, yes. I'm actually a server here. Fuya stammered, momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. A server, a hint of discontent flickered in Chao Yang's eyes. I recall you are a work-study student. Taking on a job as a server might hinder your cultivation. Don't you think? The stipends for work-study students at Shrek are quite decent, and working in a small eatery won't significantly aid your training. Don't lose sight of what truly matters. Chao Yang's demeanor, while warm, carried an undeniable authority befitting the dean. Yet, Fuya, emboldened by his dismissive attitude towards the small restaurant, mustered her courage to retort, Dean Chao, that's not the case. I volunteered to work here. The owner treats us well and even provides meals. The work meals here are better than the premium nutrition meals at the academy. Oh, Chao Yang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. In Shrek's cafeteria, meals were categorized into ordinary, nutritional, and premium nutritional options, consumed by both faculty and students. Although teachers occasionally enjoyed additional perks, For students, premium nutritional meals, crafted from rare ingredients and prepared by the continent's finest chefs, were the best available, and only a select few could afford them, despite their high price. The benefits were considerable, enhancing soul power and mental fortitude. However, Fuya claimed that the meals at the small restaurant surpassed even the premium offerings of the academy. If that were true, it might indeed justify her decision to work there. Though Chao Liang remained skeptical, this was not the first time he had heard of the establishment's reputation. Though it had yet to reach the inner academy, many students from the outer academy had already visited the small restaurant. And as the dean, he had heard whispers of its renown. Even so, he still regarded the eatery with a degree of skepticism, considering it merely a change of venue for students who frequented the food street for various delicacies. What truly piqued his interest was the unusual phenomenon that had occurred that morning when a substantial area of natural energy had been mysteriously drained. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and the area affected was nearly 1/10 of Shrek City itself. Despite the seemingly small fraction, Shrek City was vast, making even 1/10 an exaggerated figure. Even more bizarre was that with his formidable cultivation at level 96, he found himself unable to probe the small restaurant with his mental energy. It was simply unfathomable. Thus, Chao Liang set out early to the establishment, intent on investigating. Had it not been for the 4 Tang Sect branch leaders blocking his path, he would have already barged in. Seeing Chao Liang's expression soften, Fuya let out a quiet sigh of relief. The dean was truly intimidating. "Shall I go in now?" she asked cautiously, and upon receiving a nod from Chao Liang, she approached the door and rapped lightly. "Old Chao, why are you so harsh on the kids? I think this little girl Fuya is quite lovely," Tyree remarked, scratching his head dismissively. "What do you know?" Chao Liang rolled his eyes, too weary to engage with the foolish man. With the prestigious Continental Senior Soul Master Academy soul fighting competition approaching, Fuya was a promising candidate from the outer academy and was likely to be dispatched as a reserve member. It was only natural that he needed to keep a close watch on her to avoid any missteps at such a crucial moment. If it were any other student, I wouldn't care. Chapter 65. Hu Qian, and by May ignoring Tyree's foolishness, Chao Liang turned his attention, half smiling, to 2 unfamiliar figures. If you're short on money, why not tend to your own business instead of wandering about? Old Bai Mei, have you finally decided to make an appearance after decades? Standing beside Yu Hua was an elegantly dressed middle-aged man, slightly portly, who chuckled and adjusted his belly. "If a smiling tiger like you can come, why can't I?" "Exactly. That ruckus this morning was right in our vicinity, so of course, we had to come see if anything was amiss," chimed in an elderly man with white hair and beard, lazily nodding in agreement. "If you're short on money, Old Bai Mei, I don't care what you two are up to, but the owner inside has done me a great favor. If you plan to bully this little girl with your cultivation, I will not stand for it," Yu Hua remarked, raising an eyebrow at the 2 men before casually withdrawing his gaze. The 2 unfamiliar titled Douluos exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. The words of a healing system titled Douluo were not to be taken lightly. Unlike the 4 branch leaders of the Tang Sect and Dean Chao Liang of Shrek Academy, these 2 unfamiliar titled Douluos rarely revealed themselves. Thus, even now, few recognized them. The elegantly dressed middle-aged man, known as Qianbu, had earned the nickname Money is Never Enough due to the phonetic similarity of his name. Though he appeared to be an unremarkable merchant, his title was enough to command respect among many soul masters. He was the chief elder of the Shrek City auction house, titled Douluo Qianbu. His martial soul was a unique divination coin. Before employing any soul skills, Qianbu needed to engage in a guessing game with his opponent using coins. This step was absolute. The opponent had no choice but to participate. If Qianbu guessed incorrectly, his soul skill would fail. However, should he guess correctly, the power of his soul skills would increase tenfold. What did it mean for all soul skills to boast 10 times their original power? Leaning on this peculiar yet formidable martial spirit, Qianbu embarked on a gambling career that instilled fear in countless soul masters. While other soul masters engaged in combat with the straightforward mindset of striking without hesitation, Qianbu's approach was markedly different. "Shall we fight?" he would propose. "But first, let us wager on the outcome." Although it was conceivable for someone to guess correctly and easily defeat Qianbu, the notion of entrusting victory or defeat to mere luck was unappealing to most, resulting in few daring to provoke him. The reason this intriguing figure found himself at Qi Han's quaint establishment was quite simple. As a guest elder of the auction house, he had been exposed to numerous rare treasures over time. The peculiar phenomena and disturbances caused by Qi Han earlier that morning hinted to him the potential emergence of an exceptionally precious treasure, should such a treasure be acquired by the Shrek City auction house and showcased for bidding. It would undoubtedly be a momentous event. Yet, it was not solely this prospect that drew his interest. Rather, it was the fact that this little shop, which he had previously overlooked, could thwart his full-force probe at the level of 96. Piquing his curiosity immensely. On the other hand, the elderly man with hair as white as snow, although lacking a martial spirit as eccentric as Qianbu's, possessed formidable strength in his own right. Bai Changfeng, the honorary elder of the Shrek City Soul Arena, wielded a mutated martial spirit known as the White Plum Sword. For reasons unknown, on the night of his martial spirit awakening, his hair turned completely white, earning him the nickname White Brow in his youth. This unique martial spirit, classified as a weapon spirit yet bearing characteristics of a plant-type spirit, was unprecedented in its nature because of the peculiarities of his martial spirit. Bai Changfeng was also recruited by Shrek Academy during his youth, where he became a student at the age of 37. Bai Changfeng broke through to the title Douluo level and departed from Shrek Academy. At that time, he was brimming with ambition, wielding the White Plum Sword and leaving his mark across the Douluo Continent, ultimately succumbing to an elder title Douluo. Subsequently, he returned to Shrek City, accepting an invitation from the Soul Arena to become its honorary elder. Though he had faced defeat at the hands of a predecessor, many across the Douluo Continent had heard of the formidable Heaven Dou Empire. Following his appointment as honorary elder, numerous powerful soul masters sought to ally with him, significantly amplifying his influence. However, these events were now ancient history. Heaven Dou Empire had not appeared before the public for several decades, and the current generation of young soul masters had long since forgotten him. The reason for Heaven Dou Empire's sudden appearance after years of seclusion was straightforward. He had dedicated himself to rigorous training, obsessively pursuing the enhancement of his abilities, and had been stuck at the threshold between the 94th and 95th levels for 2 full years. Now, witnessing a peculiar phenomenon that suggested the emergence of a powerful treasure right beneath his nose, Heaven Dou Empire sensed that this might be the opportunity for his long-awaited breakthrough. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to find himself standing before the little shop. "Boss, what has transpired in the shop?" Upon entering, Fuya's voice trembled with anxiety. "What has happened?" Jihan was momentarily perplexed. "I was just about to tell you about our new dish. Have you already guessed?" "Huh?" Fuya blinked in surprise. No, it's not that." She pointed towards the door. "Boss, look, 7 titled Douluos are standing outside." Jihan was taken aback and turned to glance outside. He hadn't noticed the unusual situation until Fuya's reminder brought it to his attention. The shop's advanced system allowed him to see the outside world clearly, while those outside could not perceive the interior. Thus he did not need to worry about being discovered by the 7 titled Douluos. Among them, aside from the 4 branch leaders of the Tang Sect, he did not recognize the other 3. Could it be that the 4 branch leaders of the Tang Sect intended to invite other titled Douluos to dine at the shop? The system had neglected to inform the host that the peculiar phenomenon of the fish-stuffed lamb had a vast influence. The dish he had prepared earlier likely drew upon a significant fraction of Shrek City's elemental energy, which was likely the reason for their visit. Jihan fell into contemplation. Upon reflection, this might not be a bad thing after all. What did it matter if there were titled Douluos inside the shop? They wouldn't be able to even break a table. This was a living advertisement. Since the fish-stuffed lamb was ready today, he was determined to serve each esteemed guest a portion. 7 servings would amount to 7,000 gold soul coins, recouping a substantial portion of the evening's revenue. It seemed that tonight's earnings were destined to set a new historical high. Wait, is this really possible? Fuya's startled tone jolted Jihan back to reality as she noticed the newly hung price tag on the wall. Seeing the shock etched on her face, Jihan smiled gently. "I haven't made any mistakes. That is indeed the price. But will customers really place orders at this price?" Fuya hesitated. If it were up to her, no matter how delectable the dish, she could never bring herself to spend 1,000 gold soul coins for a single trial. "Rest assured, there will be orders." Jihan appeared unfazed compared to Fuya's concerns. After all, this fish-stuffed lamb, perfected after countless attempts, is worth far more than a mere 1,000 gold soul coins, not to mention its astonishing effect of inducing a deep meditative state for 24 hours. "Today, just like before, you shall help me taste the dish." "All right." Fuya instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized what Jihan had just said. "Wait, is that really okay? That's 1,000 gold soul coins for a single dish?" Fuya hadn't paid much attention to the trial tastings of the previous 3 new dishes, as her daily work meal expenses were not far behind. However, this time was different. This dish cost 1,000 gold soul coins, equivalent to a significant portion of her earnings for half a month. Could she truly sample such a dish? Noticing her apprehension, Jihan smiled reassuringly. "Regardless of the price, It is merely a dish. Why should there be any hesitation? The shop has been bustling lately, and you have worked hard. Consider this a reward for you. You are well aware of the shop's daily earnings. 1,000 gold soul coins for the fish-stuffed lamb is nothing to me. That's not the issue. Fuya shook her head. The shop's high earnings are due to the boss's exceptional culinary skills and the high cost of ingredients. That is what you truly deserve. Heaven Dou contributed much, and receiving such treatment already feels excessive. Fuya's sincerity resonated with Jihan, who sighed inwardly, feeling even more pleased with her character. Nevertheless, he still intended to prepare a fish-stuffed lamb for her. For a soul master of her caliber, experiencing deep meditation might yield significant improvement. With this in mind, Jihan feigned seriousness and said sternly, Fuya, you cannot refuse. Tasting the shop's new dishes is part of a server's duties. I need your feedback and suggestions, so just enjoy the meal. Fuya's eyes turned slightly red. She was not foolish and could sense the kindness hidden beneath Jihan's stern expression. However, with the conversation having reached this point, she could only nod in agreement. I must find a way to repay the boss's kindness in the future. At this moment, Fuya silently made a vow in her heart. Before long, Jihan approached her with an ornate platter covered by a metallic dome, a smile playing on his lips. Open your eyes wide. I'm about to perform a magic trick for you. A magic trick? The boss can perform magic. Fuya's eyes widened with curiosity as she gazed at the metallic dome. Is the fish-stuffed lamb really hidden beneath this dome? What a peculiar name. How can a fish's belly possibly contain a lamb? Upon lifting the metallic cover, an intoxicating aroma surged forth, enveloping Fuya in its warm embrace. Outside the modest establishment, the gazes of 7 titled de simultaneously sharpened. In that moment, they distinctly sensed the surrounding elemental energies of heaven and earth contracting fiercely, converging within the small shop. For the second time, the 7 exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting an inscrutable hue. As Fuya greedily inhaled the fragrant essence of the dish, her complexion blossomed with a hint of rosy warmth, and she could not resist closing her eyes, her lashes fluttering delicately. Soon, she reopened her eyes, astonished by the scene before her. What was happening? Why had the elemental energies become so potent all of a sudden? With her eyes wide open, she beheld an unforgettable spectacle. In the void, a grand dragon gate lay sprawled. With majestic dragon pillars towering above, countless dragon reliefs appeared to come to life, and faintly, one could hear the undulating sounds of dragon roars. The plaque above the dragon gate radiated an awe-inspiring dragon might that left one profoundly shaken. A golden dragon fish surged upwards, exerting all its strength to leap into the air, amidst a cacophony of splashing water, transforming into a fierce golden dragon that soared into the heavens before vanishing in an instant. As the vision dissipated, only a stunned Fuya remained. Although it was her second encounter with such a phenomenon, Jihan could not quell the turbulence within his heart, forcing himself to regain his composure. He gestured towards the dish of fish belly stuffed with lamb, suggesting she give it a try. Fuya snapped back to reality, her gaze complex as she looked at Jihan. Boss, what was that? That was merely the extraordinary culinary creation invoking a manifestation of heaven and earth. Jihan replied, feigning calmness. There may be other recipes in the future that could elicit similar phenomena, so it's best to adapt in advance. After a considerable pause, Fuya finally collected her thoughts and began to observe the dish before her. A vibrant green lotus leaf, akin to jade, lay beneath the plate, upon which rested a slender fish. The surface of the fish was grilled to a light golden hue, the aroma of the net oil from the badger pig entwining with the fish's inherent fragrance, rendering it utterly enticing. Taking a deep breath, Fuya reached for her chopsticks and directed them toward the fish's belly. Hailing from a coastal city rich in marine life, Fuya had always cherished fish. Previously, she had felt a tinge of disappointment at the absence of fish in Jihan's humble shop, yet she had not expected the boss's new dish to feature fish. Her favorite part was the fish belly. Known for its tenderness and minimal bones, allowing her to easily extract succulent morsels without the worry of bones choking her, each bite a profound satisfaction. As her chopsticks grazed the fish belly, she was astonished to find it plump and filled to the brim. Pondering the dish's name, Fuya mused, is there lamb stuffed within this fish? With a swift motion, she discovered that the fish's belly contained no long bones, enabling her to effortlessly lift a sizable piece. Had the boss removed the fish bones, before she could contemplate this mystery further, the belly burst open, releasing a unique flavor of lamb that instantly permeated the dining area. Overwhelmed by the enticing aroma, Fuya could hardly contain herself, swiftly bringing a piece of fish belly enveloping lamb to her mouth. Upon tasting, Fuya was immediately enveloped by an exquisite flavor unlike anything she had ever experienced. Could food be this delicious? She closed her eyes tightly, her lashes quivering, as the sweetness of the fish, the savoriness of the lamb, and the medley of ingredients harmoniously blended, releasing their essence between her palate and nostrils. Her taste buds erupted in jubilation, and for the first time, she truly grasped the meaning of freshness. This was freshness. This was true freshness. Once more, Fuya's chopsticks moved, lifting a second piece of fish belly to her lips. Savoring the delightful taste that spread liberally within her mouth, prompting her to tremble with delight, the boss's culinary skills were indeed becoming ever more remarkable. Setting down her empty plate, Fuya displayed a look of lingering desire. As the portion of fish belly stuffed with lamb was just right for her, having consumed it, she felt content. Chi-Hong, seated opposite her, observed the satisfied expression on her face and could not help but smile. Fuya, what do you think of this dish? Fuya tilted her head, contemplating, before shaking it with a hint of resignation. Boss, your dish is simply too delicious. I cannot find a single flaw. Why is it so fresh? Because it is the result of the harmonious fusion of fish and lamb flavors. Chi-Hong replied with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Unfortunately, the term for freshness in Douluo Continent was not derived from the combination of the characters for fish and lamb. The origin of the phrase fish and lamb freshness would remain a memory solely for Chi-Hong. Otherwise, he would have gladly shared the tale of how a single character change could alter the essence of a dish. After tidying up the plates, Fuya adjusted her maid outfit and gently pushed open the door to the shop. In the time it took her to savor the fish belly stuffed with lamb. Half an hour had swiftly passed, and it was time to open for business. As the door to the shop swung open, a slender figure entered with purpose. A white-haired elder. It was Bai Chanfeng. The white plum Douluo, after scrutinizing the shop's decor, his gaze lingered momentarily on the menu wall before swiftly shifting to Fuya. Young lady, where is the owner of this establishment? The owner is in the kitchen. Fuya indicated towards Chi-Hong, who was quietly preparing in the kitchen. A glint of sharpness flashed in Bai Chanfeng's eyes beneath his white brows as he strode towards the kitchen. As he stepped into the threshold between the kitchen and dining area, his expression suddenly shifted. A translucent light barrier appeared silently, blocking Bai Chanfeng's path, leaving his foot suspended in midair. Humph! Bai Chanfeng snorted coldly, a long-buried pride igniting within him at the sight of such a trivial barrier. Does this humble establishment dare to hinder me? Bai Chanfeng? His soul power surged dramatically, and a faint yet clear sound akin to a sword's hum resonated within him. Break! Bai Chanfeng commanded, yet the light barrier remained unyielding. The other 6, having entered the shop behind Bai Chanfeng, were taken aback by the sight, their pupils constricting in astonishment. Bai Chanfeng appeared to be nonchalant, not even unveiling his soul rings, yet the others knew well that the technique he had just employed was no trivial matter. It was the white plum sword intent he had cultivated over decades, a force capable of shattering anything, even allowing him to challenge opponents 2 soul levels higher than himself. The fact that such a technique could not penetrate this enigmatic light barrier indicated that the shop's owner possessed formidable defenses. Hearing the commotion, Chi-Hong turned to see the elderly figure seemingly arguing with thin air, scratching his head in confusion. Excuse me, is there something I can assist you with? Bai Chanfeng narrowed his eyes and subtly retracted his leg. Addressing Chi-Hong, young man, I was not as arrogant at your age. In his perspective, the barrier had clearly been a manifestation of the shop's owner's abilities, yet the owner feigned ignorance. Was this not arrogance? Though he had previously discerned Bai Chanfeng's status as a titled Douluo, the elder's inexplicable malice left Chi-Hong devoid of reverence. If you wish to place an order, please inform Fuya. With that, Chi-Hong turned back to his preparations, leaving Bai Chanfeng with only his back. Perplexed by the unexpected confrontation, Chi-Hong felt no inclination to extend courtesies. He had initially thought that all titled Douluo were as amiable as the 4 elders of Tang Sect. Yet it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Bai Chanfeng's face darkened with anger as he was about to erupt when a hand slowly rested on his shoulder. Enough, old Bai, find a seat and sit down. Yuhua cast a weary glance at Bai Chanfeng, shaking his head in resignation. He had anticipated that this fellow would cause trouble. However, he was genuinely surprised that the young boss, Shaoqi, possessed such remarkable means. Among the 7, the 4 hall masters of the Tang Sect had generally amiable temperaments. Although they occasionally engaged in friendly rivalry, it was merely the normal interplay of friends. Chao Rang, as the dean of the Outer Academy of Shrek Academy, had cultivated students for many years and was known for his good nature, while Qianbu was an exceptionally kind-hearted individual. Only Bai Chanfeng exhibited a somewhat arrogant demeanor. Otherwise, it would not have taken him decades to re-emerge in the public eye after his previous defeat. Nevertheless, being a student of Shrek Academy, even someone of Bai Chongfeng's temperament would not resort to bullying the weak. Xiaoqi, my old friend, would you be inclined to grant me a favor? Yu Hua smiled warmly at Qi Han. Speaking slowly, Qi Han, out of respect for this esteemed elder and being a long-time customer of the establishment who dined there almost every meal, maintained a facade of ignorance, even though he could sense the underlying implications of Yu Hua's words. This little rascal. Why Yu Hua shook his head helplessly. The reason for our visit is likely known to you. Dear Xiaoqi. We bear no ill will. We merely wish to inquire about the significant fluctuations in the natural energy of this establishment that have occurred twice. Are there any extraordinary treasures emerging? If so, I trust you are aware of the Tang Sect's resources that we would be willing to purchase such treasures at a high price, should you decide to part with them. Moreover, our auction house in Shrek City is not short on funds, Qianbu added, patting his slightly protruding belly with a chuckle. If there truly are extraordinary treasures, I could also represent Shrek Academy in the acquisition. Chao Rang remarked, displaying a benevolent smile and nodding slightly. Bai Chongfeng grunted twice, intending to speak, but recalling the earlier unpleasantness, ultimately refrained from saying anything. Chapter 68. A serving of fish belly with hidden lamb. Extraordinary treasures. Qi Han was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he could not help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. It turned out that these titled Douluos regarded the phenomenon of the carp leaping over the dragon gate as a sign of extraordinary treasures emerging. No wonder they were making such a fuss. However, to be fair, compared to extraordinary treasures, the dish of fish belly with hidden lamb did not seem to pale in comparison. After all, Qi Han had meticulously recorded most of the extraordinary ingredients from the Douluo Continent in his culinary compendium, and he had not encountered any that could directly induce a state of deep meditation. Elder Yu, if there truly are extraordinary treasures, I would naturally not mind relinquishing them to you esteemed elders. But I assure you, there are none within this establishment, Qi Han said with a hint of exasperation. If there are none, then how do we explain the phenomena? Chao Rang frowned slightly, his martial soul being somewhat linked to his spirit, allowing him to discern that Qi Han was not speaking falsely. However, he firmly believed that the two instances of phenomena he had sensed could not be mere illusions. Such a significant disturbance in energy must have its source. Qi Han gestured towards the price list on the wall, stating, the phenomena you speak of were likely caused by my attempt to showcase a new dish at the establishment. Fea, watching anxiously from the side, feared that the boss might offend the titled Douluos, leading to an untenable situation. At that moment, she interjected, Dean, the boss is not lying. The earlier phenomenon was indeed triggered by his new dish, which I witnessed firsthand. The titled Douluos turned their attention to the price list, and the other patrons who had entered the establishment were equally curious. Upon seeing the price list, a hushed silence fell over the crowd, with several diners rubbing their eyes in disbelief. 1,000 gold soul coins for a single dish. What kind of dish could command such a price? Surely the boss had mispriced it. Why were the new dishes becoming increasingly expensive? Even the titled Douluos could not help but furrow their brows, with Qianbu directly inquiring, Little one, is there an error in the pricing of your dish? As a senior figure in the Shrek City auction house, he had seen countless dishes, yet he had never encountered one priced at 1,000 gold soul coins. Bring me a serving of this fish belly with hidden lamb. I wish to sample it. Yu Hua interjected, being far more straightforward than the others, eager to assess the merits of this dish priced at 1,000 gold soul coins. As a frequent patron of the establishment, Yu Hua was most aware that the dishes were not as simple as they appeared. He could roughly identify the ingredients of each dish and estimate their costs, a habit ingrained from his profession. After his assessment, Yu Hua discovered that the cost of each dish far exceeded 80% of its selling price. Thus, despite the high prices, the establishment's offerings could be deemed quite conscientious. Consequently, in the face of this new dish priced at 1,000 gold soul coins, Yu Hua's thoughts diverged significantly from those of the others. He was more curious about the ingredients used by the boss. In contrast to Yu Hua's decisiveness, the others opted to observe from the sidelines, since the dish was not an extraordinary treasure but merely a culinary creation. There was no immediate need for urgency. After all, without its uniqueness, there was no need for competition. Since Yu Hua had already placed his order, they could simply wait to see his reaction. For the titled Douluos, 1,000 gold soul coins was not an insurmountable sum, but no one wished to be taken for a fool. Observing the other diners, it became evident that their gazes towards Yu Hua were tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Qi Han nodded, then retreated into the kitchen to begin his preparations. Although only one serving of fish belly with hidden lamb had been ordered, Qi Han remained unfazed. He was confident that once the phenomenon triggered by this dish was witnessed, the other titled Douluos would find it hard to contain their excitement. Before long, the dish belonging to Yu Hua was presented. Fea carefully placed the metal-clad platter before him. All the patrons in the establishment fell into a brief silence, their gazes fixed intently on the dish before Yu Hua. Even those who could not afford to try this new dish were filled with curiosity regarding such an exorbitantly priced offering. As the metal lid was lifted, a fish, resplendent in seductive golden hues, lay serenely atop vibrant green lotus leaves, revealing itself to the onlookers. A millennium dragon-scale fish. Yu Hua, Chao Rang, and Qianbu exclaimed in unison, their expressions revealing their astonishment. As the submaster of the Tang Sect's apothecary, Yu Hua had encountered countless extraordinary treasures in his lifetime. Recognizing the dragon-scale fish required only a mere glance. Meanwhile, within the sea god pavilion, there existed a venerable elder who cherished tending to dragon-scale fish, having specially designated a small area in the sea god lake to nurture his prized fish. As a member of the sea god pavilion, Chao Rang was also familiar with this rare and precious dragon-scale fish. Qianbu, being a senior figure in the Shrek auction house, had encountered numerous extraordinary treasures meant for auction, some so exceedingly rare that he had personally handled them. Thus, he instantly recognized the dish's main ingredient. Was this dish worth the price? In that moment, the three of them found their answer. It was hardly expensive. A millennium dragon-scale fish, if placed on the auction block, would fetch far more than 1,000 gold soul coins. Although its nourishing properties might not warrant such a price, the fish itself was a rare find. It took a millennium of careful nurturing to reach its prime, not to mention that its lifespan was capped at 1,001 years, a fleeting existence, akin to a flash of blooming flowers. Only the system's ability to alter the flow of time allowed for the cultivation of dragon-scale fish, significantly reducing its cost and enabling Qi Han to present it at the price of 1,000 gold soul coins. Others, less acquainted with such wonders, had yet to discern the nature of the dragon-scale fish when an unexpected event transpired. The surrounding natural energy surged wildly towards the fish belly with hidden lamb. The formless and intangible energy even stirring the air, creating gentle gusts. The phenomenon had arrived. The seven titled Douluos sensed it most acutely, their expressions turning grave as they gazed upwards at the dish. There, the natural energy had coalesced into a misty white fog, which they understood all too well. The fog thickened, gradually taking shape, as countless dragons soared through the heavens, transforming into a dragon gate, their majestic presence pressing down on all patrons who beheld this extraordinary sight. Within the establishment, several lower-ranked soul masters with dragon-type martial souls instinctively summoned their spirits in response to the overwhelming force, but fortunately, this dragon might was ephemeral, preventing them from losing composure. The white mist transformed once more, morphing into a cascading waterfall from which a single golden light ascended slowly yet resolutely. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a radiant golden dragon-scale fish. With a splash, the dragon-scale fish leapt, the sound reverberating as if it resonated within the hearts of all present. In the next instant, the dragon-scale fish transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, soaring into the skies, its fierce roar echoing throughout the dining area of the establishment. And just as swiftly, everything faded away. The white mist rapidly merged with the fish belly with hidden lamb that had just been unveiled to the world. "Boss, bring me a serving of fish belly with hidden lamb." After a prolonged silence, the six titled Douluos spoke in unison. Today's recommended ticket: quick access. Chapter 69. The culinary kin of the Tang Sect. 1,000 gold soul coins for a single dish exorbitant? Certainly, it is, and the price is indeed outrageous. However, if this dish can evoke a grand and magnificent phenomenon, that would be an entirely different matter. The titled Douluos, possessing discerning eyes, recognized the extraordinary nature of this dish after witnessing the phenomenon firsthand. Have you ever seen a dish that could incite such an extraordinary spectacle? In contrast to the delayed reactions of the other six, Yu Hua chuckled softly, delightfully using his chopsticks to part the flesh of the fish's belly, savoring the rich aroma that lay hidden within. This moment, Yu Hua was truly in his element. The six crowded around him, their eyes wide with anticipation as they watched him relish the delicacy. The fragrance wafted through the air, a scent they had never experienced before, a complex and layered meat aroma that nearly made their mouths water. Yet, in the presence of so many, the others maintained a semblance of decorum and refrained from rushing in to snatch food from Yu Hua. Save for one shameless monkey. Snap! Yu Hua's chopsticks swiftly intercepted a pair of chopsticks that aimed for the dish, and he raised an eyebrow with a disdainful snort. "Old monkey, dare you lay hands on my dish? Do not blame me if I find an opportunity to poison you." Tai Lei reluctantly withdrew his chopsticks, recalling some unpleasant memories. and couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Ahaha, not at all, not at all. The Yuhua was not his match in cultivation prowess. The alchemists were notoriously cunning with their poisons. Once, in a fit of rage, Yuhua had given Tai Lei a mild dose, which, while not lethal, left him itching all over for 3 days and nights. To this day, he vividly remembers that incident. With Tai Lei's intentions of pilfering food thwarted, Yuhua finally took a generous bite of the fish's belly, and as he chewed, a rich and savory flavor flooded his senses. Yuhua's eyes widened in astonishment. The other dishes from the small establishment were already delectable, leading him to believe that this modest eatery had reached the pinnacle of culinary excellence on the Douluo Continent, and that no dish could surpass it. Yet, Chi-Han had proven that only he could shatter his own records. The fish's belly lamb was far superior in taste compared to the other offerings of the small restaurant. The tender freshness of the dragon-scaled fish, the unique flavor of the slightly gamey lamb, and the marvelous combination of several other ingredients within the fish's belly were truly remarkable, particularly the fish skin. The golden-hued skin had a delightful crispness that harmonized perfectly with the delicate fish meat, melding together in a splendid fusion, with a familiar aroma wafting from the fish skin that made Yuhua reminisce. It dawned on him. It was the scent of badger pork. Yuhua realized that the taste of the fish belly lamb was akin to a symphony composed of various ingredients, each element blending perfectly and harmoniously, thus elevating the combined fragrance to an extraordinary level, achieving an unparalleled savory experience. Observing Yuhua's initial wide-eyed astonishment, followed by an expression of utmost enjoyment. The other titled douyuos were practically beside themselves with curiosity, eager to know the flavor of this exquisite dish. Fortunately, Chi-Han did not keep them waiting long, as Fuya soon brought out plate after plate of fish belly lamb, the skies once again swirling with energy. As carp leaped over the dragon gate, transforming into mighty dragons. Even after multiple views, the diners remained in awe, and one could only imagine the greater stir this miraculous dish would create among the patrons. Before the gates of Shrek City, 2 figures were cloaked in wide black robes. One, slightly stooped, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher, what's the matter?" The other figure raised his head slightly, curiosity evident in his gaze. A strand of silver hair spilled from beneath the black robe, and the partial outline of the aged face revealed enough to overshadow everything around it. It seems something has transpired within the city. I can sense a significant fluctuation of the world's vitality. The stooped figure pondered for a moment, gazing distantly toward the epicenter of the energy disturbance. Should we go take a look? The voice, as clear and untainted as spring water, now held a hint of eagerness and curiosity, reminiscent of a celestial being that had descended to the mortal realm. The stooped figure sighed, lifting his head reluctantly. His once radiant features bore the marks of time but remained strikingly captivating. Lianxin, I am now over 140 years old. Do you know the secret behind my youthful visage despite such an age? Yu Lianxin, brimming with excitement, lifted her hood, her breathtaking beauty radiating joy. Teacher, have you finally decided to share your skincare secrets with me? The elderly woman paused momentarily, her voice soft but firm, because I do not indulge in idle affairs. Yu Lianxin, teacher, where shall we dine at noon? How about we visit the food street? I'll treat you. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her foodie spirit ignited. After enduring hardships in the Star Luo forest, she was eager to indulge in culinary delights. You cannot go anywhere at noon. Having just absorbed a soul ring, you need to return swiftly to stabilize your cultivation that you'll go hungry again. Oh, Yu Lianxin pouted, replacing her hood, and the 2 figures hastily made their way toward Shrek Academy. Such exquisite flavors exist in this world. I never expected that at my age, I would still have the chance to broaden my horizons. Slapping his slightly protruding belly, Qianbu set down his already empty plate, unable to suppress his admiration that it seems that in my spare time, I could indulge more often at this little establishment, which is merely a few steps away from the Shrek City auction house. Having long heard that the 4 old fellows from the Tang Sect often visit, Qianbu finally understood after experiencing the culinary delights firsthand. He shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yunsheng, the one with whom he had the best rapport among the 4 Tang Sect hall masters. It irked him that this old fellow hadn't shared the news of such delicacies. How infuriating. Zhao Yunxing innocently finished the last bite of fish belly lamb before quietly setting down his chopsticks. Why is this old fellow glaring at me? Does he want to fight? Handsome people always have good luck. I am not afraid of this old fellow. Chao Liang set down his plate, eating slower than the others as he savored the nutrients absorbed with each bite. Indeed, the dishes from this little establishment were remarkable, even more nourishing than the advanced nutritional meals at Shrek Academy's cafeteria. Could I perhaps hire the owner of this little establishment to be the chef for Shrek Academy? The previous chef claimed to be the best on the continent. But now it seems he was only marginally better than Pig Slop. Shrek's chef, MMP, Tang Sect's chef. Brother, we are kindred spirits in hardship. As for Bai Chanfeng, his expression was less than favorable. While the fish belly lamb was indeed highly nourishing, its effects were more pronounced for lower-tier soul masters, leaving him on the brink of breaking through to level 95, feeling unfulfilled. Had he misjudged the potential of this little establishment? Did it not hold the opportunity he sought for his breakthrough? Bai Chanfeng felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Chapter 70, Is Ying Shuang free? Ultimately, the 7 titled Douluos arrived in high spirits and departed with satisfaction. Even Bai Chanfeng, who had not found his breakthrough opportunity, had to concede that the dishes from this little establishment were indeed flavors he had never before encountered. Following the 7 titled Douluos, several other diners, having heard of the miraculous phenomenon of the fish belly lamb, chose to spend 1,000 gold soul coins to give it a try, and judging by the expressions of pure enjoyment on their faces, the results were evidently gratifying. Even so, the number of diners ordering this dish remained relatively few. Clearly, the price of 1,000 gold soul coins was enough to deter many to casually spend such a sum. One would need to be at least a 5-ring powerhouse or a wealthy noble. The 2-hour business window soon came to an end, yet the stir caused by the fish belly lamb was far from over. Back in his tranquil chamber, Bai Chanfeng sat cross-legged on the mat at the center. He was not one to indulge in luxury, as evidenced by the simple and unadorned decor of his chamber. He was far more interested in cultivation and self-improvement than in pleasure. Sigh. Bai Chanfeng let out a gentle sigh. The hurdle of the 95th level remained insurmountable, a testament to his innate talent that should not have led to such stagnation. This was largely due to a defeat he suffered decades ago, which had since morphed into his personal demon, hindering his cultivation from reaching fulfillment. He had initially believed that the small shop offered him a chance for breakthrough. Yet it turned out to be a mere illusion. While the food was undeniably delicious, it yielded little benefit to his practice. Indeed, it seemed he must rely on his own efforts to overcome this challenge. Shaking his head, he indulged in a moment of self-deprecation regarding his wishful thinking. Bai Chanfeng then focused his mind and commenced meditation. For a titled Douluo, meditation was as effortless as eating or drinking. In an instant, he slipped into a meditative state. His breathing became steady, and his countenance regained its tranquility, shedding the previous cold intensity. Within his tightly shut eyes, a glimmer of divine light simmered, drawing in the surrounding elemental energies in abundance. His soul power surged and swelled like a tidal wave, creating ripples of energy around him. Unbeknownst to anyone, a faint golden light blossomed from the center of Bai Chanfeng's forehead, elongated and resembling the form of a dragon-scaled fish. The golden light flickered and vanished, and with it, Bai Chanfeng's meditative state shifted. The elemental energies that had been drawn in were suddenly dispersed, and the tumultuous flow of soul power was gradually restrained until it was fully consolidated within his body. His breathing became almost imperceptible, as if he had entered a state of hibernation, yet from the center of his forehead, a vast ocean of mental energy was stirred, creating countless waves. His form became ethereal. Though physically present, he felt nearly imperceptible, enveloped by the intertwining of the Tao and reason, the laws of heaven and earth wrapping around him like garments. This was deep meditation, an opportunity that countless soul masters ardently pursued yet could not easily attain. Bai Chanfeng had once experienced deep meditation, and it was through that encounter he comprehended the white plum sword intent, enabling him to suppress his peers. Now, feeling the familiar sensations, Bai Chanfeng's heart stirred. Though he dared not display his excitement, fearing that excessive emotion might disrupt this rare state, swiftly he emptied his mind, adopting a neutral expression, and followed the guidance of the laws of heaven and earth as he embarked on his second deep meditation. The phenomenon of deep meditation was not unique to Bai Chanfeng. Similar occurrences transpired among the 7 titled Douluo. Achieving such a level required both talent and diligence. As they finished their meal, several of them instinctively planned to meditate, yet little did they know, this meditation would be remarkably different. Though Chi Han was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the 7 titled Douluo, he could surmise some details. Observing Fuya tidy up the dishes and prepare to leave, he cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Fuya, there's something I need to discuss with you. Fuya looked up at her boss, curiosity evident in her expression. It was rare for him to call her back just as she was about to return to the academy. Was there something important? Suddenly, her expression shifted slightly. Boss, you're not planning to take another leave, are you? It's only been a few days since we opened. Of course not, Chi Han replied, awkwardly clearing his throat. uncertain how she had drawn that conclusion. I shouldn't be taking any leave in the near future. That's good to hear. Fuya sighed in relief. So, what is it? Well, Jihan scratched his head, unsure of how to begin. After you return, please make sure to practice meditation diligently. The dish fish belly hiding sheep is a unique culinary creation with special effects. Consuming it will guarantee that your next meditation will enter the deep meditation state for 24 hours. What? As Fuya grasped the implications of Jihan's words, her entire being froze in surprise. As an exemplary student of Shrek Academy, she had a far deeper understanding of deep meditation than Jihan, although she had yet to achieve that state herself. Ordinary soul masters engage in meditation to sense the elemental energies of heaven and earth, absorbing them into their meridians, where their soul power circulates and assimilates these energies to enhance their overall soul power and elevate their cultivation, though the term deep meditation differs by only 2 words. The disparity between the 2 states is immeasurable. Deep meditation transcends the mere absorption of elemental energies. It is the merging of spirit with the essence of the universe, an intimate comprehension of the laws of nature, an opportunity that is rare and elusive. Many soul masters may never experience it even once in their lifetime. While there are numerous rare herbs and treasures to elevate one's soul power, none exist that can directly induce deep meditation. Thus, upon hearing Jihan's words, Fuya's first reaction was disbelief, suspecting her boss might be deceiving her. However, she quickly dismissed that thought. There was no need for him to lie. So, is this truly authentic? The thought of experiencing deep meditation ignited excitement and anticipation within Fuya. Wait, something feels off, she suddenly realized. If deep meditation lasted for 24 hours, that means she wouldn't be able to come to the shop tonight and tomorrow noon. In an instant, Fuya found herself in a predicament. Jihan scratched his head. If you meditate now, you likely won't be able to come tonight or tomorrow noon. So, is Ying Shuang available? If possible, perhaps she could fill in for you twice. I can offer her 10 gold soul coins and 2 meals as compensation. Fuya fell into deep thought. Upon reflection, it seemed that Shuang had often envied her work at the shop. Perhaps it was worth a try. After all, the only difference between her and Ying Shuang was a slightly flatter chest. Their figures were quite similar, and Shuang should be able to fit into the work attire. All right. Fuya's eyes sparkled with determination as she embarked further down the path of selling out her best friend. Chapter 71. Did the system really just trick me? Really? Did the boss truly say he would treat me to 2 work meals? A look of sheer delight spread across Ying Shuang's face. Little did she know how envious she had been of her friend, who enjoyed free meals at the shop every day. Was it finally her turn? It has to help me serve as a waitress tonight and tomorrow noon at the shop. The meals are a bonus, Fuya said with a hint of resignation as she playfully pinched Ying Shuang's slightly chubby cheek, revealing a look of exasperation. How did it turn into a treat in Ying Shuang's words? Is my best friend truly reliable? What if she causes trouble at the shop? Oh, don't worry about it. Serving is a piece of cake for me, Ying Shuang, she declared, patting her already flat chest with a mischievous grin. Fuya, hurry and bring me your work outfit to try on. Ying Shuang had long coveted Fuya's exquisitely designed work attire. But Fuya had been rather protective of it, refusing to let her try it on. Now, she finally saw an opportunity. All right. Fuya rolled her eyes, retrieving her freshly dried maid outfit to help Ying Shuang change into it. Once dressed in the maid outfit, Ying Shuang looked in the mirror, glancing down at her slightly lacking bosom, and couldn't help but pout. Fuya, I need your reassurance. The maid outfit had been tailored by the system to fit Fuya's physique, and it appeared somewhat ill-fitting on Ying Shuang. Fortunately, the outfit allowed for adjustments at the chest and waist, and with Fuya's help, Ying Shuang quickly modified it to her size, seeing her best friend's pitiful expression. Fuya chuckled as she ruffled her hair. There, it's just the way things are. Huh, is this called reassurance? It feels like a critical hit. Fuya, you truly are a master of consolation, Ying Shuang lamented, covering her chest as she felt the sting of her friend's deep-seated teasing. Aw, no. Fuya, share half of your chest with me. After a round of laughter, Fuya began her meditation, while Ying Shuang sat nearby, curiously observing her. Fuya had already informed her that she might enter a deep meditative state, which filled Ying Shuang with envy and intrigue, especially since she had never experienced deep meditation herself. As Fuya entered meditation, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared on her forehead. Before Ying Shuang could comprehend it, the light vanished, and in the next moment, Fuya's meditative state subtly shifted. Ying Shuang rubbed her eyes in astonishment. At that moment, if she closed her eyes, she could not sense Fuya's presence at all. Yet, upon opening her eyes, there she was, sitting directly across from her. This deep meditation, how incredible! Deep meditation is an exceedingly precious state, one that is seldom encountered. after contemplating for a moment while seated. Ing Shuang stealthily descended from her bed and retrieved a wooden plaque, cloaked in a thin layer of dust, from the cabinet. She diligently wiped the surface clean and hung it on the exterior of the dormitory door. The plaque bore the conspicuous red characters that read, "In the midst of cultivation, please do not disturb." This wooden sign was not merely a simple notification, according to the regulations of Shrek Academy. The display of this plaque prohibited others from entering the dormitory and interrupting the cultivators within. Violating this rule could lead to severe consequences, including expulsion. Each dormitory was equipped with such a sign to safeguard the tranquility of the cultivators. Yet it was seldom employed, as a brief interruption during normal meditation typically posed no significant issue. Therefore, to minimize disturbances, few would hang the plaque unless they were in a particularly sensitive state of cultivation. In this moment, to ensure that Fuya could cultivate in peace, Ing Shuang took out this plaque, which had remained unused since her first year. Returning to her own bed, she glanced at the ethereal Fuya. A smile gracing her lips. "You are working so hard. I should put in a bit more effort too," she murmured softly before sinking into meditation herself. System, use 4 2-star self-selected recipe fragments to exchange for the 2-star recipe. Complete hot pot base. Chi Han's voice was tinged with excitement. Completing the fish belly lamb not only meant that his small shop now boasted a 3-star recipe, but it also signified that the previously stalled recipe learning progress could finally continue. After such a long wait, the accumulated fragments could finally be exchanged. Warm reminder, the hot pot series must be consumed using a special dining table. Without this special table, it cannot be sold. What does that mean? I don't recall this being mentioned before, Chi Han thought, a sense of unease creeping in. System, what does special dining table mean? As if in response, an image appeared before Chi Han's eyes, depicting a dining table that matched the decor of his shop. It appeared somewhat similar to the tables currently in his shop, but featured a large hole in the center designed for a hot pot. This thing is the special dining table. Chi Han scrutinized it for a long moment. Noting that aside from the central hole, there seemed to be no significant difference. That's easy enough. Just modify the tables in the shop accordingly, System. Chi Han remarked, finding the task trivial. Host does not have renovation permissions for the shop. Operation cannot be completed. Please obtain renovation permissions first. This, renovation permission, sounds oddly familiar. Only intermediate chefs are granted the rights to expand and renovate their shops. Please strive to attain the rank of intermediate chef as soon as possible. Damn. Several lines of worry appeared on Chi Han's forehead as he finally recalled what this renovation permission entailed. When the system had previously painted a rosy picture, he had overlooked the so-called renovation rights. Focusing solely on the expansion rights, unaware that the system was waiting for him here. Oh, did the system trick me again? This system never deceives the host. Initially, the host merely inquired whether hot pot was available. In accordance with the rule of absolute transparency, this system conveyed all relevant information regarding hot pot to the host, and no deception was involved in the process. Chi Han fell into contemplation. Oh, I brought this upon myself? Wait, why am I saying again? Indeed. Casting a glance at the available 4 2-star self-selected recipe fragments, Chi Han let out a deep sigh. After eagerly anticipating the hot pot base, it turned out he could not exchange it in the short term. Never mind, I will claim the 2-star recipe, Kung Pao chicken. Ultimately, Chi Han chose not to utilize the fragments, since the hot pot series was temporarily unavailable for exchange. Acquiring another 2-star dish would not significantly impact his shop at this moment. It would be wiser to save the fragments for when the hot pot series could be sold, and then use them for that purpose. In the next instant, Chi Han vanished from his location. Entering the training space to begin practicing Kung Pao chicken. Chapter 72. Kung Pao chicken. Kung Pao chicken is a renowned traditional dish, originating from the sauce-fried chicken cubes of Shandong cuisine and the spicy chicken cubes from Guizhou cuisine. It was later refined and popularized by Ding Baoxian, the governor of Sichuan during the Qing dynasty, evolving into the Kung Pao chicken we know today. The system presented the most traditional method for preparing Kung Pao chicken. Chi Han took a deep breath, alleviating the fatigue that had settled in his mind from prolonged practice, then focused again on the cooking pot before him. He added a small amount of oil to the pot, heating it until it emitted a crackling sound. Quickly lowering the heat to maintain a gentle flame, he carefully slid peanuts into the oil along the edge of the cooking pot, with a slow fry. He watched as the pinkish hue of the peanuts deepened into an enticing brown, a rich aroma of fried peanuts wafting through the air. Only then did Chi Han turn off the heat and carefully scoop out the peanuts, setting them aside for later use. After washing the breast meat of the quail, he deftly removed the sinews. For someone like Chi Han, who had mastered the more complex skill of boning an entire fish, This step was a mere trifle. He swiftly diced the breast meat in just a few breaths. The improvement in his knife skills was evident, as he could now effortlessly navigate the requirements of 2-star recipes after only a few minor mistakes. Placing the diced breast meat into a small bowl, he sprinkled it with the system's special starch, mixing it thoroughly before setting it aside once more. With the heat back on, he added the breast meat, which had been resting for a few minutes, into the hot oil, stirring carefully. Soon, the once translucent meat transformed into a slightly yellowish white, releasing a savory aroma that made Chi-Han instinctively sniff the air. Excellent. This is the flavor I'm after. Having practiced this step thousands of times, Chi-Han had become adept at gauging the doneness of the breast meat merely by the aroma. Once the meat was perfectly cooked, he set it aside as well, swiftly chopping ginger and garlic, and dicing cucumber. He then added the ginger and garlic to the pot, frying them until fragrant, before introducing the dobanjiang and switching to medium heat. The chicken and peanuts were tossed into stir-fry. It is worth mentioning that the dobanjiang was also a special supply from the system. He had no idea of its specific ingredients, nor did he dare to ask. As the chicken pieces were stir-fried to an even color, taking on a light brown hue, Chi-Han added the diced cucumber, seasoning the mixture before giving it a final toss. Only when the dish was successfully plated did the system's notification sound, prompting Chi-Han to breathe a sigh of relief. System, is it complete? Congratulations, host, for successfully creating the perfect 2-star recipe, Kung Pao chicken. What is the price of this dish? The 2-star recipe, Kung Pao chicken, is priced at 18 gold soul coins per serving. That's reasonable. This price is quite accessible, aside from the pig stomach chicken. This dish is likely the most affordable among the 2-star recipes, having just introduced a new dish priced at 1,000 gold soul coins. Offering a cheaper option now for those who cannot afford the fish belly lamb seems like a wise decision. The time spent practicing Kung Pao chicken was not extensive. It took about 5 days in the training space, which equated to merely 2 hours in the real world. To master a 2-star recipe in just 2 hours was remarkable. Chi-Han even pondered whether he could introduce another new dish within the remaining time. At this moment, aside from the 4 2-star self-selected recipe fragments he had temporarily set aside for the Hot Pot series, he also possessed 2 1-star self-selected recipe fragments. These were rewards from a limited-time task issued by the system, which required him to sell 1,000 portions of 3 new dishes within 5 days. 2 1-star self-selected recipe fragments meant Chi-Han could exchange for 2 additional 1-star recipes, yet he was not in a hurry to launch new dishes, having just introduced the fish belly lamb at noon and planning to unveil Kung Pao chicken by evening. Introducing 2 1-star recipes so quickly seemed excessive. Thus, Chi-Han decided to let the training space rest for a few days, with the dishes in his shop having reached a certain scale. It was time to practice other skills, for instance, carving. System, will the training space open for me while practicing ghost carving? The ghost carving training will initiate a special knife skill training space, which differs from the recipe training space, though the time flow will remain the same. The environment is not a concern. As long as the time flow is consistent, that is sufficient. We are not focused on the training space's ambience. What we desire is the 60-fold time acceleration. Will this system not provide materials for carving practice? When I did not speak, Chi-Han felt increasingly unable to muster his spirits, perpetually at the mercy of the system. With some time still left before leaving the shop, he decided to take out the ghost carving book and began to peruse its pages. As he opened the book, the surroundings gradually transformed, and he found himself in a tranquil chamber, enveloped by a lush bamboo forest that seemed to stretch endlessly. Observing the scenery around him, Chi-Han could not help but marvel. System, this training environment for knife skills is far superior to the culinary training space. Both environments are generated by the system, devoid of any hierarchy. What is best is what suits the individual. Therefore, am I to carve with bamboo? No, considering that the host has never engaged in carving before. The system provides the most basic carving material for practice. As he spoke, a solid piece of softwood appeared before Chi-Han. Picking it up, he examined the softwood with a hint of perplexity on his face. System, is this wood from Blue Star? It doesn't look quite right. The piece of softwood resembled a tree trunk but lacked growth rings, appearing quite peculiar. This is the eternal tree, a plant unique to the Douluo Continent. Due to its distinctive property of not forming growth rings within the trunk, one cannot ascertain its precise age, hence the name. The eternal tree does not grant immortality, yet its trunk, being uniform and soft, makes it an ideal material for beginners to practice carving, which is why it has been selected by the system for you. Eternal tree, the name does sound rather impressive. Chi-Han tossed the wood piece lightly, gauging its weight. System, have you not provided me with a carving knife yet? How can I practice carving without one? Please utilize your martial soul to carve. The system replied. Chi-Han fell into silence. You want me to carve with a knife the size of my palm? If it were merely relief carving, that would be one thing. But upon a cursory glance, the ghost carving book clearly includes various advanced techniques such as hollow carving, which cannot possibly be executed with such a large kitchen knife. The system also fell silent, seemingly realizing it was indeed asking too much. After a lengthy pause, the system finally spoke again. In response to the limitations of your martial soul, the kitchen knife, I now present the following compensatory solution. Endow your martial soul with a new characteristic. It can adjust its form according to your needs, but is limited to kitchen utensils. Chi-Han fell silent once more. Having a new characteristic for my martial soul is a good thing, but why limit it to kitchen utensils? Am I destined to be merely a chef in this lifetime? System, I refuse to accept this. Grant me a legendary dragon-slaying sword, one that strikes for 999999. Chapter 73. Carving begins with a sphere. Although Chi-Han harbored aspirations of becoming a formidable warrior, the system evidently had no intention of accommodating his desires. The kitchen knife martial soul materialized in his hand, and a beam of white light shot in from an unknown source, merging with the knife before vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, Chi-Han felt a distinct change in his martial soul. With a mere thought, the kitchen knife visibly transformed, swiftly shrinking while the blade elongated, morphing into a carving knife. This transformation aligned perfectly with Chi-Han's intentions. Whenever he wished, it could revert back to its original kitchen knife form. Armed with the carving knife, Chi-Han grasped the trunk of the eternal tree with his left hand, scrutinizing it from various angles, yet remained at a loss on how to begin. System, what should I carve since I am just starting out? After pondering for a moment, Chi-Han's eyes suddenly lit up. What if I carve an egg? The Chi-Han Vinci has arrived. The host is practicing carving, not painting. Please start by carving a sphere. A sphere. This seems no different from an egg. There is a significant difference. Each egg has a unique shape, and no two eggs are exactly alike, while all spheres are identical. Indeed, after a moment of reflection, Chi-Han comprehended the system's intent. Then I shall begin my practice with a sphere. Chi-Han initially thought carving a sphere would be an exceedingly simple task. Yet once he set to work, he realized he had greatly underestimated its complexity. Achieving a smooth and round sphere was not difficult. One merely needed to use the carving knife to remove all the sharp corners. However, the system's expectations for Chi-Han were far from simplistic. It demanded a geometrically perfect sphere. The sphere Chi-Han carved was either slightly indented in one area or protruding in another, utterly failing to meet the standard. Even more frustrating was that, unlike the culinary training, during the carving practice, the system would not interrupt him. It would only point out errors after the carving was complete and require him to start over. An hour passed in the outside world, yet Chi-Han had spent 2.5 days in the training space, and he still had not managed to carve a standard sphere as per the system's requirements. According to the ghost carving book and the system's assertions, only upon carving a standard sphere could he be considered to have officially entered the realm of carving. Otherwise, he could not even claim to be a novice. Exiting the training space, Chi-Han let out a resigned sigh and glanced at the price list on the wall. Upon seeing the newly added price for Kung Pao chicken, his sense of futility was somewhat alleviated. No matter the time, discovering a new price list was always a delightful occurrence. It indicated an increase in profitable dishes. Oh no, rather, it signified another source of income. His gaze drifted to the shop's entrance, where Chi-Han's attention momentarily sharpened. Although he was aware that Shuang would be substituting for Fuya at the shop that evening, seeing her donned in a maid outfit, waiting at the door, still surprised him. Strangely enough, she appeared far more agreeable. Shuang had always presented herself in a sporty attire, exuding a fiery personality. Suddenly donning a maid outfit softened her demeanor, lending her an air of refined elegance that pleasantly surprised Chi-Han. Approaching the shop in trance, he opened the door and smiled at Shuang, who was staring at him wide-eyed. Come in. As she stepped into the shop, her bright eyes eagerly scanned the empty space. Although she had visited the shop over a dozen times, this was her first time entering as a server, which brought about a sense of novelty. Earlier that day, Shuang had dined in the shop and witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon of the carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Unfortunately, the price of 1,000 gold soul coins exceeded her modest budget, leaving her only to gaze longingly. Nevertheless, she had never considered asking Chi-Han to treat her to a dish of fish belly lamb. She was simply too straightforward and not truly naive. Although Chi-Han had invited Fuya to try the fish belly lamb, it was for the purpose of sampling the dish. and Fuya had labored diligently in the shop for quite some time, thus deserving it. She was merely substituting, so what right did she have? Therefore, Shuang had already resolved that apart from ordering a small portion of fried rice, she would also request a serving of tomato beef brisket. It's been a few days since I last had tomato beef brisket. I miss it. However, before Shuang could voice her order, Jihan preemptively spoke. Tonight, the shop has introduced a new dish. How about you try it for today's work meal? A new dish. Is it the fish belly lamb? Shuang shook her head vigorously. Boss, the fish belly lamb is too expensive. I can't afford that. Jihan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled in exasperation. No, just take a look at the price list. Following Jihan's gesture, Shuang glanced at the price list on the wall. The first thing that caught her eye was the distinctive color of the fish belly lamb. But soon enough, she noticed a new dish listed beneath it. Kung Pao chicken, 18 gold soul coins per serving. So, the new dish you mentioned is this. Shuang felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Yet, she was equally curious about this new dish. She had long envied Fuya for being the first to sample new dishes, and now it seemed her turn had come so swiftly. Wait a minute. The boss only introduced a new dish at noon, and now there's already another new dish that's quite fast. Shuang couldn't help but exclaim. Then, I'll have one serving of Kung Pao chicken and a small portion of fried rice. Please. As for the tomato beef brisket, I suppose I'll have to wait until tomorrow afternoon. All right. Jihan turned and entered the kitchen, commencing the preparation of ingredients. Shuang, resting her chin on her hands, curiously observed the busy figure within the kitchen. Before long, Jihan placed 2 plates in front of Shuang, the enticing aroma of the food quickly snapping her back to reality. Her gaze swept over the small portion of fried rice. But soon, she fixated on the Kung Pao chicken beside it. The freshly cooked Kung Pao chicken was incredibly tempting, its surface glazed with a light amber sauce, while the reddish-brown peanuts had slightly cracked open, revealing the pale yellow kernels inside. The deep and light green hues of the cucumber skin and flesh broke the dish's otherwise somber palette, adding a vibrant undertone. Curiously leaning closer to the dish, Shuang's adorable nose twitched slightly as the rich aroma of peanuts and the fragrance of the chicken surged into her nostrils, intertwined with hints of the cucumber's sweetness, creating a full-bodied scent that was far from greasy. It looks incredibly delicious, she thought, unable to suppress the tears welling at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 74. Yu Lianxin's pause. Eagerly, she picked up the chopsticks beside her and deftly lifted a piece of Kung Pao chicken, sending it directly to her mouth. The freshness, as the Kung Pao chicken touched her palate, the sauce clung to the chicken, and her taste buds rejoiced, the unique savory flavor of the chicken instinctively causing her to close her eyes. Immediately after, she gently bit down, savoring the chicken's firm and bouncy texture, which was anything but tough. Each bite seemed to release the juices trapped within, enhancing the delightful flavor that burst on her tongue. The peanuts were crispy and delightful, while the cucumber provided a refreshing crunch. The 3 distinct textures melded together, creating a harmonious experience that was both unique and complementary. After finishing a piece of Kung Pao chicken, Shuang instinctively reached for the fried rice, scooping a spoonful into her mouth. It was only then that she abruptly realized, wait, why am I eating fried rice? The rich and savory flavor enveloped her senses, merging seamlessly with the lingering deliciousness of the Kung Pao chicken. What had previously astonished her now felt transcended, as the fried rice became even more remarkable in this moment. As a universally loved dish, Kung Pao chicken had graced royal banquets and found its way into countless homes. Now, making its debut in Douluo Continent, it thoroughly captivated Shuang. Shuang declared that Kung Pao chicken and fried rice are the perfect pair. A bite of fried rice accompanied by a piece of Kung Pao chicken, and soon, Shuang had finished her working meal. Burp. Unable to restrain herself, she covered her mouth, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jihan paid no mind. Smiling gently, let me explain the tasks you'll need to undertake once the door opens. Okay. Shuang replied, standing up from her seat, appearing somewhat anxious. Her martial spirit was a fire dragon, making it impossible for her to clean the table like Fuya with her ice attribute soul power. However, this posed no issue for Jihan, as the advanced cleaning cloth he had previously used was now put to good use. After briefly introducing Shuang to the dishwasher and other small shop tools, and outlining the task she was to complete, she nodded confidently, indicating her understanding. All right, it's time to prepare to open the door. Observing the sky and the long queue forming outside, Jihan turned back to the kitchen to arrange the ingredients. It took Shuang a moment to realize that it was her turn to open the door. She hurried to the shop entrance and opened the glass door for some unknown reason. The 4 branch leaders of the Tang Sect were absent, and even Yu Hua, who usually arrived early to queue, was notably missing. Among the first in line were Zhou Long and Tang Zi. Seeing that it was Ying Shuangshuang who opened the door, Zhou Long's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, why are you here? Zhou Long was somewhat familiar with Ying Shuangshuang, having previously asked her for a serving of fried rice. Ying Shuangshuang explained, Fuya has something to attend to, so I'm here to work as a waitress. I see. Zhou Long nodded in understanding, then turned to Tang Zi as he ran. How about we share an order of fish belly hidden lamb? Tang Zi had not arrived in Shrek City until the afternoon, and upon hearing the disciples of the Tang Sect rave about the dish, he felt conflicted about spending 1,000 gold soul coins on it, a sum that equated to the profit from selling dozens of concealed weapons. However, sharing the cost with Zhou Long made it more feasible. After glancing at the menu, he finally made up his mind and nodded vigorously. All right, let us split an order. Zhou Long grinned. He had been craving the fish belly hidden lamb all afternoon, especially given the exaggerated tales surrounding it, and he was aware that all 4 branch leaders had gone into seclusion, likely related to the dish. Thus, he couldn't help but encourage his fellow brother to try it. While he couldn't afford a full order, he could manage 2 large servings of fried rice, 1 order of fish belly hidden lamb, and 2 orders of kung pao chicken. The 2 quickly came to a decision. Upon hearing their order, other patrons in line soon noticed the addition of a new dish called kung pao chicken. Likely due to the high demand for the fish belly hidden lamb at lunch, leading to a surge in interest for the kung pao chicken. I can't afford the fish belly hidden lamb, but can't I indulge in kung pao chicken? As it was Ying Shuangshuang's first day as a waitress, she was still somewhat inexperienced. With so many patrons placing orders at once, she found herself flustered. However, the customers were quite forgiving of the young girl in a maid outfit, slowing down their ordering pace to allow her to regain her composure. At Shrek Academy, Sea God Pavilion, a portal on the golden tree opened slightly, and a figure stealthily emerged from the Sea God Pavilion, making several swift movements to leave Sea God Island. Where are you going? A sudden voice from behind startled the figure, causing her to freeze momentarily. With a nervous chuckle, she slowly turned around to face the source, her stunningly beautiful face betraying a hint of being caught. Teacher, I've stabilized my realm. Can I go out for a bit? Sighing, the elderly woman scrutinized the girl closely, confirming her soul power had indeed stabilized. She lightly tapped the girl's head with her wooden staff. Go on. Go on. I can't do anything about you. Thank you, teacher. A radiant smile appeared on Yu Lianxin's face as she received the old woman's permission. I'll find something delicious and bring it back for you. You child, your intentions are enough. The elderly woman shook her head, expressing her disinterest in such earthly desires. Okay. Yu Lianxin maintained her cheerful demeanor as she turned to leave. She was well aware that her teacher always said the same thing whenever she mentioned bringing back food. Yet the truth was, her teacher always relished the treats she brought home. Once outside the Sea God Pavilion, Yu Lianxin's demeanor transformed, becoming as serene and elegant as a cool jade lotus. As the inner courtyard disciples greeted her with respectful titles of senior sister, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. Why Yu Lianxin? Stay focused. The responsibilities of a senior sister cannot be neglected. Struggling to suppress the smile threatening to break free, Yu Lianxin made her way toward the outer courtyard. Today's quick access to recommended tickets, Chapter 75, Tang Zi, Danger. Without making Zhou Long and Tang Zi wait too long, Ying Shuangshuang soon emerged from the kitchen, delicately balancing a plate of fish belly hidden lamb. The exquisite dish, valued at 1,000 soul coins, brought a hint of tension to Ying Shuangshuang's face. Yet, the ones feeling more anxious than her were Tang Zi and Zhou Long, both eager to savor the fish belly hidden lamb. Zhou Long, having seen the dish earlier at noon, was somewhat prepared. However, Tang Zi had never laid eyes on it and had only heard the disciples of the Tang Sect speak of it with reverence. Now, witnessing the dish, completely covered by a metallic dome that concealed any scent, he could not help but swallow hard. As Ying Shuangshuang lifted the metallic cover, a wave of tantalizing aroma surged into the nostrils of both men, coinciding with a violent disturbance of the surrounding elemental energy. A phenomenon unfolded. The carp leaping over the dragon gate reappeared. A torrent of elemental energy cascaded into the small eatery, transforming above the dish into a golden carp that leapt and soared, finally vanishing into the expanse of the heavens. Not every patron had visited the small establishment at noon, yet the spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment, even causing a stir among those lined up outside, many craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Having witnessed such phenomena several times before, Zhou Long was the first to regain his composure. He glanced at the awestruck Tang Zi, chuckling as he reached for his chopsticks, targeting the most tender portion of the fish belly. With a deft motion, he scooped up a piece of fish and lamb and brought it to his mouth. Wow, Tang Zi finally snapped back to reality. Noticing Zhou Long had taken the most delectable part of the fish, he felt a pang of regret and hurriedly grabbed his own chopsticks, unwilling to yield. As the fish belly hidden lamb melted in their mouths, the exquisite flavors exploded, lingering delightfully on their palates. Words were unnecessary. The two of them moved in perfect harmony, their chopsticks dancing faster as they swiftly divided the entire dish, soon finishing every last morsel. Without giving them a moment to rest, Ing Shuangshuang promptly brought forth their Kung Pao chicken and a generous serving of fried rice, collecting the empty plate of fish belly hidden lamb amidst their reluctant gazes. Still savoring the lingering taste of the fish belly hidden lamb, they turned their attention to the new dish, Kung Pao chicken. Zhou Long picked up a piece of chicken the size of a fingernail and examined it closely. Is this chicken? Well, there's chicken in the name, so it must be. Tang Zi rolled his eyes, directly picking up a piece and popping it into his mouth. The chicken was tender and succulent, not at all tough or dry. As he chewed, the flavorful juices burst forth, mingling with the residual taste of the fish belly hidden lamb. Although the Kung Pao chicken might not rival the fish belly hidden lamb in terms of freshness, its defining feature was its compatibility with rice. What does compatible with rice mean? It means that when paired with rice, it creates a delightful culinary experience. Such dishes typically do not clash with the flavors of others, but instead complement them beautifully. The freshness in the fish belly hidden lamb stemmed from the fish and lamb, while the flavor in the Kung Pao chicken was derived solely from the chicken. These three distinct flavors, when combined, elevated the overall experience to a new height. Tang Zi's eyes brightened, and he grasped his chopsticks again, this time scooping up a mix of peanuts, chicken, and cucumber into his mouth. The different textures of the ingredients created a delightful contrast that melded perfectly, offering a remarkable depth of flavor. As he finished a bite of Kung Pao chicken, Tang Zi couldn't help but smack his lips, sensing something was missing. His gaze drifted to the generous serving of fried rice beside him, and his eyes lit up. He grabbed a spoonful of fried rice and relished the delightful sensation that washed over him. Exactly what I needed. Having just entered the outer courtyard, Yu Lianqing quickly sensed a peculiar shift in the elemental energy around her, as if it were being rapidly depleted. Although her cultivation had not yet reached the level of a tidal Douluo, she was already at the soul Douluo stage, granting her a keen sensitivity to the fluctuations of elemental energy. After a brief moment of concentration, her gaze sharpened, quickly pinpointing the source of the energy gathering. Intrigued, she recalled that earlier, when she and her teacher entered the city, he had sensed a similar anomaly. However, she had not noticed it at the time due to the distance. Now, she found herself closer to the epicenter of the disturbance, allowing her to clearly perceive it. Judging by the distance and direction, it seemed to be the same location as during their earlier visit. How intriguing! Shrek Academy had two gates, the main entrance and a side gate near the outer courtyard student dormitories. The two gates were quite far apart, with the side gate being closer to the culinary street of Shrek City. Yu Lianqing had intended to sneak out through the side gate to explore the new culinary offerings. Noticing that the direction of the elemental energy fluctuations aligned perfectly with the side gate, she decided it was fortuitous. It wouldn't hurt to check out the commotion. After all, the culinary street was right there and wouldn't vanish. With her mind made up, Yu Lianqing quickened her pace, her soul power coursing through her legs as she vanished from her spot in a few swift movements. Hick! Zhou Long and Tang Zi exchanged glances, both letting out a satisfied belch. Their table now bore only 4 empty plates. Following Tang Zi's lead, Zhou Long soon realized how well the Kung Pao chicken complemented the fried rice. Their eating pace noticeably quickened, and within a short time, they polished off the large serving of fried rice with ease. Pooling their resources, they paid Ing Shuangshuang and left their seats, but just as they stepped out of the small establishment, Tang Zi suddenly halted. Hey, do you see that person over there? Tang Zi's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he tapped Zhou Long on the shoulder. I think I'm smitten. Oh, you think I should go strike up a conversation? Is there a chance? Zhou Long, puzzled, turned to follow Tang Zi's gaze. When did this guy start caring about romantic pursuits? Wasn't he supposed to be as oblivious as the leader of the Tang Sect? Curiosity piqued. He wanted to see who could stir such feelings in Tang Zi. Oh, it's Yu Lianqing. Never mind then. Zhou Long shot Tang Zi a look that suggested he might want to reconsider. Go ahead, but please don't mention me. Having spent many years in Shrek City, Zhou Long was well aware of the gossip circulating within the inner academy. Rumor had it that this esteemed senior sister had yet to find a suitor, consistently declining to participate in the Sea God Lake's matchmaking events. There was an incident where a seventh-ring inner disciple openly professed his love to her from the audience, disregarding the rules. The outcome was, well, he didn't last a single exchange before being thoroughly subdued by her wrath. Tang Zi, this is perilous. Chapter 76. The little admiring Shuang Shuang, is this really a restaurant? Soon after exiting through the side gate of Shrek Academy, Yu Lianqin, following the trail of residual elemental energy, arrived at the small eatery. Upon witnessing the true nature of the energy's convergence, she couldn't help but display a moment of dazed astonishment. This was far from what she had envisioned. In her mind, such fluctuations could only signify a fierce battle between two powerful beings or the emergence of some top-tier treasure, yet here she stood, confronted by a simple restaurant causing all this commotion. Curious, she stood outside the door, observing, and soon her expression shifted to one of surprise. Logically, patrons of Shrek City seldom frequented this street during mealtimes, preferring the culinary street next door, which offered delights from across the Douluo Continent. Consequently, opening a restaurant here seemed unwise. However, the bustling scene before her, with a long queue winding outside the door, made Yu Lianqin realize that this small establishment was far from ordinary, with such thriving business. The flavors must be exceptional. As she inhaled the enticing aromas wafting from within, her eyes brightened, and she promptly joined the end of the queue. However, the line was rather lengthy, casting a glance at the serpentine line ahead of her. Yu Lianqin furrowed her brows slightly. I hope the food is worth the wait. Senior sister, a voice, tinged with excitement and uncertainty, called out, prompting Yu Lianqin to turn curiously. It was a youthful boy with an eager blush on his face. Appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old, clad in a green Shrek Academy uniform. An outer academy disciple. Yu Lianqin understood, smiling gently. Do you know me? Why, yes. The youth nodded slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he lowered his head to avoid meeting Yu Lianqin's gaze. Last year, at the Sea God Lake during the Sea God Festival, he had glimpsed the senior sister. Noticing the boy's bashful demeanor, warmth flickered in Yu Lianqin's eyes. Her younger brother appeared to be of a similar age and shared the same shy disposition. Unfortunately, her brother's talent fell short, and he was unable to gain admission to Shrek Academy. There's no need to be anxious, she thought, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Do you often dine at this establishment? I hadn't encountered it before my seclusion. This is my first visit. Would you mind sharing some insights with me? The boy perked up at her words, mustering the courage to glance at Yu Lianqin before shyly lowering his head once more. I've been here several times. This restaurant. He enthusiastically began to describe its specialties. However, a boisterous voice unexpectedly interrupted their conversation. Excuse me. This beautiful lady. The boy abruptly shut his mouth, while Yu Lianqin furrowed her brow. A flicker of displeasure crossing her features as she turned to the intruder, her tone now tinged with icy detachment. Is there something you need? Tang Zi, eager to strike up a conversation with Yu Lianqin, found himself momentarily speechless. He lacked the experience for such encounters. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had approached her, but now he felt trapped in awkwardness. What should he say next? Tang Zi's mind raced. And soon he had a plan. Beautiful lady, my name is Tang Zi. Would you be my girlfriend? Simple and straightforward, it was quite in line with the straightforward nature of his Tang Sect. Tang Zi felt a surge of self-satisfaction. Oblivious to the charged silence that enveloped the surrounding patrons, Yu Lianqin's ethereal presence had already drawn the attention of those nearby, most of whom recognized her as the esteemed inner courtyard senior sister of Shrek Academy. As Tang Zi boldly declared his feelings, the onlookers were taken aback, quietly anticipating the outcome, not in hopes of Tang Zi winning her affections, but rather in expectation of him being rebuffed. Indeed, after Tang Zi's declaration, Yu Lianqin's expression transformed into one of cold indifference, resembling a glacier devoid of warmth. Why does this not align with my expectations? Tang Zi scratched his head, pondering why Yu Lianqin didn't respond with the expected gratitude for his public confession. Perhaps she was unaware of his cultivation level. Realizing this, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Beautiful lady, I am Tang Zi, a disciple of the Tang Sect Strength Hall, a rank 57 Assault Soul King. As he spoke, a sense of pride emerged on his face. At his age, such a level of cultivation was indeed remarkable. Surely, it would stir her heart. 57. Yu Lianqin replied slowly, her voice as clear as a mountain spring, yet now imbued with an unmistakable chill. That a ripple of soul power emanated from her, and a shimmering silhouette of a crescent moon appeared behind her. Her silver hair danced without wind, while 8 soul rings gradually materialized before the astonished Tang Zi. Black, 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 black. 8 rings, each a millennium old. Yu Lianxin refrained from displaying her full power, retracting the ring swiftly. She cast a fleeting glance at the gaping Tang Zi before her radiant smile returned. Now, where were we? Ah yes, you were telling me about the fried rice from this establishment. Please continue. Junior. Zhou Long scratched his head, finally stepping forward from the corner and hastily ushering the still dumbfounded Tang Zi away from the scene. How embarrassing. Welcome to the dear senior sister. The small restaurant had been operating for about an hour, and Ying Shuang had gradually acclimated to the rhythm of her new job.as a new patron entered. She instinctively called out a greeting, only to have her breath caught by the sight of silver hair that jolted her senses. Although Ying Shuang had never seen Yu Lianxin before, the senior sister's signature silver locks, coupled with her ethereal beauty that even made Ying Shuang, as a girl, feel a flutter of excitement, allowed her to quickly recognize the identity of the customer. Are you also a student of the academy? Due to Ying Shuang's work attire, which differed from the Shrek Academy uniform, Yu Lianxin initially remained unaware of this detail. Upon hearing the title of senior sister, she realized that the waitress was indeed a student of Shrek as well. Yes, I am Ying Shuang from class 1 of the 3rd year of the Outer Academy. Greetings, senior sister. Ying Shuang's cheeks flushed with excitement at her first encounter with the esteemed senior sister, who was as beautiful as the rumor suggested. Oh dear, Fuya, I am so sorry. This time, I must stand with the senior sister. Yu Lianxin smiled warmly. This is my first visit. Could you kindly recommend some delicious dishes? Certainly. Ying Shuang patted her modest chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Why hasn't Ying Shuang brought out the dishes yet? Qi Han, who was busy preparing a plate of Kung Pao chicken, noticed that the previous dish of baked brain had yet to be served. He instinctively glanced toward the dining area, wondering if Ying Shuang had encountered any difficulties. In the next moment, a figure clad in silver hair and a white dress caught Qi Han's eye, causing him to freeze mid-motion. This is quick access to today's recommendation votes. Chapter 77. 2 similar flowers in his past life on Blue Star. Qi Han had once experienced love as a well-known food vlogger. He frequently traveled to various locations to sample cuisines and gather material for his videos. During one such trip to Yuzhou province, he met a girl who also shared a passion for food and travel. She was beautiful, and their personalities were well matched, leading to a swift bond. They traveled together several times and eventually, during an outing near a renowned scenic spot, the two shared a few drinks, igniting a spark of romance and becoming a couple. Their daily lives together were sweet and delightful, but their happiness was short-lived. The girl's family was traditional and conservative, unable to accept Qi Han's profession as a food vlogger, viewing it as an unworthy pursuit. They forbade her from being with him, ultimately forcing her into a marriage with someone she did not love. In despair, Qi Han drank heavily, heartbroken, and from that moment on, he vowed never to fall for another girl. Remaining single even after arriving in the Douluo Continent due to an unforeseen accident, having been given a second chance at life, Qi Han wished to let bygones be bygones. He never intended to seek love again because of the memories of his past. Yet, upon arriving in the Douluo Continent, he found himself unmoored, unable to consider such matters. In this state of mind, Qi Han beheld Yu Lianxin, and for a fleeting moment, his heart skipped a beat. The woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl from his past, and he was astonished to discover that they shared at least 70% of their features. In fact, the woman before him was even more stunning than the figure from his memories. System, is there anyone besides me who can traverse into the Douluo Continent? At that moment, Qi Han felt a surge of excitement. Could this woman be the one who had crossed over? According to system detection, only the host has arrived in the Douluo Continent. The resemblance between this woman and the one from your past is merely a coincidence. 2 similar flowers in the river of time. Not the same bloom. Are you saying it's just a coincidence? Indeed, merely a coincidence. Qi Han shook his head with a wry smile and turned back to the cutting board to begin preparing the next dish. Of course, such occurrences as crossing over were impossible. P.S. This is not a plot point. It's merely a setup. Yu Lianxin keenly sensed that someone in the small restaurant was gazing at her. Given her appearance, it was not unusual for her to attract the attention of admirers, but this particular gaze felt distinctly different, prompting her to instinctively turn her head, following the direction of the gaze. She caught sight of a figure in the kitchen, turning away in a dejected manner. Was it merely an illusion? Yu Lianxin frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of loneliness emanating from that figure, as if it were out of place in the world. Senior sister, is something wrong? Ying Shuang's curious inquiry pulled Yu Lianxin back from her reverie. Nothing at all, Yu Lianxin replied with a smile. You continue with your duties. I'll find a seat and peruse the menu for now. She gestured lightly toward the dishes Chi Han had placed on the counter. Ing Shuang recoiled slightly, awkwardly sticking out her tongue. Then I'll get back to work. Senior sister, please take your time with the menu. With a light jog, she approached the table, presenting the meticulously prepared dishes to the respective diners, engrossed in conversation with her senior sister. Ing Shuang nearly forgot that she was currently filling in for Fuya, working as a waitress at the quaint establishment. Observing the somewhat reckless junior, Yu Lianxin couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding a vacant table to sit at. Ignoring the curious gazes directed her way, she turned her attention to the wall adorned with a comprehensive menu, although she had already learned about the restaurant's culinary prices during the queue. The actual figures left her momentarily speechless, particularly the dish priced at 1,000 gold soul coins. The fish belly concealed lamb struck her as exorbitantly costly. She distinctly recalled that the most expensive delicacies at the food street were priced in silver soul coins. And some local snacks, with minimal production costs, were even priced in copper soul coins. The rarity of dishes priced in gold soul coins was indeed remarkable. The fact that this establishment could command such prices suggested that it rivaled the premium nutritional meals served at the Academy's cafeteria. No, even the high-end nutritional meals at Shrek Academy cost no more than 10 gold soul coins per serving. In comparison, the prices here seemed utterly astronomical, despite the infrequent classes for inner court disciples. Yu Lianxin often ventured out for training and accrued a fair amount of wealth, leaving her not particularly short on funds. Although the restaurant's prices were outrageous, she could afford them, had the diner traffic been sparse. She might have hesitated, questioning whether there was any coercive sales tactics at play, but the multitude of patrons dining here, unfazed by the steep prices, indicated that the restaurant's offerings, albeit costly, were undoubtedly worth the price. Moreover, since entering the establishment, the myriad of enticing aromas wafting through the air had already captivated Yu Lianxin's senses, each sent a unique delight previously unknown to her, far more alluring than any dish she had ever experienced. Solidifying her conviction, waving over the junior sister, Ing Shuang, Yu Lianxin's face revealed a rare moment of indecision. I'll have a small portion of egg fried rice. And as for the others, do you have any recommendations? The egg fried rice was the only dish Yu Lianxin recognized as a staple. The rest of the culinary offerings were unfamiliar names that left her at a loss, although Ing Shuang yearned to recommend her favorite dishes, bursting intestines and foil-wrapped brain. She took a moment to compose herself and ultimately decided against it. Since the senior sister just arrived, let's not scare her off. New dishes were indeed a good choice. That would suffice. With this thought, Ing Shuang pointed to the last item on the wall, Kung Pao chicken. Senior sister, this is a new dish just introduced this afternoon, and the flavor is delightful. Would you like to try it? Kung Pao chicken? Yu Lianxin repeated the name with some difficulty, deducing it must involve chicken. And nodded in agreement. Then I'll have one serving of Kung Pao chicken. There was also that other dish. Ing Shuang pointed to another item on the menu. Dopa pork is a popular choice among our diners. Senior sister, although this dish is priced higher, consuming it can accelerate soul power circulation for half an hour. Though this was Ing Shuang's first day as a waitress, having dined at the restaurant numerous times. She was well aware of the popularity of various dishes, especially after the introduction of the fish belly concealed lamb. The sales of Dopa pork had visibly increased. Comparisons often yield surprising results. Previously, Dopa pork was the restaurant's most expensive dish, thus less frequently ordered. Now, with the emergence of fish belly concealed lamb, diners would glance at it and think, hey, in comparison, Dopa pork seems quite reasonable. Consequently, patrons who had previously hesitated to order this dish began to sample it. Accelerating soul power circulation? Yu Lianxin's eyes widened in astonishment. Even high-end nutritional meals couldn't provide such effects. Such results could likely only be achieved through rare and precious ingredients. Then I'll have one of those too. Without further hesitation, Yu Lianxin eagerly accepted this enticing recommendation. Boss. Table 4 orders a small portion of egg fried rice, 1 serving of Kung Pao chicken, and 1 serving of Dopa pork. Ing Shuang entered the kitchen, relaying Yu Lianxin's order to Chi Han. Understood. Chi Han instinctively lifted his gaze towards table 4, and upon recognizing the diners seated there, he was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong, boss? Ing Shuang blinked in confusion. Nothing. Chi Han shook his head, suddenly recalling how Ing Shuang seemed to be in lively conversation with the silver-haired girl earlier. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he asked, do you know the diner at table 4? That's our inner court senior sister, Yu Lianxin. Haven't you heard of her, boss? Ing Shuang, oblivious to Chi Han's peculiar demeanor, spoke with a hint of admiration. Why Yu Lianxin? Chi Han nodded. choosing to remain silent. Turning back to his work at the cutting board, yet silently committing the name to memory. Before long, after completing the dishes for the previous diner, Jihan began preparing the meals for table 4. The first dish to be completed was the egg fried rice, which he had mastered to perfection. However, instead of serving it as he usually would, he set it aside and swiftly commenced cooking the kung pao chicken. Soon enough, the fragrant and visually appealing kung pao chicken was ready, and Jihan carefully retrieved a portion of the already cooked dompa pork from another large pot, bringing all 3 dishes together to the serving area. Upon seeing Jihan present the dishes at the table, Shuang hurried over, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 3 offerings. I'll serve the dompa pork. Jihan maintained a calm demeanor, balancing the dompa pork in his hands as he walked out of the kitchen. Instructing her, you can serve the other 2. Shuang, somewhat bewildered, nodded and followed him, carrying the egg fried rice and kung pao chicken. As they approached the figure seated with her back to them, Jihan felt his heart race. Sensing someone nearing, Yu Lianxin turned her head, and their eyes met. It truly felt as if, gazing closely at her exquisitely familiar visage, Jihan's emotions surged, nearly prompting him to utter the name from his past life. He struggled to maintain his composure as he placed the dompa pork before Yu Lianxin. Now standing in such proximity, Jihan could easily catch the faint and delicate fragrance emanating from Yu Lianxin. A scent subtle and refined, reminiscent of gentle floral notes, lingering even amidst the rich aromas of the restaurant. His heart betrayed him, skipping a beat. Dompa pork, please enjoy. Jihan noticed a tremor in his voice. Stepping aside to allowing Shuang to serve the egg fried rice and kung pao chicken, then hastily retreated to the kitchen. Standing quietly at the cutting board for a while, Jihan finally calmed his racing heart, a trace of wry amusement gracing his features. What is wrong with me? Jihan, wake up. She isn't who you think she is. Yu Lianxin blinked, her gaze following Jihan's retreating figure to the kitchen for a moment before shifting back to the food before her. Is that the restaurant's owner? He looks rather young, perhaps around my age. However, why was he in such a hurry? Perhaps the restaurant was particularly busy. Yes, that must be it. Quickly, Yu Lianxin's focus shifted from the restaurant owner to the delightful dishes laid out before her. Just one glance, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. The mere appearance of the food suggested a delectable experience. But, what are these utensils? Yu Lianxin furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at the chopsticks placed beside the dishes. Having just emerged from seclusion, she was unaware of this new dining instrument. Fortunately, Shuang seemed to anticipate her confusion. After placing the dishes, she lingered, smiling knowingly at Yu Lianxin. Senior sister, these are chopsticks. A new invention by the boss. They're much more convenient than knives and forks. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Shuang picked up a pair of chopsticks, gesturing in the air, watching her demonstration and observing the actions of the surrounding diners. Yu Lianxin quickly grasped the use of this novel utensil, skillfully maneuvering the chopsticks to grasp a piece of cucumber from the kung pao chicken. A look of delight spread across her face. These utensils are truly wonderful. As the cucumber was brought to her lips, its surface was imbued with the exquisite essence of chicken broth, complemented by a subtle sweetness inherent to the cucumber itself. The exterior was slightly tender, while the core remained delightfully crisp, and this extraordinary texture caused Yu Lianxin to squint her eyes in sheer satisfaction. How delectable! In the realm of Douluo, the predominant culinary methods are roasting and boiling. The stir-frying technique, which originated from the huaxia of Blue Star, is virtually non-existent here. Due to her martial spirit, Yu Lianxin possesses a profound fondness for gourmet food, and her greatest delight during her travels is to savor the local delicacies. Yet, despite her extensive culinary experiences, she had never encountered such a unique flavor. Not only was this cooking method unfamiliar to her, but the dish's taste seemed to possess an unparalleled character. Swiftly, Yu Lianxin adeptly picked up a portion of kung pao chicken, sending a delightful medley of peanuts, chicken cubes, and cucumber pieces into her mouth, her cherry lips moving gently as she chewed. The crunch of the peanuts, the tender juiciness of the chicken, and the crispness of the cucumber melded together in her mouth. The distinctive aroma of the chicken wafting through her senses, intoxicating her with its deliciousness. As she swallowed, the lingering flavor seemed to linger on her palate. This dish of kung pao chicken had opened the door to a new world for Yu Lianxin, and her gaze quickly shifted to the dompa pork knuckle beside her. It was a habit Yu Lianxin had developed since childhood to sample each dish before finishing them. Soon, she recognized the ingredients of this dish by its appearance. It appeared to be from the upper part of a pig's trotter. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Once, in a quaint town, she had savored the local specialty of roasted pig's trotters, which she found quite delightful. However, Pig trotters and knuckles are rarely utilized in Douluo, not considered mainstream ingredients. To her astonishment, this small establishment offered a dish featuring pork knuckle that a rare conflict appeared on her face. For both the knuckle and trotter are gelatinous and thick-skinned, typically requiring one to gnaw on them whole. Previously, she had secretly devoured a roasted pig's trotter by herself, but now, with so many people around, the thought of eating the pork knuckle in such an unrefined manner left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, as her chopsticks pierced the pork knuckle, Yulianxin quickly realized her misconceptions. This knuckle was entirely different from what she had imagined. The surface had been thoroughly braised to a tender softness, and with a simple pinch of her chopsticks, it effortlessly broke apart into small pieces. Chapter 79. Takeout and delivery services. Could pork knuckle be prepared so tenderly? Yulianxin's eyes widened in astonishment as the rich aroma wafted from the freshly separated knuckle, enveloping her senses and urging her to swallow. She lifted a small piece to her mouth. As her cherry lips moved, the soft, glutinous, and elastic texture of the dompa pork knuckle burst in her mouth, melding the rich and primal meat flavor with the lightly sweetened sauce on the knuckle's surface. Yulianxin savored each bite, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Although not a strict carnivore, who could resist such a pure meat delicacy? With a mouthful of dompa pork knuckle, Yulianxin found herself eagerly anticipating the remaining egg-fried rice. The egg-fried rice was yet another culinary method she had never encountered. While rice existed in Douluo, it was typically just boiled, and occasionally, with a bit more water, it would transform into a porridge. At a higher level, perhaps some seasonings and ingredients would be added to enhance its flavor. Beyond these methods, rice had no other means of preparation. The egg-fried rice before her was perfectly stir-fried, with each grain distinct and evenly coated in a light yellow egg wash, neither too much nor too little. Leaning closer, the rich aroma of eggs intertwined with the fresh scent of rice wafted into Yulianxin's nostrils. Her eyes sparkled as she picked up a spoon and scooped a small portion into her mouth. The rice was incredibly fluffy, neither hard nor dry, and its subtle flavor instantly alleviated the richness of the dompa pork knuckle. The egg's fragrance permeated throughout, gradually releasing its essence with each chew, causing her taste buds to dance with delight. Every dish here was utterly delicious. It seemed she need not venture to the food street anymore. As she continued to relish her meal, Yulianxin quietly contemplated in her mind. After all, it would take quite some time to sample all the delectable offerings from this small establishment. After a while, she finally finished the last bite of egg-fried rice, her expression one of lingering satisfaction as she discreetly rubbed her stomach with one hand before glancing at the menu, having promised to bring treats for her teacher. And now that she was already here, she decided it was unnecessary to head to the food street for takeout, and instead, she would find something here. Let me see. What shall I order? Yulianxin wrinkled her nose. Soon arriving at a decision point, one order of fish belly hidden lamb would suffice. Such an expensive dish must be exceptional, and she could enjoy it with her teacher later. Additionally, she would order another portion of egg-fried rice. Lest there be no staple food left. That should be about right. Once her decision was made, Yulianxin waved at Ing Shuang, requesting a small portion of egg-fried rice and an order of fish belly hidden lamb to go. Ing Shuang blinked. Senior sister, it seems the small shop doesn't allow takeout. Ing Shuang was somewhat uncertain, as Chi-Han had never mentioned this point, but it seemed she had never witnessed diners requesting takeout before. Not allowed for takeout, Yulianxin frowned. What do we do then? I can't enjoy such delicious food here and then go to the food street to pack something for my teacher. That would feel selfish, and I dislike that. I'll ask the boss for you, Ing Shuang said, feeling a pang of urgency at Yulianxin's troubled expression. Without waiting for her to respond, she headed straight into the kitchen area. Boss, Chi-Han paused his knife mid-slice. What's the matter? Does our shop offer takeout services? This was something Chi-Han had never considered, as in the days since opening, no diner had mentioned it, leading him to overlook the possibility. System, do we have takeout services? Are you certain you want to enable takeout services? The system did not respond directly, instead asking him if he was sure. Was this a trap? System, why don't you explain what will happen if I enable takeout services? Having been caught in a trap before, Chi-Han was now more cautious. Takeout services are bundled with packing services. Unlocking one will simultaneously unlock the other. Takeout services, is it feasible to deliver in Shrek City? Confirmed to enable packing services. Chi-Han had thought there would be some new trap awaiting him, but it turned out to be this. Enabling takeout services was even better. This way, the small shop's business would flourish. Congratulations, host, for enabling packing services. The high-tech packing boxes will be provided by the system, keeping the dishes in their original state once placed inside. The cost of the packing box is 1,000 gold soul coins, and please ensure diners return the packing boxes. Any loss will be borne by the host. Ding. Task triggered. Time-limited task. Hire a delivery person. Please hire a qualified delivery person for this small shop within 24 hours. Task description. Since takeout services have been unlocked, please hire a competent delivery person promptly. Task reward. Delivery set. 1-star optional recipe fragment X1. Still in the process of running the shop, Chi-Han did not closely examine the newly issued task. After receiving the system prompt, he retrieved a simple black wooden box from the cupboard above his head. This was the high-tech packing box provided by the system. It is indeed quite black. Turning to Ing Shuang, who was waiting for his response, Chi-Han smiled gently. We do have packing services. Which diner requires packing? There truly was packing service. Ing Shuang's eyes widened. It's table number 4. She wants to pack a new order of fish belly hidden lamb and a small portion of egg fried rice. Table 4. Chi-Han's hand trembled slightly but quickly returned to normal. Tell her to wait a moment. Also, the packing box is free, but it must be returned. Otherwise, the small shop will blacklist her in refuse service. Please inform the diner of this. Is that a new rule? Ing Shuang nodded. All right, I'll let her know. With that, she turned and left the kitchen, walking toward Yu Lianxin, who was waiting in the dining area. Senior sister, the boss said packing is allowed. But what? Yu Lianxin blinked. Is there an extra packing fee? Many shops in the food street charge an additional fee for packing, so Yu Lianxin was unconcerned about paying a little more for the packing box. No. Ing Shuang shook her head. The boss said packing is free, but the packing box must be returned. Otherwise, the small shop will blacklist her in refuse service. Upon hearing this, Yu Lianxin couldn't help but furrow her brow. Turning her gaze towards the busy figure in the kitchen. How peculiar is this boss, she mused. Not only are the delicacies in the shop unheard of, but even the rules are quite strange. Nevertheless, Yu Lianxin had already intended to return to the little restaurant the following day, and returning the takeout boxes was merely a secondary matter. After a brief contemplation, she readily agreed. Before long, 2 sleek black wooden boxes were handed over to Yu Lianxin by Ing Shuang. Although the high-tech takeout boxes crafted by the system were quite simple in design, lacking elaborate patterns, their functionality was impressive. The 2 boxes could be easily stacked and secured together, and the top box featured a convenient handle that fit comfortably in one's palm. Observing the exquisite packaging that stood in stark contrast to those of other establishments, Yu Lianxin's eyes sparkled with understanding as to why the little shop had such unusual regulations. Chapter 80. The 4-piece delivery set. After leaving the little shop, Yu Lianxin, carrying the black wooden boxes, instantly attracted the curiosity of onlookers. Under the inquiries of the diners, Ing Shuang elaborated on the shop's takeout service, garnering numerous praises. Previously, the shop's walls clearly stated that wasting food would lead to being blacklisted, causing diners to instinctively interpret this as a requirement to finish their meals on the premises. Thus, no one had ever broached the topic of takeout. Upon discovering that the shop offered takeout services, a sense of enlightenment washed over the diners. Many patrons, unaware of the portion sizes when ordering, often ended up with either too much or too little food. In such cases, customers would spontaneously exchange dishes to minimize waste. Now, with the advent of takeout services, unfinished food could be conveniently packed to take home, and those lacking the time to savor their meals at the shop could enjoy them in the comfort of their homes. As for the need to return the takeout boxes later, while it was somewhat inconvenient, it was hardly an issue for the diners. Most of those dining at the little shop were regulars, so there was little concern about not returning. However, having grown accustomed to dining in the shop, few patrons were eager to try the takeout service, as they relished the atmosphere of the establishment. The evening's business hours swiftly passed. After tidying up the dishes, Ing Shuang left the shop under Chi-Han's watchful gaze, returning through the side entrance of Shrek Academy. Chi-Han was quite pleased with Ing Shuang's performance that night. Initially, it seemed she had been somewhat pampered at home, leading to her clumsiness upon her first arrival at the shop. Yet, she adapted quickly to the shop's rhythm, significantly altering Chi-Han's impression of her. Once the shop's door was closed, Chi-Han finally opened the task page to view his new assignment. Time-limited task. Hire a delivery person. Please hire a delivery person for the shop within 24 hours. Task description. Now that the delivery service has been unlocked, please promptly hire a qualified delivery person to handle the shop's deliveries. Task reward. 4-piece delivery set. 1-star custom recipe fragment X1. Upon reading the task, Chi-Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. He recalled that during the last hiring process, he had hung a sign at the shop's entrance, and it had taken him 2 or 3 days to recruit Fuya. Now, the system expected him to find a delivery person within just 24 hours. Could the system not be a little more lenient with the time? A single day felt rather rushed. The reputation of the cold food shop had risen significantly. So naturally, the task's difficulty needed to increase. Chi Han was left speechless. Indeed, as the system noted, when he had recruited Fuya, the shop was only beginning to gain traction, unlike now, when its fame had skyrocketed. And nearly half of Shrek City was aware of its existence. Fine. Let's give it a try first. If I can't find anyone, I wonder if Ing Shuang would be willing to give it a shot. Ing Shuang. After so many years of feelings, it turns out they were misplaced. Chi Han had begun to formulate some ideas. Like Fuya, the delivery person for the shop should ideally be a soul master, as this would better serve the soul food patrons. For delivery, perhaps a speed-oriented soul master would be more suitable, as they would be able to run faster. As he contemplated this, Chi Han's attention shifted to the rewards section at the bottom of the task. A 1-star custom recipe fragment. He still had 2 unused ones in his bag, and now another one was arriving, which he could save for later. The task's difficulty wasn't particularly high, so he had anticipated that the reward wouldn't be substantial. However, what on earth was a 4-piece delivery set? After a moment of silence, Chi Han's mind suddenly conjured an image of a yellow electric scooter, a yellow safety helmet, a yellow jacket, and a yellow delivery box. Surely, it couldn't be those 4 items, could it? It shouldn't be. Chi Han found it hard to envision himself delivering takeout on an electric scooter in Shrek City. The picture was just too whimsical. The 4-piece delivery set diverged slightly from what the host imagined. Slightly diverged. Chi Han's lips twitched as he quickly inquired, "System, what exactly is this 4-piece delivery set?" As per the illustration, the images of the 4 items appeared before Chi Han's eyes. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted to one of bemusement. The set was indeed different from his initial thoughts. The safety helmet was retained, but unlike those from his past life, it had an aerodynamic, stylish design that exuded a sense of sophistication. The delivery box had transformed into a delivery bag, designed with dual shoulder straps for easy carrying, towering at half a person's height and boasting ample space, capable of accommodating more than 10 takeout boxes without appearing bulky. The outerwear had morphed into a lightweight tracksuit comprising a top, pants, and jacket, which could be worn in varying weather conditions. The overall design was simple yet sharp, looking quite appealing. Next to the tracksuit was a note indicating that the size would adjust according to the hired delivery person. Suitable for both genders. As for the final item in the set, it was, of course, not an electric scooter, but a pair of running shoes. The shoes featured striking stripes on the surface, and the front end of the sole was designed for traction, akin to spiked shoes. According to the accompanying note, these running shoes possessed properties akin to a soul guiding device, enhancing the wearer's running speed upon infusing them with soul power. They were truly essential items for delivering takeout in another world. Chi Han's peculiar expression stemmed not from the set itself, but rather from, "System, why is this delivery set also yellow?" The yellow delivery uniform invariably reminded him of a certain food delivery service from his past life. Is the system serious about this? This system selected yellow based on the host's concept. If the host is dissatisfied, other colors can be chosen. The color can be changed. That's a relief. The system soon provided over 10 different color options, each with distinct designs. Chi Han browsed through them, ultimately selecting a sky blue set that appeared incredibly light and airy. There had been a lovely light green option as well, but given that the light green helmet seemed to carry a certain implication, Chi Han ultimately decided to forego it. Although there was no culture of green hats in Douluo Continent, he imagined that seeing his delivery person in a green helmet, oh no, a green hat, would likely be quite distressing for him. Chapter 81. A dish that stirs half of Sea God Pavilion. After finalizing the color scheme for the 4-piece delivery set, Chi Han, with the system's assistance, hung a new sign at the entrance of the shop, now hiring a delivery person for the shop. Working hours, 11:00 a.m. to 1:00 p.m., 5:00 p.m. to 7 o'clock p.m. Priority given to speed-oriented soul masters. Compensation negotiable. The working hours mirrored those of Fuya, and as for the compensation, Chi Han had devised a plan. Meals would certainly be provided, as the shop was thriving, and the future delivery service would likely be demanding. Chi Han was not overly concerned about this aspect, so he decided to include it. However, when it came to the base salary, Chi Han intended to adopt a different calculation method than that of Fuya. Fuya's base salary was 300 gold soul coins per month, but for the delivery person, Chi Han planned to offer a slightly lower base salary while implementing commission based on delivery volume. Yet, All these details could wait until after he had successfully hired a delivery person. Glancing at the sky, Shihan ascended the stairs, intending to enjoy a restful sleep. Ever since arriving in Douluo Continent, he felt he had become significantly handsomer by adhering to a routine of early to bed and early to rise. Keep it up. Carrying 2 black wooden boxes, Yulianshin stealthily entered the Sea God Pavilion. Having already reached the 8th ring, she had met the graduation criteria for the Inner Academy of Shrek Academy. Once she formally attained the 9th ring, she would be able to smoothly enter the Sea God Pavilion. As a preparatory member of the Sea God Pavilion, although she did not yet have the qualifications to attend the Pavilion's meetings, she could freely come and go, familiar with the layout. Yulianshin approached her teacher's room and knocked on the door. Soon, her teacher's voice came from within, bidding her to enter. The elderly woman glanced at her disciple as she pushed the door open, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the black wooden boxes in her hands before quickly moving on, her expression remaining calm, though a fleeting glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes. Teacher, I discovered a new restaurant today, and the delicacies there are even more delectable than those in the food street. Yulianshin feigned ignorance of the joy in her teacher's eyes, flashing a charming smile. So, I packed the most expensive dish from there as a token of filial piety for you. You little rascal, the elderly woman shook her head, extending her hand to accept the black wooden box, letting out a soft gasp. This box is exquisitely crafted. To use it for takeout, the owner is quite generous. Teacher, this takeout box must be returned. If it is not, we will no longer be able to dine at that little shop. Yulianshin chuckled softly, her mind drifting to the somewhat handsome and peculiar owner of the shop. What a strange rule. The elderly woman shook her head, casually opening the wooden box on the upper level. Inside, a fish with a faint golden hue lay quietly on a lotus leaf. In the next moment, the elderly woman's eyes narrowed. She distinctly sensed the surrounding elemental energy suddenly surge. The wooden box before her seemed like the gaping maw of an abyss, devouring the elemental energy of the world around it. The Sea God Pavilion, nestled within the golden tree, naturally absorbed its elemental energy from this very tree. At that moment, the golden tree appeared to dim slightly. The elemental energy, having been absorbed, transformed from its original faint white to a hue tinged with gold, forming a mist around it, which coalesced into a dragon gate. The fish, no longer merely a pale gold, became an intensely brilliant golden hue, and upon crossing the dragon gate, it transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Yulianshin was momentarily taken aback, but more so, she felt a sense of clarity. So the fluctuations in elemental energy she had sensed were indeed caused by the fish belly concealed within the box. Knock, knock, knock. The next moment, a knock sounded at the door to her teacher's room. Child, go open the door. The elderly woman squinted, carefully observing the mist slowly seeping into the fish belly while casually speaking. Yulianshin rose to open the door, and upon seeing the figures outside, she couldn't help but gasp. The pavilion master, esteemed elders, what brings you here? Standing outside were 7 or 8 elderly men, the foremost of whom had a withered face, his wrinkles resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. However, his eyes were not clouded like those of an ordinary elder. With a slight opening and closing, a radiant spirit akin to the starry sky emanated from him, imparting a sense of standing before an abyss. The pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion, Hui Pashao, was one of the few titled Douluos of the 99th rank in the present era, and undoubtedly the strongest individual in the Douluo Continent. Behind him stood a group of elderly members of the Sea God Pavilion. Faced with such formidable figures, even Yulianshin felt a twinge of apprehension. Chi Pa Xiao chuckled softly, speaking slowly. Lianshin, that commotion just now has even stirred the golden tree. I had to come and see what transpired. The commotion just now. Yulianshin quickly realized that the pavilion master referred to the phenomenon caused by the fish belly concealed within the box. And an odd expression crossed her face that a single dish had managed to astonish nearly half of the Sea God Pavilion. She hastily stepped aside to usher everyone into the living room, while the elderly woman withdrew her gaze from the fish belly, leisurely glancing at the visitors. Even in the presence of Chi Pashao, there was little reverence in her demeanor. You all certainly arrived promptly. One of the elders, perplexed, stepped forward to examine the fish lying quietly in the box. That 1,000-year dragon scale fish. Swallowing hard, the elder quickly donned a smile. Sister Ro, could you perhaps tell me where this fish came from? The elder addressed the elderly woman by her name. If outsiders knew that she was still alive, they would undoubtedly be astonished. for she had already made a name for herself across the continent 100 years ago. The Golden Phoenix Douluo, Ingruo, this elder, known as Huan Shu, was the one in the sea god pavilion who cherished raising dragon-scale fish at this moment, upon seeing the 1,000-year dragon-scale fish he had long sought. One could only imagine the shock that surged within him. This item had an ordinary effect, but its rarity was extraordinary. Now it had been transformed into a dish. Huan Shu expressed that he harbored no ill intentions. He merely wished to savor a taste. The other elders curiously surveyed the living room, eventually locking their gazes on the fish within the box. They had all been awakened by the sudden surge of elemental energy and had come to investigate. Now, seeing everything in the living room appear normal, they found it hard to believe that the source of the disturbance was indeed the fish within the box. The rich aroma of the fish belly dish had already filled the entire living room. The combined fragrance of fish and lamb was something none of the elders had ever experienced. The presentation of the dish was exceptionally unique, with golden mist swirling around it, appearing intermittently if Chi Han were present. He would undoubtedly be astounded, for this dish of fish belly concealed lamb seemed to differ significantly from the one in the little shop. Chapter 82. Huan Shu's Obsession. The Golden Tree, where the sea god pavilion is located, is said to have been personally planted by Tang Sect, the sea god, using the souls of the original Shrek 7 monsters 5,000 years ago. Whether this legend holds truth is debatable, but it is certain that the golden tree is connected to the divine realm, or more specifically, to the sea god. What substantiates this claim is that each sea god pavilion master can release the sea god's light, a power unique to the sea god, through the golden tree. Although there are many limitations, the ability to wield divine power with a mortal body is already astonishing. The golden tree is extraordinary, and the elemental energy it harbors is naturally distinct from that of the outside world. Not only is the elemental energy here more concentrated, but it has also been nourished by the golden tree, transforming and showing signs of evolving towards divine levels. The faint golden hue that coalesces is indicative of divine essence. However, the golden tree has yet to undergo a complete metamorphosis and can only be considered a semi-divine realm, just below the level of a deity. Even so, the elemental energy infused with divine power that merges into the fish belly dish brings about a qualitative transformation. The special effects it possesses have quietly begun to change. Originally, consuming the fish belly dish would allow one to enter a deep meditation for 24 hours during the next cultivation session, but only if one consumed an entire serving. Otherwise, the duration of deep meditation would also be proportionately reduced. However, that is no longer the case. Even if one only takes a single bite, they can still enter deep meditation for 24 hours. Such a transformation does not come without cost. The conversion of the elemental energy stored within the golden tree requires a long span of time. This time, the phenomenon drained approximately 1/4 of the golden tree's elemental energy, and restoring it would take at least a month. In response to Huan Shu's inquiry, Ingruo could understand, though this old fellow was of a similar age to her. His soul power level was considerably lower, and his time was running short. He often indulged in raising his precious dragon-scale fish, upon reaching the level of tidal Douluo, when one's end is near. Certain obsessions tend to arise. Huan Shu's obsession was to savor the taste of a 1,000-year dragon-scale fish before departing from this world. Regrettably, his precious dragon-scale fish still had a long way to go before maturing into a 1,000-year specimen, and he feared he would not live to see it. Thus, in the face of her old friend, whom she had known for over a century, Ingruo's gaze softened slightly as she looked at Yu Lianxin. "This was purchased by my disciple. If you don't mind, shall we share a taste?" Cough cough. Qi Pashao cleared his throat. "Count me in as well." Before Ingruo, Qi Pashao set aside his status as the pavilion master. These two were of similar age, and in their youth, they had even been a couple, only to part ways due to unforeseen circumstances. "Can I have a taste too?" "Yes, yes, count me in." After Qi Pashao spoke, the elders behind him chimed in agreement. Such a dish, which had stirred the golden tree, piqued the interest of the elders, despite being esteemed members of the sea god pavilion and accustomed to the finest provisions. They had never encountered a dish like this. However, Ingruo wasn't as accommodating with these elders. Her expression darkened slightly. "The restaurant selling this dish is located in the city. You can find it yourselves. I shall not escort you." With a swift motion of his hand, a formidable surge of soul power instantaneously propelled the elder behind Qi Pashao out the door, conveniently shutting it in the process. The elders, left outside, exchanged glances, silently resolving to investigate the whereabouts of this establishment the following day. Within the room, only Yu Lian Xin, Ing Ruo Rua, Huan Shu, and Qi Pishao remained. Ing Ruo Rua lifted her gaze to Yu Lian Xin and asked, "My dear girl, have you not yet tasted this dish?" The astonishment etched on Yu Lian Xin's face at the moment of the unusual phenomenon was unmistakable. Embarrassed, Yu Lian Xin nodded. "Teacher, may I also have a taste?" Naturally, she yearned to experience such a miraculous dish, yet it was intended as a gift for her teacher, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward at the prospect of taking a few bites herself. Ing Rua, unfazed, smiled and suggested, "Go fetch 4 plates. Let us divide this fish among the 4 of us." She had observed the phenomenon with the keenest attention. At her level of mastery, few things in the world eluded her understanding. In her view, while the phenomenon was indeed wondrous and rare, it was not entirely inscrutable. If her assumptions were correct, the dish itself had likely invoked some celestial law of the Douluo Continent, manifesting a scene from the past while simultaneously drawing the essence of the world into the food, although she could not ascertain the origin of the image of the carp leaping over the dragon gate. It was undeniable that absorbing such a rich infusion of energy from the golden tree would undoubtedly confer some benefits to their cultivation. Thus, her disciple was certainly entitled to partake, and even if Yu Lian Xin refrained from asking, Ing Ruo Ra would have willingly shared a portion with her. The process of dividing the food was naturally left to the only junior present. Yu Lian Xin. A pair of chopsticks was prepared in the lunchbox, and Yu Lian Xin deftly picked them up, causing the other 3 to exchange glances at the sight of the unfamiliar utensils. Huan Shu and Ing Ruo Ra displayed expressions of bewilderment and surprise, clearly having never encountered such cutlery, while Qi Pishao raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Lian Xin, are these utensils called chopsticks? Oh, Yu Lian Xin nodded. Have you visited that little shop, master? Qi Pishao shook his head. Not long ago, I strolled through the outer courtyard and overheard the disciples discussing a small shop outside the academy, praising its delicious food and mentioning a peculiar utensil called chopsticks. However, I did not pay it much mind at the time. With a glimmer of insight in his eyes, Qi Pishao slowly continued, to be able to prepare a dish that invokes the essence of the world, the chef of this little shop must be quite extraordinary. In that moment, Qi Pishao felt a burgeoning curiosity towards that small establishment. The chopsticks effortlessly pierced the fish's belly, unleashing an even more intense aroma of lamb that wafted into the nostrils of the 4. The distinctive flavor, tinged with a hint of lamb's musk, was far from off-putting. Rather, it ignited their appetites further. Yu Lian Xin, having already dined at the little shop, was relatively unfazed, while the 3 from the Sea God Pavilion exchanged glances, their earlier curiosity now eclipsed by a primal desire for exquisite food. Upon seeing the lamb nestled within the fish's belly, a look of realization crossed Yu Lian Xin's face. No wonder this dish was called fish belly concealing lamb. It was precisely as it sounded. A smile graced her lips as she softly declared, "Teacher, master, and elder Huan, this dish is known as fish belly concealing lamb, and it is the most expensive dish at that little shop." Fish belly concealing lamb. The 3 nodded in silent agreement, glancing at the tender lamb within the fish's belly. Finding the name particularly apparent before long, Yu Lian Xin divided the entire portion of fish belly concealing lamb into 4, taking the smallest for herself before offering the remaining 3 portions to the elders. Huan Shu accepted his share and examined the fish meat, which shimmered with a faint golden hue, curiously inquiring, "How much does this cost?" 1,000 gold soul coins. 1,000 gold soul coins. Huan Shu fell silent. Was this dish expensive? Considering the nutritional value of the millennium-old dragon scale fish, the price was indeed justified. Yet, reflecting on the hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins he had spent on the upkeep of his own several hundred-year-old dragon scale fish, he sighed deeply. Too cheap. Within the lunchbox lay but a solitary pair of chopsticks. Yet the 3 were formidable beings in their own right, each possessing soul powers exceeding level 95, thus they devised their own methods. Qi Pishao merely glanced at the chopsticks in Yu Lian Xin's hand before vanishing from his spot. When he reappeared, he held a round piece of wood the size of a palm. With a surge of his soul power, the wood transformed into 3 pairs of chopsticks, the remnants falling as sawdust into the trash bin. Observing Yu Lian Xin's movements, the 3 quickly learned to use this novel utensil. Qi Pishao cautiously picked up a piece of fish meat with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. In his youth, he had harbored a keen interest in culinary delights. Half of the credit for the deliciousness of Shrek Academy's cafeteria was due to his behind-the-scenes support during his travels across the continent. He had sampled delicacies from various locales. However, this bite of fish belly concealing lamb was unlike any delicacy he had ever tasted. the pure and exquisite flavor melting rapidly in his mouth. The freshness of the fish combined harmoniously with the rich flavor of the lamb, complemented by the taste of mushrooms and bamboo shoots, creating an unparalleled depth of flavor. Qi Pizhao's eyes narrowed slightly. And as the morsel slid down his throat, he swiftly felt a warm flow radiate from his stomach to his limbs. This was the consequence of his body absorbing the essence of the food, which was saturated to the extreme, yet what astonished him further was a peculiar energy that seemed to gently coalesce at his brow. This energy was exceedingly faint, had it not been for his high level of spiritual power. He might have easily overlooked it. Qi Pizhao refrained from resisting this energy. Sensing that it bore no malice, and recognizing its feebleness, he felt confident in his ability to extinguish it should any issues arise. Yet, he was somewhat surprised that this energy merely lingered at his brow, concealed and motionless. Intriguing. Qi Pizhao, delighting in the experience, took another bite while simultaneously attuning himself to the energy fluctuations within. Savoring the unprecedented deliciousness, Ruo, with lesser cultivation than Qi Pizhao, remained unaware of the faint energy that had entered her brow. However, the exquisite flavor of the fish belly concealing lamb was enough to leave her in awe. This dish was a culinary marvel she had never encountered before, the delightful taste lingering long after each bite. Soon, the plate containing the fish belly concealing lamb was completely cleared. And Ruo then recalled that Yulian Xin had brought back 2 wooden boxes. Cautiously, she opened the second box and found a plate of lightly golden fried rice. Teacher, that is fried rice. I have tried it, and it is quite delicious. Upon seeing Ruo open the second box, Yulian Xin, still yearning for more, set down her plate and began to explain, this dish likely does not utilize any precious ingredients, which is why no phenomenon occurred. Huan Shu sniffed the air, chuckling, dear Lian Xin, you may be mistaken. This fried rice has an extraordinary aroma. Although it may not be as precious as the millennium-old dragon-scale fish, I suspect it is made with the eggs of the colorful phoenix, which is also a fine ingredient. Setting down her now empty plate, Huan Shu gazed eagerly at the fried rice in Ruo's hands, his intentions unmistakable. Meanwhile, Qi Pizhao had finished savoring the fish belly concealing lamb and slowly placed down his chopsticks. Turning his attention to the fried rice, observing the 2 elders' antics, Ruo snorted softly. What, do you 2 old geezers intend to snatch my food as well? Weak woman, indeed. Both Huan Shu and Qi Pizhao simultaneously wore expressions of exasperation, recalling fondly the days when Ruo would chase them down and beat them. Though Qi Pizhao was stronger than Ruo, he had never laid a hand on a woman, always finding himself on the receiving end of her reprimands. However, the 2 soon realized they had perhaps overstepped their bounds, letting out a resigned sigh. Let us finish and depart. Do you expect me to invite you 2 old men out? Ruo found a spoon beside her bento box and gracefully brought a spoonful of fried rice to her lips, speaking with a hint of annoyance. The 2 elderly men, whose ages combined exceeded 300 years, exchanged glances and silently departed from Ruo's residence. Yu Lianxin's expression subtly twitched. Although it was not her first time witnessing her teacher's frosty demeanor towards the sect master and other senior figures, each instance left her in awe of her teacher's formidable presence. The thought of her teacher being able to dismiss even the master of the Sea God Pavilion was indeed impressive. As the 2 old fellows took their leave, Ruo scooped another spoonful of fried rice into her mouth. The rich aroma of the egg was quite profound, yet the taste leaned towards the mild, perfectly balancing the lingering flavor of the fish belly hidden lamb in her mouth. The rice in the fried rice was exceptionally fluffy, and when combined with the egg, its inherent fragrance was further released, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Truly delicious. Ruo nodded in satisfaction. Such a delightful dish was something she had never encountered before. Teacher, the food from this little shop is quite delightful. Wouldn't you agree? Seeing her teacher smile, Yu Lianxin felt a small sense of pride. Indeed, it's quite good. Where is this establishment located? After finishing her plate of fried rice, Ruo grew increasingly interested in the little shop that could create such exquisite cuisine. It's right across from the Tang Sect, nestled between the Great Soul Arena and the auction house. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Lianxin responded, that place. After a moment of reflection, Ruo furrowed her brow, her eyes lighting up with understanding. It was indeed intriguing. To dare to open a shop amidst several colossal powers and offer such unique delicacies was rather extraordinary. It seemed that in the future, if she found herself with some leisure time, she could explore the Sea God Island a bit more. After spending some time with Ruo, Yu Lianxin tidied up the takeout box and left the Sea God Pavilion. Returning to her own loft, after a refreshing bath, she changed into a loose-fitting long dress. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, her beautifully sculpted collarbone partially exposed by the straps of her dress, while her delicate feet and slender calves peeked out from beneath the hem of her gown, an enchanting sight to behold. Unfortunately, this alluring scene was now devoid of an audience, and as she focused her mind, Yu Lianqin soon fell into a deep meditation. Since returning from the Soul Beast Forest, she had merely stabilized her realm for the evening's visit to the food street, leaving some imperfections that required further meditation to solidify completely. At that moment, a glimmer of gold blossomed at the center of Yu Lianqin's brow, and she felt her soul clear. The once vague principles of heaven and earth now appeared vividly within her grasp. In deep meditation, Yu Lianqin's remarkable talent allowed her to instantly comprehend her current state, following the invisible guidance and swiftly soaring through the principles of heaven and earth. Chapter 84. The Method to Ascend to Proficient Level Sculpture. A night passed in silence. During that night, nearly all who had consumed the fish-belly hidden lamb entered a deep meditation. Among them were over a dozen powerful individuals at the title Douluo level and above. One could only imagine the uproar that would ensue when they awoke from their meditative state, realizing the connection between their profound experience and the fish-belly hidden lamb. However, Jihan was not overly concerned. With the system in place, as long as others were within the little shop, even a limit Douluo would pose no threat to him. And no matter how great the upheaval, it would merely be a passing cloud. Thus, he slept soundly that night. Early the next morning, Jihan re-entered the sculpture training space to hone his skills. An entire morning in the training space equated to a full 10 days. And combined with the time spent there the previous afternoon, Jihan had remained in the sculpture training space for a total of half a month. Half a month allowed for considerable progress. And by the time Jihan emerged from the training space, he had successfully sculpted a sphere that pleased the system, prompting him to begin practicing a new course, simple still life sculpture. The term still life primarily referred to the sculpting of inanimate objects, such as a stone or a table, and even plants did not qualify. Such sculptures were considered the simplest, as they required mere shape conformity without the need for spirit. According to the system, once Jihan completed all still life sculpting training, he would achieve a proficient level of craft, and his soul ring could advance from a 10-year level to a 100-year level. Of course, even the simplest still life remained a challenge for Jihan to complete in a short span of time. If sculpting a sphere aimed to stabilize Jihan's hands and refine his crafting feel, then creating a still life that matched the requirements perfectly would test his abilities across the board. As for the subsequent mastery and perfection levels, they were still far off. According to the system's description, mastery required Jihan to sculpt plants that embodied both form and spirit from over 1,000 different materials, while perfection demanded the same from tens of thousands of materials, depicting animals. Just hearing about it made Jihan feel as though he was engaged in a lifelong endeavor. Shuang arrived early at the little shop's entrance, considering this was her final opportunity to enjoy a meal from the establishment. She couldn't help but sigh at the thought of whether she would ever have this chance again. If only I could stay at the little shop forever, lost in her thoughts. A notice board suddenly caught her eye, causing her heart to skip a beat. The last time the board had appeared was when the shop needed to hire wait staff, and now it had reappeared. Could it be? Eagerly, she rushed closer to inspect it, only to feel her expression fall. The shop was not hiring wait staff, but delivery personnel. In the Douluo Continent, the concept of food delivery did not exist. So Shuang was unclear about what a delivery person entailed, yet that was not the source of her dismay. As long as it came with 2 work meals, who cared what the job was? However, the board clearly stated a preference for agility-type soul masters, which struck a blow to Shuang's young heart. What? Are we assault-type users not worthy? Shuang's martial soul was a fire dragon, and it was of the non-winged variety, so it had no relation to agility type at all, and thus did not meet Jihan's requirements, which was the true cause of her disappointment. During the last recruitment for waitstaff, Shuang had qualified, but she had given the opportunity to Fuya. Naturally, if given another chance, she would still choose to give it to Fuya, who was in urgent need of money. When Jihan pushed open the door to the little shop, he immediately spotted Shuang, who was gazing at the notice board with an expression of fluctuating emotions, and couldn't help but chuckle. Come in. Okay. Shuang snapped back to reality and followed Jihan into the shop. Boss, I'd like a small portion of fried rice and a tomato beef brisket. This was what she had longed to eat the night before, but had postponed due to the Kung Pao chicken. Jihan nodded, indicating he understood, and then entered the kitchen. Shuang had performed admirably the night before, and stepping in for Fuya had indeed aided the little shop considerably. So for her final shift, Jihan intended to surprise her. Naturally, Jihan could not reward her with a serving of fish belly hidden lamb, as that would be unfair to Fuya, who had diligently worked at the shop for so long. However, a serving of dompa pork was certainly within reason. Soon, a small portion of fried rice, tomato beef brisket, and dompa pork were served at the table. What is this? Ing Shuang looked at the additional dompa pork. Puzzled. Shihan smiled slightly. You've worked hard these past 2 days. This is a reward. Oh. Ing Shuang's eyes brightened. Thank you, boss. Skillfully using her chopsticks to separate the tender pork, she brought it to her mouth. Unable to suppress the satisfied smile that spread across her face. Wow, the pork is so delicious. The boss is such a good person. I've decided. I'll never call him a stinky boss again. In that moment, her frustration at not being able to apply for the delivery position vanished entirely. Ing Shuang's joy returned. Shihan glanced at the queue outside, a hint of conflict crossing his face. The time for the limited time task was running short. This task had been issued at around 6 o'clock the previous evening, and since that moment, the clock had been ticking. Now, there were fewer than 8 hours remaining. It seemed a bit challenging to recruit a suitable delivery person. As he pondered, Shihan suddenly noticed a short-haired girl in a white Tang Sect uniform approaching the notice board, examining it closely. Before decisively knocking on the little shop's door, the unexpected knock left Shihan momentarily stunned, while Ing Shuang, who was engrossed in her meal, also curiously lifted her head to glance at the door. After a moment of hesitation, Shihan decided to open the door for the girl. After all, judging by her earlier actions, she seemed to be there to apply for the delivery position. However, could a disciple of the Tang Sect even apply? Shihan was not particularly familiar with the rules of the Tang Sect. Upon opening the door, he finally caught a clear glimpse of the young girl's appearance. She was a delicate maiden with ear-length black hair. Her demeanor appearing somewhat demure, her petite figure was enveloped in the oversized uniform of the Tang Sect, rendering her exceedingly adorable. The white fabric bore distinct purple patterns, signifying her status as a disciple of the Minhal. Disciples of the Minhal were all skilled in the art of agility, and it was evident that the girl fit this description. However, to avoid any potential misunderstanding, Shihan inquired, "Hello, are you here to apply for a position?" Yes, the short-haired girl blushed slightly, seemingly prone to shyness. "May I give it a try?" To Shihan's surprise, she was indeed there to apply. He chuckled softly. "Well then, please come in." As they entered the quaint establishment, the girl appeared somewhat ill at ease, especially when she noticed Ing Shuang observing her curiously while eating. This unease intensified. "What is your name?" Shihan asked after ensuring he had no recollection of her. "I am Ji Yunru." The girl spoke nervously, her shyness evident. Observing her bashful demeanor, Shihan couldn't help but furrow his brows. In his plan, the role of a delivery person necessitated interaction with customers and delivering meals to their doorsteps, which required a certain level of social competence. The girl seemed to exhibit signs of social anxiety. Would she be able to manage? After a moment of hesitation, Shihan decided to voice his concern. The delivery position involves frequent communication with customers. Do you believe you can handle it? Ji Yunru paused, quickly realizing what Shihan was worried about. She straightened her posture, her face brightening with newfound confidence. "Boss, you need not worry. I can do it." Seeing Ji Yunru regain her confidence, Shihan nodded, finding her demeanor much more promising. Ji Yunru possessed a cherubic face, which made her particularly endearing. Having her assist with deliveries seemed like a commendable choice. However, Shihan still harbored another concern. "You must be a disciple of the Tang Sect, correct? Will the sect permit you to work in this establishment?" Ji Yunru blinked. Disciples of the Tang Sect generally have a relatively relaxed schedule. "My current cultivation level is not sufficient to complete the tasks assigned by the Minhal, so working here is permissible. As for the sect's regulations, there is no rule against disciples taking on jobs. Then there should be no significant issue." Shihan smiled slightly. "What is your age and cultivation level?" "I am 16 years old and currently at the 41st rank of the Soul Master. As she spoke, for soul rings gradually emerged around her. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. With the manifestation of her soul rings, Ji Yunru underwent a subtle transformation. Her eyes elongated slightly, and atop her head sprouted a pair of fluffy black cat ears, their tips glistening with a hint of white. A slender black tail emerged from the back of her voluminous Tang Sect uniform, swaying gently. Shihan blinked, instinctively reaching out to pat her head. The sensation of her cat ears was delightful. Ji Yunru's face flushed crimson, an unusual tingling sensation surging through her body as if electrified. What on earth was this boss doing? Ing Shuang, who had been eating, was momentarily stunned, gaping at Shihan. Upon seeing Ji Yunru's expression, Shihan realized his actions were somewhat inappropriate. He chuckled awkwardly. I apologize. I had a cat in my previous life, so I instinctively. Is your martial soul also a cat? Raising cats was a matter of the past, but petting them was a lifelong passion. Shihan noted that he had merely committed the common error of a cat lover. Ji Yunru's voice trembled slightly, still reeling from the peculiar sensation. My martial soul is the Mist Cloud Cat. Mist Cloud Cat. Shihan felt a wave of confusion. He had little knowledge of various martial souls, and he had certainly never heard of the Mist Cloud Cat. Is this mentioned in the comprehensive ingredient compendium? Ying Shuang, however, widened her eyes in curiosity. The Mist Cloud Cat is second only to the Nether Cat among agility-type martial souls. Why yes. Ji Yunru finally gathered her composure and nodded at Ying Shuang. Noticing Ying Shuang's surprised reaction, Shihan became intrigued. Shuang, do you know about this martial soul? Of course. It's finally time for me, Ying Shuang, to display my knowledge. Ying Shuang grinned, eager to showcase her expertise. At Shrek Academy, she excelled in 2 subjects, practical combat and martial soul genealogy. As for her performance in other subjects, she was decidedly lackluster. These 2 subjects complemented one another. Advanced practical combat classes were conducted in the Grand Soul Arena, where participants encountered a myriad of martial souls, necessitating familiarity with them all. Both the Mist Cloud Cat and the Nether Cat are top-tier agility-type martial souls, albeit following distinct paths. The Nether Cat triumphs through unparalleled speed and razor-sharp claws, while the Mist Cloud Cat moves with a grace akin to drifting clouds, making it difficult to predict. Neither martial soul could be definitively deemed superior to the other. However, the Nether Cat, being the inherited martial soul of the Star Luo royal family, was often regarded more favorably. As Ying Shuang continued, her gaze shifted back to Ji Yunru, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Suddenly, she recalled an incident from a week prior, when her duo with Fuya was defeated in a 2-on-2 match at the Silver Soul Arena. One of the opponents was a 4-ringed Mist Cloud Cat Soul Master. Although all fighters wore masks during the battle, that Mist Cloud Cat Soul Master had also been a petite figure with black short hair. Could it be Ji Yunru? Did you participate in a soul battle last week? Ying Shuang could not help but seek confirmation. Ji Yunru looked at Ying Shuang curiously. How do you know? It really is the same person. Ying Shuang let out a nervous laugh. I just happened to be in the audience that day, and I saw a 4-ringed Mist Cloud Cat Soul Master. She thought to herself, I must not let her know. Ji Yunru appeared surprised, chuckling. I thought you were one of the soul masters from the team I faced. I remember she also. No way. Ying Shuang waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Shihan. Boss, you haven't yet mentioned the outcome of the application. Suddenly prompted, Shihan fell into contemplation, with Shuang trying to change the topic. However, seeing the poor girl on the verge of social embarrassment, he resolved to perform a kind deed and rescue her from that precarious situation. Ji Yunru, are you familiar with the various buildings within Shrek City? Boss, I'm well acquainted. Disciples of the Min Hall are required to memorize the entire layout of Shrek City. As she spoke of work, Ji Yunru attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, though her appearance with cat ears made it quite the challenge. In that case, Shihan nodded. You can begin your shift this afternoon. Ji Yunru's expression turned momentarily blank. Boss, you haven't mentioned the compensation. And what exactly does the delivery position entail? She wondered if this boss was reliable. Smack. Shihan facepalmed, realizing he had once again forgotten to discuss compensation during the hiring process. The role of a delivery person involves taking orders from customers in advance, obtaining their addresses, and having the shop send someone to deliver the meals. That's what delivery entails. As for compensation, Shihan pondered for a moment. 100 gold soul coins per month, 2 free work meals daily, as long as they're not wasted, and an additional silver soul coin as commission for each order delivered. How does that sound? Ji Yunru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Deal. Chapter 86. The takeout regulations. In a certain sense, the development of takeout services by the small shop was an inevitable progression. The shop's notoriety had transcended its former state, with patrons queuing outside in a continuous stream each day, to the extent that some diners even lamented their inability to secure a place in line. This led Shihan to contemplate the possibility of implementing a reservation system. However, the notion of reservations in Douluo Continent proved to be rather impractical. Should scalpers emerge, Shihan would have to devise a means to curtail such issues, ultimately leading to the abandonment of this idea. Initially, the small shop hosted a modest clientele, allowing Shihan to manage orders, cooking, and payments with apparent ease. Yet, as the shop's popularity surged, he found himself overwhelmed, with diners expressing grievances over excessive waiting times. Consequently, the system aptly issued a task prompting Chi Han to hire a server. With Fuya overseeing payments and orders, Chi Han could now devote himself solely to cooking, significantly enhancing efficiency. However, new challenges soon arose. While the shop's operational efficiency improved, the speed at which diners consumed their meals began to wane. Given the plethora of delectable dishes available, not every patron was solely focused on eating. Some savored their meals leisurely while engaging in conversation with friends. This leisurely dining habit occupied tables, leaving those waiting outside unable to enter and place their orders, creating an illusion of surplus efficiency. Chi Han could hardly fault these diners. Both the system and the shop aimed to provide an exceptional dining experience for patrons. Thus, he never urged Fuya to hasten the diners. If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed at the system for offering too few seats. System: how absurd. Host: you are shifting blame yet again. The introduction of takeout would effectively alleviate the excess efficiency within the shop, allowing more patrons to relish the culinary delights during operating hours. After instructing Ji Yunru to arrive at the small shop at 4:30 in the afternoon, Chi Han and Ying Shuang bid her farewell as she departed. Ying Shuang had overheard the conversation between Chi Han and Ji Yunru regarding this unheard of yet exceedingly convenient takeout service, leaving her utterly astounded. She even contemplated whether to adopt a similar concept for her own enterprise. Nonetheless, these thoughts flitted through her mind without lingering, as she possessed little business acumen and was utterly clueless about how to implement such ideas. Curiously, Ying Shuang inquired, "Boss, how will the diners be informed about this takeout service?" With a faint smile, Chi Han replied, that is quite manageable." As he spoke, he retrieved a large wooden box emblazoned with the logo Han Shi, along with a stack of printed papers bearing the same logo and a pin. All these items were custom-made by the system. Thank you for the system's generous sponsorship. Please pay the customization fee, totaling 1,460 gold soul coins. Oh, forget I mentioned that. Disregarding the system's demand, Chi Han pointed to a large opening on the wooden box, explaining that patrons simply needed to write down their desired food, delivery address, and preferred delivery time on the paper and drop it into the box. With that, he secured the box between the dining area and the kitchen and placed the paper and pin beside it. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Han stepped outside the shop, erased the previous inscriptions on the notice board, and elegantly pinned the detailed regulations for the takeout service. This establishment now offers takeout services. Patrons unable to dine in for various reasons may opt for takeout. Please fill out your desired food, delivery address, and required delivery time, and place it in the order box within the shop. We will ensure your food arrives at the designated address punctually. The takeout rules are as follows. Please take note. 1. Delivery times coincide with the shop's operating hours, from 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m., and from 5 p.m. to 7 o'clock p.m. Please refrain from requesting other times, as they will not be processed. 2. Takeout begins this afternoon. Please do not request delivery for today's lunch operating hours. 3. To avoid an overwhelming number of orders, please place your order within 24 hours prior to delivery. Do not allow orders to linger excessively. 4. Delivery addresses must remain within the confines of Shrek City. 5. To prevent any cancellations that may disrupt the shop's operations, patrons must submit their orders for staff review prior to placing them and pay half of the order's cost as a deposit, with the remaining half due upon delivery. 6. After delivery, please return the food containers to the shop or request the delivery personnel to collect them during their next visit. 7. Patrons who violate regulations 5 and 6 will be blacklisted from Han Shi and will no longer receive service. As the time for the shop to open drew near, a long queue formed outside. Observing Chi Han's unusual actions, everyone turned their attention to the notice board. The vision of soul masters is typically keen. Disciples from Tang Sect, having trained in techniques such as the purple extreme demon eyes, possessed even sharper eyesight. As the waiting diners perused the notice board, a murmur of conversation began to ripple through the line. Among the queue stood several elderly individuals who, upon hearing the discussions, exchanged knowing glances. Their lips moved subtly as they utilized a secretive communication technique. This takeout concept seems quite intriguing. It bears some resemblance to having disciples deliver meals to us old-timers. Does it not? Indeed. But can we elders even place orders for takeout? That seems unlikely. Would this small shop dare deliver to our Sea God Pavilion? It is not a place just anyone can enter. Alas, if we wish to dine, we must still make the trek ourselves. How troublesome. These individuals were none other than the esteemed elders of the Sea God Pavilion, having missed out on the Millennium Dragon Scale fish the previous night. They had sought a few Outer Academy students to inquire about Han Shi's location and had come to the small shop to indulge in the culinary offerings. All of these elders were at least titled Dou-level powerhouses, with some even exceeding level 95, making them figures of considerable influence, capable of commanding respect from even the two great empires. Yet, here they stood, queuing like ordinary elderly folk. In their youth, they had been legendary figures. But now, in their twilight years, few recognized them. At this age, the competitive spirit had waned considerably, and the elders exhibited little of the pride associated with their title Douluo status, instead resembling a group of elderly tourists. As Ing Shuang finished tidying the utensils and opened the shop's door, the diners began to stream in.